The young man jolted awake from a daze, his body drenched in sweat. Just then, a hand tapped Qin Yu on the shoulder from behind. Hey, you alright? Qin Yu's instincts took over, and he grabbed the nearest object to defend himself. By the time he realized it, he was holding a computer mouse. The person who had tapped his shoulder was a coworker from his company. Whoa, Qin Yu, what's wrong with you? Did you stay up all night watching Eclipse Manhwa recap or something? Realizing his surroundings had changed, Qin Yu stared blankly at the computer mouse in his hand, muttering repeatedly, Huh, a computer mouse, how can this be? After calming down, he shot his coworker a cold glare and asked what time it was. The coworker, thinking Qin Yu was still groggy from sleep, simply replied that it was only 10:30, still a long way from lunch break. Hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly became agitated, grabbing the man by the collar and shouting, I asked what year it is! A female coworker nearby answered, It's 2019. What's gotten into you today? Did you hit your head or get bitten by something? The other coworker saw this and started joking. Ha ha, you've been reading too many regression novels. This is Earth. Oh, and I've got a big surprise for you. You're swamped with deadlines. At that moment, Qin Yu was focusing all his attention on the distant horizon, where something seemed to be dyeing the entire sky red, looking incredibly strange. Seeing Qin Yu staring blankly at the sky, his boss ran over and scolded him. Hey, Qin Yu, are you slacking off again? Get back to work or I'll dock your pay. Contrary to his usual timid demeanor, Qin Yu looked at his boss with a chilling gaze, as if it held death itself. Instinctively, he attacked anyone who tried to approach him, and with a single, simple move, he slammed his boss's head onto the floor. Meanwhile, he was still trying to organize his thoughts. 2019, isn't this the year the apocalypse began? 2019, a sky the color of blood. Could it be? What's the date today? While Qin Yu was still wondering, a coworker suddenly spoke up to calm him down. Qin Yu, what's wrong? Your April Fool's joke is going a bit too far, confirming that today was indeed the day of the apocalypse. Qin Yu immediately turned to leave. Before he left, he kindly warned his colleagues. You should all hurry and see your families. Today might be the end of the world. History recorded that April 1st, 2019 was the first day the apocalypse began. It was truly a storm of blood and gore, literally. No one expected that a terrifying, never-before-seen virus would be mixed into this bloody rain. Those who were touched by the rain would fall, one by one, only to rise again. They mutated into zombies and monsters, hunting down humanity with a frenzy. From that moment on, the world turned into a living hell. This was exactly what Qin Yu had experienced once before. The horrific memories of that day would never fade from his mind. Now, Qin Yu was walking aimlessly down the street, wondering how he had returned to this day. Suddenly, a man bumped into him from behind. Hey! Don't block the doorway! Seeing the man busy with the phone in his hand, Qin Yu recalled some memories of the world before the apocalypse. This is the mobile device of this era. A phone. Turns out I have one too. Checking his phone, a name in his contacts caught Qin Yu's attention. The image of his younger sister suddenly flashed through his mind, bringing with it all of his faded memories. A massive amount of information suddenly flooded in, causing Qin Yu pain. Are these the memories of this body? It seems the memories are starting to merge. After calming down, he immediately called his younger sister, Xiao Yu. The moment she picked up, Qin Yu frantically shouted, Xiao Yu, come home now, hurry! Hearing the panic in her brother's voice, Xiao Yu became so worried she was on the verge of tears. Bro, big brother, did I do something wrong? Realizing he had just yelled, Qin Yu quickly softened his tone. No, that's not it. In short, it's something very important, and there's no time to explain. To keep her brother from worrying, Xiao Yu agreed to head home at noon. Although she said that, after hanging up, she was extremely worried about her brother. In all her life, she had never seen him so panicked. Just then, someone tapped Xiao Yu on the shoulder, startling her. When she turned around, she saw it was Xiao Ting, her best friend. Seeing Xiao Ting covered in sweat, her face flushed and panting heavily, Xiao Yu asked with concern, Xiao Ting, what's wrong? Xiao Ting replied, trembling. It rained in my neighborhood this morning. I think I got caught in it and got sick. Checking and finding that Xiao Ting had a high fever, Xiao Yu quickly took her to the nurse's office to rest. Meanwhile, on Qin Yu's end, he looked up at the sky, which was gradually turning a deep, blood-like red. The blood rain is coming soon. I have to prepare quickly. First food, then weapons. Back then, I was like most people. Even with the power of a mutant, I couldn't withstand a single blow from the zombies and mutated monsters. I watched my loved ones and fellow humans get killed one by one. until I finally died under a monster's claws myself. But heaven has given me a chance to be reborn 100 years in the past, right as the calamity of annihilation was about to begin. This time, I will definitely become stronger before the enemies arrive. This time, I will use my strength to protect my comrades and my family. After making his resolve, Qin Yu immediately began his preparations. It wasn't until much later, when the red clouds rolled in, that people noticed something was wrong. But to them, a teenager brazenly walking down the street with a steel pipe was the more worrying sight. Only Qin Yu, who was being seen as a madman, knew what was about to happen to the world. Damn it! Is it starting? This is bad. There's no time. As the rain began to fall, he quickly hailed a taxi to get home. Seeing the young man get in with an iron rod, the driver got a little tense and tried to make small talk to calm his nerves. Hey, this rain is a weird red color, isn't it? Ha. Qin Yu had no time to worry about such things now, so he casually warned the driver. After you drop me off, you should head home quickly too. If you don't, the traffic will get chaotic later, and you might not be able to make it back. He could only say that much. After all, if he said the apocalypse was coming, he'd likely be sent straight to a mental asylum. On the way, he checked on his sister and, finding she wasn't home, immediately called her. Xiao Yu, are you still at school? I'm almost there to pick you up. Xiao Yu, not wanting to worry her brother, quickly explained. Bro, I'm still at the school infirmary with Xiao Ting. She's sick. Hearing this, Qin Yu shouted urgently. Her sickness. Is it burning skin, a constant fever, and unconsciousness? Just then, Xiao Yu stood up and hurriedly hung up the phone. Yeah. Oh, I think she's waking up. I'll call you back. Because of that, she didn't hear his warning. Xiao Yu, stay away from her. She's turning. Worried his sister was in danger, Qin Yu put a hand on the driver's shoulder, his aura turning murderous. Driver, step on it. The driver immediately slammed on the accelerator, screaming non-stop. Okay, just don't hurt me. Meanwhile, back with Xiao Yu. Her friend had woken up. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was twisted into a horrifying expression. As Xiao Yu and the teacher were talking, the girl on the bed suddenly sat bolt upright, staring blankly at them. Seeing this, the teacher rushed over to check on her. Dear, you're still weak. You should lie back down. Your eyes are very red. Just then, the girl's pupils constricted, and countless blood vessels bulged in her eyes. She lunged forward as if possessed, sinking her teeth into the teacher's finger. The teacher struggled to pull her hand away, but the finger was already bleeding profusely from the bite. Why did you bite me? The terrified teacher scrambled backward, not daring to get any closer. But Xiao Yu, worried for her friend, cautiously approached. Xiao Ting, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, the girl tilted her head back and a horrifying grin spread across her face. Seeing this, Xiao Yu instinctively backed away, her entire body trembling in fear. The teacher, oblivious to the imminent danger, was still on the floor, trying to stop her finger from bleeding. Just then, Xiao Ting went completely feral, pouncing on the teacher and savagely tearing into her. Witnessing the horrific sight, Xiao Yu was so shocked she froze completely. By the time she snapped out of it, the teacher was already a lifeless body in a pool of blood. Only then did Xiao Yu finally let out a terrified scream, which immediately drew the attention of the rampaging girl. Without any hesitation, Tu Din headed straight towards Tu Vu, bloodthirsty like a beast hunting its prey. At this moment, Qin Yu appeared in time, using his stick to send Tu Din flying away. Without giving her a chance to react, Qin Yu aimed the sharp end downward and without hesitation, plunged it into Xiao Ting's neck. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was so scared she burst into tears, stammering incoherently. You killed her! In contrast to her, Qin Yu was incredibly calm as he wiped the blood off the iron rod with a cloth. She had already turned into a zombie. She's no longer the friend you knew. Let's go. We need to get out of here quickly. We'll talk when we get home. This place is about to descend into chaos. After dealing with the situation, the two siblings went outside to head home and take shelter. Once outside, Xiao Yu saw the blood rain and, filled with curiosity, reached out her hand to catch some. Seeing this, Qin Yu frantically rushed to stop her. Xiao Yu, don't touch this rain! But he was a step too late. A few drops of rain had already landed on his sister's hand in that brief moment. Noticing his strange behavior, Xiao Yu asked worriedly, What's wrong, big brother? It's just a little bit of rain. Hearing that, Qin Yu was a bit surprised and asked back, You don't feel that this rain is hot? Xiao Yu had no idea what her brother was talking about and asked with a bewildered look. Hot no, is this acid rain? Qin Yu found it incredibly strange, thinking to himself, Weird, even people with certain antibodies would still feel the heat from this blood rain. But now isn't the time to think about this. He took out a raincoat he had prepared beforehand and gave it to his sister. Don't worry about it for now. Just put on the raincoat and try not to get wet. From now on, we have only one mission: to escape this place. Are you ready? We have to go now. Immediately after, Qin Yu ran ahead, iron rod in hand, ready to strike anything dangerous. Overly excited, Xiao Yu shouted a battle cry to boost their morale, leaving her brother speechless as he quickly told her not to yell. Realizing her mistake, Xiao Yu quickly covered her mouth and ran silently behind him. By now, the street had turned into a battlefield, with countless people going mad and relentlessly attacking and biting those around them. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu froze in terror. Brother, what is happening? Seeing his sister stop. Qin Yu shouted anxiously. Xiao Yu, don't stop. We have to run straight home. After running a bit further, the siblings' attention was drawn by a scream for help from a nearby building. A man was being chased by a horde of zombies, continuously begging the two for help. Noticing the wound on the man's arm, Qin Yu explained. Brother, you've been bitten. The zombies will smell the blood and won't stop. Don't follow us. Hearing this, the man screamed in panic. No, I'm not bitten. I won't turn into one of them. Qin Yu was unsure how to handle the situation, grinding his teeth. Damn it. This guy is going to attract all the nearby zombies over here. Knowing he wasn't going to make it, the desperate man gripped Xiao Yu's hand and refused to let go. On what grounds why I got bit, but you two didn't? I don't care. If I'm dying, we're all dying together. This action was the last straw for Qin Yu. This guy. If you want to die, die alone. Don't drag other people down with you. With a single punch, the man was sent flying and was immediately swarmed and torn apart by the zombies. Seizing the opportunity, the two siblings made a quick escape, hearing the blood-curdling screams echoing behind them. A panicked Xiao Yu covered her ears. Brother, we killed him. As they ran, Qin Yu reassured his sister. Xiao Yu, don't feel guilty. He was already bitten and was going to die anyway, and he wanted to drag you down with him. If we hadn't done that, we would have all died together. Afterward, the two of them hurried back home. Chaotic scene outside their building. Qin Yu cautiously stopped. Looks like there was a lot of chaos right in front of our home. Xiao Yu, stick close to me. I'm afraid there might still be zombies in this building. Qin Yu led the way, slowly guiding his sister inside. Seeing that it was pitch black with no light, Xiao Yu timidly said to her brother, Brother, it's really scary in here. Let's just run straight home. Just then, Qin Yu heard a strange noise and whispered a warning to his sister. Shh, I hear footsteps. As expected from someone who had survived the apocalypse before, a zombie appeared up ahead. The moment it spotted the living, the zombie immediately lunged at them. Qin Yu quickly grabbed an iron rod to protect his sister. Xiao Yu, get back! But in his current body, he wasn't strong enough to fight the zombie. He was pushed back, gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. Seeing her brother in danger, Xiao Yu quickly grabbed a nearby brick and hurled it. Annoyed by the interruption, the zombie immediately switched its target to her. Faced with the creature, Xiao Yu's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. Fortunately, Qin Yu acted just in time, seizing the chance to take down the zombie. Pant. Are you okay? Let's get home quickly. At that, Xiao Yu suddenly burst into tears. A complete mess. Uncle, that was Uncle Wong from next door. The sudden catastrophe was too much for an innocent girl like Xiao Yu to accept right away. After she had cried her eyes out, Qin Yu quickly led his sister into their home. The moment she stepped inside, Xiao Yu was shocked by the mountain of supplies. Brother, did you know this was going to happen? Fearing his sister would misunderstand, Qin Yu quickly reassured her. Xiao Yu, listen to me carefully. The apocalypse is here. Every day from now on will be more dangerous. I'll protect you. But you must also understand how terrible the situation is outside. And you have to listen to me. As he was her only family, Xiao Yu naturally trusted her brother wholeheartedly. Okay, I will always listen to you. Then, Qin Yu began to explain carefully. With the zombie outbreak, the apocalypse has come. Everyone will do anything to survive, even at the expense of others. People will become more vicious than ever, so you absolutely cannot trust others easily in this situation. Even the most ordinary zombies possess strength and explosive power as if they're on steroids. Some evolved zombies and mutated monsters can surpass human limits by a huge margin. As for how I know all of this, I'll explain it to you gradually later on. The most important thing now is to get stronger, to evolve through training and hunting to gain the power to match the zombies and monsters. For now, let's enjoy the last remaining comforts of civilization while we can. While the water and electricity were still on, Qin Yu took the chance to wash off the dirty rainwater. Suddenly, Xiao Yu pushed the door open and came in. You forgot the body wash and sponge. This completely surprised Qin Yu. Whoa, why did you just walk in? Maybe you should shower first. Having survived the apocalypse for so long, he had forgotten all about his past habits. But Xiao Yu said this wasn't the first time, so there was no need for him to be so embarrassed. After they had both showered, Xiao Yu began to cook a simple meal. At the dinner table, she suggested an idea. Brother, shouldn't we go to the army with something this terrifying happening? Only the army can protect us. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu immediately shot down the idea. No, they don't know how to deal with zombies. At most, they could only keep us safe for a couple of years. Hearing that, Xiao Yu asked, But brother, you know how, you can just tell them. Qin Yu then explained, Do you really think the military would listen to an ordinary person like me? If we go there, I'm afraid we wouldn't even get to meet anyone in charge. Hearing this, Xiao Yu sadly looked down at the table. She couldn't argue with what her brother had just said, seeing his sister's sad expression. Qin Yu offered some encouragement. Xiao Yu, you have to realize there's no benefit in aligning with a weak faction. Only by possessing great power ourselves will we truly have a bargaining chip to negotiate with the powerful. The threats to us aren't just zombies and monsters, but also the hearts of men. Having survived for so many years in the apocalypse, Qin Yu knew all too well the dangers that lay ahead. He was determined to become powerful enough to prevent the tragic outcome of his past from repeating. That night, Xiao Yu noticed her brother had shut himself in his room and went to check. Brother, what are you doing in your room? Qin Yu was carefully working with a set of test tubes and was startled by the interruption. Xiao Yu, please go outside for a bit. I'm making ammunition, and it's dangerous in here. Hearing the word ammunition, Xiao Yu was completely astonished. Brother, you even know how to make that in her memory. Her brother was just a normal office worker. How could he possibly know how to create such dangerous things? Too lazy to explain. Tanvu quickly gave a vague answer. It was easy. I found it just lying around. Okay. Close the door quickly or else the house will become uninhabitable. Hearing that, Xiao Yu obediently left to let her brother concentrate on his work. After finishing his tasks, Tanvu lay on the bed, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. It had been so many years since he'd been able to lie on a comfortable bed and sleep peacefully. Just then, Xiao Yu walked in. Brother, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you? And so, on the first night of the apocalypse, the two siblings slept together. Before he closed his eyes, Tanvu silently prayed, hoping that when he woke up, everything from today wouldn't just be a dream. Early the next morning, the moment Xiao Yu opened her eyes, she saw her brother preparing to leave. Big brother, where are you going? Tanvu gripped the iron rod in his hand and said with a smile, I'm going to search the other apartments in this building, and if there are zombies, I'll conveniently deal with them. Hearing this, Xiao Yu worriedly asked him, Didn't you say that a normal person trying to fight a zombie was just daydreaming? At that moment, Tanvu's silhouette suddenly seemed unusually tall and imposing. Your brother isn't a normal person. Don't worry. In my past life, I was a level 2 spearmanship master. Remember? Hearing this, Xiao Yu had no idea what her brother was talking about. All she could do was remind him to be careful. On the first day of the apocalypse, Tanvu stood in the middle of the hallway and sighed. Phew, it's about to begin. After getting ready, he started knocking on each door one by one. In the very first room, he hit the jackpot, a cute little zombie. Hearing a sound coming from inside the room, Tanvu quickly ran towards it and took an attack stance. Just as expected. Come and be my first prey. With astonishing strength, the zombie burst through the door, its eyes scanning the area for survivors. Without making it wait, Tanvu leaped forward and swung the iron rod hard at its head. Stop looking, I'm right here. With just a few basic strikes, the zombie was finished off right then and there. With the strength of a normal person, fighting just one zombie was enough to leave Tanvu panting heavily. After confirming the zombie was dead, he carefully used a knife to slice open its abdomen. I wonder if there's any evolution energy in this zombie's body. After rummaging for a moment, he finally found a crystal, but it wasn't what he was looking for. As expected, it's rare for a zombie of this level to have evolution energy. He didn't stop there, continuing through the entire floor, knocking on every door and defeating the zombies that charged out. When only one room remained, he felt a bit disappointed. This is the last one. Is there really not a single lucky survivor left on this whole floor? Just then, the sound of crying echoed from the room at the end of the hallway, giving him a glimmer of hope. The sound of a child crying! Could there be a survivor in this apartment? Without letting his excitement lower his guard, Tanvu slowly opened the door and stepped inside. The moment he did, he immediately noticed a shadow flash past his eyes. What was that? A zombie. A mutated beast. Following the sound of the crying, Tan Vu attacked without hesitation. Monster! Die! At that very moment, his instinct screamed that he had fallen into a trap. A child zombie suddenly lunged at him from behind, intending to bite his neck. Fortunately, Tan Vu reacted in time, knocking the zombie away with his rod. Seizing the opportunity while it was stunned, he lunged forward, aiming the sharp end of the iron rod for a finishing blow. But unexpectedly, this zombie was incredibly agile. It dodged the attack and even knew to flee. It has intelligence. A child zombie with intelligence is very likely to hold a grudge. Damn it, I can't let it escape! Immediately, Tan Vu gave chase, aiming to eliminate the future threat, but he was a step too slow, and the zombie leaped out the window, overjoyed at its escape. The zombie turned back and gave Tan Vu a mocking wink, but it forgot it was several stories high, and a fall like that would turn it into nothing but a puddle of gore. Witnessing this, Tan Vu let out a satisfied smirk. It was just a low-level zombie, after all. He then searched the apartment, looking for any survivors or leftover supplies. Ah, it looks like the child's guardian was the one who was eaten. Let's see if there are any useful supplies left in the kitchen. By the time the sun set, Tan Vu finally returned home with 2 large sacks of supplies. Xiao Yu, I'm back. Hearing her brother's voice, Xiao Yu, who was in the middle of cooking, ran to the door to greet him. Big brother, where did you get all this? Tan Vu replied. There were no other survivors in our building, so there are plenty of supplies. I still need to make a few more trips to get more. Afterward, Tan Vu cleaned himself up and then went back to gathering supplies. The next morning, Xiao Yu was woken up once again. Brother, are you going out again today? He explained that he needed to become an evolver within 3 days, and also stock up on food. Hearing this, Xiao Yu got up and said she wanted to go with him. Tan Vu immediately refused in a loud voice. Absolutely not, it's too dangerous. With your current stamina and survival skills, it would be very difficult for you to survive out there. Don't worry. Once I'm strong enough to fully protect you, I'll take you with me. Being an obedient girl, Xiao Yu didn't want to be a burden to her brother, so she had no choice but to agree. Okay, big brother, please be careful out there. After clearing out the entire building, Tan Vu decided to venture outside to try his luck, where he spotted a wandering zombie. He seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, taking it down in a single blow. Suddenly, another zombie lunged out from inside a car, grabbing him by the shoulder. Without a hint of panic, he finished it off quickly and went to find his next target. As dusk fell, Tan Vu sat amidst a pile of zombies and lamented, Damn, more than 10 of them, and I broke several weapons, but I still couldn't find a single one with evolution energy. It's getting late. Xiao Yu must be very worried. The moment he got home, his sister threw her arms around him. Big brother, you were out for so long today. I was so worried. Tan Vu immediately comforted her. Don't worry, I took out dozens of zombies today. It's just a shame I couldn't find what I was looking for. Seeing her brother's disappointment, Xiao Yu comforted him. Don't rush, you'll find it. I'll stay home and pray for your success. Just then, a loud voice shouted from outside. Damn it! Run! This caught the siblings' attention. A group of survivors was being chased by a horde of zombies. Seeing the fence ahead, the group scrambled over it, successfully escaping the zombie horde. Damn it! Can't even get a moment's peace. Just stay out there and rot, the leader cursed. When one of his men suddenly pointed to an upper floor window. Brother Huang, look, there are people up there. Having been spotted, Qin Yu immediately pulled his sister's head down. Seeing the other survivors, Xiao Yu asked curiously, Brother, there are survivors. Should we help them? Qin Yu replied coldly. Xiao Yu, have you forgotten what I told you in the apocalypse? You can't trust anyone. We have to be cautious. Meanwhile, the group of survivors, thrilled to see someone, began searching. It didn't take them long to find the right door and start banging on it. Anyone home? Don't play dumb. We saw you open the door. As the door slowly opened, the leader immediately started yelling. Hey, are you deaf or something? What took you so long? But upon seeing the iron rod in Qin Yu's hand, they quickly backed down. Qin Yu's gaze was ice cold and terrifying. What do you want? The leader quickly explained. Hey, my friend, calm down. We're not bad guys. We just got a little excited seeing other survivors. The men behind him chimed in, playing along. The leader spoke while trying to crane his neck to see inside, his eyes scanning the room. Hey man, can you let us come in? We've been starving for days. But before he could take a step inside, Qin Yu stopped him. No. Just then, Xiao Yu walked out holding 2 bags of food. Brother, should we give them something to eat? This girl was just far too naive. The moment he laid eyes on Xiao Yu, a lecherous look appeared on the leader's face. Ah, thank you. This young lady's, this young lady is so kind-hearted. Sensing these men were no good, Qin Yu handed them the food and pointed decisively to the room across the hall. The room across from us is empty, and there are no zombies. If you want to stay, go there. As they were sent away, the survivors grumbled while eating their noodles. He gives us a few instant noodles and expects us to leave. One of the underlings, however, thought getting any food was a good deal. After eating, the bald guy smugly brought up the morning's events. Did you guys notice the look on that woman's husband's face when we were doing our thing this morning? He looked like he wanted to eat us alive. Ha ha ha. The other men joined in the laughter. Of course I noticed, Hump. That bitch always acted so high and mighty because she had some money. Wouldn't even give us the time of day. Now she knows what we're capable of. Suddenly, the leader changed the subject. By the way, did you guys get a good look at that girl from earlier? His subordinate instantly caught his drift. How could I miss her? She's a total knockout. What's on your mind? Feeling the urge, the two of them burst into a lewd laughter, their despicable nature on full display. The bald man lit a cigarette and said, that punk with her is just too damn arrogant. Tomorrow, we'll show him what's what. They then began to hatch a plan. Tomorrow morning, we'll go over and ask for food again. When he opens the door, the three of us will jump him. Right. Who knows if that girl is his girlfriend or his sister? Tomorrow, we'll pull the same move as before, have our fun with her right in front of him, and then finish him off. Right. We just need to kill that punk. We can keep his little girlfriend to enjoy later. We can hole up here for a while. I saw they've got a ton of food stashed away. Little did they know, Qin Yu was silently hiding on the balcony, overhearing their entire plan. He waited until late at night, when the three men were deep in sleep, and then stealthily slipped inside. First, he covered the bald man's mouth and took him out in an instant. Hearing a strange noise, the man with the shaggy hair woke with a start, but before he could say a word, he was run through. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had disposed of all three of them. When his sister discovered what he'd done, Qin Yu simply stated coldly, "They were bad people." The next day, he was up early again to hunt zombies, but he was getting frustrated after finding nothing of value. Why is my luck so bad? It's been several days, and I've killed over 100 zombies, but they've all been low level. Is it possible there isn't even a single evolved one here? Could it be that the outbreak is too recent, so there hasn't been enough time for evolutionary energy to accumulate? He suddenly realized he had wandered over to the nearby supermarket. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to go inside and check for anything useful. Just then, a loud crash echoed from a distance. Acting on instinct, Qin Yu quickly found a place to hide. The source of the noise was a massive monster, about the size of a car. A mutated beast. Perfect. It must weigh around 60 to 70 kilograms, so there's a chance it has evolutionary energy. A beast of this level is a bit dangerous with my current strength, but I'll be fine if I'm careful. Silently tailing the monster, Qin Yu watched it enter the supermarket, but the moment it went inside, it was violently thrown back out. Qin Yu's jaw dropped in utter shock. What in the world is that? A giant arm suddenly shot out from inside the supermarket, grabbing the beast's tail. The monster instinctively severed its own tail to flee. The escape of its prey caused the thing inside the supermarket to let out a thunderous, furious roar. Right after, a colossal creature charged out. The mere sight of its silhouette made Qin Yu's face drain of all color. It can't be. A demon-type zombie, but he quickly regained his composure. Isn't the time to stand here gawking. Demon-type zombies were absolutely horrifying, even 100 years into the apocalypse, when countless powerful people had appeared, but they could all be easily overthrown. Each one had a different form and abilities, but what they all had in common was that the mere mention of them could make people panic and turn pale with fear. Although their numbers were very low, you could count them on your fingers. Any single one of them could destroy 100 or even 1,000 people, as if it possessed demonic power. That's how the demon spawn got its name. If I hunt it before it fully matures, I can take its evolutionary energy and directly gain the super abilities of 2 evolved beings at once. Just the thought of it made Qin Yu so excited he could barely contain himself, but he remained extremely cautious, hiding off to the side to secretly observe this demon spawn. After finishing its hunt, the demon spawn slowly entered the supermarket. It didn't rampage destructively, but moved cautiously, ducking down to avoid damaging the building. From the outside, this supermarket looked completely normal. Even Qin Yu almost walked right in, hiding to the side. He carefully assessed the situation before making a move. This thing was smart, taking over the best-stocked supermarket to lie in wait for its prey. It's definitely a demon spawn, no doubt about it, even though it hasn't fully matured. With my current abilities, challenging it head-on would be suicide. But this is my best chance to become one of the strongest in this apocalypse. Besides, If I wait for it to mature, no one will be able to handle it, and I'll probably end up dead by its hand anyway. I have to be brave. I've made my decision. I'll risk it all. I'll use this. Having made up his mind, Qin Yu carefully positioned his backpack and approached the supermarket entrance. He took a deep breath, ran out in front of the door, and yelled, "Hey, monster! Come and eat me!" Hearing the sound, the demon spawn immediately rushed toward the door. The prey had taken the bait. Qin Yu sprinted straight for his backpack. "Come here and enjoy your last hunt." The demon spawn rushed outside, but seeing no one, it began to search. Just then, Qin Yu yelled, "Hey, over here!" Not realizing it was a trap, the creature let out a deafening roar and charged straight toward Qin Yu. The moment it reached the backpack's position, Qin Yu gave a sinister smile and thought, "Try this on for size." Suddenly, the backpack exploded, blasting the demon spawn far away. Inside it was the entire stash of explosives he had painstakingly crafted over the past few days. Seeing the demon spawn take a heavy hit, Qin Yu laughed out loud in delight. "Ha ha ha! Excellent! Now, but who knows if it still has the strength to fight back? It's not too late to check on it after it's completely dead." To be safe, Qin Yu sat on the opposite side, silently monitoring the situation. Only after confirming the demon spawn was completely still did he feel safe enough to approach. "Looks like it's finally over. Let's see what kind of good stuff it dropped." Suddenly, a mutated cat appeared, startling Qin Yu and putting him on high alert. Crap, a mutated cat looks like claiming this prize won't be so easy. Just then, the demon spawn's upper head suddenly moved, devouring the mutated cat in an instant. Witnessing this, Qin Yu's face turned white with fright. This thing was playing dead. It's a good thing I didn't rush in, to prevent any further trouble. I have to finish it off quickly. Glancing around, Qin Yu spotted several barrels of oil nearby. After a moment of thought, he decided to burn the demon spawn to death. Heavily injured, was unable to move, it could only watch as Qin Yu poured the oil around it and set it ablaze. After waiting for the fire to burn out completely, he excitedly approached with his knife in hand. "Cough! It actually smells pretty good. Let's see what kind of loot you've got." After a bit of searching, he found the demon spawn's evolutionary energy. This stuff is truly special. In his past life, very few people ever obtained it. Of course, Qin Yu hadn't forgotten about the mutated cat from earlier. Inside it was the kind of evolutionary energy he was more familiar with. After collecting his spoils, Qin Yu swallowed the demon spawn's evolutionary energy without a second thought. Instantly, he was hit by a pain so intense it felt like he was dying and being reborn, as if his entire body was about to crack open. So this is the energy of a demon spawn. I never experienced an evolution this painful in my past life. Let's test out my new strength. Qin Yu casually picked up a rock and hurled it at a nearby wall. With just a little effort, the wall shattered into pieces. He had at least 4 times the strength of a normal person. In this era, that was considered incredibly rare. Next up, testing his abilities, Qin Yu closed his eyes, carefully examining the changes in his body. First up was the flame ability. Excellent. I had the flame ability in my past life too, so I won't need any time to get used to it. From a small spark in his hand, he easily conjured a massive inferno that engulfed his entire body. Ha 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 ha. The flame ability might not be incredibly rare, but it's plenty powerful and very practical. I'm very satisfied with this. As for the second ability, he felt it was very strange and needed to find something to test it on. He then bent down and casually tried the ability on a rock on the ground. In an instant, 1 rock suddenly became 2, leaving Qin Yu completely stunned. A copy ability, I don't know much about this one, but there's no doubt it's extremely rare. It seemed the copy ability could only be used once on a single item. If it can copy a rock, what about evolutionary energy? Just as he suspected, the evolutionary energy could also be copied, and it had the exact same effect as the original. This ability is absolutely heaven-defying. Possessing 2 abilities at once was something Qin Yu never would have imagined, not even in his wildest dreams. Just then, the surrounding zombies, attracted by the commotion, began to gather in ever-increasing numbers. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Qin Yu. He focused his mind and used the copy ability on his own body, and it actually worked. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 Qin Yus charged toward the zombies, far more confident than before. Without saying a word, the 2 of them coordinated with each other perfectly. Before long, the approaching horde of zombies was completely wiped out. But now Qin Yu realized a troublesome problem. He couldn't just go on with 2 versions of himself. He had to see if this copy ability could be dismissed. Fortunately, the copy ability could indeed be cancelled. The copied Qin Yu gradually faded into nothingness. Although this ability was overpowered, it wasn't without side effects. The moment the clone disappeared, Qin Yu immediately felt twice as tired. Recklessly overusing this ability would be extremely dangerous. After resting for a while, He began searching the zombies he had just killed for evolution energy. It seemed times had changed. These zombies actually had evolution energy, which was perfect for Xiao Yu. After collecting his loot, Qin Yu returned home. The moment she saw him, Xiao Yu rushed over and gave him a hug. "Big brother, you're late again. I was worried sick." He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your big brother isn't the same person he used to be. I won't make you worry like this again." This time, Xiao Yu wasn't so easily comforted. "If you're going to be gone for that long again, you have to take me with you." Qin Yu agreed with his sister. "No problem. I'll definitely take you with me from now on. Here, eat this, and you'll become an evolver too." Seeing her brother take out two strange objects, Xiao Yu was a bit skeptical. An evolver. Qin Yu explained what becoming an evolver meant. He told her that low-level zombies would no longer be a threat to her. Hearing this, Xiao Yu swallowed the evolution energy without hesitation. When her brother asked if she felt anything, she thought about it seriously before replying. It would probably taste better with some sugar." He was completely speechless. Qin Yu could only facepalm in exasperation. Who asked if it tasted good? He was expecting something like a burst of power. Xiao Yu just stared blankly and replied. She didn't feel any burst of power. He couldn't understand the situation and scratched his head in frustration. This was impossible. Eating evolution energy was supposed to make someone an evolver. Try eating this one too. This time, Xiao Yu ate it with a bit of sugar to improve the taste. But the result was exactly the same. She felt absolutely nothing. This case made Qin Yu ponder deeply. This was beyond his understanding. There was no reaction even after she consumed two sources of evolution energy. Something that had never happened before. Seeing the serious look on her brother's face, Xiao Yu felt a bit sad. "Big brother, is this stuff very precious?" "It didn't work on me, so it was all wasted." He patted her head comfortingly. "It's okay. For us right now, this isn't considered valuable, so don't blame yourself." After thinking it over, Xiao Yu timidly told her brother, "It's not that I felt nothing at all. I just feel that this stuff is really delicious, and eating it makes me feel very satisfied." Hearing this, Qin Yu was a bit surprised and asked again. "Very satisfied?" Xiao Yu was so happy she gestured excitedly. "Yeah, it feels really good to eat, and I still want more." According to his speculation, Xiao Yu's potential was too great, so she hadn't yet met the requirements for evolution. He would need to find more evolution energy in the future to confirm his theory. Putting the matter aside, the two siblings had dinner together. After dinner, Xiao Yu was browsing the internet when she suddenly found something important and called her brother over. He calmly walked over, munching on an apple. The internet is still up. It seems the situation isn't that severe everywhere yet, but the moment he saw the image on the screen, the color drained from his face, and he subconsciously uttered two words, alien race. Xiao Yu, not understanding, asked, "Alien race, what's that?" "Big brother," Qin Yu replied gravely. "They mean disaster and death, zombies, mutants, the apocalyptic virus. If you could name something worse than all of those things, it would be the alien race. Some unknown power had caused this already terrible apocalyptic world to develop several more spatial rifts. These rifts connect to another dimension, and the alien creatures that invade our world from there are called the alien race. Countless bizarrely shaped monsters emerged from the spatial rifts. Their species and forms were incredibly strange, but they all had one thing in common, a deep-seated hostility and murderous intent towards humanity. Why they came is unknown. Their connection to the apocalyptic virus is also a mystery, but one thing is certain, their appearance means this city won't be able to hold out for much longer." Just from hearing that, Xiao Yu could already imagine how terrifying the alien race was. Then, Qin Yu began explaining about the one shown on the screen. "This is the insectoid race, a type of alien race that forms from a hive and reproduces endlessly. Once their numbers reach a critical mass, they will fight, slaughter, and completely take over cities and villages within a 100-mile radius. They're just like a plague of locusts, leaving nothing but bones and death in their wake. There's no time to waste. Starting tomorrow, I have to get stronger, and fast." Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked to go with him. This time, Qin Yu didn't refuse. Given the current situation, it was time for the girl to start adapting to apocalyptic life. 2 days later, Xiao Yu went out hunting with her brother. Her only task was to stand back and cheer him on, as her brother would handle all the killing. After several battles, Qin Yu noticed that the zombies were also becoming stronger. As usual, after killing a zombie, he searched for its evolution energy, and this time, he found one of excellent quality. Using his copy ability, 1 became 2, and soon enough, Xiao Yu had consumed 10 sources of evolution energy. "I feel it! I feel it! I'm feeling something now." Hearing this, Qin Yu asked excitedly, "You feel something? What kind of feeling?" Xiao Yu immediately struck a martial arts pose. "Ha! I feel like I could take down a bull with a single punch right now, Qin Yu continued. As an evolver, your physical abilities and reflexes will be much higher than a normal person's. Try to sense it again. You might have another special ability. After sensing it again, Xiao Yu had a wonderful feeling, as if her life had reached its peak. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something different. I think I feel something. Feeling that can make things stronger. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately guessed it was an enhancement ability. He quickly picked up a brick from the ground, broke it in half, and handed it to his sister. If it was an enhancement type, that would be truly great. Try using your ability to enhance this. After enhancing it, Xiao Yu handed the half brick back to her brother. First, Qin Yu crushed the other half in his hand. See? I can easily crush the brick you didn't enhance. Now I'll try the other half that you've enhanced. Even though they came from the same brick, the hardness was simply incomparable. Qin Yu had to use all his strength just to be able to shatter the enhanced half brick. I was right. It's an enhancement ability. Xiao Yu, you've become a top-tier evolver. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face lit up with joy. Although she didn't fully understand these things, she was happy just being able to help her brother. To test the ability further, Qin Yu had his sister enhance him. Instantly, he felt a surge of power and couldn't resist unleashing a few blows, easily shattering a brick wall. With this ability, Xiao Yu could now join her brother on hunts. Starting tomorrow, Qin Yu would teach her combat techniques. The next day, Qin Yu specifically found a zombie for his sister to practice on. See that zombie over there? Defeat it. Use your ability to enhance your weapon first. Then slowly go over and take it down. I'll be watching from behind, so don't be nervous. Following her brother's words, Xiao Yu cautiously approached the zombie, muttering, "Don't be nervous." But just as she got close, the zombie suddenly spun around. Startled, Xiao Yu missed her chance to attack, but thankfully, as an evolver, she was able to dodge its lunge easily. Right after that, Xiao Yu shut her eyes tightly, let out a loud scream, and repeatedly bashed the zombie's head. She only stopped when Qin Yu came over to restrain her. "Hey, that's enough! That's enough!" For her first kill, Xiao Yu was so terrified she was breaking out in a cold sweat. "Phew! Did I win?" Qin Yu carefully assessed her. Your mental state was a bit shaky, but you've got the power and technique. Overall, very good. He then inspected the zombie's corpse. If you had hit it a few more times, I wouldn't have known where to find the evolution source. Oh, lucky break. This one had one. Xiao Yu, use your enhancement ability on this. Then I'll use my copy ability to split it into two. That way, we'll basically have 4 evolution energy sources. The siblings' abilities were truly heaven-defying. Turning 1 into 4, they would grow stronger in no time. After testing it, Qin Yu confirmed his suspicion. My hypothesis was correct. Even after being copied, the enhanced evolution source still retains nearly double its effectiveness. This is great. At that moment, Xiao Yu spoke up. Big brother, I feel like if I keep eating these, I might even awaken a new ability. Qin Yu recalled his sister's unusual behavior. Xiao Yu wasn't afraid of the blood rain. She had been unfazed when touched by the acid rain. Hot not at all. Is this acid rain? And when she absorbed the zombie's evolution source, it wasn't like a normal person's experience. The power overflowed, but she couldn't feel it. He analyzed that she had a strange need for evolutionary energy, glancing at his sister beside him. Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder if this was a good or a bad thing, and what kind of changes Xiao Yu would undergo in the future. Suddenly, his train of thought was shattered when the siblings heard the sound of gunfire not far away. They both looked over in alarm. Gunshots. Qin Yu quickly made a decision. Let's go check it out, he carefully instructed. Xiao Yu, stay behind me, find cover, and be ready to hide at a moment's notice. She nodded obediently. Okay. A thoughtful glint appeared in his eye. If they were looters, he'd deal with them and take their supplies. On the other side, a large horde of zombies was slowly advancing. Attracted by the gunfire, they were gradually cornering a group of soldiers in the middle. One of them spoke while firing his gun at the zombies. Captain, we need to fight and fall back. We can't take care of all these zombies with just the bullets we have. Another member of the squad also fired while retreating, providing cover for his teammates. Xiao Zhang, don't you get it? The higher-ups want to get rid of our captain. Why else would they send just the 4 of us to rescue General Li if we succeed? It's one thing, but if we fail, we'll face punishment when we get back. The man named Xiao Zhang replied, That's still better than dying here as zombie fodder. I'm almost out of ammo. The 4th person added seriously. He's right, Captain. Even if we get lucky and defeat these zombies, we'll just encounter more. This mission is impossible. Your abilities are exceptional, yet you're being undermined by malicious people. In my opinion, the four of us should just find another place to survive. The one they called Captain fired a few more rounds and sighed. You think I haven't considered what you're all saying, but surviving in this apocalypse with just the four of us? He trailed off mid-sentence, his eyes suddenly drawn to something. The brother and sister, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, had appeared atop a large pile of rubble. This sight left the group of soldiers a bit stunned. Look, there are people over there. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu stood on their high vantage point, observing the zombies below while searching for survivors. Qin Yu's crimson eyes lit up when he spotted the group of soldiers. He thought to himself, survivors. Among the zombies below, a female zombie suddenly turned its head and stared up at Qin Yu with a vacant gaze. Looks like not even undeath can cure being boy crazy. And it wasn't just that female zombie. Nearly all the zombies in the area began to move toward the two siblings. He noticed this but didn't panic, just calmly thinking to himself, oh, why are all these zombies charging at us? Could it be that our power has a strong attraction for them? Among the four soldiers below, one saw this as a rare opportunity. He spoke up. Captain, while those two are attracting the zombies, let's retreat. The captain obviously couldn't do that. That's not how a human being acts, he scolded. Damn it, how could you even say something like that? Do you even call yourself a soldier? Listen to my order. Use all our firepower, and even if we run out of ammo, we must save those two civilians. The iron rod in Qin Yu's hand ignited, glowing red hot. He gave an order. Xiao Yu, give me a buff. Stay here. Don't move. And protect yourself. I'll take care of these zombies. She agreed. Okay. Not forgetting to tell her brother to be careful. Seeing the young man move, the soldiers watched in astonishment, forgetting even to shoot the zombies. With a loud bang, smoke and fire erupted, and a massive blaze burst forth, followed only by the piercing screams of the zombies. The captain stared blankly at the scene. Could this be a legendary ancient martial artist? But even an ancient martial artist wouldn't be this over the top, felling so many zombies in an instant. From over there, the sounds of thunderous blows and pained screams could be heard. In the end, all the zombies were lying motionless on the ground. Qin Yu and his sister calmly walked up to the soldiers. They, in turn, lowered their guns. To express friendliness and gratitude for being saved, the captain introduced himself. Hello. We are soldiers dispatched on a mission. I'm Captain Lin Fang. Qin Yu seemed a little surprised to hear that name. He repeated, Lin Feng, the captain asked timidly. Are you an ancient martial artist? That was incredibly dangerous back there. Thank you. For those who are unaware, ancient martial artists represent the pinnacle of human strength and skill. They possess extraordinary physical abilities, can cultivate themselves to the absolute limit, and have an unyielding will. They don't even need to become evolvers to be able to face terrifying zombies. Some of them possess masterful techniques, sufficient to make even evolvers feel ashamed of themselves. This can compensate for any inherent physical limitations they might have. Unfortunately, although he wished he were an ancient martial artist, Qin Yu had to put on a deadpan expression as he explained, I'm not an ancient martial artist. Hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He started trying to recruit the young man to serve the nation. Brother, with skills like yours, why not join the military? You're guaranteed to achieve great things. The young man wasn't very interested in the offer. He just replied nonchalantly, I'm not the type to be tied down, so let's forget about the military. Thanks for your kind offer. Lin Feng didn't press the matter, only feeling a bit regretful that he couldn't recruit such a capable person to his team. That's a real shame then. If you won't agree, we'll be on our way. If you ever need help in the future, I certainly won't refuse. After saying that, he and his 3 remaining team members turned and left without hesitation. Xiao Yu looked at her brother in confusion and asked curiously, Brother, before, whenever you met other survivors, you couldn't wait to take them down. Why are you so respectful to this Lin Feng guy? He didn't explain much, only saying, I recognize him. Then, Qin Yu was lost in a memory from his past life in a ruined city, where he looked up at a hero's monument. He had asked his companion at the time, Why is there a statue being worshipped in a place like this? His friend had told him, This is the statue of Lin Feng. During the darkest era, it was rare to find evolvers with great power, who also fought to help the weak. He ultimately died in a battle at the Black Forest, becoming a martyr respected by future generations. Upon hearing that story, Qin Yu had remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. Finally, he remarked, I remember now. Whenever the seniors mentioned him, they were always very respectful. His companion climbed onto the hood of a car, buried his face in his hands, and sighed. More than my respect for Lin Feng, my fear of the Black Forest is far more terrifying. I hope a calamity like that never happens again. The flashback ended, and Xiao Yu saw her brother had no intention of sharing more. She asked, "How do you know him, brother?" Qin Yu still didn't intend to tell his sister too many irrelevant details, as knowing more would only put her in more danger, so he just replied, "Oh, it's nothing. A friend of mine mentioned him once. Don't worry about it," watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. Qin Yu thought about the outbreak in the Black Forest. That disaster was still more than 10 years away. Lin Feng, he thought. Enjoy this time while you can. The soldiers had left. The streets were now eerily deserted. Some kind of animal was gnawing on an unlucky corpse in the middle of the road. It was a mutated dog, its flesh and skin mangled. It growled as it ate, as if afraid someone would suddenly appear to snatch its food, hiding in a nearby alley. Qin Yu signaled to Xiao Yu. Shh, not a sound, judging by this thing's appearance. It's probably a highly evolved mutant. I'll handle it. The dog was engrossed in its meal. Suddenly, it sensed something was wrong. It looked up to see Qin Yu striking down with his iron rod. In midair and unable to alter his attack, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn, it spotted me. Sure enough, by the time he landed, the dog had already dodged the fatal strike. It immediately lunged to attack Qin Yu. Perhaps it thought fresh meat would be tastier, but this piece of fresh meat wasn't going to be an easy meal. Qin Yu swung his iron rod, knocking it to the ground. The dog growled and then fled. Seeing this, he tensed up and yelled, "This is bad if it escapes. Intelligent mutants are known for holding grudges." Xiao Yu appeared behind him just then, shouting a suggestion. "Brother, throw it," Qin Yu chuckled. "I was thinking the same thing." With that, he grabbed the iron bar, adjusted his angle, then took careful aim and hurled it. His target was the mutated dog that was trying to escape. The iron bar pierced the dog's leg, causing it to howl in pain. Not only that, but the bar began to glow red hot, as if it had been forged in a furnace. Immediately after, flames burst forth, engulfing the mutated dog and roasting it to a crisp. A truly unexpected move. As the flames died down, the dog was as dead as it could be. Its body was charred black, smoke billowing from it. The two siblings approached. Since Xiao Yu didn't really have any attack skills, she stayed back and timidly asked, "Is it dead?" Qin Yu held a knife, ready to carve up the dog's corpse to look for an energy source. "A mutated being of this level should have some evolutionary energy," his younger sister asked curiously. "Brother, isn't your ability fire-based? How come I've never seen you breathe fire or throw fireballs?" While carefully carving up the dog, he replied, "It's not that I can't, but compared to breathing fire or creating fireballs, I'm more accustomed to imbuing my weapons with fire energy. I sacrifice range, but when combined with my fighting style, the power is greatly amplified, and the damage I can inflict is much more significant." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes shone with absolute adoration for her big brother, so her brother was a battle mage. Qin Yu extracted 2 energy cores and smiled in satisfaction. "We're lucky. This dog had 2 sources of evolutionary energy in its body. One was its own, and the other, I'm guessing, belonged to its prey." Xiao Yu knelt beside the charred beast and exclaimed in surprise, "There's something else here." She pulled a ring out of the dog's carcass. It was an old, worn-out ring. She didn't know what it was, but it didn't seem like something that could increase her strength. She was about to toss it, saying, "This isn't as useful as food." But Qin Yu's sharp eyes had already caught sight of the ring. "Wait, Xiao Yu, could this ring be—" Looking at the gold ring with strange patterns etched into it, he exclaimed, "A treasure from a dimensional ruin." He then urged her, "Xiao Yu, hurry and put it on. Try it out." Xiao Yu always listened to her brother, so she did as he said. Like this. The moment she put it on, the ring began to glow with an eerie blue light. It was as if the ring had a mind of its own, controlling her hand. She cried out in alarm. "What's happening?" Blue flames shot out from the ring, burning intensely for a moment. When it stopped, Xiao Yu pulled her hand back and asked her brother in shock, What just happened?" "Like a walking encyclopedia," Qin Yu explained. "That's the power of an item from a dimensional ruin. It converts genetic energy into various forms of power and releases it. It seems this ring's power is fire-based, just like mine." Hearing this new term, Xiao Yu's eyes grew wide with curiosity. "What's a dimensional ruin?" Qin Yu began to explain. "After the apocalypse began, alternate dimensions in various forms started appearing randomly all over the world. They're different from dimensional rifts, although these alternate dimensions are fraught with danger. As long as you can pass their trials, you can obtain abundant rewards." He didn't stop there, continuing. "These rewards come in many forms. Some people find treasures that contain dimensional power. Others awaken abilities and skills from these alternate dimensions. It's largely thanks to these dimensional ruins that humanity has managed to hold on in this post-apocalyptic world." When it came to knowledge, Xiao Yu truly admired no one but her brother. She clapped her hands in praise. "You're amazing. Brother, you know everything. Qin Yu didn't let the compliment lower his guard. He looked at the dog's carcass and began to analyze the situation. For this mutated dog to have swallowed a treasure from a dimensional ruin, it means there must be an entrance to one nearby. What's more, the fact that even a mutated dog could make it out alive means that ruin can't be too dangerous. It's just that the entrances to these ruins are usually unstable. I wonder if we can find it before it shifts. With that, he instructed his sister. Xiao Yu, enhance the ring, and then I'll copy it. The girl was always obedient. Okay, brother. And just like that, the two siblings were each wearing an identical ring. After observing and assessing the ring, Qin Yu was a bit disappointed. As expected. It's nothing special. No wonder that dog was able to get its paws on it. The two siblings returned home and used some of their food reserves to prepare a simple meal. At the dinner table, Xiao Yu looked at her brother with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, Brother, we had such a great haul today. Qin Yu smiled and summed it up. Right now, your physique is more than 5 times that of a normal person, and mine is more than 8 times stronger. With the ring's power, that increases to 16 times. She let out a curious "oh" and asked, What's a 16-fold increase like? He patiently explained. To put it simply, in the eyes of an ordinary person, or even most zombies and mutated beasts, we're basically monsters. Hearing this, Xiao Yu cheered happily. Are we really that strong? Qin Yu nodded. Yeah, but we still haven't found a dimensional ruin. Once we do, we can reach a whole new level. After their chat, they turned off the light to go to sleep. He told her they should get some rest, as they would continue hunting tomorrow. Xiao Yu immediately agreed. Okay. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the dark hallway outside. In the apocalypse, Qin Yu had become far more alert than he used to be. He was a light sleeper, so he opened his eyes the instant he heard the sound. He fumbled out of bed to turn on the light. The two siblings shared a bed so that he could better protect Xiao Yu. When the light flicked on, the movement woke Xiao Yu as well. Brother, what are you doing up? He raised a hand to silence her. Shh, be quiet. There's something outside the door. Qin Yu cautiously grabbed his iron bar and stood by the door. With a creak, he quickly swung it open. Outside the door, a giant centipede was lying in wait. It opened its massive, fang-filled mouth, let out a shriek, and lunged at him. Luckily, he quickly used the iron bar to block its attack. Seeing his sister coming downstairs, Qin Yu warned, Xiao Yu, be careful. There's an enemy. He used all his strength to push the centipede out of the house. Get the hell out! Afraid something might happen to her brother. Xiao Yu quickly ran outside after him. Brother, I haven't even enhanced you yet. Stepping into the hallway, she saw that Qin Yu had already killed the centipede, the iron bar in his hand still embedded in its head, while he was panting beside the corpse. Xiao Yu rushed over to enhance him. He sighed, wiped the sweat from his face, and remarked, Without your enhancement, that was a real struggle. Looking at the corpse of the giant, multi-legged centipede in front of their door, Xiao Yu was a little scared. What is this thing? It's so disgusting, Qin Yu answered while wondering to himself, his expression growing darker. An iron centipede. How is this possible? Has the bug tribe already defeated the army and infiltrated this area? No, that's not right. The bug tribe can't be this strong yet. This centipede must have come up from underground. Seeing her brother muttering to himself, Xiao Yu asked with concern. Brother, is there something wrong with this thing? Why do you look so grim? Suddenly sensing something was off, Qin Yu immediately pushed his sister's head down. Just as he did, the two of them narrowly dodged a green projectile that shot past them. They both turned to look inside the house, at the source of the attack. Xiao Yu huddled fearfully against Qin Yu, looking at the green bug, hovering in the air with 2 massive pincers. It was clear this thing was no pushover, not to mention it had just launched a ranged attack. Even Qin Yu started to feel uneasy. This is bad. The siblings looked at the bug with pale faces, muttering. A small hunting party from the hive. They got here so fast. Seeing the bug was about to pounce, Qin Yu pushed his sister aside and prepared to fight. The bug landed where Qin Yu had just been standing, the impact as heavy as a meteor strike, shattering the floor tiles. He nimbly leaped up high, and so, the situation between them was now somewhat reversed. Qin Yu clung to the ceiling, looking down at the bug, while it looked up from the ground. He didn't hesitate, deciding to strike before it could react. With a whoosh, Qin Yu leaped down from above, with a sickening squelch. The iron bar in his hand pierced the bug's body, and green fluid gushed out. He stood up, pulled the bar out, and flicked the green goo off it, while also remembering to warn his sister, Xiao Yu, to stay alert. This hunting party probably isn't just these two. Qin Yu cautiously looked around. We have to be care. Before he could finish his sentence, with a loud whoosh, A burst of blue flame shot out from nowhere and engulfed him, much to Xiao Yu's astonishment, thinking her brother had perished in that attack. She sobbed. Brother. But no. Tragedy was averted. Qin Yu had managed to erect a shield just in time to block the recent assault. The shield is cracking, but luckily I avoided a fatal blow. If that had hit me, it would have been no joke. Watching the insect that just attacked him fly into the house through the broken glass, Qin Yu was surprised. The winged insect, which looked like a mutated bee, gave Qin Yu no chance to counterattack. It prepared to launch another strike. He bolted towards his sister. Xiao Yu! Run! Fearing she wouldn't be fast enough, he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. After running for a bit, Xiao Yu came to her senses. She asked worriedly, Brother, what about our house and our food? How did these things find us? Qin Yu explained. They're a hunting party from the bug tribe. The one that breathes fire is called a firebug, and it's probably their leader. It's extremely dangerous. Even a dozen low-level evolved might not be a match for it. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted. The firebug had launched another fire attack right through the wall, causing Xiao Yu to crouch down and cover her head in fear. Unable to fight back, they could only run. Qin Yu ran behind his sister, urging her to keep moving faster. The firebug seemed to be enjoying this game. It hovered high above, pointed its rear end, and fired another blast of fire. Another loud explosion rang out, hitting the spot right behind Qin Yu. Smoke billowed everywhere. Qin Yu luckily escaped the blast and leaped out of the way. Because they had fled in a hurry, neither had time to change, and he was still wearing slippers. But surprisingly, this time he stopped running. Qin Yu turned to face the firebug, his face dark as he cursed. You damn bug! Give you an inch and you take a mile! He angrily raised his hand and launched a fireball. Still not enough for you! The fireball shot towards the firebug as directed, yet it didn't even try to dodge. A thunderous explosion echoed, the small blast in the sky lighting up an area in the night, looking like New Year's Eve fireworks. Seeing her brother had stopped running, Xiao Yu stopped as well. She asked tentatively, Did you get it? He turned his head and yelled, Xiao Yu! Don't stop! Keep running! As the smoke in the air cleared, the firebug was completely unharmed. It hovered in place as if mocking Qin Yu for being too weak. He was incredibly annoyed and cursed at it. You're not even going to dodge? Are you looking down on me? A flame flickered in his hand as he decided. Then let's see whose fire is stronger. In the sky, the firebug accepted the challenge, firing another blast. Down below, Qin Yu refused to back down. He launched a fireball to counter the firebug's attack. The two different colored flames clashed, illuminating the night sky. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort, trying his best to hold on. But obviously, the firebug was much stronger. His fireball was completely engulfed by its attack, which even shattered the ground, forcing him to jump aside. The winner was clear. Qin Yu pouted. Fine, yours is stronger. Suddenly, he noticed something new. It turned out Xiao Yu was struggling to create a blue fireball. Qin Yu cried out in alarm. Xiao Yu, get out of here! You can't help! She yelled and launched a fireball at the firebug. After the attack, Xiao Yu was panting heavily. Qin Yu saw the fireball hit the firebug in the air and exclaimed in surprise. Is it too lazy to even dodge now? Just as he finished speaking, the firebug fell like a kite with a broken string. Qin Yu was completely astonished and immediately turned to his sister to learn. Xiao Yu, how did you do that? She answered in detail. Brother, I tried using my enhancement ability on the fireball, and it actually worked. He smiled, showering her with praise. As expected of my Xiao Yu, leave the rest to me. Before re-engaging in battle, Qin Yu carefully analyzed the firebug's power, which was more than 20 times that of a normal person. Even with Xiao Yu's enhancement, he was only at 16 times, making it incredibly difficult to win. But he could take advantage of the confusion caused by Xiao Yu's enhanced fireball and break its wings, so it can't chase us anymore. Behind him, his sister cheered. Go, brother! Be careful! Just then, the firebug crashed to the ground. Qin Yu immediately took action. This was the moment. He built up speed and dashed forward. And when he was a short distance from the firebug, he created a clone of himself. Qin Yu advanced quickly, one on the left and one on the right, neatly severing the firebug's fragile wings. After doing so, he nonchalantly concluded, Exposing your wings like that is your fatal weakness. Suddenly, he felt something was very wrong. After launching her attack, Xiao Yu had been panting for a while. Now, she was directly coughing up blood. Seeing this, Qin Yu's heart leapt into his throat. His little sister was the only family he had left. He shouted in panic. Xiao Yu! He placed a hand on his chest and felt a difference. After she had overexerted herself, he worried that the enhancement ability had disappeared. Could it be that his cloning ability doubled the burden on Xiao Yu, and she couldn't handle it? Suddenly, A massive, gigantic firebug monster appeared. It flapped its wings and flew towards him, its wings vibrating with a deafening buzz. What? After flying for a bit, it fell to the ground on its back, unable to fly. He held his sharp iron rod at the ready, relieved that this one couldn't get airborne. Qin Yu turned and ran back to his sister. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Well, it can't fly. Let's run. Okay. The two siblings ran off together, but they didn't know that the fearsome firebug had started to move. While supporting Xiao Yu, he observed it. This firebug is only fast when it flies. If it walks, it won't be able to catch us. Just as he said that, something suddenly shot up in front of them. They were blocked by something startling. What is that? A zombie with a red dot suddenly appeared on the firebug's head. He pursed his lips and looked at it. Another demonic species. No, it's just a normal mutated zombie. Was it attracted by the fight? The zombie lunged forward, striking with its sharp iron claws. With his quick reflexes, he managed to block it, but the zombie pressed its attack. It was too fast. Sweat beaded on his face. Its power was immense, at least 10 times the physique of a normal person. While he was only at 8, it was much stronger than him. Seeing her brother struggling, Xiao Yu risked using her power again. He didn't agree with that, standing up and saying, Xiao Yu, don't force yourself. If you use your power again, you'll pass out. He was determined. I'll risk it all against this guy. He accelerated, tightening his grip on the iron rod, and swung it forward. This is bad. The zombie had impaled him, blood spurting from the wound. His hands trembled as he struggled to grab its leg. She burst into tears and screamed, Brother! With the main character's strength, he managed to hold on. While you're fighting this one, the other one is coming. Be careful. The firebug had caught up. A green magical energy was converting inside its abdomen. A very powerful blue beam of light was heading towards him. His face showed a worried and somewhat fearful expression as he saw the light. It suddenly appeared in front of her, and an explosion erupted. Tears welled up in her eyes. Bro! Brother! Suddenly, a voice was heard. Xiao Yu! Run! Brother! Since when? Brother. The angle of a shoe answered the question. From the moment that thing charged, I had already created a clone of myself. Hearing those words made her burst out, crying and laughing at the same time. Brother, you're amazing. You even fooled me. Looking back at the site of the explosion, the body that had been lying there was gone. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain. Xiao Yu quickly asked, What's wrong? He covered his mouth, coughing and thinking. The pain his clone had suffered had transferred to him. It's nothing. Let's run. It seemed they had completely forgotten about the firebug, allowing it to step back and watch them run away more clearly. The two of them stopped in front of a store and quickly went inside. They entered, pulled down the metal shutter, and sat down to sleep, having been tormented all night. He closed his eyes, his thoughts echoing in his ears. Starting tomorrow, survival will probably be even more difficult. The journey for survival continued. They had to find energy. Some orbs fell from the zombie. What luck! We found evolution energy after killing just one. Both of them picked them up and ate them. He looked at his sister excitedly. I've successfully raised my physique to 9 times normal, but this alone isn't enough to satisfy our hunger. Moving forward, they carefully observed their surroundings and discovered a green supermarket. There's a supermarket over there. The two siblings were thrilled to see it. This is great. They quickened their pace, and a voice echoed from inside. Hey, Jiang Feng, what are you afraid of? I've got it held down. Hurry up! Geez, you useless coward! Hearing this, Qin Yu instructed. There are people inside. I'll go in first. Act carefully. Okay? A man was holding back a wild zombie, while the other guy held a club high. Jiang Feng, you brat! I'm about to lose control of it. If I die here today, it'll be your fault. The guy's voice trembled. Sorry. You can't blame me. The zombie broke free from the man's grasp. Oh no. The tension was palpable. A zombie growled and confronted him, while he was knocked into a stall. A shelf fell and pinned him down, causing him to struggle to escape. As he fumbled to push himself up, the zombie lunged forward. There was a scream. It's bad. Jiang Feng is pinned by the shelf and can't escape. His face was a mess of tears and snot. Help! Help! A stick was smashed over its head, breaking in two. Getting hit on the head drew the zombie's attention, and it turned, making the girl tremble in fear. Then, the zombie switched its target to attack Xiao Na. Everyone cried out in worry for her. Suddenly, a figure dashed by, So fast the zombie had to look up. Its head was grabbed. Even the zombie was startled. It was too fast to react before being dragged away. The floor cracked, and a hole formed as the zombie's head was slammed down. Everyone was left speechless, still unable to process what had just happened. The guy stood up and walked over to her coolly, looking like a total heartthrob. He gallantly offered a hand to help her up, making her blush. Get up! Thank you! From behind! Xiao Yu called out curiously. Xiao Na! Hearing her name, she turned by habit. Xiao Yu! Is that you? The two girls ran to each other, overjoyed to unexpectedly reunite with a good friend here. Both girls turned to Qin Yu with a smile. Brother, this is Xiao Na, my best friend from school. Thank you for saving me. Qin Yu's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Yu. This Xiao Yu! A flashback to a street swarming with zombies. We're surrounded. What do we do? Qin Yu and Zhang Feng were worried. With so many zombies of this level, breaking through was impossible. Damn it! To think we'd die here. Suddenly, a scythe flew through the air, slicing the zombies apart. What's happening? The figure of a woman in high heels appeared, and then, her face was revealed. It was the female god of death. So strong. Qin Yu was completely stunned until Xiao Yu's voice snapped him out of it. Hey, why do you keep staring at her? A hand suddenly touched Qin Yu's shoulder. It's nothing. Liu Kun looked at Qin Yu and said, My friend, your skills are amazing. I really appreciate what you did just now. After speaking, he turned to check on Xiao Na, forgetting about the person who still hadn't been rescued. Xiao Na, are you hurt? Uncle Liu, I'm fine. Don't worry. Can you guys help me get out first? With lightning speed, Qin Yu flicked his hand and the shelf flew away. Zhang Feng was saved, and a look of joy spread across his face. Thank you so much for what you did. You're truly a beauty saving a hero. Brother Li, with a harsh tone, pointed straight at Zhang Feng's face. A coward like you dares to call himself a hero. Even a dog is more capable than you. Liu Kun also questioned him. The four of us all had weapons. Dealing with one zombie shouldn't have been an issue. Zhang Feng, you little punk. You almost got everyone killed. Do you realize that? Zhang Feng didn't hold back and retorted. Didn't that kid intervene just in time? Nobody got hurt? Besides, this is my first time doing this. Who told you guys to give me such an important task like finishing off the zombie? Hearing these disagreeable words, Liu Kun became irritated and snapped. My command and plan were all about perfect timing. Xiao Na risked her life to act as bait. He controlled the zombie from behind. What could you have done out of those 3 tasks? Our strategy had already killed several zombies. The problem only started with you, putting everyone in danger. And you still have the nerve to make excuses, Zhang Feng conceded. All right, I get it. I was wrong. Okay. Just then, his eyes fell upon Xiao Yu. He walked over to her, smoothed his hair, and tried to flirt. By the way, you're Xiao Yu, right? My name is Zhang Feng, the school prince of Chang'er Second High. I'm sure you've heard of me. I've certainly heard about you. Hearing Zhang Feng's flexing, Xiao Yu gave an awkward reply. So it's Senior Zhang. I've heard the name. Unconsciously. Liu Kun frowned. Something was wrong. Liu Kun shouted, There's a noise. Are there still zombies? Huh? Is that an earthquake? No, it's just Qin Yu eating. He was speechless, his mouth just stuffing food in. This kid must be starving. Everyone must be hungry too. Let's get something to eat. After we eat, we'll head back to the camp. Xiao Na looked at Xiao Yu for a moment before asking, Xiao Yu, how come your brother is nothing like you? She teased back, saying, That's because we're not blood siblings. What's wrong? You have a crush on my brother. Her secret revealed. Xiao Na blushed, beet red. You little brat. Since when did you start joking about stuff like this? Liu Kun put on his backpack and led the way, with Xiao Na and Qin Yu following. They moved stealthily through the streets, trying not to make any noise that would attract zombies. After arriving in front of a large castle-like building, they went inside. Liu Kun announced, Everyone, we're back! Qin Yu walked in and scanned the surroundings. His gaze then stopped on a guy with a rooster comb hairstyle sitting next to an old woman. Qin Yu thought to himself, These refugees are all elderly or disabled. Their combat strength is too weak. No wonder a girl like Xiao Na had to go out and scavenge for food. If things go on like this, it will be very difficult for these people to survive the apocalypse. Xiao Na ran to her grandfather, calling out worriedly, Grandpa! She immediately sat down, opened her backpack, took out a loaf of bread and asked, You must be hungry, right? We found a lot of food this time. He coughed weakly a few times and replied, Xiao Na, it's very dangerous outside. You must be careful. Liu Kun spoke up. Everyone must be hungry, right? Come and get some food. No pushing. One at a time. Xiaona's grandfather looked at Qin Yu and asked curiously, "This young man is—" She quickly introduced them both. "Grandpa, this is Qin Yu, and this is his sister, Xiao Yu. If it weren't for them today, you might not have seen your granddaughter again," he replied with immense gratitude. "This place is no paradise, but at the very least, we can look after one another. If you two don't mind, please feel free to stay here." The two brothers replied in unison. "Yes," Xiao Na cheerfully requested. "You all must be tired. Follow me, and I'll find you some empty rooms." She led Qin Yu and Xiao Yu to find their rooms. Along the way, he suddenly spoke up and asked, "Your grandfather must not be an ordinary person." She happily replied, "Of course. My grandfather is amazing. He's a divine doctor who has treated and saved countless people. Much more skilled than any of those so-called traditional medicine department heads or experts out there," Xiao Yu exclaimed in admiration. "Oh, but your grandfather is coughing so violently. Could it be he has a serious illness he can't treat himself?" Xiao Na's expression suddenly darkened, she explained. "When he was young, he sustained injuries from practicing martial arts. Now that he's older, those old accumulated injuries have relapsed, which is why he's so weak today." Qin Yu had already noticed this. And indeed, he had felt that the old man had an extraordinary aura. Practicing martial arts is supposed to give you a healthy body. For him to have so many underlying conditions from it, and hearing this girl talk, he must be an ancient martial arts practitioner. He clenched his fist and thought, although my level 2A combat skills are considered very strong, reflecting on my actual battles, my techniques are crude. If I encounter a true master, I'll inevitably expose my weaknesses. If I could get his guidance on training the Earth Demon system, I might not just reach level 3, but even take another step towards the Grandmaster level. Then, Qin Yu asked her to recount the current situation. "Xiao Na, tell me about the situation at this shelter." She didn't hesitate to tell him everything about the camp. Most of the people here are survivors from the surrounding areas. We all gathered together to take care of each other. We're just barely getting by. Uncle Liu is the most experienced and the strongest among us. He leads every trip outside. His eldest son is here too. Zhang Feng is a second-generation rich kid. Handsome and rich. But when the zombie apocalypse happened, money became useless." Xiao Na continued. "The injured person is Brother Li. He and Uncle Liu used to go out to find food, but he carelessly injured his muscles and bones. So now it's me and Zhang Feng who go. The two of us combined aren't even as strong as him alone." Hearing this, Qin Yu confirmed his earlier thoughts. Indeed, most of the people here are weak. If they were attacked, I'm afraid only a few could fight back. But there's no other way. To get that old man's guidance, I have to support this shelter. The scene changes to a dark room. Qin Yu lay in bed, lost in thought. Without Xiao Yu by his side, it felt like something was missing. He sat up, curious about what she was doing, wondering if Xiao Yu was asleep yet. He decided to surprise her, then went out into the hallway to look for Xiao Yu's room. Qin Yu came across a room with its door left carelessly ajar. He thought she must be feeling empty just like him. This girl Xiao Yu is thinking the exact same thing as me, but she's pretty bold, deliberately leaving the door open for me. Qin Yu entered the room without hesitation, and upon stepping inside, he saw Xiao Na wrapped tightly in a blanket, tossing and turning on the bed. Qin Yu was convinced it was Xiao Yu, completely unaware that the person on the bed was actually Xiao Na. He frowned, standing in thought for a moment, recalling his past life where he struggled every day among zombies, monsters, and other powerful beings. Even securing a place to live and 3 warm meals a day was difficult, let alone matters of romance. Qin Yu decided to surprise her, so he climbed onto the bed and grabbed Xiao Na's foot. She was startled and quickly pulled her foot back. He thought Xiao Yu was just being shy and hiding. Just then, Xiao Na spoke up. "Xiao Yu, you again, still not giving up. Come on, let's go another 100 rounds. Upon hearing Xiao Na's voice, Qin Yu realized something was wrong. Xiao Yu was knocking on the door from outside. "Xiao Na, why did you close the door? I can't get in." Hearing her voice outside, Xiao Na's face turned beet red. She quickly sat up, only to find Qin Yu sitting on her bed. They were both caught in an awkward situation. He went to open the door for Xiao Yu. She asked curiously, "Brother, I went out to get some sweet potatoes. Why are you here?" He hastily explained. "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. I was worried you'd be scared alone, so I wanted to check on you, since Xiao Na is also here. I'll head back first." After speaking, Qin Yu immediately slammed the door shut and hid outside. His face was completely flushed red, wearing an incredibly awkward expression. He panicked and helplessly screamed in his mind. "Damn it! What am I doing?" Afterward, Qin Yu went downstairs and met Xiao Na's grandfather. He politely spoke first. "Hello, sir," the old man replied. "Ah, Yuzi, it's still early. You kids have been through so much outside. Why don't you get more sleep?" He walked up to the old man and said, "It's all right, sir. I just wanted to see if there's anything I can help with. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The old man was calling him so familiarly as Yuzi, which probably meant Xiao Na hadn't told him about last night. Growling sounds came from outside as zombies frantically pounded on the door. Brother Lee whispered a reminder to everyone. Everyone, don't make a sound. There are a few zombies climbing up to our location. A young girl started to cry. She tried to muffle her sobs with her hand. I don't want to die. The teenage boy next to her panicked and held his head. Damn it! What do we do? There weren't many who could fight. Xiaona's grandfather suddenly stood up with his cane. Qin Yu went over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Sir, don't move. It's just a few zombies. Leave it to us young folk. Lu Kun cracked the door open and peeked outside to assess the situation. Not far from the main entrance, a few zombies were trying to claw at the windows, looking for a way in. He looked at them and asked worriedly, How did these zombies know we're in here? Qin Yu calmly replied from the side. Some of the zombies have evolved and gained intelligence. Although it's probably only at the level of a wild beast, it's enough for them to find us. After all, beasts know how to track and hunt prey. Hearing this, the old man's face grew even paler. He held his forehead and lamented. With just the few of us, killing even one is a problem. 2 of them might cause some injuries. But what are we supposed to do about 5? Just then, the man looked up and saw the boy walking out majestically with an iron rod and quickly called out, Hey, Qin Yu, do you have a death wish? You can't fight that many zombies by yourself. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yu appeared out of nowhere and tried to reassure him. Uncle Liu, don't worry. These zombies are just a piece of cake for my brother. Qin Yu's action of stepping outside had successfully drawn the attention of the zombie horde. Without a moment's hesitation, they growled and charged straight at him. Just as one lunged at him, he lightly jumped aside, dodging and finishing it off. As soon as one was down, another came. Qin Yu slightly leaned his body to evade. Then, with eyes full of killing intent, he turned and stared directly at it. Immediately, a massive, deafening explosion occurred, and when the explosion subsided, the zombie was charred black by the flames. Witnessing this display, a completely surprised Liu Kun stammered, Is your brother a monster? A moment later, Qin Yu had finished off the zombie horde and stood tall and imposing among them. He quickly turned and walked towards the older man and said it was done. Send people out to repair the wooden and iron barricades. I'll stay here and protect everyone. Time passed quickly, and the sky above the apartment building remained a gloomy gray. After the work was completed, Liu Kun returned and told the people inside. Everyone, don't be afraid. The danger has been eliminated, and the wooden and iron barricades have been repaired. Hearing this, the residents of the apartment building cheered in relief. Thank heavens, we were scared to death. With that, he walked up to the young man to express his gratitude. Today was truly dangerous. We were lucky to have Qin Yu. As Qin Yu politely watched him leave, Xiaona's grandfather stood up. The old man then called out to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, come here. I have something to talk to you about. Qin Yu immediately replied, Yes, sir. And so, the 2 of them quickly entered a small room. After closing the door, Xiaona's grandfather spoke first. You have killed people, and more than just one. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression immediately darkened as he replied, You have very sharp eyes. That's right, more than one. Upon receiving the confirmation, the old man raised his hands and carefully began unbuttoning his shirt, saying, I know that in this frail body, I am no match for you, but if I must, I will risk my life to stop you from harming others, even if it's just to buy some time. He then dropped his cane, and in a deep, hoarse voice, he questioned Qin Yu. Tell me, what is your true purpose? Looking at Xiao Na's grandfather's actions, Qin Yu felt a sense of respect and offered a compliment. Truly, wisdom comes with age. He quickly spoke to reassure and calm the old man. Sir, please don't be so tense. This junior only wants to make a deal. Hearing this, the old man hesitated for a moment before asking, A deal? What kind of deal? Seeing that he had calmed down, the young man stated his purpose. It's very simple. A mutually beneficial deal. You take me as your disciple and teach me all of your martial arts. And in return, I will cure your chronic illness and grant you a complete physical rejuvenation. Hearing this, Xiao Na's grandfather sighed helplessly. Young man, I can pass my skills on to you if you wish, but I know better than you how much time I have left. You may have ways to deal with zombies, but can you bring the dead back to life? This old man doesn't need you to rejuvenate my body, but if you can protect Xiao Na in my stead, it's not out of the question. He ignored whether the old man had agreed or not, and slowly bent down to pick up an iron bar at his feet. Grandpa, with your words, I can rest assured. As he spoke, he gripped the bar and squeezed its middle, causing it to dent inward. Witnessing this, Xiaona's grandfather exclaimed in shock. You, that strength! Qin Yu didn't say much, tossing the iron bar aside and continuing. Grandpa, I know a way to help you recover, and even become as strong as I am. You won't have to ask me to protect and care for your granddaughter Xiaona anymore. Receiving this assurance and seeing the young man's power, the old man no longer hesitated and agreed. Kid, this old man has been a man of his word my entire life. If you can fulfill your promise, I will pass on my life's ultimate skills to you. A short while later, time passed quickly. In another well-furnished room, Zhang Feng angrily pointed at Qin Yu and questioned loudly. On what grounds do I only get one piece of bread while he, who just arrived today, gets two? Hearing this, Liu Kun immediately started scolding him. What are you yelling about? You can't even finish 2 pieces. Well, he has been protecting everyone for the past 2 days. So what if he eats a little more? You, on the other hand, what do you do all day besides act like a young master? Why eat so much? Are you trying to get fat to feed the zombies? Hearing this, the young man got even angrier, jumping to his feet and shouting, Uncle! Just then, Brother Li cut him off. Just eat. You're lucky to get a share at all. You did that one job and almost got me and Xiaona killed. For a young man like you, who is obligated to feed you. Realizing everyone was against him, Zhang Feng became extremely furious, pointing at them and cursing. Fine, fine. You've all had it out for me for a while. I'm leaving, and don't you dare try to stop me. With that, Zhang Feng turned to leave, kicking over a chair in frustration. Liu Kun watched him go and asked hesitantly, Looks like he's really leaving. Should we call him back? Brother Li, looking calm, snorted and replied, Leaving, he'll come crawling back on his own soon enough. The cause of this whole conversation finally spoke up. It's fine. After we finish eating, Xiao Yu and I will go out. If we see that kid, we'll just drag him back. Qin Yu, we found a lot of food last time. It can last us for a long while. There's no need to take risks again. Xiao Yu, who was beside him, quickly reassured. Don't worry, sir. My brother and I are both strong. Those zombies can't do anything to us. A moment later, after finishing their meal, the two of them stepped outside. Suddenly, Xiao Yu called out to him. Brother, hearing her call him, he replied, Huh. What he didn't expect was that she would put on a pouting expression and interrogate him with a suggestive question. Between me and Xiaona, whose body feels better to touch. Hearing this, Qin Yu hurriedly explained, It's not like that, and you're one to talk. Who knew you'd sleep in the same bed with her right after meeting her? Despite this, Xiao Yu still turned her head away in a huff and warned, I'll let it slide this time, but if I catch you snacking on the side again, I won't forgive you. Hearing such an improper word from her mouth, he froze for a moment, stunned. Snacking on the side? Where did you even learn that phrase? The scene then shifts, no longer in the residential complex but now in the city, a place teeming with zombies everywhere. A steel bar powerfully pierced the chest of a zombie on the ground. Qin Yu knelt down, rummaging for something and muttering, This one doesn't have it either. Xiao Yu, having just checked the other two, quickly reported, These two don't have it either. After summing things up, he walked over to her and sighed in disappointment. Today's not off to a good start. Suddenly, she leaned in close to him and said something strange. Brother, did you fart? There's such a weird smell. Hearing this, Qin Yu didn't believe it and joked with her. Don't be silly. How could my fart be that strong? There must be lots of corpses or something around here. Just as he finished speaking, a mysterious sound suddenly reached them, causing them both to freeze. Xiao Yu was startled and cried out in confusion. What was that? Qin Yu wondered with suspicion. A roar that loud! Could it be that thing? He immediately suggested to her, Xiao Yu, follow me. Let's climb up high to get a better look. This smell and that roar are not normal. The two of them entered a building, heading up step by step, until they reached the rooftop of that building, unaware of what lay ahead. But upon seeing it, he exclaimed in shock, This is... She too couldn't believe her eyes, stammering, What is that thing? It's huge. Quite a distance away from them, a giant monster was on the move. Looking closer, it was a colossal dragon that had just destroyed a building. Qin Yu quickly warned her. It's a guardian dragon. Be careful. If it spots us, we're dead for sure. I can't believe the apocalypse has only just begun. It's only been 2 months, yet a creature has already evolved to this level. In the future, this thing will definitely become a beast lord level monster. Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked blankly, Guardian dragon, what's that? He immediately answered her question. After a mutated beast is severely injured and gets infected by the zombie virus, it becomes a powerful guardian beast. A guardian beast possesses the traits of both a mutated beast and a zombie, making it even more terrifying than either of them. From his words, she realized the situation was even more dangerous, her brows furrowing slightly. So what should we do? Attack and kill it while it's not paying attention? Qin Yu quickly rejected that risky idea. No way. It's too dangerous. We need to change our hunting route. The scene changes, the location shifting to a more peaceful area than before. Xiao Yu, now holding an energy core in her hand, exclaimed happily. Brother, here's another one. And another one. That's 3 now. He walked over to her, took the energy core, and chatted enthusiastically. I thought today was going to be unlucky, but we ended up with a pretty good haul. After handing it to him, she felt a bit tired and, rubbing her shoulder, suggested, Let's rest for a bit. You've been hunting for so long. Without much thought, Qin Yu agreed and pointed in a direction. Let's go rest in there and see if we can find any food while we're at it. A little while later, a steaming hot bowl of noodles appeared. While eating his noodles and rubbing his chin, Qin Yu spoke to Xiao Yu, who was drinking water beside him. It's unusually quiet around here. She paused her drinking and replied nonchalantly. That's because we've killed all the zombies. But he didn't think so, and immediately countered. Impossible. This morning we only killed 70 or 80 of them. Don't forget, we are evolved humans. With our current enhanced senses, within a 1-kilometer radius, if there were any active zombies, it's impossible that we wouldn't feel some movement. Unless, he said while looking out the glass door, unless they are intentionally hiding. Just as Qin Yu said, on the other side of a wall, a zombie was silently observing their every move. Seeing it, he immediately stood up, causing her to exclaim in surprise. Brother, what's wrong? He grabbed his weapon and warned her. Xiao Yu, get ready. Just as I suspected, there are zombies in ambush. The moment he finished speaking, a few cracks suddenly appeared on the ceiling above them. Immediately after, the ceiling collapsed, and a horde of zombies came crashing down on them. Qin Yu quickly impaled a zombie with his steel bar, taking one down first. He urgently ordered her to prepare for battle. Xiao Yu, of the evolution energy enhancements we just found, leave only one for that old man. We'll use the rest first. She nodded obediently without hesitation. Okay. After that, the small supermarket was filled with the sounds of growling and slaughter. A second later, a massive explosion occurred, sending the zombies flying. Qin Yu, with blood-red eyes, stood protectively in front of Xiao Yu, his steel bar glowing brightly. Just as he calmed down a little and struggled to say to her, This is not good. A swarm of strange black shadows rained down on them from the sky. He hurriedly fled from the scene with her. Xiao Yu, run! We've fallen into an ambush. The two of them ran forward with all their might, with a horde of zombies chasing after them like a flood. At this moment, Xiao Yu asked quizzically, Brother, aren't zombies supposed to be stupid? How do they know tactics? Qin Yu was also bewildered, unable to understand. He didn't know either. Logically speaking, they shouldn't possess such intelligence. Suddenly, as they approached an exit, another horde of zombies rushed out to block their path. This is bad. We're surrounded. Just when he thought they were cornered, the guy cursed in frustration. Damn it! We have no way out. But then Xiao Yu suddenly spotted an escape route. Hey, there's a small alley over there. Immediately, the two of them dashed into the narrow alley. However, the zombies relentlessly gave chase. Suddenly, Qin Yu stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, the girl called out in confusion. Hey, but before she could say anything else, he cut in. Xiao Yu, the terrain is narrow here. Stay behind me for safety and buff me. If these mongrels have intelligence and know how to cooperate, then I'll have to see if they know. His face filled with killing intent as he said menacingly, What true terror is... Qin Yu then let out a great shout as he unleashed his powers, as if venting all his pent-up rage. He then immediately charged in to battle the zombies. Instantly, Qin Yu fought relentlessly, yet the creatures showed no fear, continuously lunging at him while growling. Seeing this only fired him up more as he challenged them. Bring it on! As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive explosion erupted at the sight of his fierce battle. Right after the blast, he swiftly struck down a leading zombie. Although a good number had been destroyed, the creatures stubbornly and continuously swarmed toward them. This situation annoyed Qin Yu because of their persistence. Still not done. It looks like you won't stop until I finish you all off. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu spotted something and shouted loudly. Hey, look over there! On a tall building in the direction she pointed, 3 zombies were intently watching. With just a glance, he knew right away. He had been wondering how the zombies had such tactical capabilities. It had to be the work of those things up there. Then, Qin Yu gave instructions, as if a plan had already formed in his mind. Xiao Yu, stick close to me. We're going to charge over there and settle the score with those 3. The zombies continued to pour into the narrow alley where they were standing. Suddenly, a blast of power shattered the wall of the nearby building. Both he and Xiao Yu were ready to put their plan into action. At the same time, a large-headed zombie on the skyscraper was staring intently at them. The pair quickly dashed away to lose the zombies on their tail. Upon reaching the staircase, Qin Yu immediately said, "Xiao Yu, hurry up! I'm going to destroy the stairs. Let's see how they follow us then." Immediately after, he swung his arm, making a clean, decisive cut through the staircase. Just as he said, the lower section of the staircase exploded into fragments. Amidst the zombies' confusion, the path was destroyed. Xiao Yu made a taunting face at them. In the blink of an eye, the enraged zombies growled and lunged forward. Seeing their action, she immediately warned him. "Hey, look, these things know how to form a human ladder." Paying no attention to the zombies below, he replied, "Don't mind them. We need to take care of the three up here, and the rest will crumble like loose sand. Nothing to worry about." Qin Yu decisively threw the door open, where it seemed the zombies had been waiting for them. 2 zombies, 1 blue and 1 red, stood up, ready to leap into battle. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly made an assessment. "Xiao Yu, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, the ability of the zombie in the middle is to control the others. The 2 next to it are also being controlled by it." She then asked curiously, "Does that mean it's also controlling the zombies downstairs, which is why they could cooperate?" After observing for a moment, he calmly confirmed, "That's right. It's the one in control. To be able to command so many zombies. I'm afraid this thing's power might be even greater than mine when I'm enhanced." The moment Qin Yu finished speaking, the large-headed zombie pointed a finger and shrieked, as if issuing a command. Just as predicted, the red zombie immediately obeyed and charged toward him, gathering momentum and generating large fireballs around itself as it ran. Then, the red zombie opened its mouth wide, preparing to spew fire at Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly shouted, "Hey, use your fire to fight it!" His powerful flames clashed head-on with the zombie's blast. Suddenly, the blue zombie leaped out from within the flames. It swiftly and aggressively swung its arm to attack Qin Yu. The perilous situation made the girl cry out in worry. But fortunately for him, a blast of icy power sent the blue zombie flying. It was Xiao Yu, unable to watch any longer, who had intervened, shouting, "Get away from him!" After regaining his composure, Qin Yu immediately praised her. "Xiao Yu, great job!" The iron bar in his hand struck the creature, but it seemed completely unharmed, unfazed. Qin Yu muttered curiously, "So it's this tough." Immediately after, the iron bar was engulfed in a blazing aura. He forcefully plunged the iron bar through the blue zombie's body. "Then let's see how you handle this." This attack seemed to cause it immense pain, as it shrieked non-stop. While the blue zombie was still screaming, Qin Yu managed to fall back in time and quickly warned her. "Xiao Yu, get back now!" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu obeyed and took cover. It seemed the blue zombie had become more enraged than ever. It unleashed its full power, freezing nearly everything in its vicinity. While hiding behind a wall, Qin Yu whispered, "Xiao Yu, stop enhancing my power." Hearing this, Xiao Yu began to protest. But he cut her off before she could finish. "I have my reasons. Now is the time, hurry." Meanwhile, the blue and red zombies were searching all over for any sign of them. Then, Qin Yu appeared right behind them, calling out to get their attention. "Hey, what are you looking for?" He raised the iron bar in his hand tauntingly. "Come and get me, you mongrels!" The moment they saw him, they charged forward aggressively while growling. In the blink of an eye, the red zombie pinned him firmly to the floor. This sight greatly pleased the large-headed zombie, which let out a cackle. Suddenly, something caught its attention, and it glanced to the side. It turned out that Qin Yu had somehow zipped behind the big-headed zombie. Both the green and red zombies were also stunned in disbelief, their jaws dropping as if about to launch a final attack. He growled, raising the iron bar in his hand. "Go to hell!" Then, the magically infused iron rod pierced through the big-headed zombie's skull. This sight left the others completely stunned and thwarted. Instantly, they collapsed to the floor as if all their strength had vanished. However, the green zombie still struggled to sit up, but not letting it succeed. Qin Yu's iron bar plunged straight down into its head. The next second, he let out a sigh of relief, figuring it was over. Just then, Xiao Yu's cheerful voice rang out. "Brother, look, all those other zombies are scattering!" As if he already knew. Qin Yu smiled faintly and replied, "Of course, without their controller, the zombies below are worse than wild beasts." He then used a sharp knife to make a long incision on the big-headed zombie's body. It seemed Qin Yu had found something. Sure enough, hearing his words, Xiao Yu asked curiously, "What is it?" As soon as she saw the gem in his hand, she realized it was different from the previous ones. It must contain incredibly powerful evolution energy. While observing it intently, he slowly replied, "This color is a bit inferior to one from a demon type, but it's still pretty amazing." Then, Qin Yu held out the gem. Same old rules. Replicate and then enhance. One for each of us. Xiao Yu quickly clasped her hands and exclaimed, Good stuff! Good stuff! Suddenly, he seemed to sense some kind of power from the gem. Seeing Qin Yu pause, she asked in confusion, Brother, go ahead and replicate it. Why isn't anything happening? It seemed he had discovered something strange hidden within the gem. Looks like there's an energy level suppression. Xiao Yu, extremely curious, inquired. Energy level suppression, another new term. Immediately, Qin Yu began to explain like a true teacher. What is energy level suppression? It means that when there's a power gap between two individuals, a level suppression occurs. To put it simply, if my energy level surpasses yours, then the enhancement effect you have on me will be greatly weakened. Similarly, this evolution energy's level is much higher than mine, so replicating it will take a lot of effort. Hearing this, she hesitantly guessed. So, does that also mean that guy with the messy hair? With just that one sentence from Xiao Yu, Qin Yu quickly confirmed. You guessed right. That guy is even stronger than we thought. However, his ability is quite special. It can't increase his own combat power. But his luck was bad. He only managed to find one ice user and one fire user who were just slightly powerful. I guess he controlled the zombies to attack us because he wanted to defeat us, then control our bodies to expand his zombie army. Afterward, he gazed intently at the glowing gem in his hand. It seems it's going to take us a lot of time to replicate and enhance this. A long while later, she sat exhaustedly on the ground, sighing in relief. Finally, it's done. Qin Yu looked at the gem curiously. I wonder how much this will boost us. As soon as he finished speaking, they both popped the gems into their mouths. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open as if he had experienced something terrifying. In a flash, Qin Yu threw his arms up and shot to his feet. Then he bent over and let out a loud shout. It turned out Qin Yu was just being dramatic. He could feel that his current strength was now 15 to 16 times that of a normal person. Even Xiao Yu couldn't understand it. Why are you so over the top every time you eat one of these? He then pretended to be serious and asked, Xiao Yu, don't you feel it? But it seemed she was already used to his attitude. It's not that. I feel much stronger, about 12 or 13 times stronger than a normal person. After Xiao Yu's explanation, he was puzzled. With such a big increase, why didn't you roar? She repeated his question helplessly. Why would I need to roar? He calmly said, as if it were obvious. Haven't you seen me roar every single time? At this point, Xiao Yu finally came to a conclusion. That's why I said you're being extra. After that, the two of them left the tall building and slowly walked down the street. As if suddenly remembering something, Qin Yu spoke up. We've been out hunting for a few days and had a fruitful harvest. We've both gotten much stronger. And we even found evolution energy for the old man. This can help him start a new life, and I won't have to feel guilty about learning kung fu from him. Ignoring his long-winded story, she sighed. I'm so tired. I need to eat a lot when we get back. Ignoring Xiao Yu's expression, he bluntly teased her. Still thinking about eating in this apocalypse? Everyone is starving to skin and bones. But look at you. You've gotten a little chubbier. As if angered by Qin Yu's teasing, she snorted and threw a punch. You're the chubby one. After being dazed for a moment by the blow, Qin Yu said, Xiao Yu, your body is 12 or 13 times stronger now. That punch of yours? Geez. Before he could finish, Xiao Yu noticed something and warned, Brother, something's not right. Qin Yu immediately stopped joking around and said, I can sense it too. It's the smell of fresh blood. As she made her assessment, she worriedly added, Our shelter is just ahead. It couldn't have been zombies, right? The moment they arrived, the scene of everyone in the shelter brutally murdered appeared before them, but unable to believe his eyes, he was stunned. This! Xiao Yu was also horrified. How could this happen? Then, Qin Yu knelt down to examine the scene and discovered that this wasn't the work of zombies. He stated grimly and firmly, Humans did this. Xiao Yu panicked and yelled, Xiao Na, are you alive? Seeing the situation, Qin Yu also said with a worried, deep voice, Xiao Na, the old man, and Liu Kun are missing. Unable to find the people she was looking for, tears streamed down her face. They were unarmed civilians who could do something so utterly heartless. The next moment, he stepped outside and discovered footprints, but he couldn't contain his anger. Qin Yu's face darkened. Whoever it is, for ruining my plans, you're dead. The sky outside was as gloomy as their current mood. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu quickly searched everywhere. As he surveyed the situation, he realized all the zombies on the street had been killed. This person must be an evolved one. Suddenly, something startled her, and she shouted, Brother, look over there! It turned out that zombies were growling at someone hanging from a tree. They were immediately horrified to discover it was Uncle Liu, unable to control his rage. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and rescued the man first. As Uncle Liu slowly opened his eyes, they repeatedly called out, "Uncle Liu! Uncle Liu!" Seeing that he had woken up, the young man quickly asked, "Uncle Liu, tell me who did this." Despite having been tortured, Uncle Liu was still filled with extreme resentment and cursed. That beast! That animal! That ungrateful beast! Just hearing this, Qin Yu already had a guess. Zhang Feng, the old man confirmed in pain. Yes, it was him. After identifying the enemy, the young man gently comforted him. "I will avenge everyone." Then, Uncle Liu, in immense pain, couldn't hold back his tears and begged, "Please do me one favor. Kill me. Let me be free." This request saddened Qin Yu, but he had no choice but to agree. "I understand." The old man's last word echoed as he passed away. "Thank you." Immediately after, Xiao Yu made a grim assessment. "Zhang Feng, why him? Does he have the power to do something like this unless he has also become an evolved one?" He explained that Zhang Feng had the strength to attack zombies, meaning either he met someone who helped him evolve, or he awakened as an evolver on his own. In a flash, she grasped the key point, self-awakening. Although furious, Qin Yu continued. He felt the latter possibility was more likely. Some people, when faced with danger and hardship, have their potential stimulated and awaken as evolvers on their own. The scene shifts to a tall building where 3 thugs are standing guard. The black-haired lackey sighed. "So tired." Hearing this, the bald lackey warned with a serious face, "Hey, be careful. We just got a new leader, and if he sees us slacking, we're dead." The spiky-haired lackey quickly replied, "That's right. I heard the new leader is even more vicious than the old one." Flashing back to 2 days ago, Zhang Feng's disgruntled voice rang out. Fine. You guys have wanted me gone for a while. I'm leaving, but don't you dare fall into my hands." He stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. As he walked down the street, Zhang Feng cursed continuously. "Everyone is targeting me. When have I ever had to endure this? Just you wait." The city sank into a gloom that matched his mood. Just after encountering a single zombie, Zhang Feng was already filled with regret. Damn it. How can I survive in this apocalypse? I was too impulsive. It's all their fault. Next! The zombie snarled and lunged as if to bite his head off. Luckily, Zhang Feng managed to duck in time, but he suddenly froze at the sight before him. It turned out that during the struggle, a horde of zombies had gathered near Zhang Feng. Seeing this, he immediately turned and ran, screaming, "Help me! I don't want to die here!" But it seemed like Lady Luck was not on his side, as he tripped over a metal bar in the middle of the road. Immediately after, Zhang Feng fell flat in front of them. A zombie approached and opened its mouth wide, preparing to devour him. The next moment, the sound of 2 gunshots rang out, easily taking down the zombies. It was a cocky lackey who said, "Look what we have here!" Their help brought Zhang Feng to tears. The thank you, big brothers. Ignoring his gratitude, the man stepped forward and asked, "Is this kid a boy or a girl?" Another lackey chuckled and spoke up. "We're in luck. We found a pretty delicate one. Let's take him back to the boss and trade him for a girl so we brothers can have some fun." After being slung over his shoulder like a piece of merchandise, Zhang Feng screamed, "You! What are you talking about? Where are you taking me?" Hearing this, the man laughed loudly and replied, "You'll find out when we get there, kid. You're going to have a great time." The group dragged him to a large, tall building. Inside the building, a very satisfied voice said, "You guys did a good job." It was the blue-haired leader, his eyes gleaming as he remarked, "Just my type." The young man was tied up, crying and begging for mercy. Big brother, please spare me." It seemed the leader couldn't wait any longer. He spoke up. "Go on, pick whoever you like. I have important business to attend to now." The lackeys, understanding the cue, promptly replied, "All right, you get to it then. We won't bother you." Seeing the grim situation before him, Zhang Feng, his face pale with fear, tried to beg for his life. No, big brother. I'll give you anything you want. I have money. No, I can take you to a place with lots of supplies and food reserves. And there are women too. Big brother." Completely ignoring his words, the blue-haired leader licked his lips as if preparing to savor a delicacy. He moved closer, lifted Zhang Feng's face, and said affectionately, "Beauty, I'm not short on those things. I only need you." Next, his agonizing and humiliated screams echoed throughout the luxurious room. While getting dressed, the blue-haired leader laughed and praised. "Little finger, you've made me feel a pleasure I've never known before." He panted as he spoke, as if marking his territory. I will cherish you. From now on, you are my exclusive male pet. After being tormented for a while, Zhang Feng, covered in sweat, still managed to reply, Yes, master. I will be obedient. However, the blue-haired leader still looked possessive. But you can't betray me, especially not with those women. I won't allow you to flirt with women. So I must find a way to completely sever your interest in them. It seemed the young man had guessed his intention, screaming in terror. Master, you can't possibly mean to... But before Zhang Feng could finish, the man grabbed a knife and ordered a doctor to be brought to stop the bleeding. I have to castrate my male pet. Hearing this, his face turned deathly pale. Please spare me. Don't. Master, I promise I'll be obedient and won't think about women. Please don't. In an instant, the blue-haired leader made his move, leaving Zhang Feng frozen in agony. His tormented screams echoed throughout the building. A long while later, Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing this, his master spoke lovingly. Now this is my good little treasure. Then, he shot up and stared at his own empty lower body. The horrifying sight before him left Zhang Feng stunned in shock. As he began to radiate a murderous aura, the leader mocked him. I will love you even more from now on. You won't need that thing anyway. Just as he finished speaking, a crack rang out like the sound of breaking bones. The blue-haired leader's body suddenly went rigid, and he asked in terror, What did you do? Why can't I move? Hearing this, both Zhang Feng and the doctor turned in surprise. Suddenly, the doctor fled, screaming, It's a monster! Not letting him get away, the young man waved his hand, unleashing his dark power. In a flash, the doctor's body was also sealed in place, and he screamed in despair. Don't kill me. I only helped stop the bleeding. He's the one who hurt you. Zhang Feng's entire body was enveloped in a dark aura. Seeing his crazed state, the blue-haired leader finally felt fear. You, what are you going to do? I'm your master. Don't come over here. Trembling sounds of fear filled the room. Stop! Help me, somebody! Please don't help me! Meanwhile, outside the building, the moon hung high in the pitch-black sky. At some point, Zhang Feng had captured Xiao Na and her grandfather. Zhang Feng's ferocity clearly worried Xiao Na. It seemed the earlier shock was too great, as he had gone completely mad. I used this knife to cut that bastard's flesh piece by piece. That bastard was tenacious. It took him over 2 hours to die. Zhang Feng's cruelty was too much for her to bear. You're a monster! Xiao Na's words made him question. A monster! Zhang Feng glared and growled, expressing his dissatisfaction. I'm a monster. Isn't that what you all made me? If you all hadn't turned against me, would I have left? He then proceeded to shift the blame entirely onto others. Would I have been caught by that scoundrel, assaulted by that beast, and ended up in this situation, unable to stand Zhang Feng's blame-shifting? Xiao Na, with tears streaming down her face, argued back. You brought this upon yourself. You were clearly no help at all. You always wore that hateful expression, causing more trouble for everyone, and no one ever chased you away. You left on your own. She lowered her head and said sadly, We were all comrades in suffering. How could you do this? Not even sparing the elderly and children. However, Zhang Feng remained completely unmoved. Who are comrades with you? I'm strong now. I don't need weaklings like you anymore. In my eyes, you're all just prey and toys. These words infuriated Xiao Na's grandfather, who began to curse him. You ungrateful little beast. I shouldn't have saved you in the first place. The old man's voice caught his attention, and he turned as if discovering a new form of entertainment. Zhang Feng sneered. I almost forgot about this old fossil. Back when I was pursuing Xiao Na, you did everything to stop me, and you even hit me. Now that you've fallen into my hands, do you think I'll let you die peacefully? Ignoring his threats, Xiao Na's grandfather provoked him loudly. I've been through hell and back in my life, so bring on whatever tricks you have if I... Bai Tianhao, so much as frown, I won't consider myself a real man. Seeing this, Xiao Na immediately stepped in front of her grandfather, pleading, Please don't touch my grandpa. This loving display made Zhang Feng extremely uncomfortable. From outside the building, a sharp voice called out, Halt, who goes there? It turned out that Qin Yu had found Zhang Feng's base. You people, has anyone seen a person named Zhang Feng? Hearing this, the black-haired minion was confused. Isn't that our great lord? He's not someone you grunts can just meet whenever you please. Immediately after, the spiky-haired minion was captivated by their looks. Look, that girl's face and figure are top-notch, and that guy is quite handsome too. I heard that before our new lord took power. He was the previous lord's male pet, so he might have a taste for this. Both of them could be useful. His companion quickly agreed. Makes sense. Understanding the implication, the bald minion spoke up. Since you've delivered yourselves to our doorstep, don't even think about leaving. Weren't you looking for our lord? I'll take you to him. As for this girl, immediately after, he reached out to touch Xiao Yu, not letting the bald minion have his way. Qin Yu quickly twisted his arm, asking through gritted teeth, "What do you think you're doing?" The hold he was in caused the bald minion immense pain. "It hurts! It hurts! Kill him! Kill him!" His two cronies immediately took out their guns and fired repeatedly. It seemed their insolence had angered Qin Yu, whose face darkened. They still hadn't realized the danger, and continued to fire. Then, both the black-haired and spiky-haired minions wondered, where did he go? It turned out he had already appeared behind them with a knife to their throats. "I'll ask one more time. Where is Zhang Feng the threatened?" Spiky-haired goon trembled in fear and stammered. "He's on the 3rd floor, in the 3rd floor lounge, paying them no mind." Qin Yu spoke. "Xiao Yu, let's go." Just that one simple move was enough to leave the goons utterly terrified, trembling for a long while. In front of Zhang Feng's room stood 2 guards, one with green hair and the other with pink, curiously staring at something. It was Qin Yu and Xiao Yu approaching, which made the pink-haired guy ask, "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" Qin Yu quickly spoke, as if not wanting to involve innocent bystanders. "I'm here for Zhang Feng. This has nothing to do with you. Move!" Upon hearing this, the green-haired henchman immediately got annoyed and yelled, "What do you think? The Great Mountain Gang is a place you can just come and go as you please?" Then, he charged forward with a knife in his hand. "Looks like you're looking to die." Before the green-haired guy could even attack, Qin Yu grabbed and secured his arm. In the blink of an eye, the man's body was sent flying into the distance. This shocking sight left the pink-haired henchman stunned, his jaw agape. He couldn't help but scream, "Monster!" The commotion woke up the others in the building. "What's happening? What's all that noise?" "Yeah, what's all the racket? What's going on?" Seeing that his comrades had arrived, the pink-haired guy immediately warned them, "This kid is a monster. Everyone be careful." But they didn't believe him, sneering dismissively. "Are you stupid? What monster? It's just a pretty boy and a young girl. If you guys don't want a piece of this, I'll take it." A guy in sunglasses, with no fear of death, stepped forward. "Hey, little sister, let me show you what it's like to be a real woman today." Their foolishness left Qin Yu so disgusted he didn't even bother to speak. With just one hand, he slammed the man's head flat against the wall. Witnessing his terrifying strength, the others couldn't believe their eyes. "Damn, is this kid trying to ambush us? Let's get him together." At that moment, inside Zhang Feng's room, Xiao Na's horrified scream echoed out, "Grandpa! Oh, Grandpa!" The man gloated. "Do you see? This is your fate?" Ignoring Zhang Feng, she couldn't suppress her anguished cry. "Grandpa!" Immediately after, he extended his hand to cast a spell. "Now, it's your turn." Zhang Feng's power flowed into his palm, ready to strike Xiao Na. The next moment, she clutched herself as if in immense pain. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs erupted from outside the door. "What's happening?" Fortunately, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu broke down the door just in time. Seeing them, Zhang Feng broke out in a nervous sweat. "It's you people. How did you get in here?" The moment she stepped inside, Xiao Yu was horrified by the sight. She immediately cried out when she saw Xiao Na completely wrapped in vines. Xiao Na taking a closer look, Xiao Yu quickly said, "Brother, do you see those sharp thorns and tentacles?" Qin Yu immediately replied, "I see them. This is a calamity-type power." As Zhang Feng aggressively summoned his magic, Qin Yu calmly identified it. Painful imprisonment. He then continued to explain. Abilities gained after awakening and evolution are divided into several types. My flame ability is a natural type. The ability of the guy in front of us looks very sinister. Most like it belonged to the calamity type, while your enhancement and my copy abilities are divine principle types. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Na cried out tearfully, He killed my grandfather!" This information shocked Qin Yu, who asked, what Zhang Feng arrogantly commanded. "You rotten brat! Who are you glaring at? I'll give you one chance to get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise..." The next second, he put on an arrogant air and threatened loudly, "I'll make you feel the torments of hell." Sinister, sharp thorns instantly shot towards Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu shouted in alarm, "Brother, be careful, dodge." Unfortunately, he couldn't avoid it in time and was pierced by the sharp thorns. At the same time, Zhang Feng smirked in contempt, too scared to even move. "You can't even..." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yu's eyes glinted with killing intent. This sudden change in demeanor immediately sent Zhang Feng into a panic. How are you completely fine?" Then, he suddenly burst out laughing as if to calm himself down. "I know you must be pretending it doesn't hurt. Right, I've seen right through you." But Zhang Feng's smile didn't last long. Qin Yu tightened his grip on the iron bar in his hand. At this, Zhang Feng's face darkened as he stammered. You monster! As the iron bar began to be enveloped in magic, Zhang Feng was horrified. Sen, stay back! Don't come any closer! Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind him. Hearing it, Zhang Feng immediately glanced backward. He seemed utterly terrified when he saw Xiao Na undergoing a strange transformation. Then, with sweat pouring down his face, Zhang Feng stammered, Xiao Na. You're also... However, this was all within Qin Yu's expectations. Sure enough, as he watched her sinister transformation, he confirmed that she was indeed the goddess of death. Xiao Na's eyes blazed with absolute fury. Leave this beast to me, Qin Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. All right. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was still worried about Xiao Na. The scene flashes back to the past, where desperate voices cried out, We're surrounded. What should we do with so many high-level zombies? Breaking through is impossible, Qin Yu thought to himself. The first time he met the goddess of death, he was just a rookie. Voices filled with admiration echoed around. It's the goddess of death. She's so strong as he recalled the past. Qin Yu continued his train of thought. She possessed monstrous combat power, slaughtering hundreds of zombies with ease. He recalled that she also held the title Death's Descent and wielded the most powerful calamity-type ability. An image of the goddess of death appeared, looking bored and dejected. It's over in a flash again. How boring. Qin Yu continued his narration. Her power was so great it shook the entire post-apocalyptic world, whether it was humans, zombies, mutated beasts, or other races that fought her. None survived. Then, Xiao He, beside the female death god, asked, So, where should we go play next? While recalling this, Qin Yu hesitated to himself. She's a lone wolf, and her actions are hard to predict. She acts on a whim and has never shown malice or goodwill to anyone unless they were foolish enough to provoke her. Back in the present, Xiao Na, having awakened the power of the female death god, said in a low voice, You used to always cling to me, and while I found it annoying, I never found you detestable. In this apocalypse, your family is gone, and yet everyone took you in and protected you. She continued to step forward, questioning Zhang Feng's non-existent conscience. When you left, I thought you would realize your mistake and come back on your own. Everyone would have forgiven you then, but instead, you killed them all. I can't understand it. We never did anything to wrong you. At this point, the guy finally felt fear and began to beg for forgiveness. I was ungrateful. I'm worse than a pig or a dog. Spare me. Unable to stand Zhang Feng's shamelessness, Xiao Na said, Now you think to apologize. Immediately, she commanded, Eat, Xiao He. Hearing this, the shadow spirit Xiao He rushed forward gleefully. As you command, master. It reached out its hand, ready to seize the man. Then, Zhang Feng let out a terrified scream, much to Xiao He's delight. In the blink of an eye, it sucked out his rotten soul. With just a glance, Qin Yu realized that Zhang Feng's evolutionary energy was being drained by the creature. As if confirming his suspicion, Zhang Feng's face went completely blank. After eating its fill, Xiao He dropped him to the ground and let out a satisfied laugh. It was extremely pleased, offering its praise. That really hit the spot. Witnessing this, Qin Yu speculated. It's gotten stronger, and it carries an aura of imprisoned suffering. Could it be that when this thing absorbs someone, it also acquires their abilities? Afterward, Xiao He flew back to Xiao Na, saying, Master, I'm done eating. It was delicious. However, Xiao Yu wasn't pleased at all, and came closer to ask with concern, Xiao Na, are you okay? Hearing this, Xiao Na slowly replied, I'm okay now. Unable to hold back her emotions, she turned towards her grandfather's body. Right after, Qin Yu advised her, We need to cremate your grandfather's body, or else he'll turn into a zombie and be killed all over again. His bluntness made Xiao Yu extremely upset. Do you even know how to talk to people? But it seemed Xiao Na wasn't angry and simply agreed calmly. You're right. I'll have to trouble you with the cremation. Without hesitation, Qin Yu waved his hand, fulfilling her request. As soon as it was done, he said seriously, Xiao Na, I have a request. Qin Yu stated decisively, Let your Xiao He fight me. Xiao Na immediately refused without a second thought. No, my Xiao He is very powerful. Hearing this, Qin Yu replied, completely unfazed. I know. There's no need to hold back. Just go all out. Seeing his determination, she didn't mind agreeing. All right then, just stop when you need to. However, Xiao He spoke up hesitantly. Master, I actually can't beat him. This statement surprised Xiao Na. You can't beat him. It quickly made an excuse, as if afraid of losing face. No, it's not that I was just born. You see, I'm still just a child. When I'm all grown up, I'll definitely be way more powerful than him. Their conversation left both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu speechless. After a moment of discussion, Xiao Na firmly refused. In that case, I'm sorry, but Xiao He doesn't want to fight you. In the dark sky, countless stars twinkled beside the gentle moon. A while later, Qin Yu approached and asked, "What are your plans from now on?" Without hesitation. Xiao Na lifted the urn in her hands and replied, "My grandfather loved to travel. He wished he could take me to see the world, but I never wanted to go with him. Today, I want to fulfill his dream and take him all over the world." Her sincere words astonished Qin Yu, and he sighed to himself. In the future, rumors said the female death god wandered the world alone. Some said she was training, others said she was hunting for treasure, but no one knew she was only trying to fulfill her grandfather's regrets. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu made an offer. "Don't go. Stay with me." His sudden words made her turn around. Xiao Yu quickly called out, afraid of a misunderstanding. Her voice seemed to snap Qin Yu back to his senses. "I mean, the world outside is too dangerous. You can come with me for now, with Xiao Yu. Once you're stronger, we can take your grandfather to see the world together." He then continued, trying his best to convince her. "Moreover, I guarantee that if you stay with me, you will become much stronger. By then, we'll be powerful beings, revered like gods by every creature in this apocalypse." Xiao Yu also chimed in, pleading, "That's right. Xiaona, stay with us. My brother and I will protect you." Even Xiao He agreed. "I may be a kid, but I have more than enough strength to protect the boss." Despite their pleading, Xiao Na remained firm. "I really don't want to get involved with anyone else. I just want to be alone. I'm sorry." Just as she turned to walk away, Qin Yu made one last attempt. "You're just going to leave like this, I mean. I've saved you 2 times now, and you're just going to walk away." Hearing this, Xiaona paused in her tracks, but fearing she would be upset, Xiao Yu quickly tried to stop her brother. "Brother, let it go." Xiao Na remained completely resolute. "I will remember the debt I owe you and will repay it in the future, but for now, I just want to be alone." Outside the massive skyscraper, the sky grew darker. A long while later, Qin Yu let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately began to imitate his desperate plea from before. "Don't go. Stay by my side. I'll protect you," she said teasingly. "What's the matter? Did a beautiful girl get away?" Feeling a little bitter. "Are we?" Despite her teasing, Qin Yu just stared back with a confused expression. "You're laughing at me again. I'm interested in her ability. Her power has to be S-Rank, maybe even multiple times stronger. If she joins us, our strength would increase by a lot." Already used to his clueless nature, Xiao Yu sighed in exasperation. I get it. You want to be the king of the apocalypse, defeat emperors, battle the heavens, and seize the throne to become a god." Her bizarre words completely confused Qin Yu. "Where did you learn all that nonsense? And speaking of not being able to keep Xiaona, that's on you." Suddenly blamed, Xiao Yu shot back in a high voice. "How is it my fault?" he joked. "Who told you to come home so early that night? A little later and she would have been my girl." Qin Yu's audacity made Xiao Yu blush. Without a second thought, she punched him. Jerk. After a bit of banter, they both stepped outside the building. Immediately, a group of people rushed forward and began to beg. Boss, from now on, you are our new boss. If you tell us to go east, we will absolutely not go west. Please accept this bow from your humble subordinate." However, Qin Yu couldn't care less. "I'm not interested. Find someone else." Suddenly, he remembered something and asked curiously, "Your private clubhouse must have a lot of weapons." "Right. Take me to see them." The lackey spoke up. "Then you've asked the right person. This clubhouse belonged to our previous leader, Li Deshan. Besides being into men, his other hobby was collecting weapons. Things like guns, throwing stars, swords, axes, hooks, pitchforks, ropes, and clubs." Hearing the lackey ramble on, Brother Shou got annoyed, smacked him on the head, and yelled, "Why are you talking about all that the boss wants to know about guns for dealing with zombies? What's the use of listing all that stuff?" Qin Yu was actually a little interested and said, "Having weapons like that is good too. Take me to have a look." Inside the room, a shelf was filled with all kinds of swords, and next to it, various long and short blades were displayed. The lackey enthusiastically introduced the weapons to Qin Yu. "Boss, look, these are all Li Deshan's prized treasures. The cheapest item here costs at least 10,000, and everything from the design to the materials is the real deal." Qin Yu stared intently in one direction, and the lackey next to him noticed it was a spear, placed on a separate rack, not displayed with any other weapon. The lackey immediately caught on and started chattering away about the spear. "Boss, you really have a good eye. This was Li Deshan's favorite. The shaft is made of flawless, solid forged iron, and the spearhead was tempered 100 times. It's very heavy. But unfortunately, It's too heavy for an ordinary person to even swing. Brother Xiao and the lackey struggled to carry the weapon over to Qin Yu. Boss! You see, it took us so much effort. Qin Yu took the spear with one hand and twirled it. He then said, very good. It's a perfect fit. Brother Xiao and the lackey stared, clapping and showering him with flattery. The king is born with a divine strength. He's invincible. Seeing so many weapons here, Xiao Yu also asked, is there anything light and handy for me to use? The lackey quickly replied, yes, of course. He brought out a knife and gave it to Xiao Yu, saying, this blade is perfect for you. It's forged with the best techniques. It's light but incredibly strong, capable of cutting through iron like it's mud. Xiao Yu swung the knife back and forth, smiling as she said, oh, you're right. This knife is really light, fearing they'd get hit. Brother Xiao and the lackey turned pale and scrambled out of the way, shouting, miss, please be careful. It'll be a disaster if you hit us. Qin Yu then spoke up, you two, I won't make things difficult for you. These two weapons aren't that important to you guys anyway. Xiao Yu stated his terms. Give us each a gun, and we'll leave on our own. As for your boss, whoever wants the job can have it. Half a month later, Qin Yu held his weapon, surrounded by a frantically flying monster. Qin Yu was quite surprised by its speed. This thing's physical ability was 16 times that of a normal person. The flying mouse suddenly appeared behind Qin Yu. As it flew at him, he quickly spun around and pointed his spear at it. Phantom Shift, Xiao Yu anxiously warned. Big brother, watch your back. The flying mouse was behind Qin Yu again. Qin Yu's face darkened as he watched it fly around. This time, he caught it, stabbing it straight in the face. Die, Xiao Yu spoke up. The evolution energy from this one is clearly so good, but I don't feel any increase in my physical stats. It always feels like something is missing. Qin Yu replied, 20 times the physical limit is a watershed moment. It's the limit for a level 1 evolver. If we break through it, we'll enter the second level of evolution, and our strength will increase dramatically. Looking at the dead flying mouse on the ground, Qin Yu continued, the two of us are currently stuck at the 20-fold physical limit. Breaking through it is extremely difficult. Qin Yu clenched his fist and replied, but I can feel it. If we absorb just a bit more evolution energy, we can successfully ascend to level 2. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky, and Xiao Yu said, brother, hold that thought. Look, seeing the red clouds gathering in the sky, the blood rain had come again. It began to pour down. Qin Yu grumbled, even with a body 20 times stronger, this blood rain still hurts. Qin Yu asked Xiao Yu with concern. Does the blood rain not affect you when it touches you? Xiao Yu replied. Nope, nothing at all. He then urged her. Regardless, let's get out of the rain first. At a warehouse, Qin Yu pushed the door open, and the two of them stepped inside. He said, looks like this is a lumber warehouse. Xiao Yu turned to him and said, brother, I'm hungry. We haven't eaten in a while. Let's have some noodles. The two sat by a fire, each holding a bowl of instant noodles. It smells so good. Sensing something, Qin Yu warned her. Someone's approaching. Be careful, Xiao Yu asked. Is it a zombie? Qin Yu replied. No, a zombie's footsteps aren't that rhythmic. It's a person. Li Tong sniffed the air and said, it seems like someone's here. I smell noodles. Li Tong pointed his gun at Qin Yu's head. Ha! So there really is someone here. Qin Yu calmly continued eating his noodles and said, don't point that gun at me. I'll only say this once. Seeing the tense situation, Lao La spoke up gently. Sorry, brother. We didn't expect anyone to be inside. Sorry to bother you. Would you mind if we took shelter from the rain here? Qin Yu replied. Yeah, sure. That was all Li Tong needed to lose his temper. Hey kid, is that any way to talk to me? Do you need me to teach you some manners? Lao La stepped in to stop him. Li Tong, be quiet. Settle down. Xiao Yu turned to her brother and asked, brother, are they all evolvers? Qin Yu also explained, yes, all 4 of them are evolvers, but they're very low level. They probably haven't been evolvers for long. That bearded guy has practiced martial arts, so he has some strength. The other 3 are far weaker. Everyone's jaw dropped after hearing what Qin Yu said. Lao La praised him. This young man has such a sharp eye. It seems you have some real strength. Li Tong, standing nearby, said unconvincedly. He probably just got lucky with a wild guess. As everyone was eating and minding their own business, a sudden noise was heard. Xiao Yu looked up towards the door. Click! A stranger appeared with a playful smirk. Xiao Feng pushed the door open, leaning against the frame and pretentiously reciting. To chant and saunter on my way. A bamboo staff and straw shoes, lighter than a horse. In a straw cape, I'll brave the wind and rain my whole life. How is everyone? Xiao Feng spoke in a teasing tone. This humble one is merely a passerby. Seeing that this place is bright and spacious, I came to take shelter from the rain. I hope you'll allow it. Li Tong, disgusted by Xiao Feng's tone, tried to drive him away. Cut the act. You're not welcome here. Scram. Hearing this, Xiao Feng also lost his patience and became angry. If you're going to be so unreasonable, then don't blame me for being impolite. Li Tong gripped his gun, frowning, but was rendered speechless. Seeing this, Qin Yu glanced at Xiao Yu and reminded her gently, if a fight breaks out, be careful and protect yourself. Xiao Feng flipped the bird with a provocative tone. Who the hell are you? Do you own this place? I'm staying here to wait out the rain, so come and bite me. His face was full of mockery as he continued to taunt. Bet you're pissed. Neener, neener, neener. Li Tong furiously cursed. You rotten brat! Xiao Yu, watching them argue, couldn't help but find it funny. She covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Li Tong said angrily, I'm definitely going to deal with you today. Just then, Lao La came over, put a hand on his shoulder, and advised, All right, that's enough. You're the only one who likes to stir up trouble. Xiao Feng noticed Xiao Yu standing there and called out to start a conversation with her. Ah, and there's a beautiful young lady here too. Miss, you're truly beautiful. More beautiful than a fairy descended from the heavens. Hearing his compliment, she smiled and replied, Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Feng seemed to smell something familiar and asked, That smells so good. Is someone eating instant noodles? Is there any left? Can I have some? Qin Yu smiled, pulled a cup of noodles from his bag as the guy looked on eagerly, and replied, Sure, but I can only give you 1 cup. We don't have much left. Xiao Feng quickly took the cup of noodles, saying gratefully, Thanks. I haven't eaten this in so long. I'm dying for it. He couldn't seem to control his craving and tore open the cup to eat the noodles raw. Xiao Feng savored this familiar taste and couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, so delicious. Pre-apocalypse food is getting harder and harder to find these days. We can only hunt mutated beasts to eat every day. They're dry and tough, with no seasoning. I've been starving. He suddenly realized something, put a hand to his chest, and introduced himself with a smile. Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the handsome and dashing Jai Xiao Feng. May I ask for your names? Xiao Yu smiled and replied, My name is Xiao Yu, and this is my brother, Qin Yu. Brother. He's very interesting. Hearing their introductions, Xiao Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu. Those names sound more like a father and daughter than siblings. Li Tong, holding a packet of crackers, spoke with a wide-eyed, baffled expression. How can someone like that survive in the apocalypse without getting beaten to death? A while later, the blood rain outside began to fall even harder. Inside the room, everything was quiet. While everyone else was sound asleep, Li Tong stood silently against the door, keeping watch. Qin Yu sat in a corner with Xiao Yu sleeping on his shoulder. Qin Yu thought to himself, Those 4 are all evolvers who just recently gained their powers. Although their strength isn't that great, it's barely enough to survive in the apocalypse. He glanced at the sleeping Xiao Feng, thinking warily. But this Jai Xiao Feng guy, I can't seem to figure him out. Xiao Feng was snoring away, completely oblivious to the world, and Qin Yu assessed him internally. Flabby muscles, fair skin. His whole body is a weak point. At a glance, he's clearly someone who's never trained or endured hardship. He doesn't even have a weapon. How can he just wander through the apocalypse empty-handed? Li Tong glanced at the people inside the building, annoyed. He snorted and thought to himself, Sleeping so soundly, not even taking turns on watch. Aren't you afraid we'll get malicious ideas and kill you? What a bunch of useless fools. Just then, a noise caught his attention. Li Tong exclaimed, What was that sound? Qin Yu sensed danger, and his eyes snapped open. He shot up and shouted, Everyone, wake up! There's danger! The others immediately got to their feet upon hearing him. A sleepy Xiao Yu stood up and asked in confusion, Brother, what's wrong? Qin Yu said with a grave expression. Xiao Yu, stick close to me. We might be in big trouble. Anyone else who wants to live, stick close to me. If you get too far away, I can't cover you, so you'll be on your own. Hearing this, Li Tong couldn't help but get angry, scoffing as he yelled, You think you're some kind of savior? Do you think the 4 of us are useless? Old Law, standing behind him, said, Don't try to act tough. We should stick close to him. With 1 more person to help, we'll have a better chance of survival. Qin Yu gripped his blade and stepped outside, the others following close behind. Let's go, he commanded. They froze, their eyes widening at the sight before them, and Li Tong's jaw dropped as he stammered, Oh my god, this... They were surrounded by countless zombies, poised to rush in and devour them. A confused voice asked, How did all these zombies sneak up on us so quietly? The zombies had blood-red eyes, their forms grotesque, and they stared at the group as if they were a delicious feast. Xiao Feng frowned and asked worriedly, "Are they capable of using tactics?" Xiao Yu also chimed in, confused. "Could it be there's a mastermind zombie?" Qin Yu reassured them in a calm voice. "Don't be afraid. We broke through their ranks before, and we can do it again." Old Law stepped forward to warn him. "Kid, with this many zombies, if we all fight for ourselves, we'll definitely be overrun. No one will make it out alive." Clenching his fist, he proposed, "We need to focus on breaking through in one direction and cover each other. That's the only way we have a chance to survive." Then, Old Law pointed toward a section of the horde and ordered, "Okay, we'll break through from that direction." He activated his skin-hardening ability, his eyes determined and fists clenched, adding, "There's no time to waste. Let's move." Li Tong and Jiang Kui activated their power simultaneously, letting out a loud roar. Qin Yu frowned, observing them and making a mental assessment, skin hardening, muscle enhancement, and one with a berserker ability. All of them are combat types. Suddenly, a pair of hands conjured a sword. It was Xu Qiang, who formed a red blade, his face cold and completely expressionless. Qin Yu watched with a flicker of interest. A rare materialization type ability. This was getting interesting. Old Law glanced back at them and ordered, "Let's move you three. Stick close and provide support." With that, he charged toward the zombies, shouting a challenge. "Come and get me, you monsters!" The zombies seemed to understand his words, growling as they swarmed toward him. Old Law landed a solid punch on a zombie's face. Suddenly, another one lunged at his back with a snarl, giving him no time to react. In another spot, a zombie was forcefully slammed to the ground by a muscular arm. Jiang Kui stared down at the zombie on the ground and roared, his face contorted with fury as he raised his fist. "Die! Die! Elsewhere!" A zombie was violently hurled into a crowd of its own kind. After ruthlessly tossing the zombie aside, Li Tong panted heavily. Xu Qiang also rushed forward, slashing down zombies one by one. Qin Yu observed them, a hint of admiration in his voice, and a flicker of approval in his eyes. "These guys aren't half bad." Back with Law. He was in the middle of fighting a zombie when he glanced back and shouted, "Stay close!" Qin Yu held a spear that was glowing brightly in his hand. He then issued a command. "The four of you, spread out to the sides and flank the breakthrough point." Xu Qiang's eyes widened in confusion as he asked, "What are you planning?" Qin Yu replied, his expression completely calm. "Just do as I say. I don't want any of you getting caught in the crossfire." He then turned to Xiao Yu and said softly, "Xiao Yu, reinforce me." Qin Yu took a stance, his eyes glowing red with killing intent as the spear in his hand shone brightly. He raised his spear, and a powerful flame erupted from its tip. The zombies continued their frenzied charge, relentless in their attack. The blaze intensified, incinerating the horde as it rushed forward. The others watched this unfold, all of them unable to hide their astonishment. Law frowned, muttering in disbelief. "Is that guy even human?" Just then, he noticed something and whipped his head around. Law saw that Xiao Yu was surrounded by a swarm of zombies and shouted in alarm, "Damn it! That girl's in danger! Get away from there!" But before he could even react, a blade sliced through the surrounding zombies. Xiao Yu stood in the middle of the horde, showing no mercy as she cleaved the monsters in two, causing them to shriek in agony. La stared at the scene, unable to believe his eyes. His jaw hung open as he wondered. Even that little girl is that monstrously strong. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was being swarmed by zombies, and he screamed in terror. Xiao Feng covered his head, desperately trying to dodge the lunging zombies. He screamed, "Don't come after me, go bite them! Why don't you—" Suddenly, a zombie appeared right behind Xiao Feng. He shot a terrified glance over his shoulder. "I'm done for!" His face went pale as he collapsed to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Xiao Yu saw this and called out to Qin Yu. "Hey! That guy just got taken down by a zombie!" Qin Yu could only reply helplessly, "It can't be helped. We can't reach him." Seeing Xiao Feng frozen in fear, the zombies thought they had an easy meal and began to slowly close in. He stammered in fear, "No. Please. No." Just then, a golden light erupted around him. Xiao Feng squeezed his eyes shut and complained angrily, "This was my last set of clothes." An explosion sent the zombies surrounding Xiao Feng flying backward. La turned his head and shouted, "What's going on?" Xiao Feng had transformed into a monster and let out a roar as he grabbed a zombie. Qin Yu glanced over at him, inwardly surprised. A mutation-type ability, and its evolutionary aura is so powerful. In his monstrous form, Xiao Feng impaled the zombie with his claws, and said angrily, "You filthy scumbags! You ruined my last outfit, I'm going to tear you all to shreds!" He continued to rant maniacally, "You're all just trash, a bunch of worthless scum. Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder in surprise. It seemed this guy's ability affected the mind. Suddenly, he felt something open its eyes wide, as a hand shot out from the ground and grabbed his ankle. He stared in shock at the thing at his feet, yelling, "What is this?" On the ground, a long arm was pinned down by a blade. The arm was split in two by Qin Yu's sword, causing it to retreat in fear. He frowned in confusion. Xu Qiang did his best to warn the others. "There are mutated zombies among them. Be careful." Seeing this, Zhang Kui cursed in frustration. Damn it, the regular zombies were already a pain to deal with. Li Song glanced at Lao La, warning him, "My strength is nearly depleted. I can't hold on much longer." Near Qin Yu, a snake suddenly lunged out, before it could even strike. He raised his blade and sliced the snake in half. Qin Yu's face darkened with annoyance as he muttered, "How troublesome." A mutated female zombie appeared before him. He wondered, confused. Why is there another mutated zombie? The zombie used the snakes on its body, commanding them to charge at him, gripping his blade. Qin Yu gathered his strength and rushed toward her. Qin Yu dashed forward and slashed at her, obtaining an evolution energy core. He brought the core to his mouth and said, "I can't worry about that much. I'll go first. As long as I successfully evolve into a level 2 evolver, it'll be much easier to deal with these zombies." Meanwhile, Zhang Kui was slightly slumped over, a defeated zombie at his feet. He was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and gasping for air. Suddenly, a zombie lunged forward and bit his arm. Zhang Kui flung the zombie off, screaming, "Get lost!" A shadow then emerged from beneath his feet, and a red-eyed figure roared as it lunged at him. Caught by surprise, his eyes widened, but he couldn't react in time. The creature tackled him to the ground, and then other zombies swarmed in. Tears streamed down Zhang Kui's face as he let out a terrified scream. Nearby, Lao La heard the piercing scream and turned his head, anxiously calling out, "Zhang Kui!" Seizing the opportunity, a zombie bit Lao La's arm, but it only managed to break a few of its own teeth. He immediately sent a punch at the zombie, sending it flying like a rag doll, the rest of its teeth shattered on impact. Lao La frowned at the bite mark on his arm. Feeling a sense of foreboding, he spoke up. "I'm not doing so well myself." Xu Qiang, panting and sweating with a dazed look, replied, "Lao La, I'm about to collapse." Li Song asked with an expression of weary despair. "Are we all going to die here today? Over with Xiao Yu?" She was still fiercely cutting down zombies. Seeing the state of the others, she looked extremely worried and called out to Qin Yu. "Brother, the others are in trouble." Qin Yu glanced back and warned her. "Xiao Yu, don't get distracted. Focus on yourself first." He frowned, thinking, "Is this still not over? Have all the zombies in the area converged here?" Xiaofeng laughed like a madman. He used his sharp claws to tear through the zombies, sneering, "You bunch of trash, die, die, just die." Qin Yu watched as Xiaofeng mercilessly unleashed his fury on the zombies, assessing him internally. What's going on with this guy in this form? His physical stats are already over 15 times stronger, and they're still increasing. Could it be that his physical abilities grow with the intensity of the fight? He looked at Xiaofeng with keen interest, thinking, this guy is most likely an evolver. With a top-tier ability, he could be a valuable ally. Suddenly, a massive roar erupted, stunning them all. They looked around warily. Xiao Yu asked, confused, "What was that?" From her position, she looked up at a gaping hole in a nearby building, where a dark figure stood imposingly. On top of that building, a terrifying level 2 zombie stared down at the group below. It stepped off the edge into thin air, the zombie plummeting down in a fearless freefall. The level 2 zombie landed without a single scratch. Qin Yu stared at the creature before him and frowned, cautiously warning Xiao Yu beside him. "Xiao Yu, get back. This isn't something we can deal with easily. It's a level 2 zombie," he calculated grimly. Even with Xiao Yu's buff, the best outcome would be taking it down with him. To achieve a complete victory was impossible for him right now. When Xiaofeng saw the level 2 zombie, his face lit up with joyful surprise. "A giant!" He grew excited and charged forward. He sent the lesser zombies flying and laughed. Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. Seeing him charge in recklessly, Qin Yu quickly tried to stop him. "Wait, you're not its opponent!" But Xiaofeng ignored his warning and kept rushing toward the level 2 zombie. He raised his fist, ready to land a blow, but the level 2 zombie was faster, grabbing Xiaofeng by the neck and squeezing hard. Xiaofeng felt a surge of power course through him as he let out a loud roar, his eyes glowing brightly. He swung his claws at it, his voice taunting. "Taste my claws!" The level 2 zombie shrieked in pain and clutched its face, letting go of Xiaofeng's neck. A look of utter astonishment crossed his face as he felt an overwhelming surge of power. He exclaimed in disbelief. I've never felt this full of power before. What is this? Xiao Feng glanced at the others, wondering. Could it be them? Xiao Yu was putting all her effort into buffing Xiao Feng. Qin Yu encouraged her from the side. Xiao Yu, you're doing great. Xiao Feng stood defiantly before the level 2 zombie, taunting it. So you're here. Hey, big guy. This master is way stronger than before. No joke. The creature advanced on Xiao Feng, and the level 2 zombie swung its arm down at him. Luckily, with his newly acquired incredible speed, Xiao Feng managed to dodge in time and suddenly appeared behind the monster, landing a punch right on its spine. He gritted his teeth, his expression a mix of surprise and frustration. Its skin is as hard as rock. The level 2 zombie retaliated with a devastating punch straight to his gut. Xiao Feng was sent flying, glaring at it with rage. Over where Qin Yu was, he asked worriedly. Xiao Yu, I need to clone myself. Can you hold on? Xiao Yu, still focused on buffing Xiao Feng, nodded slightly. Hearing this, he felt a bit relieved and immediately cloned himself, commanding. Duplicate, he thought to himself. Kid, Xiao Yu, you two have to hold on. A zombie was slashed by a blade, causing it to cry out in pain. After killing the zombie, Qin Yu smiled at the evolution core, thinking, great, there's evolution energy. One of his clones was squatting down, taking out an energy core, and thinking, the other one has one too. Hopefully this can help me evolve smoothly. Qin Yu walked over to Xiao Yu with the 2 energy cores and asked gently, Xiao Yu, can you still enhance these? Xiao Yu wearily reached out and took the 2 evolution cores, replying, leave it to me. Qin Yu clenched the energy core in his hand and added, leave the rest to me. Then he duplicated the energy cores into 4, commanding, duplicate. Xiao Yu panted exhaustedly, struggling to get the words out. Brother, I'm not doing well. On the other side, Xiao Feng felt the surge of power disappear, and he turned his head to look, his voice filled with confusion. What's going on? That power is gone! Just then, the level 2 zombie suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Feng's head, causing him to panic. It looked at him mercilessly, its hand gripping his head and squeezing tightly, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Qin Yu screamed in horror. Die, Xiao Feng! Xiao Yu clutched her chest and cried out in pain. Hearing her scream, Qin Yu whipped his head around, his voice filled with worry. Xiao Yu! She sat on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Seeing the situation turn critical, Qin Yu immediately swallowed all 4 energy cores, cursing angrily. Damn it! He roared as he felt an immense surge of power. The zombies were slowly approaching where Xiao Yu was sitting, and she was terrified. Qin Yu raised his hand, a white light glowing in his palm, and he commanded it to burn everything. A massive white light erupted from his hand, incinerating the approaching zombies. That white light. They roared in agony and fear. When all the zombies were destroyed, Qin Yu squatted down to support Xiao Yu, holding out a core to her and urging, Xiao Yu, snap out of it. Quickly eat these evolution cores. She looked at him gratefully. Brother. Suddenly, the roar of the level 2 zombie drew their attention. It held Xiao Feng's body high in the air like a trophy. The zombie let out a terrifying roar, a savage smile on its face. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was overcome with sadness and guilt, and she began to sob. Brother, Jai Xiao Feng. I got him killed. Qin Yu looked at her, his voice comforting. How could this be your fault? You did your best. You even risked your own life. This wasn't something you could control. Then he stood up, his expression darkening. He gripped his spear tightly and instructed her. Xiao Yu, the stamina gained from consuming a large number of evolution cores is extremely limited. Don't buff me anymore. Just protect yourself. He looked towards the level 2 zombie, drawing its attention. Qin Yu continued. As for this piece of trash, he stood tall and proud, his tone threatening. You killed my man. Prepare to pay with your life. But the level 2 zombie seemed to ignore the threat, merely roaring to provoke him. The level 2 zombie was massive, 2 to 3 times the size of a normal person, and it appeared with its zombie cronies by its side. Qin Yu took a small step back, wary of this horde. This group of zombies understood how to preserve their strength and avoid sacrifice. The one controlling them was no simple foe. The boy carrying the injured person looked on with fear and doubt. Can he really defeat that giant? Xiao Yu had unwavering faith in her brother. He would definitely win. She shouted out in the face of the imminent danger. I believe in him! Qin Yu gripped his blade and advanced, preparing to eliminate the level 2 zombie. Its eyes flashed as it leaped up, moving towards him with incredible speed. Qin Yu broke into a sweat, seemingly having anticipated the situation. Again, it leaped into the air, about to deliver a fatal blow. He looked up, glaring as he tracked its movement. Qin Yu's life was hanging by a thread. So fast. Getting hit by this would be no joke. The level 2 zombie landed with a ground-shattering punch, the earth shattering in an instant. The people on the street swayed with the tremors, unable to keep their footing. Qin Yu shouted a warning to everyone. Everyone, be careful. Don't fall otherwise. The shockwave will cause internal injuries. The zombie growled in anger, but Qin Yu's agility allowed him to evade the fatal blow. It got up and continued its assault, its steel-like fist aimed at his face. Without blinking, he swiftly dodged to the side. If he hadn't dodged that punch, Qin Yu might have been flattened just like the wall, which now had a large, dark crater in it. He turned around, unable to hide his surprise. Just the wind from its attack was enough to shatter the wall. Suddenly, the level 2 zombie appeared behind him out of nowhere. Without a moment's hesitation, he dodged the attack from the relentlessly pursuing zombie from behind. Looking at the zombie before him, Qin Yu felt that this one was incredibly difficult to fight. This level 2 creature was truly no easy opponent. The zombie was eager to take him down, so he immediately raised his blade to block. But the zombie was too strong, slamming Qin Yu straight into a wall. He was thrown into the wall with immense force, the impact so powerful that the wall cracked. He lost a significant amount of stamina, his entire body feeling unstable. This is bad. Without Xiao Yu's buff, a head-on clash is too reckless. I have to use a strategy. The level 2 zombie attacked again, wanting to finish Qin Yu off in one blow before moving on. It punched the wall repeatedly as a series of explosions rang out. Xiao Yu screamed in extreme worry. Brother! A massive explosion of light appeared before her. A rain of blood poured down. The level 2 zombie shrieked in pain, engulfed in a strange mist. Qin Yu leapt out from nowhere, attacking with his blade. The creature caught the tip of the blade right in front of him. His face turned pale, caught in a situation that was difficult to escape. This is dangerous. The level 2 zombie violently shoved the blade aside. He couldn't grab it in time, and as he reached for it, the weapon was already gone. The zombie gripped his face tightly, blinding him completely. It effortlessly lifted him into the air, its mouth stretching into a horrifying grin. Seeing the imminent danger, Lao La yelled from the side. He's in danger! The creature then threw Qin Yu straight down, shattering the road surface on impact. Thinking it had finished him off, the zombie suddenly turned around, but Qin Yu had already rushed forward to attack, yelling, Die! The staff in his hand began to glow. He shoved it straight into the zombie's body with an expressionless face. Burn completely! The glowing staff made contact, causing the creature to burst into flames and burning a hole right through it. It shrieked helplessly in agony. Under the rain of blood, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Their hopes realized. You're an evolved one too. The level 2 zombie's body burned brightly in the dark night. Qin Yu turned his head away, not watching its final moments. Everyone around couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. How is he so strong? Qin Yu looked at the shimmering gem in his hand, saying nothing. The remaining zombies were startled and terrified at the sight of Qin Yu. They turned tail and fled for their lives. Lao La watched in confused surprise as they scattered. The zombies are actually running away. Xiao Yu gazed at him with sparkling eyes after his victory. You're so amazing. Even the zombies are afraid of you. Can you believe it? Qin Yu's face remained impassive as he tried to figure out who was behind this whole scheme. The one controlling the zombies from the shadows is truly intelligent. They must know how to restrain themselves, which is incredibly difficult for a zombie. Suddenly, someone crawled towards Qin Yu's group, groaning. It hurts like hell. That blockhead beat me to a pulp. Xiao Yu was utterly astonished, stammering as she looked at him. You? Aren't you Xiaofeng? He slowly approached, completely naked. Ow! Ow! It hurts so much. He clutched his head, looking at everyone dazedly. Why are you all looking at me like that? It's like you've seen a ghost. Li Song was also baffled. I saw that thing crush your head with my own 2 eyes. Xiaofeng was confused about the situation himself, feeling that coming back to life should have been impossible. Yeah, I remember my head getting crushed too. Could it be that I'm immortal? Li Song found this even more unbelievable. Even an immortal body can't be like that. Your head was completely smashed. Do you remember what happened before? Xiaofeng just chuckled and confessed. Maybe I'm a creature that thinks with its lower body. The 2 siblings were speechless at his remark. Qin Yu, having just finished his battle, walked over and advised, You should still be careful. An immortal body doesn't mean you can't die. If you take too much heavy damage in a short amount of time, you won't be able to recover. He held out his hand, a light glowing in his palm. Next, it was time to harvest. Zombie corpses were littered all over the street. Qin Yu used his spiritual power to incinerate all the zombie corpses, and a pale white flame blazed in the darkness. Seeing this strange fire, Xiao Yu asked, Brother, why is your fire white? He calmly answered his sister. This is the pale white raging flame I comprehended after leveling up. The higher its proficiency, the greater its destructive power. It can incinerate a zombie in an instant. In an instant, orbs resembling fireflies began to appear all around them. Xiao Yu was delighted. Her face lit up with a bright smile. There are so many evolution energy sources. She ran over to the floating energy orbs while chatting with Qin Yu. Brother, now that you have this pale white raging flame, we won't have to struggle to get evolution energy anymore. This is so convenient. She gathered the orbs in her arms. What a huge harvest! This is great! Lala looked at the pile of energy orbs in her hands. This is unbelievable. We risk our lives for every single hard-earned energy source, but for him, it's like picking fruit off a tree. The difference between people is greater than I could have ever imagined. They moved to their base. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu sat looking at the energy orbs they had just harvested. She held her hands out over 2 bags full of the orbs, warming them as if by a fire. Qin Yu's expression darkened, deep in thought about the mutation system. Immortality. It can't be a coincidence. Can it? Xiaofeng was also thinking about rumors from his past life. In his past life, he'd heard of a zombie lord that dominated an entire region. It could transform into a powerful humanoid monster, and hundreds of thousands were no match for it. Even more terrifying, it possessed an immortal body. The survivor camps in its territory gathered their elites, forming a joint squad to fight it. They finally managed to kill it, but only after paying a devastating price. Just when they thought the zombie lord was gone for good, it unexpectedly rose again only a few short days later and attacked all of their survivor camps. Xiaofeng leaned against a pile of bricks, arms crossed, deep in thought. If he hadn't been here, I probably would have died, or become a zombie, or been absorbed by a stronger one, eventually becoming that terrifying future zombie lord. Xiao Yu, who was next to him, started to get some teenage romantic ideas. Bro, why are you staring at Jai Xiaofeng so intensely? Don't tell me you're trying to ship them. Qin Yu turned to explain himself. Jeez, don't be ridiculous. I was just thinking about his abilities. Xiao Yu covered her mouth and giggled. I get it. I get it. He just gave a wry smile, not knowing what to say to his little sister. The vibe between the two siblings was so strange that even Xiaofeng, standing at a distance, found it odd. What's up? Qin Yu got up and walked over to him, wanting to invite Xiaofeng to join their team. Zai Xiaofeng, your ability is very good, and your strength is nothing to scoff at. Join us. You've seen my abilities too. If we team up, we'll definitely become powerhouses in this apocalypse. Qin Yu's words left him speechless for a few moments. Xiaofeng finally rejected the tempting offer. Sorry, I admit that you guys are as strong as me, and following you two would be the best choice. But this world isn't like that anymore. I've found a freedom I've never had before, and I don't want any ties. I want to travel around and see things, to live an unburdened life. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a little disappointed. All right then, I respect your choice. Thanks for understanding. As the two of them walked away, Qin Yu felt a sense of disappointment with every step. Xiao Yu, seeing how unlucky her brother was, commented, Bro, you're so pathetic. You've tried to recruit 2 people and both ignored you. He turned to his sister, who he often thought of as a silly girl. You silly girl. She looked so delicate and gentle, yet her words were getting sharper by the day. The siblings walked out to where their teammates were waiting. Qin Yu held up a bag full of energy cores and told them, Wait, give about 20 of these to Jai Xiaofeng, and the remaining 30 or so can be split among everyone. Old man Luo was a bit hesitant. How can we accept this? Qin Yu generously offered the majority of the energy cores to them. I've already reached level 2. Xiao Yu will probably also reach level 2 after absorbing a large amount of evolution energy. These will be more useful for you all. Don't be shy. They happily accepted the bag without any more hesitation. Well then, thank you. We'll take them. Qin Yu didn't try to hold them back, bidding them farewell and hoping to meet again soon. If you all have other missions, I won't keep you. I hope we can meet again in the future. Xiao Yu stretched as she stepped outside to enjoy the fresh air after a very long rain. The rain has finally stopped. Qin Yu followed behind his sister, carrying a small bag. We've rested enough. It's time to use the evolution energy. He took out 2 glowing cores to show her. Then, without another word, Qin Yu popped them into his mouth and swallowed. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly glowed blood red, and his face turned pale as if he were suffocating, letting out a heaven-shattering scream. He panted heavily, feeling the waves of energy. As expected of level 2 energy, it helped increase his physical constitution from 20 times to 23 times the normal. Xiao Yu followed his lead and swallowed an energy core. Then she imitated his scream exactly. Qin Yu coughed awkwardly. You're overdoing it a bit. Xiao Yu scratched her head and giggled, but then she suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy course through her body. Qin Yu glanced at his sister, still thinking she was just acting, and reminded her. That's enough. Stop pretending. This time, she was serious. She placed a hand on her chest to feel it. No, this time it's real. I've leveled up, and I've awakened a new ability. Upon hearing that, he showed a spark of interest in his sister's power. What kind of ability? Xiao Yu held out her index finger, and a single drop of fresh blood floated from her hand into the air. She happily showed her brother. I gave it a badass name. It's called Fresh Blood Slave. Qin Yu chuckled, amused by her overly dramatic name. What's that so dumb? That's so stupid. She glared at her brother, killing intent flashing across her face. What did you say? Xiao Yu began to demonstrate her power to her brother. She shot the drop of blood right onto the center of Qin Yu's forehead. The move was so fast that he didn't have time to react. He touched his forehead, still not quite understanding the situation. What was that? It clearly didn't do any damage. Seeing that he was still teasing her, Xiao Yu made a few circular gestures to activate her ability. I'm about to blow your mind. She pointed at Qin Yu, but nothing seemed to happen at first, and he just stood there dumbfounded for a moment. My God! What is this? A sudden jolt shot through him, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. It turned out Xiao Yu's ability was to control other people. She made her brother perform all sorts of actions until Qin Yu had to beg her to stop. Xiao Yu, that's enough! That's enough! This is so embarrassing! She grinned from ear to ear, like a victorious revolutionary. Nope. A woman's revenge is a fearsome thing. She controlled her brother, making him do a few amusing and slightly strange actions. Qin Yu gave a sly grin. You think I can't fight back? Xiao Yu put her hands together to command her brother, her voice challenging. Try to resist, then. The two siblings continued like that for a while, one giving orders and the other following. She teased her brother until Qin Yu was exhausted and sprawled on the ground, panting for breath. You little brat, you're driving me crazy. Nearby, a few zombies were shoving and fighting each other relentlessly. It turned out that Xiao Yu was controlling those zombies from behind the scenes. She immediately and happily boasted to her brother. I won again. I get to have all the next evolution energy cores. Qin Yu replied with a deadpan expression. How lucky. Then, his attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. Just as he expected, there was a strange vortex there. The portal was round, transparent, and an eye-catching shade of blue. Xiao Yu, not knowing what it was, moved closer and asked, What is that? Qin Yu had a vague idea of what it was. Could the vortex be some kind of gate? Then, about 4 or 5 people walked out of it. Damn it, old Lu, this trial is way too twisted. Qin Yu smirked, just as he thought. It was the group that had bumped into him and his sister earlier. Xing Yi scowled and yelled irritably. What are you looking at, Scram? She pointed at the group and asked him, Brother, how can they just appear in the middle of space-time like that, like they're from another dimension? Qin Yu glanced at his sister and gently prompted, Xiao Yu, do you remember when I told you about the dimensional ruins? Xiao Yu touched her chin thoughtfully. Was it when we found that ring? Did you mention it then? Qin Yu chuckled, muttering a cryptic proverb. It was so far yet so close. The man impatiently yelled again. Are you deaf? I told you to scram! She put her hands on her hips and retorted irritably. And who do you think you are? We didn't do anything to you. Why are you telling us to scram? Sun Yi was slightly taken aback. It was a girl. His friend beside him nudged him back to his senses. You're staring a little too hard. Seeing a beautiful girl, Sun Yi slowly approached. Hey, little sister. Listen to your big brother, or you too will suffer. Qin Yu's patience had worn thin, and he growled. Scram! Sun Yi's face turned grim as he challenged. You're telling us to scram, kid. Do you have any idea who we are? Qin Yu didn't back down, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at them. Last chance. Scram, or I'll make it so you can't leave even if you wanted to. Enraged, Sun Yi immediately rushed forward to throw a few punches. Then I'll have to see if you've got the guts to back that up. For our protagonist, this punch was nothing, and he quickly caught it. Sun Yi still looked down on his opponent. So, you do have some skill. However, Sun Yi channeled demonic energy into his hand, and with just a small amount, Qin Yu could feel the weakening effect of the calamity system. Sun Yi smirked deviously, taunting in a sly voice. How's that? Still have any strength left? Qin Yu grabbed Sun Yi's shoulder and questioned. How are you not affected? He then stated seriously. My current strength has been reduced after you weakened me. Sun Yi couldn't keep his composure. How is that possible? You're still this strong after I weakened you. His arm was completely seized by Qin Yu in a single move. Qin Yu slammed Sun Yi to the ground, causing him to scream in pain. Just then, Liu Yan appeared to stop Qin Yu, who had a foot pressed on Sun Yi's body. Friend, we were ignorant and offended you. I apologize. Please spare his life, Qin Yu replied. I can spare him, but now I have questions, and you must answer truthfully, or I'll take all of your lives, Liu Yan responded. Please ask. We will answer what we know. Qin Yu asked. What's your name? Who are you people? Liu Yan gestured towards his teammates. My name is Liu Yan. These guys are... Qin Yu cut him off. I'm not interested in them. Liu Yan's face paled. He looked a bit stunned, and the men behind him frowned in displeasure. Liu Yan said, We are all soldiers guarding Shengjing City. Qin Yu twisted one of Sun Yi's arms. He continued his interrogation. Just as I thought. What were you doing in there? What's the situation like? I'll stress this again. Don't lie to me, or the consequences will be severe. Liu Yan explained. The place inside is incredibly mystical. It's almost like a separate dimension. After we went in, we had to undergo a trial, but we failed and were sent out here. Furthermore, each person can only attempt this trial once, and if you fail, there's no second chance. Qin Yu rested his chin on his hand, speculating. So that means even if you fail, your life isn't in danger. He then said to Sun Yi, who was still pinned under his foot, Consider yourself lucky to have such a good superior. Watch yourself in the future. Not every powerful person is as reasonable as I am. Qin Yu kicked Sun Yi away. Scram! Just then, footsteps sounded from behind them. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu immediately turned around. Qin Yu said, There are more people. Sun Yu arrived with the others. What's the matter? Why did it take you so long to come back? I thought you'd been finished off by zombies. Liu Yan called out. Captain Sun! Lin Feng shouted happily. Qin Yu! He approached the two siblings. This is great. I knew that with your abilities. Surviving in the apocalypse would be no problem at all, Qin Yu replied. It seems you've been doing well for yourself. Sun Yu looked at his younger brother, Sun Yi, huddled on the ground. Sun Yu's face darkened as he asked, Who did this? Liu Yan stammered, unable to get the words out. This? Lin Feng surveyed the scene and then asked, Qin Yu, did you break this man's arm? With a serious expression, Qin Yu calmly replied, He was looking for trouble. If his superior hadn't begged for his life, I would have killed him already. Lin Feng looked down gloomily and replied, There's something you don't know. This Sun Yi is nothing, but his brother, Sun Yu, is the god of war that the Shengjing City military is cultivating with all its resources. Don't say anything in a moment. I'll go plead your case. Sun Yu still shows me some respect. Qin Yu crossed his arms and replied, A god of war. No wonder his little brother is so arrogant. Xiao Yu asked curiously. Brother, what's a god of war? Qin Yu glanced at Xiao Yu and answered, A god of war, where God refers to a human, is considered the strongest of the strong in the apocalypse. A scene of zombies appearing on the street. Qin Yu continued to explain. To survive in the apocalypse, humans have come up with many methods, and cultivating gods of war is one of the most effective. They, the so-called gods of war, receive the best cultivation and supplies in the survivor camps to become powerhouses capable of fighting against zombies, mutated beasts, and alien races. Gods of war appear in a sea of fire. Qin Yu continued his story. But at the same time, they also endure suspicion and fear from the very people they protect. To prevent betrayal and tyranny from these gods of war, the survivor bases have no choice but to install threats on them. It could be a self-destructing collar on their neck, or perhaps an electrode embedded deep in their heart. Image of a pair of hands tightly locked in handcuffs. Qin Yu continued speaking. That's them, the war gods. When they obtained their power, they also had to pay a very steep price, their freedom, Lin Feng said in a panic. Qin Yu, this is all classified information in our military. How do you know this? Xiao Yu put her hands on her hips and immediately defended him. My brother knows everything. Qin Yu turned his back and replied, They give them power only to take away their freedom, and they have the nerve to call them war gods. In my opinion, warhounds would be more fitting. The expressions on Qin Yu and Xiao Yu's faces became unreadable. Sun Yu then said angrily, You injured my brother, and now you dare to call me a warhound, Sun Yu continued. What does a brat like you know? This is a responsibility, an honor that many people can only dream of, Xiao Yu said nonchalantly. Oh, I get it. Being chained by a golden leash at the door. Is that the glory of a loyal dog guarding the gate for someone else? Lin Feng, standing to the side, frantically tried to stop her. Young lady, can you please say a little less? Sun Yu was ready for a fight. Fine. Then I'll show you just how terrifying the power of a loyal dog can be. Lin Feng quickly shouted. Sun Yu, I'm your commanding officer. I order you to stop. Sun Yu could no longer keep his cool. His brows furrowed as he drew his sword. Major Lin, get out of the way. They injured my brother and insulted me, and you're still protecting them. Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat, speaking helplessly. Oh, for heaven's sake! We were the ones who provoked them first. Guys! The sharp sword tip decisively plunged down. Sun Yu slashed decisively, lunging past a bewildered Xiao Yu who didn't understand what was happening. Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, Warhound. Are you for real? If I hadn't reacted in time, you would have sliced my ear off. Sun Yu gritted his teeth and turned his head, thinking to himself, how is this girl so strong? She could clearly see my movements. Suddenly, Qin Yu appeared behind Sun Yu, his face livid with rage. Qin Yu said, I might have let other things slide, but you dared to touch my sister. Unable to block Qin Yu's attack, Sun Yu's face went pale as his entire body was sent flying. The others watching couldn't hide the horror on their faces. Xiao Yu silently watched her brother, while Lin Feng stood beside her in a state of panic. Sun Yu hadn't given up yet. Letting out a breath, he shouted loudly, charging at Qin Yu with his knife. He yelled, Go to hell! The tip of the knife aimed straight for Qin Yu. Qin Yu easily caught the blade with one hand and said calmly, Oh, this is a pretty good blade. Sun Yu was shocked, thinking to himself, how is this possible? His strength is even greater than mine. His eyes widened, bloodshot with strain. As Qin Yu exuded an overwhelming aura and easily flung him away, Sun Yu gritted his teeth as he propped himself up. It's just my flame nullification ability. As he used his skill, the source of Qin Yu's power gradually dissipated. Qin Yu raised his hand, wondering, could it be that my psychic abilities have been nullified, and my potential is regressing? Sun Yu laughed mockingly. Feeling stupid now, aren't you? He rushed forward with his sword. Without your powers, let's see what you can do. Qinhua easily dodged the attack. Sun Yu was stunned as his sword plunged straight into the ground. Qin Yu said, Even without my abilities, I'm still much stronger than you. Stop being so full of yourself. Let's stop fighting. I don't want to make an enemy of the military by killing you. Sun Yu turned his head away and said nothing. The sharp blade embedded firmly in the road, unmoving. Qin Yu said, What I'm curious about is where this blade came from. It's really well made. At this moment, Liu Yan quickly replied, Mr. Qin, that blade was made by my younger brother. His name is Liu Tiajui, and he's very skilled at crafting weapons. Come back to the military base with us, and we'll have him forge a weapon for you. Qin Yu replied, Thank you. I'll meet him when I get the chance. He then turned his head to Xiao Yu and said, Let's go. We'll check that place out. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu stepped through the portal leading to another dimension. Lin Feng pointed and said to Liu Yan, Liu Yan replied, Major Lin, don't be afraid. This is the reason we were late. Inside is an alternate dimension, but it's not dangerous. The scene changes, and Qin Yu and Xiao Yu have arrived in a different dimension. Xiao Yu looked around curiously. This is so magical, she pointed. Look over there. I think there's someone. It's the system of this dimension, the system announced. Welcome to Trial Arena number 108, Qin Yu replied. So it's the ruins of the War God civilization. How fortunate. The War God civilization holds no ill will towards humanity, so we won't be in danger here, the system announced. Beginning scan, analyzing data. The system began scanning Qin Yu. Carbon-based intelligent life form, belonging to the final civilization of Earth. Evolutionary energy level 2, scan complete, passed. The system then moved on to scan Xiao Yu. Beginning scan, analyzing, scanning, unable to classify. Anomaly detected, anomaly detected. Qin Yu's face grew serious as he thought. Anomaly detected, anomaly detected. Noticing something was wrong, he quickly grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and shouted, Let's go. The system continued to announce, Anomaly detected. Qin Yu quickly pulled Xiao Yu out of the strange dimension, everyone's astonishment. Lin Feng asked, Qin Yu, what happened to you two? Liu Yan added, Did you guys fail the scan too? Qin Yu thought seriously. Anomaly detected. Xiao Yu? Is she even human? His face darkened as he lowered his head. Could she be an evolved zombie with human intelligence? That can also disguise itself as a human, no. I have to be sure. The blood color of humans and zombies is different. Human blood is bright red, while zombie blood is green, Xiao Yu asked innocently. Brother, why do you keep staring at me? Qin Yu held out his hand. Xiao Yu, give me your hand. He then cut her hand, and she cried out in pain. Brother, you actually cut me. Xiao Yu looked at the blood flowing out and said in surprise, Why does my blood look different from before? Qin Yu stared at the bright red blood coming from her hand, which then began to glow with a deep crimson light. He wondered, It's not green. Xiao Yu frowned unhappily. What blue-only zombie blood is blue? You cut your hand without even telling me. That's unbelievable. Qin Yu patted her head. It's my fault. I was too stressed. I'm sorry. Xiao Yu. She looked up and replied. But why is my blood glowing? It wasn't like this before, he answered. Don't be scared. As an evolver, It's normal for your body to change in various ways. It's fine, Xiao Yu replied. Really? Qin Yu continued. Xiao Yu, wait for me out here. I'm just going into the ruins for a test. I'll be right back, Lin Feng said seriously. In that case, we'll go in with you. There's strength in numbers. Instantly, Qin Yu and the others arrived in an alternate dimension. Lin Feng observed his surroundings. Where is this? The system approached and said, Welcome, guests. This is trial arena number 108 of the Battle God Civilization. Lin Feng wondered. A Battle God trial arena. The system explained. The Battle God trial arena is where the Battle God Civilization trained and tested its young warriors. It can generate numerous scenarios. Passing the test will grant you rewards. And you only have one opportunity. If you fail, you will lose the qualification to enter the trial arena for another test. Lin Feng asked. What is this Battle God Civilization? The system patiently explained. The Battle God Civilization existed long before your intelligent civilization, and were once the masters of Earth. Lin Feng was astonished. Former masters of Earth. How can that be? Why haven't we discovered you after all these years? The system replied. Considering the level of surface alteration by your intelligent civilization, a few million years of natural geological activity is enough to erase most traces of any ruins that once existed. And 2 million years is merely the blink of an eye for the Earth, someone asked. Then why did you all disappear from Earth? The system replied. Apologies. I do not have sufficient clearance to answer that question. Qin Yu spoke up. We want to take the trial. What are the test's contents? The system said. The content includes 3 parts: a gene test, a willpower test, and a combat skills test. Shall we begin? Begin! The system announced. Target name Qin Yu. Gene assessment level 2 S-Rank. The system then moved to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, level 2 A-Rank gene. Finally, it was Sun Yu's turn. Sun Yu, A-Rank gene. Qin Yu looked at the others and thought to himself. Aside from Lin Feng and Sun Yu, the rest are all E and D rank, which is within my expectations. The system announced. Next, we will proceed with the willpower test. The surrounding scenery began to tremble violently. Willpower testing devices rushed toward them. Qin Yu was too stunned to react before a testing device was already hovering above his head. The willpower test began. Qin Yu opened his eyes to find himself floating in midair, surrounded by lightning. He thought to himself, it seems this willpower test won't be easy to pass. The lightning grew more and more intense, finally striking him. He screamed in agony as bolts of lightning continuously struck him. He spread his arms wide and went into a free fall. Moments later, he plummeted into the ocean below, letting his body drift. Qin Yu thought to himself, it's finally over. He began to sink toward the ocean floor, running out of air. He covered his mouth and realized the test wasn't over yet. He quickly started swimming toward a distant light. Suddenly, something held him back. He opened his eyes wide in confusion. A chain had appeared around his ankle at some point. He covered his mouth, struggling to find oxygen. As breathing became more difficult, he squeezed his eyes shut and grimaced. Just then, the chain on his leg vanished. Qin Yu found himself sitting cross-legged in a void, awaiting the next phase. He closed his eyes, drenched in sweat. He was now surrounded by a sea of fire. And he thought to himself, now it's flames. Next, a whirlwind of rocks and gravel continuously pelted him. He maintained his balance and thought, so this is next, huh? He slowly opened his eyes, his face dripping with sweat. In the system's hall, everyone was gasping for air, lying scattered on the floor. Someone screamed, it's so itchy, so itchy. Lin Feng was hugging himself, and Sun Yu was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The system announced, Qin Yu, willpower strength S-Rank, Lin Feng and Sun Yu A-Rank, the rest B-Rank. One person, coughing violently, said, that was just twisted. It was absolutely unbearable. Qin Yu smiled to himself, thinking, excellent. A level 2 S-Rank gene and S-Rank willpower. Even if I mess up the final combat skills section, my overall score won't be significantly affected. Lin Feng clapped him on the shoulder and said, Qin Yu, you're truly no ordinary man. That was incredible. The system announced. The final section is combat skills. We have A, B, and D difficulty levels. Please make your selection. Sun Yu said. I choose A rank, Lin Feng followed. Then I'll choose A rank as well, Qin Yu replied. I'll choose S rank, the system announced. Beginning the test. In this simulated environment, all abilities are suppressed. You will only possess the physical attributes of an ordinary person. You must rely solely on your own combat skills to survive the zombie onslaught for as long as possible. The scene changed, and Qin Yu was standing before a white door splattered with red stains. He quickly scanned his surroundings. There's no cover or place to hide here, and I only have the body of a normal person. Surviving a zombie attack like this is impossible. This is an S-rank test. Of course it's insanely difficult. Terrifying screams and growls emanated from behind the door. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his weapon. Here they come! The door swung open, revealing utter darkness within. Zombies poured out from the doorway. Qin Yu fought against the horde alone with his weapon. A zombie appeared right beside him, and he thought, damn it, with a normal human's physique, even swinging this iron spear is a struggle. The zombie opened its mouth and lunged forward to bite. He tried to attack with his weapon. Suddenly, his grip loosened, and the weapon slipped from his hand. Shocking, a zombie suddenly lunged forward, its sharp teeth sinking into Qin Yu's arm, causing him to scream in shock. He swung his arm, ramming his elbow into the zombie's hideous face, his voice hoarse with disgust. Die! The zombies seemed fearless. They charged madly, pouncing on Qin Yu like starving beasts, catching him off guard as he cursed. Damn it! The zombies swarmed him relentlessly, their combined weight knocking Qin Yu to the ground, completely defenseless. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, a hint of panic lingering as he stared into space. His body went rigid, his face pale, and cold sweat drenched him. Lin Feng rushed to the panting Qin Yu, supporting his arm and asking with concern. How are you, Qin Yu? He turned to Lin Feng and explained. I'm fine. This test requires you to fight zombies with the strength of an ordinary person. The sensation of a zombie bite is very sharp, and the difficulty is extremely high. Everyone be careful. The system guide's voice rang out. Qin Yu's survival time 63 seconds. 12 kills. Evaluation S-rank. Qin Yu smiled, clenching his fist in silent celebration. Excellent. The system guide announced. Congratulations! Your total score has set a new record. You may choose 3 items from the gift list. Additionally, you have obtained a 1-star status in the Battle God civilization. She projected the list of rewards. The mechanical voice sounded, Please select 3 items from the list. Qin Yu stared at the rewards in amazement and exclaimed, I didn't expect so many good items. Keratin enhancement, photochemical camouflage cloak, battle soul memory crystal. As he was intently scanning the list, his eyes suddenly locked onto a vial. He whispered, his voice a mix of surprise and joy. A level-up potion? Qin Yu smirked, thinking to himself. This injection can make a user's genes leap to another level in an instant. I can't believe such a precious treasure appeared here. My luck is really good. Without hesitation, he pointed to the potion and said, I choose this. The system guide's mechanical voice announced. Level-up potion. Qin Yu has selected the level-up potion. You have 2 more items to choose. Qin Yu pondered, calculating in his head. It can reduce damage from level 4 and below by 90%, and also temporarily boost the Battle God armor's physique by 30 times. Perhaps I can quickly master some combat skills from the Battle Soul Memory Crystal. These rewards are a perfect match. Then, he suddenly spotted something else. Qin Yu spoke, his voice filled with surprise and delight. Wait, this is blood-burning ore. I'll take this. The system guide announced. Qin Yu has selected the pure refined blood-burning ore. You have 1 more item to choose. Qin Yu clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with appreciation as he cheered inwardly. As expected of an early-stage catastrophe, this is a real opportunity. What's this? The Evil Eye necklace is an Emperor-grade treasure. The system guide's mechanical voice announced again. The Evil Eye necklace is formed from the core essence of the Evil Eye alien race. All the essence in this necklace comes from a level 4 overlord. She explained. The Evil Eye necklace allows the wearer to see through illusions, resist mental attacks, and also activate the power of the Evil Eye, emitting a light with spirit-destroying force. After the mechanical voice finished, Qin Yu thought, I know exactly how difficult enemies with mental powers are. With this, I won't have to worry about that annoyance anymore. He then walked over to a group of people and asked, What rewards did you guys choose? Lin Feng took out a ring and answered honestly. I chose a space ring. The description seemed interesting, so I just picked it. I don't know its specific effects yet. Qin Yu extended his hand and replied, I know this thing. It's quite rare. It can create an independent parallel space for storing items, almost like a dimensional bag. Can I borrow it for a moment? Sun Yu, standing nearby with his underlings behind him, scowled. He looked at Qin Yu warily and said in a cold voice, What do you want to rob him? Qin Yu turned to look at him and replied nonchalantly, If I wanted to rob him, would I need to say all this? Relax. Lin Feng is my friend. I, Qin Yu, wouldn't double-cross a friend. At that moment, Lin Feng also stepped in to mediate. Hey, stop arguing. I trust Qin Yu. After all, you saved my life. Even if I gave this to you as a reward, it would only be right. Qin Yu reached out and took the ring, a cold glint in his eyes, but his tone was reassuring. Don't worry, I don't need it. I'll give it right back to you. Then, he used his replication energy on the ring, and in a flash, a perfect copy appeared beside it. Everyone present stared. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. Sun Yu broke the stunned silence, saying, "Would it split into two?" Hearing this, Qin Yu smirked and explained, "This is my ability. I can copy any item into two. Don't worry, it has no effect on your original." Lin Fang gasped, unable to hide the sheer amazement and excitement in his eyes. "That's incredible. Truly incredible." San Yu excitedly raised his hand towards the crowd and announced, "I hope everyone will let me borrow your treasures for a moment. If you ever need anything in the future, Qin Yu, will definitely repay the favor." Sun Yu watched from the side, his face twisted in annoyance, and a jealous tone laced his voice. This guy's strength is already monstrous, and now he has such a broken ability. At this rate, his gains will far surpass ours. Later on the road, Qin Yu asked Xiao Yu in surprise. "That was fast. When did you drink it?" Xiao Yu replied casually. "You were screaming for half the day. Even if there were 10 vials, I would have used them all." Qin Yu eagerly asked her. "So how is it? Did you level up too? Did your strength get enhanced?" Xiao Yu raised her arms to show off her power and replied, "Yup, I really did level up. I feel like I can take on many more enemies now, and my enhancement ability can strengthen items for a longer period." Qin Yu smiled happily. "Then go ahead and try it on this spatial ring." The ring glowed with a dazzling blue light. He held it up to inspect it. After being enhanced, this dimensional spatial ring had grown significantly in capacity. Then he handed Xiao Yu a fireworks bullet and told her to try enhancing it. "Here, try enhancing this," Xiao Yu asked in surprise. "What's this?" Qin Yu replied. "This is a fireworks bullet, a treasure that Marshal Venerable took from the dimensional ruins." This thing's destructive power is immense, enough to blow up a level 3 monster. The scene then shifts to a tall building with lush green trees, and clouds drift lazily across the sky, creating a sense of clear and peaceful serenity. The streets below were also strangely quiet, with people fearfully seeking shelter. Gone was the previous bustling and lively atmosphere. Although the two siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, were resting in a shop, they were extremely vigilant. Qin Yu heard a sound. "There's movement." A loud call came from outside. "Xiao Tongtong! Xiao Tongtong!" Outside the shop, two dark figures were chasing each other. "Xiao Tongtong, don't be angry anymore. Look at me. I was wrong last night. Okay." It turned out to be Xiao Tong and Bai Bing. Xiao Tong turned around and shouted angrily, "Keep your voice down! It's very dangerous outside right now." Bai Bing put a hand to his mouth, signaling for silence. "My dear lady, you're telling me to be quiet with that voice of yours." He glanced at the building's name. Realizing they were in front of a supermarket, Bai Bing said hopefully to Xiao Tong, "Hey, there's food here. Let's go check it out." But inside, there was nothing left. Bai Bing was disappointed. "Man, food is getting harder and harder to find these days." Beside him, Xiao Tong was also saddened. "Hey." Xiao Tong noticed a large door, and a glimmer of hope returned to her. "Bai Bing, there's a door here. It must be the warehouse." Bai Bing inspected the door. "Damn, it's locked. Step aside. Looks like it's time for one leg to work a miracle." He kicked the door hard to break the lock. Suddenly, Xiao Tong placed a hand on Bai Bing's shoulder to stop him. "Wait, I think I hear something inside." Clattering sounds were heard. The door was thrown open, and a figure appeared behind it. Xiao Tong screamed in terror. "Run!" Bai Bing also let out a terrified cry. Behind the door, zombies swarmed out, letting out threatening growls. Xiao Tong and Bai Bing quickly ran outside. Suddenly, Bai Bing stopped. Standing to block the supermarket entrance, Xiao Tong asked doubtfully, "What are you doing?" The zombies had reached the main door. Bai Bing said anxiously, "Tong Tong, run!" Xiao Tong cried and hugged him tightly. "I won't leave you and run." The zombies kicked hard, and the main door burst open. Xiao Tong and Bai Bing were thrown far away, and they both screamed in fear. They watched in terror as the zombies approached. Bai Bing stood up, moved forward, determined to fight and protect his lover. "I'll hold them off. You run. Tong," he roared. "I'll take you all on." However, the zombies quickly defeated him. Xiao Tong cried out in worry. "Bai Bing, no!" Suddenly, a foot stepped forward. The person was holding a spear, and flames blazed brightly on it. Xiao Yu stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Xiao Tong and comforting her. "You two are really lucky that we happened to be nearby." A moment later, all the zombies had been eliminated by Qin Yu. Xiao Tong supported Bai Bing, calling out worriedly, "Bai Bing!" Suddenly she let out a tragic scream. "Bai Bing, don't die." Bai Bing replied weakly, "Tong Tong, it's good that you're okay." Suddenly he coughed violently, vomiting blood. Xiao Tong sobbed, calling Bai Bing's name. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's heart softened, and she told Qin Yu, "Brother, maybe you should save him." As if finding hope, Xiao Tong hurriedly asked, "Can he still be saved?" Qin Yu glanced around. He saw a zombie staggering down the street. "Found one. Just hang in there. Don't die on me yet." He quickly called out, "Hey, you there?" The zombie turned around in surprise. Qin Yu said nonchalantly, "I have something to discuss with you." Afterwards, the zombie was defeated by Qin Yu. He took out the zombie's spirit stone and gave it to Bai Bing. "Eat this and you'll be fine," Bai Bing whispered in resistance. "Zombie meat, no. I won't eat it." Qin Yu stuffed the spirit stone into Bai Bing's mouth, saying, "I went through all this trouble to get it, and now you're saying you won't eat it." Xiao Tong and Xiao Yu stood by, watching Qin Yu soothe Bai Bing. There, be good, and sit still." After swallowing the spirit stone, Bai Bing's eyes flew open, his expression tense, unable to believe what was happening. He stood up, spread his arms, and shouted. Xiao Tong asked worriedly, "Bai Bing, are you okay?" Bai Bing smiled and replied, My wounds are gone. Not only that, but I can also feel a strange power," Xiao Yu explained. "The zombie meat you were given is the source of energy that helped you evolve. Many people would kill for it, yet you were crying and refusing to eat it." Bai Bing scratched his head in embarrassment. If I had known, I would have listened to Madame Wang and not gone out. She said we'd be in danger, and she was right. If it weren't for you two, we would have really died here." Xiao Yu was surprised. "Madame Wang," Xiao Tong explained. "Madame Wang is a 100-year-old lady. Although she's a bit senile and mumbles nonsense, she claims she can see the future." Bai Bing had been staring at his palm this whole time. Then he discovered in amazement, "Why do I feel like I have some kind of strange superpower?" Qin Yu replied, "Becoming an evolved person means you awaken an ability. You can try to see what you've awakened." Bai Bing smiled and looked at Xiao Tong meaningfully. He raised his hands and focused, unleashing his spiritual power on Xiao Tong, and a strange red light enveloped her. Xiao Tong asked fearfully, "What's happening? I can't control my body." He knelt down, raised his hand, and laughed loudly looking at Tong Tong. "So it really works." Xiao Tong was shocked. "What?" Bai Bing spread his arms wide to test the motion. She fumed. "You guy, what are you doing?" Qin Yu stood by, watching with his arms crossed, and told Xiao Yu with amusement. "So it's a puppet doll from the Calamity system, with an effect similar to your blood enslavement." On the other side, Xiao Tong yelled, "Yang Bai Bing, you bastard! Let me go!" Xiao Yu retorted irritably, "It's far inferior to mine in both numbers and intensity." Afterward, the four of them went to a residential area and stood before a familiar door, which Bai Bing knocked on. A voice from inside called out loudly, "Who is it?" He replied, "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, it's us." The door creaked open, and Uncle Zhang was startled to see Bai Bing and Xiao Tong. Seeing their wretched state, he asked worriedly, "What happened to you two?" Xiao Tong answered, "We ran into a horde of zombies and almost died. We barely made it back alive." Uncle Zhang frowned and asked unpleasantly, "Xiao Yang, were you bitten by a zombie?" Bai Bing stammered, "Well, I was bitten, but please rest assured, Uncle Zhang angrily scolded, "You knew you were bitten, yet you still dared to come back. Are you trying to drag us down with you? Please leave immediately," a gentle voice advised. "Let it go, Xiao Zhang." Grandma Wang emerged from the house leaning on a cane, coughing non-stop as she wheezed. "Let them in!" She couldn't stop coughing, and Uncle Zhang called out in concern. "Grandma," Grandma Wang said weakly between coughs. "It's fine. I'm all right. Let them come in." Uncle Zhang obeyed. "Yes. Okay." He glanced at Bai Bing and said, "You come with me. I have to be responsible for everyone's safety. Until I can confirm you're not a zombie, I can't let you out of my sight." Grandma Wang called to the siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu. "You two come with me. I have something to say. Xiao Zhang, the rest of you stay back." Qin Yu looked at Grandma Wang suspiciously, thinking to himself that this old woman was no ordinary person. Outside, the bright sun shone down on the house. Xiao Yu brought a chair over to the old woman. "Grandma, please sit down." Grandma Wang smiled and said, "You're a good girl." She took the necklace from her neck. "This old woman doesn't have much. Take this necklace as a gift." She handed the necklace to Xiao Yu. "Don't refuse. You must keep it safe for me." Xiao Yu accepted the necklace, saying flusteredly, "Oh, this. Thank you, Grandma." The old woman looked at the two siblings and said softly, "Now stand still. Let this old woman get a good look at you." Grandma Wang's eyes glowed with a strange green light. Qin Yu was startled. After a moment, she laughed heartily in delight. Good. May the flame of hope burn ever brighter and never be extinguished." Qin Yu and Xiao Yu stared in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. Grandma Wang approached Xiao Yu, looking as if she had no strength left, coughing as she spoke. My dear girl, no matter what hardships you face, don't give up. You are the most perfect being in this world. After saying this, she coughed uncontrollably. Xiao Yu asked worriedly, Grandma, are you all right? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Grandma, what did you just say? Could you be more specific? Grandma Wang wheezed. Go to the south. Evolve to the peak. Also, Meng-O, leave. Danger is coming. Qin Yu pressed urgently. Danger is coming. What danger, Grandma? What's wrong? Before Grandma Wang could answer, she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yu placed a hand under the woman's nose to check, then said sadly, Brother, she's no longer breathing. Qin Yu comforted her. She used the last of her strength to tell us those words. Xiao Yu held up the necklace Grandma Wang had given her and asked, What is this thing? Qin Yu examined the necklace but sensed nothing unusual. It's probably just an ordinary necklace. Let me try to copy it. He activated his skill, but it failed. Qin Yu was extremely surprised. Xiao Yu was stunned. What's wrong? You can't copy it. Qin Yu was bewildered. How can my current level 3 ability not replicate this thing, Xiao Yu? Can you enhance my copy ability? Xiao Yu used her skill, but it yielded no results. Qin Yu was frustrated. As expected, it still failed, Xiao Yu replied. Didn't you also say you couldn't copy zombies at first? He explained. Failing to copy zombies back then was mainly because they have a very strong resistance to my ability. At that time, my gene energy was still weak, so it failed. But this is different. Copying this thing consumes a lot of my energy. Yet there's no success at all. He looked at Xiao Yu in confusion, stammering an explanation. It's like, you have a truck full of sand, which is a lot. But what you're facing is an endless ocean. Xiao Yu was frightened. Is it that scary? Qin Yu replied. Put it in your space ring. It might be useful later. Outside, the sunny yellow sky suddenly turned an eerie red, and a scream rang out. Ah, what is that? Qin Yu asked, confused. What's happening outside? A moment later, he and Xiao Yu ran out. Everyone was looking up at the sky in fear, asking, What? What is that? A strange crack had appeared in the sky. From within the crack, countless oxhorn demons appeared. More and more of them emerged, their ferocious faces filling the sky as they flew about. The people below pointed in fear, watching something fall from the sky. Qin Yu frowned and said worriedly, Oxhorn demons. Xiao Yu was puzzled. What are these oxhorn demons now? And there are so many of them, Qin Yu explained. They are an alien race from a spatial rift. For the most part, they resemble humans, and people call them demonkin. This type has oxhorns on their heads, so naturally, they're called oxhorn demons. Qin Yu continued to describe their appearance to Xiao Yu. However, among the demonkin, they are just a low-ranking race, but they are incredibly numerous and extremely ferocious. A terrible nightmare that strikes terror into everyone's hearts in the apocalypse. Suddenly, a terrifying force slammed into the ground, the impact so powerful it left a crater. From within the thick dust, the figure of an oxhorn demon emerged. It glanced at the crowd. They were terrified. It looked this way. The bull-horned demon accelerated, charging toward the group, utterly terrified. Everyone screamed, It's coming this way! Run! Xiao Hui trembled and said, Don't come over here! The bull-horned demon ran towards Xiao Hui and threw a punch. Xiao Hui was sent flying, crashing hard against a wall and coughing up blood before dying instantly. The bull-horned demon let out a threatening screech. Qin Yu looked at it with contempt. His spear shot forward, killing the bull-horned demon in a single strike. He then arrogantly announced to the crowd, Everyone who wants to live, come here! A moment later, Xiao Yu appeared, holding many evolution cores in her arms. She explained that they were a source of evolutionary energy, and eating one could turn a person into an evolver, granting them power far beyond ordinary people. Handing one to each person, she said, Hurry up and eat them. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu with suspicion. Bai Bing ran up from somewhere and vouched for them. Trust me. He's right. I was saved because I ate one of those. There's no time to waste. Don't hesitate. Xiao Yu gave each person a core, and they trustingly swallowed them. Qin Yu then warned Bai Bing, Kid, my power is greater than everyone else's, so it will attract the vast majority of the demons. You, take everyone and find a place to hide. Protect yourselves well, Bai Bing replied. Yes, benefactor. You have to be careful too. Qin Yu turned to Xiao Yu and said, Let's switch places. I want to test my level 3 strength on these guys. Xiao Yu readily agreed. Okay. Hordes of bull-horned demons were ravaging the streets and buildings. Seeing their territory invaded, the zombies shrieked threateningly and quickly rushed toward the demons. But how could the zombies be a match for the bull-horned demons? A zombie trembled as a demon crushed it like an ant. Suddenly, the demon slammed the zombie onto the ground, and it was instantly obliterated. The bull-horned demon roared with pride. Out of nowhere, Qin Yu's spear struck another demon straight in the head. The bull-horned demons were incinerated in flames. Qin Yu glanced at them with disdain. Xiao Yu scoffed. You made these guys sound so scary, but they're really not all that. Qin Yu continued to fight the horde of bull-horned demons with his spear. Xiao Yu, by his side, was just as formidable. She used her sword to slice the bull-horned demons to pieces. Unafraid, the demons kept coming in greater numbers, letting out terrifying screeches. Qin Yu thought to himself, going all out. I'm not afraid of this mob of grunts, but fighting like this will quickly drain my stamina and evolution energy. He called out, Xiao Yu, we need to avoid being attacked from behind. Follow me and break through the encirclement, Xiao Yu replied. Okay. The two siblings ran forward, with the bull-horned demons chasing after them. Qin Yu's spear carved a hole in a glass door. He told Xiao Yu, get in through here. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu scrambled inside the building. He looked at the door and said, this glass door is so thick. When those grunts try to break in later, we just need to... Before he could finish his sentence, the bull-horned demon shattered the glass door and charged into the building. Qin Yu's face went pale with horror. No way, it was so thick! Oh my god, Xiao Yu asked worriedly. What do we do now? Qin Yu activated his ability, flames enveloping him. What else can we do? We fight. After a moment, more and more horned demons appeared, the light from the flames illuminating a corner of the street. A massive blaze engulfed the horned demons, incinerating them all. Qin Yu retracted the flames from his hand, and an exhausted Xiao Yu whined. Brother, I'm getting a little hungry from all this fighting, Qin Yu grumbled. Damn it, this is never ending, it's messing everything up! Suddenly, he noticed something unusual as a powerful force crashed down to the ground, and he quickly dodged to the side. He asked in confusion, what was that? It turned out to be a killer bull, he thought to himself. This guy's strength is at least on par with a level 2 zombie. Xiao Yu quickly grabbed her sword and charged toward the killer bull. Qin Yu shouted a warning. Xiao Yu, stay away from it! The killer bull threw a punch, sending Xiao Yu flying. Qin Yu's eyes widened in anger as he puffed up his cheeks and said, How dare you! He raised his spear and charged at the beast. Don't think I'm scared just because you're level 2. I'm level 3 now. The killer bull's massive fingers easily caught the spear. Qin Yu frowned, thinking, as expected, even though I used a potion to boost my strength to level 3, my physical body is still only 30 times stronger than a normal person's. Even at level 2, that's not considered very strong. Then he grinned with amusement as he channeled power into his spear and roared, My purple flame is a genuine level 3 ability. The flames enveloped the killer bull, causing it to scream in agony. Qin Yu was anxious, sweat beading on his face. Burn it to death! Burn it! Don't let this be in vain! A moment later, the killer bull was charred black and lifeless. It collapsed to the ground, and Qin Yu sighed in relief. He raised his spear, intending to deliver a final blow, and shouted angrily, You dared to hit my sister! You're going to die here today! Xiao Yu ran over, clutching her wound. Wait, brother? He turned his head and asked, What's wrong? She dripped her blood onto the killer bull's head. For a moment, Qin Yu got angry. Having forgotten about his sister's ability, he said, Oh, I almost forgot you had this trick. After a moment, the killer bull suddenly stood up. Xiao Yu pointed at it happily and said, I choose you. A nearby Pygmeo horned demon roared, and suddenly, the Pygmeo coughed up blood, its bones feeling as if they were shattering. It collapsed to its knees. Qin Yu was surprised. Huh, did I hit it too hard? It looks like it's done for. Xiao Yu continued to drip blood from her fingertip, saying, Wait, try this. The drops of blood from her finger flew through the air, and the Pygmeo received them, like a miracle potion. The creature's strength was... Qin Yu was astonished. You can also... Xiao Yu crossed her arms proudly. I can use the genes in my blood to heal the puppets I control. The Pygmeo quickly charged towards the crowd of horned demons. He swung his fist, killing them one by one punch after another. The horned demons fell in droves. But then another one suddenly appeared from nowhere. Qin Yu grew worried. Another one, Xiao Yu! Control it! Xiao Yu shouted. Peekaboo! Get it! The peekaboo grabbed the horned demon's hands tightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu used her blood to cast her skill, a drop of blood seeping into the head of a horned demon. 2 horned demons are now under control, Qin Yu said happily. With these 2, our fight will be much easier, Xiao Yu shouted. You guys, throw a few more over here. The peekaboo landed a punch on the horned demon, knocking it unconscious to the ground. Xiao Yu was ecstatic. That's the third one. She counted them one by one. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, Qin Yu said gently. Are you getting addicted to this? Xiao Yu replied cheerfully, proudly showing off her ability to enslave and enhance with fresh blood, saying she could now control an additional 6, making it a total of 12. Xiao Yu continued to cast her against them. She went on. My enhanced peekables are much stronger than you wild bulls. Qin Yu was speechless. Geez, you're maliciously exploiting a game loophole. Xiao Yu sat to the side, enjoying a drink and watching the peekables fight, when a strange sound suddenly echoed. Qin Yu was startled. That's the sound of space cracking. Could it be that another place is about to be torn open? The horned demons saw something that made them all gape in shock. They turned to flee in fear, and Xiao Yu pointed, ordering, Peekables! Pursue them! Qin Yu exclaimed. They dare to run, Xiao Yu! Let's go up to the rooftop and see! Who knows what's falling down this time? The two siblings quickly ran up to the rooftop. They looked up at the sky, and Qin Yu was stunned. There, against the crimson, cloudy sky, a giant rift had appeared, signaling that something ominous was coming. Xiao Yu asked worriedly, Brother, why is your expression so grim? With my peekables here, what's there to be afraid of? Qin Yu was alarmed. This rift is different. This one was torn open, he explained. Normally, spatial rifts are unstable. Maintaining one requires incredible power, and the only things that can tear space apart are monsters with terrifying strength, Qin Yu said uneasily. Let's go. A savage laugh echoed from the sky. Where do you think you're going? This queen expended so much effort to barely tear this open. If you run away, wouldn't all my effort be for naught? A monster was trying to break free from the rift. It shrieked, Don't stop me. A red beam of light shot down from the sky, creating a huge explosion on the rooftop. From within the thick smoke and dust, the figure of a lolly emerged. She smiled sinisterly. This queen has forgotten how many years it's been since I last came to this world. I never expected this world to have such an appetizing and attractive prey. Xiao Yu was surprised. It's a beautiful girl. Why did a girl come here? Qin Yu stepped in front of Xiao Yu, saying, You can tell this one is an otherworldly being at a glance. Absolutely do not let your guard down. The lolly twirled a lock of her hair and replied, For you, of course. Also, my name is Shui Lieti. Don't just call me girl. Underestimating me will cost you dearly, Xiao Yu asked in confusion. For me? Lieti stuck out her tongue, licked her finger, and said with a lecherous grin, Not just any reason would make this queen expend the effort to come down here. I have never tasted fresh blood as delicious as yours, she said scornfully. Big sister, your world is too dangerous. Why don't you come with me? I'll protect you, Qin Yu asked, annoyed. You want to imprison her and feed on her flesh and blood every day? Lieti sneered. Is there a place for you to speak here in my eyes? She is prey, and you are trash, not even qualified to be prey. Hearing this, Qin Yu gritted his teeth in anger and said, Are you sick in the head spouting all that nonsense? Do you really think you're a god and all this queen stuff? Isn't it disgusting? Do you believe I'll beat you up right now? Lieti replied with a look of contempt. You tiny ant, do you know what kind of great existence you are speaking to? Qin Yu tightened his grip on his spear and sneered. Just another otherworldly being. I just killed a whole bunch of them. If you don't get lost now, you'll end up just like those bulls. Beside him, Xiao Yu grew anxious. Her brother was just bluffing. You're comparing this queen to those beasts, you ignorant ant. If you knew my power, you would never dare to speak like that. Qin Yu replied calmly. I know you're strong, and today, I'm truly no match for you. But he raised his spear towards Lieti. Your real body didn't come through the rift. The you before me is merely a projection. Lieti was shocked. You? How did you know? Qin Yu smiled. You never made a move, just trying to persuade my sister to leave. I knew you were just bluffing. I'm guessing that with the power of your projection, you're not confident you can beat me. Inwardly, Qin Yu was laughing. Let me just take a wild guess. It was right, phew. Thank goodness. Lieti was furious. She shrieked, Even if it's just a clone, it's more than enough to deal with you. Lieti moved as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Qin Yu broke out in a cold sweat. So fast! Lieti suddenly appeared in front of him, a joyful smile on her face as if she were toying with her prey, and taunted. Surprise, old man! Qin Yu used his staff to block Lieti's attack. Her sharp claws were poised to strike him. He exclaimed, Damn! These claws! My staff is so sturdy, yet it almost broke. Lieti licked her fingertips, her expression incredibly sinister. She said, Huh, your reflexes are pretty quick. Then, Qin Yu turned to his sister and shouted, Xiao Yu, enhance me! Xiao Yu replied. Got it. Before he could even react, the girl lunged at him like a moth to a flame, her eyes sharp, and smiled wickedly. Let's see if you can keep up. With just one swipe, Li Ti successfully snapped Qin Yu's long spear in half. Consider it a trophy, she said mockingly. Ha! This princess broke your spear. Let's see what you'll use to defend yourself now. Continuing. Li Ti swiped at Qin Yu again, but this time he couldn't dodge, leaving a rather deep wound. Xiao Yu, standing from a distance, saw her brother get hit by Li Ti's attack and couldn't contain her worry, shouting, Brother! Despite his injury, Qin Yu managed to grab both of her hands. He gave a triumphant smile and said, Ha! Got you! Li Ti blushed in embarrassment, her sassy mouth temporarily silenced. Quickly, she pulled her hands back. Seeing this, Qin Yu remarked, Wow, so slippery. You got shy and embarrassed. Li Ti threw a punch at his face, but he swiftly dodged it. She furiously shouted, Ah, how dare an ant like you do such a thing to this princess! But Qin Yu was nowhere to be seen. Li Ti froze for a moment. Huh. Suddenly, Qin Yu appeared behind her, grabbing her in a hug, which made her extremely frustrated and surprised. Let go of me, you mongrel ant! You damned male beast! He unleashed his technique. Burn to ashes. As he spoke, a rather large explosion erupted. Whether by luck or misfortune, no one was injured in the explosion. Li Ti seemed furious after the sneak attack, gritting her teeth and saying to Qin Yu, I'm going to tear you limb from limb! Li Ti unleashed her claw attacks, which shot towards Qin Yu. He was in great pain, and his left arm seemed to be in bad shape. He struggled to say, My enhanced clone was taken out just like that. Damn it, half of my genetic power wasted. Without giving him a moment to rest, Li Ti charged again. This time, she looked more determined to defeat him than before, her eyes sharp as blades. Ant, prepare to die. Suddenly, someone appeared, throwing out enchanted talismans. Li Ti was a bit surprised by this. You audacious demon. Don't you dare harm anyone. She was so surprised she froze in place, then stopped, put her hands on her hips, and asked, Who's there? Who dares to stop this princess from executing an ant? The person who appeared to save Qin Yu was Dao Yi, a Taoist priest. He threw a burning talisman from his hand. Li Ti swatted the talisman aside, saying with a disdainful tone, Just for show, completely ineffective. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before her eyes. The light quickly spread out into magical ropes, binding Li Ti tightly, though restrained. She still shouted, What kind of sorcery is this? Untie this princess at once! Dao Yi watched, a victor's smile on his face. He said, Trapped by my golden light talisman, not even a great immortal could escape. It seems Dao Yi had underestimated Li Ti's combat ability. She let out a loud cry and quickly broke free from his golden light talisman. Dao Yi was stunned, not having anticipated this situation. He gritted his teeth and said, This demon is too powerful from a distance. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu watched, exclaiming in awe, Ah, a cultivator, a Duzong-level expert. So strong. Dao Yi seemed a bit embarrassed that his golden light talisman was broken so easily, and he was slightly annoyed with the siblings. I say, you two should probably leave now. The golden light talisman won't hold for much longer. Hearing this, Qin Yu struggled to say to his sister, Xiao Yu, enhance me again. After he spoke, a purple aura of power enveloped him, Li Ti said with a slightly surprised tone. Ant? You dare? The purple flames quickly engulfed her. Qin Yu was about to lose his grip. He said to his sister in an extremely weak voice, Xiao Yu, enhance my flame ability. Xiao Yu obediently complied. Yes, brother. Qin Yu poured all his strength into this decisive blow, but because his injuries were too severe, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yu ran to support him, her face filled with worry. Brother, are you okay? He was in immense pain and had trouble breathing. He weakly said, I'm fine, just overexerted myself. I used too much power, and my injured body can't quite handle it. Meanwhile, Li Ti was furious. She screamed, You? How dare you do this to this princess? Seeing that she could still speak, Qin Yu was shocked that he hadn't defeated her even after using all his strength. This still wasn't enough to beat her. Dao Yi had lost his patience. He shouted, Don't tell me I'm going to lose to this demon today! The flames gradually faded, revealing Li Ti covering her chest, embarrassed to the point of rage. Seeing this, Dao Yi couldn't control himself, losing all his priestly composure as his nose started bleeding profusely. This demon is really something. Qin Yu froze for a full 5 seconds, while Xiao Yu looked at her brother suspiciously, asking in a reproachful tone, Brother, you did this kind of thing? The most embarrassed person right now was Li Ti, and she was absolutely furious. Aunt, turn around! Don't look! Seeing this steamy scene, Dao Yi couldn't hold back. The amount of blood gushing from his nose was directly proportional to Li Ti's anger. She then yelled, "And you stop looking and suck that nosebleed back in, you all! You just wait for this, princess!" With that, she began to fade away, but not before leaving a warning. This isn't over. This isn't over. Just you wait for me. Li Ti vanished, leaving the other three standing helplessly on the rooftop. Only then did Dao Yi manage to calm down a bit, sniffing the last of his nosebleed back where it came from. Now that things were calmer, he clasped his hands in a formal greeting to the siblings. "This humble Taoist is named Dao Yi. May I ask for your esteemed names?" His sister quickly replied, "I am Xiao Yu, and this is my brother, Qin Yu." Hearing their names, Dao Yi had a thought. Qin Xiao Yu. Sounds less like siblings and more like a father and daughter. Hearing Dao Yi's comment, Xiao Yu's expression became awkward, and she froze up. She told herself, "Geez, someone said it again. Next time, I'm not telling them our last name." The Taoist seemed to realize his joke had gone a bit too far. He quickly flashed a confident smile to dispel the awkwardness. My apologies. This humble Taoist is a monk and doesn't often interact with others. Please forgive me if I've said anything offensive." Then, Xiao Yu seriously asked him, after seeing him draw talismans and chant spells, if he was a cultivator. He scratched his head, replying shyly, "Meditating to achieve enlightenment is the lifelong lesson of a monk. This humble Taoist has studied Taoist scriptures and the arts of yin and yang under my benevolent master since childhood. But as for being a cultivator, I'm afraid I still fall a little short." Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who had been silent all this time, cried out, unable to bear the pain any longer. Dao Yi quickly stepped in to treat Qin Yu. "Benefactor, you are gravely injured. Please sit down first and let this humble Taoist treat your wounds." He then took out his kit, which included various cultivator's tools. It even contained a first aid kit for emergencies. "You're so thoughtful," Xiao Yu praised him cheerfully. "You even brought medicine and acupuncture needles," Dao Yi said shyly. This humble Taoist often travels to learn, so it's inevitable to get injured. I've gotten used to carrying medicine and needles for when they're needed." With that, he quickly used all his spiritual energy and his medical knowledge to help treat Qin Yu's injuries. Before starting, he didn't forget to comfort him. "Benefactor, please bear with the pain for a moment." Flashing back to years ago, when Dao Yi was still a child. He was an orphan when a great master found him. At that time, he looked incredibly ragged and dirty. The master asked him, "What is your name? They all call you little beggar. So this master will give you a Taoist name." Named Dao Yi, was taken up the mountain by his master to train. Time flew by, and from the homeless boy he once was, Dao Yi had now become the #1 disciple of that Taoist master. Every day, he diligently and happily trained with his master. Great knowledge is leisurely, small knowledge is picky. Great words are fiery, small words are chattering. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed, but happiness doesn't last forever, and no one can stay by your side for a lifetime. His master passed away from this world. Master, may you rest in peace. As Dao Yi was mourning his master's death, his master suddenly sat up in the coffin, his face pale and gaunt, screaming incessantly. Seeing this, the young man couldn't contain his horror and shouted, Master! You! The reanimated Taoist lunged at Dao Yi, but luckily, he dodged it, and at the same time realized it was no longer his master, but some foul entity had possessed his master's body. Dao Yi drew his sword, ready to fight. You audacious demon. Get out of my master's body now. After that, an intense battle broke out between the two. Back in the present, the three of them were still on the rooftop of a building. The sun was nearly at its peak, yet they hadn't left. Xiao Yu spoke up to comfort him. Don't feel burdened. That wasn't your master anymore. Dao Yi looked a bit downcast. Thank you. Afterwards, I heard on the radio that many people were like my master. It must be the work of evil spirits. We of the Taoist sect live secluded in the deep mountains, but in times of chaos, we must descend to save the world, which is why I came here. Dao Yi continued. I never thought the world would become like this, with evil spirits running rampant and so few normal people left. But it was precisely at this moment that I felt the yin-yang arts I've cultivated for years have ascended. Hearing this, Qin Yu finally spoke up and asked, So, what are your plans now? Dao Yi stared into the distance and replied seriously, I plan to leave this place. The sky above this city is filled with a murderous aura. I fear a great disaster is coming. Hearing that, Qin Yu seemed a bit pleased and quickly said, What a coincidence. We also want to leave and head south. Why don't you come with us? Contrary to Qin Yu's enthusiasm, Xiao Yu touched his forehead, looking like he was thinking hard. But he quickly replied, That's great. It's all man-eating madmen outside, and I was worried about where to go. Xiao Yu immediately asked. Oh, those things are actually called zombies. Haven't you ever seen a movie? He gave a small, embarrassed laugh. He replied shyly, I've been cultivating in the mountains with my master since I was a child. I only occasionally came down for ascetic training, so I don't know much about the secular world outside. Xiao Yu, realizing she had made him uncomfortable, offered. Oh, then you should come with us. We'll have a chance to catch you up on a few things later. The three of them walked and talked cheerfully, Qin Yu said. So the talisman spells you just comprehended are probably because you've awakened as an evolved human. Xiao Yi replied happily. Wow, I knew it. No wonder I suddenly became so powerful. The three stood before the door of a building, hearing loud laughter from within. Ha ha ha, this feels great. Qin Yu was extremely surprised. What's going on? The three of them saw a man and an ox performing the exact same movements, and the ox was even standing on its two hind legs. The sight left all three of them frozen on the spot. Bai Bing and the bipedal ox cheerfully came out to greet them. Oh, brother, you guys are back. But the ox wasn't so lucky. It was struck by an attack from Qin Yu that went straight through its head. The ox was taken down, collapsing to the floor. Bai Bing, however, had a pouty expression because of his brother's actions. Hey, don't kill it, I wasn't done playing yet. Qin Yu, with a sharp and decisive gaze, said, Conserve some gene energy, and tell someone to clean up those corpses over there and fix the door, or else you'll attract more of those zombies. Xiao Yi then spotted a body lying in the middle of the room and stammered, Isn't that Ancestor Wang? Qin Yu was a little surprised. Oh, you know her. Xiao Yi recounted the whole story. Yes, Ancestor Wang was a highly respected and senior female master in the Taoist sect. I met her a few times when I was young. Even my master respected her greatly. My master and I were planning to come down the mountain to visit her, but I never expected. Qin Yu walked up behind Xiao Yi and continued. So she was also an old senior from the Taoist sect. I won't hide it from you. She was the one who told us to leave quickly and head south. Arriving in the south, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were sharing a bed, but neither of them was asleep yet. Xiao Yu playfully touched his chest, exclaiming, Brother, your chest is so hard. He replied with an indifferent expression. I'm injured there. Settle down and go to sleep. Xiao Yu looked worried. No, it's still early. Do you need me to rub it for you? He turned to face her and whispered, Hey, keep it down. We don't want anyone to overhear. In the room next door, Dao Ye was still awake, muttering to himself. Second Master, your disciple has been unfilial. On my own, I couldn't save many people in Shengjing City. I could only retreat for now to preserve this body, hoping to get stronger and save more lives later. From the next room, a voice drifted over. Brother, this part of you is so hard. Hearing that, he was bewildered and a bit uncomfortable. Are those two really brother and sister? The pair in the other room didn't stop, continuing to say things that made Dao Ye blush. Ouch! Stop fooling around and just go to sleep. Unable to bear it any longer, he buried his face in his pillow, trying not to hear any more of the awkward conversation. It's not early anymore. Do you want me to rub it for you? Completely helpless. Dao Ye shot up again with a very serious expression. Forget it. I'll just make some talismans. While this Taoist was concentrating his power to create talismans, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu still hadn't quieted down. Brother, your body feels amazing. The next morning, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu emerged from their room together, both wearing red outfits. Qin Yu looked slightly uncomfortable, whereas Xiao Yu was stretching, a clear sign that she had slept very well. She said, that was a great sleep. Looking over at Dao Ye's room, she saw him stumbling out as well. Seeing his state, Xiao Yu asked with concern, Oh, did you not sleep well last night? Dao Ye's eyes were dark and sunken, and in his hand was a stack of talismans he'd worked on all night. He forced a laugh. Ha ha, I was running low on talismans, so I had to make more all night. Bai Bing and Xiao Tong showed up, and Bai Bing asked, You're not staying a few more, Qin Yu answered. We have urgent business to take care of. Besides, Shengjing City isn't safe anymore. You all should leave as soon as possible. Hearing his words, Bai Bing was momentarily at a loss for how to reply. Qin Yu continued. Look, I know it's not easy for you to find a safe place, especially since you have to bring along many elderly, weak, and sick people, which makes moving difficult. When the crisis hits, don't hesitate. Find the military. You'll have a better chance of survival. At that, Bai Bing waved with a smile, while Xiao Tong beside him blushed slightly. Okay, Thank you all. The three left the inn and continued their journey. Xiao Yu was very excited, saying, Brother, this is kind of like we're on vacation. He replied with a serious look. What is there to be happy about? You don't realize that the wilderness is far more dangerous than the city. She turned back to look at him, her eyes shining as she said, Oh, but in zombie movies? Aren't the densely populated cities the most dangerous places? There's nobody out in the wild. So even if there are zombies, there would only be a few of them. Disagreeing with his sister, he immediately countered, You're only talking about zombies in movies. Don't forget, there are mutated beasts. There are far more random animals and birds in the wild than in the city, and there might even be mutated plants. If you're not careful for even a second, you'll be attacked by those things. Seeing how seriously Qin Yu was arguing with her, she averted her eyes and said quietly, Oh, really? Qin Yu added, Let's go to where Lin Feng is stationed first. I need to ask them for something. When they reached the gate, they were met by two guards, one of whom asked, Who are you? Please halt. Qin Yu spoke up. I'm here to see Lin Feng. My name is Qin Yu. I'm a friend of his. Could you please let him know? The other guard recognized him instantly. Oh, you're Major Lin Feng's friend. Please wait a moment while I make the announcement, the guard added. We can't be careless at a critical time like this. I hope you understand. Just a few days ago, there were several incidents of infected people among the refugees, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Qin Yu nodded. Yes, I understand. I'll wait. Shortly after, Major Lin Feng walked out and greeted him. Qin Yu, you made it. Qin Yu and the other two hurried over to him. Xiao Yu suddenly noticed the people sitting by the side of the road and couldn't help asking, Are all these people this week? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yu and replied, We can't help it. Food is scarce here. These refugees just arrived, and we couldn't refuse them. Even the strong young men who can go out and fight don't get to eat their fill, let alone the elderly, the weak, and the women. Lin Feng led the three of them inside. Along the way, they came across a group of men with shaved heads arguing over the small amount of food they were given. You scoundrels! With only this little bit of food, you're trying to starve us to death if you won't let us live. Then we won't let you live in peace either. Everyone, let's get them! Lin Feng roared. Stop! What do you think you're doing? The men with shaved heads, who had been so loud just a moment ago, immediately shrank back upon hearing Lin Feng's voice. One of them stammered, Officer Lin, we're not getting enough to eat. Lin Feng didn't accept that excuse and grew even more furious. Eating your fill? Why don't you ask around and see who in this entire camp is eating their fill? You're all strong young men, so why aren't you out there fighting with everyone else instead of hiding in the refugee camp? What kind of men does that make you? One of them couldn't stand it and yelled back, Fight, risking our lives. Fighting only gets us a tiny bit more food. We still can't eat our fill. Can we? Acting every bit the major? Lin Feng lectured the man to make him understand. You yourself know that even the soldiers aren't eating their fill. So what are you making a fuss about? If the soldiers fall, you'll all just be burdens waiting to die. After dealing with the men, Lin Feng sighed. Second Master, you've seen how it is. With enemies both inside and out, everyone was trying to hide their pressure and despair. Qin Yu ignored what had just happened and said, I came here to see Liu Tiechui. I want to ask him to make a weapon for me. Once it's done, I'll leave and won't be a burden to anyone. Lin Feng turned back to look at him with a hint of desperation in his eyes, asking Qin Yu, Is that why you came here? You've seen the situation. If you can, I hope you'll help us. He replied immediately, It's not that I don't want to help you. I'm truly powerless against the insectoid race. To be honest with you all, this mission is nearly impossible to complete. The best option is to retreat immediately and find another camp. He scratched his head, his face full of exhaustion. Why wouldn't I have thought of what you're saying, but... Sigh. In that case, I'll take you to see Liu Tiechui. Lin Feng led Qin Yu to a 4-story building, pointing upwards and instructing him. Go up to the 3rd floor. You can find him by following the sound of hammering steel. I have other things to do, so I can't go with you. Qin Yu turned to look at Lin Feng. All right, you go ahead and take care of your business. With that, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and Dao Ye went inside. Xiao Yu asked, Brother, why don't we take Lin Feng with us? Is it better to just leave him here to die? Qin Yu's voice was tinged with indifference. He wouldn't agree. He's determined to defend this place to the death. Dao Ye, as if understanding his feelings, spoke up in defense. Everyone has their own mission in this world. To die without regret is to be a hero. The three of them reached the room Lin Feng had pointed out. Standing at the door, Xiao Yu complained, It's so hot in here. Entering the room, they saw a large man intently focused on his work. holding an iron hammer and wearing nothing but an apron. Seeing him, Qin Yu was quite surprised, thinking to himself, "No wonder this man isn't evolved, and a rare creation type at that." He then spoke up to greet him. "You must be Mr. Liu?" The man replied with extreme indifference, not even bothering to glance at him. "Yeah, Liu Tieju, Liu Tiechui, call me whatever." Qin Yu approached and extended his hand to start a conversation. "Hello, Mr. Liu? I'm Qin Yu, a friend of Lin Feng's. I'd like to ask for your help in making a weapon." Tishui, with a stern and indifferent expression, said, "Write down your requirements on a piece of paper. I'll make it for you after I finish this." Qin Yu seemed to be in a great hurry. "Could you possibly make mine first? I'm in an urgent situation." The man shot him a sharp glare, filled with judgment for Qin Yu. He said, "You're in an urgent situation. Is it more urgent than the Vanguard's decapitation strike? Just wait patiently. When I'm done, I'll find the time to make yours." Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Qin Yu quickly tried to explain. "Mr. Liu, I'm a friend of Major Lin Feng." Before Qin Yu could finish, Tiechui cut him off. "Will you just— I told you to wait, so just wait. So what if you're a friend of Major Lin Feng? Even if you were the commander's uncle, it wouldn't mean a thing here." Just as Qin Yu was wondering how to persuade him, someone suddenly appeared and called his name. "Qin Yu!" Hearing someone call her brother's name, Xiao Yu also turned around, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Sun Yu!" Sun Yu appeared with a group of people. He said, "Don't be so tense. I didn't come here to cause trouble. Why are you all here?" Sui Zhong, who was with him, couldn't help but ask, "Is this the Qin Yu you said defeated you so easily?" Sun Yu approached Qin Yu, his voice full of provocation. "Ha! This is great. With you on board, we're sure to succeed." Qin Yu held up a hand to stop him, replying very seriously, "I think you've misunderstood. I came here to ask for help making a weapon. Once it's done, I'm leaving. As for your so-called decapitation strike, I won't be participating. I'd also advise you not to rush blindly to your deaths like this." Sun Yu was a bit surprised, but he quickly composed himself and said, You're such a coward. This decapitation strike is for the sake of Xinjiang City. Even if we sacrifice ourselves, we will be remembered by future generations and become heroes of the city." Qin Yu maintained his indifferent expression, looking at Sun Yu with an extremely judgmental gaze as he said, "Are you an idiot? If you sacrifice yourselves, the insectoid race will raze the city to the ground. By then, no one will remember your heroic deeds because everyone who knew you will be dead. Understand? Anyway," he continued, "I'm not a hero, and I don't want to be one. If you can't convince him to make my weapon, then just shut up." Sui Zhong couldn't stand Qin Yu's insolence and shouted angrily, "A coward is a coward! I bet you only beat Sun Yu by a fluke. I, the Li Sui Zhong, officially challenge you. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think you're something special." Xiao Yu pointed at Sun Yu and Sui Zhong and said something that shocked them both. "Who's stronger between you two?" Sui Zhong was a bit bewildered and found it hard to answer. "Why are you asking that?" with a serious expression. She picked her nose and said, "If you two are evenly matched, then don't bother challenging my brother, because I could take on both of you with just one hand." Sui Zhong was so shocked he almost fell over, but he still talked tough. "All right, you little brat, let me tell you something. I'm not like other guys. Even if I'm facing a woman, I won't hold back." Tia Chui, who had been listening quietly until now, finally spoke up. "Wait." He glanced at Qin Yu and asked inquisitively, "You said you're leaving Xinjiang City?" Qin Yu asked back, confused. "Yes. Why?" The blacksmith frowned and made a proposal. "I promise I'll forge your weapon first, but you have to promise me one thing." Qin Yu looked at him and asked, "Tell me first. What is it?" Tia Chui stated his request. "Take my grandchild out of here, to Tianmeng City in the south. Promise me this, and I'll forge your weapon." Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then replied decisively, "That's possible. I will do my best to ensure their safety." Sui Zhong, with an angry expression, spoke up. "Are you two done talking? If you're finished, can I make my move now?" Suddenly, Xiao Yu rushed forward. She pressed her sword against his neck, then pulled it back, calmly ordering, "All right, it's over. Now have that man help my brother forge a weapon." Sui Zhong's face turned pale with fear as he stammered, "How can this be?" Taiju frowned at what had just happened, impressed by her strength, and turned around. His hand continued to strike the red-hot iron, and he spoke with a reassured tone. "With strength like yours, I can rest easy with my grandson following you two. What weapon do you want? I'll make it right now." Qin Yu pulled a blood-burned stone from his spatial ring. Sui Zhong exclaimed in shock, "Isn't that Major Lin's spatial ring?" Qin Yu frowned, replying without surprise, "It's not Major Lin's. That guy's ability is ridiculously overpowered. It's a long story. Ju frowned in confusion, reaching out to take the bloodburn stone. He asked, puzzled. What is this? It's still warm, Qin Yu replied. This is a bloodburn stone. Please use it to help me make a 2-meter-long spear. Taiju looked at the object in his hand. He could tell it was a high-quality item, and agreed. All right. Just touching this thing. I can feel it's extraordinary. It's definitely top-tier material. The weapon made from this will surely be a divine weapon. He added. It's good, but there's not enough. It's not sufficient for a 2-meter spear. These 2 pieces are only enough to forge the spearhead. In my opinion, we should use flame crystal for the shaft, Qin Yu repeated. Flame crystal. Xiao Yu, standing nearby, asked curiously. What's flame crystal? Qin Yu explained. Remember the firebugs that were chasing us? This flame crystal is the organ they use to create fire. It's extremely hard and retains heat for a long time. Although it's not as good as the bloodburn stone, it's still a rare material. The pieces of bloodburn stone were cut up and thrown into the blazing forge. Taiju stood before it with a frown, his voice filled with confusion. This thing's melting point is too high. The forge is at its maximum temperature, but there's still no reaction. Seeing this, Qin Yu summoned a purple flame in his hand, stared intently at the forge, and said, Let me. Then, he unhesitatingly thrust his hand, which was enveloped in purple flames, into the forge. The blacksmith looked at the forge and warned, Wait, if this continues, the forge won't be able to take it. Qin Yu glanced at his sister and ordered, Xiao Yu, reinforce the forge for me. Hearing this, she used her reinforcement ability on the forge and replied, Okay. Everyone else in the room stared wide-eyed, shocked by the scene. After the bloodburn stone was heated in the fire, Qin Yu took it out and announced, It's ready. Taiju took the stone and began hammering it vigorously to shape it. He quickly turned his head and urged, Add your blood! Quick! Qin Yu quickly grabbed a knife and made a cut on his hand. He held his hand over the spearhead, and his blood dripped onto the still glowing metal. The spearhead vibrated intensely as tiny streaks of blood spread out around it. Qin Yu was utterly astonished, thinking to himself, This spearhead resonates with me. Taiju held up the newly forged spear, his satisfied voice ringing out, This is my most satisfying work to date. I'll name it the Blood Flame Spear. Qin Yu held the new spear and said with a smile, The Blood Flame Spear. I like it. He swung the spear, and a purple flame ignited along its path. He assessed. It actually reached the quality of a D-rank treasure, and it even has an additional effect. Unexpectedly, a purple flame enveloped the spearhead. Qin Yu held the spear upright, and he was instantly engulfed by a stream of burning blood-red energy. This ability burns fresh blood to temporarily increase speed and power. After the effect ends, the user is weakened by blood loss. The fresh blood devour ability allows the blood flame spear to absorb blood from enemies to strengthen itself. It also transfers energy to the user, rapidly increasing their blood production rate. Qin Yu clasped his hands and said gratefully, Thank you, Grandmaster Liu. I will do my utmost to take your grandson to Tianmeng City. Taiju clasped his hands and said, All right, please wait one night. Mr. Qin Yu, tomorrow, I will arrange everything for him to go with you two. The young man called out to him, Grandmaster Liu? The old blacksmith smiled at him. Qin Yu frowned and suggested, You should come with us. You shouldn't die here. Taiju clasped his hands behind his back and, after a moment of thought, calmly refused. I'm not going anywhere. I must stay and fight until the very end. The next day, as the brilliant sun rose high, dazzling sunbeams pierced the morning mist, shining down on a building. Inside the building, a young man named Liu Hui stood at the door of a room, speaking shyly. Hello, you two. My name is Liu Hui. Qin Yu looked at him and asked, You're Grandmaster Liu's grandson, right? Are you ready to leave? Liu Hui smiled and replied, Yes, I'm all ready. Outside in the hallway, a group of people was walking confidently toward Qin Yu's room, all dressed in formal attire. The man with white hair was the #1 war god, Gao Jiao, who had a deathly pale, ghost-like face and the nickname Ghost Jiao. His ability was to transform into a ghost soul. The man with blue hair was the #2 of the 10 war gods. He was Yang Jingling, about 25 years old with handsome features, known as the Grass Lord, with the ability to control grass. Behind him was the #3 war god, Lu Yun, who could transform into a Haozhu, a beast with black shootable quills. Next to him was the commander-in-chief, Li Wei, a man over 40 who was a profound and cunning anti-hero. Lin Fang walked ahead of them and called out warmly, Qin Yu! Qin Yu glanced at the approaching group, frowning in confusion. Jingling spoke up. Well, a hero emerges from the young. Indeed, you must be Qin Yu. I've heard Lin Feng mention you. The young man placed a hand on his hip and asked with a smile, "Judging by your appearance, you must be the commander of Shengjing City." Li Wei crossed his arms behind his back and praised with a smile. "You have a sharp eye. I am Li Wei, the commander of Shengjing City." Qin Yu frowned as he realized something, murmuring to himself, "Li Wei, could it be?" He recalled the image of Li Wei from the future. He thought, Li Wei, the future lord of Tianmeng City. I can't believe he's the commander of Shengjing City right now. Qin Yu clasped his hands respectfully and said, "So you're Commander Li. I've heard so much about you." Li Wei immediately got down to business. He spoke cautiously. "Actually, I came to see you about something." Qin Yu turned away in thought, and then politely refused. "If you want me to join the attack on the broodmother's nest, I'm sorry, but I won't agree to it." Li Wei let out a loud laugh and replied, "You've misunderstood. My purpose for finding you isn't about that." He stepped closer and continued in a low voice. "In this war against the insectoids, we don't have a shred of a chance of winning." "You see it that way too, don't you?" Qin Yu asked doubtfully. "What are you trying to say?" Li Wei proposed. "Instead of fighting a battle we're destined to lose, it's better to preserve our strength and contribute something more meaningful to humanity later on." Qin Yu smirked coldly, his voice mocking. "Are you suggesting a breakout? Commander Li, a very wise decision." Seeing his reaction, Li Wei corrected himself. "Not a breakout. An escape." Lin Feng frowned, his voice full of doubt as he asked the commander. "I have no problem with abandoning Shengjing City, but why are only our squads retreating, leaving behind over 100,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of civilians?" Upon hearing this, Li Wei shot up, spun around to face Lin Feng, and shrieked in a biting and unreasonable tone. "Major Lin, watch your tone and attitude if everyone retreats. The insectoids will definitely pursue us. Besides, we don't have enough food. We simply can't provide rations for everyone." Qin Yu shot him a disdainful look and muttered under his breath, "This guy is truly vicious. No wonder he becomes a regional tyrant in the future." Seeing that Qin Yu was silent, Li Wei thought he had misunderstood and quickly explained. "Qin Yu, are you worried we won't make it? Don't be. The Dongsang unit has over 500 members, and every single one is an elite. Once we arrive in Tianmeng, our status will be no less than what we have in Shengjing City. My brother is Li Hongming, the commander of Tianmeng City." Hearing this explanation, Qin Yu's face darkened as he rested his chin in his hand, thinking to himself, "Li Hongming, I never heard of him in my past life. Could it be?" Li Wei smirked and continued. "Not long ago, my brother sent me an update. The situation over there is quite good. Tianmeng City has been completely cleared out. Tianmeng's current military strength makes it arguably the safest place in the world. Once we get there, given my relationship with my brother and all of your strength, we will surely secure a prominent position in Tianmeng City." Qin Yu fell into deep thought, recalling his past life. He remembered that he only knew Li Wei as the lord of Tianmeng, having never heard the name Li Hongming. Logically, a city lord, especially one who laid the foundation for Tianmeng's success, should have been recorded in history, even if just briefly. It seems... He rubbed his head and frowned, considering another possibility. Perhaps Li Wei bit the hand that fed him, usurped power by killing Li Hongming, and then covered up the truth. He must have then implemented a dictatorial regime, using strict censorship to completely erase any trace of his brother. If that's true, this Li Wei is a truly ruthless man. Dao Yi's voice was grim, filled with an inconsolable sorrow. "What a tragedy, what a terrible sin. Those who are abandoned, I fear their fate will be grim." Liu Hui placed his hands on his hips and spoke in Li Wei's defense. "Commander Li doesn't have it easy. He was committed to Shengjing City from the start. Making a choice like this must have been his last resort. He must be in great pain." Xiao Yu leaned in slightly, glancing warily at the commander before whispering to Qin Yu, "Brother, why do I get the feeling this guy is really dangerous? Even though I could easily take care of him with my power, there's a strange authority about him that makes me hesitant to confront him." Qin Yu looked at her and praised. "Xiao Yu, your intuition is spot on. We have to be wary of Li Wei. He's a dangerous man." A short while later, a crowd of civilians gathered in front of a soldier, asking worriedly, "Where is everyone going?" A soldier explained, reassuring the people. "Everyone, don't panic. We're just going to pick up some food and supplies. We'll be back soon." A man who heard this exclaimed happily, "That's great. We won't have to starve anymore." A woman next to him placed a hand on her chest and added thoughtfully, "If that's the case, we can hold out until we finally drive the insects away." Inside a vehicle, Lin Feng sat in silence, frowning uncomfortably. He kept his lips pressed tightly together, not saying a word. Sensing his mood, Qin Yu patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Don't blame yourself. You were powerless." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his face dark as he spoke in a self-reproaching tone. They trusted us. They relied on us. Yet we're deserting them in the heat of battle, giving them nothing but empty promises and false hope. By the time they realize what's happened, it will be too late. By then, all they'll have left is despair. And eventually, they will all die. Lin Feng sighed softly, his voice dropping as if he were both confiding in Qin Yu and trying to console himself. At least I can live with my conscience. Hearing that, Qin Yu shot to his feet. But by then, they'll surely hate our guts. Qin Yu glanced at him and retorted, So what if we had brought everyone with us? The insectoids would have hunted us down, he explained with a coldness laced with frustration. Lin Feng, in the apocalypse, nobody cares about your conscience. If your conscience could actually save everyone, at least then it's useful. Otherwise, it's completely worthless. When it's a matter of life and death, there's no better outcome. Save that conscience of yours, so you can burn yourself out with it when the time comes. Qin Yu's words hit Lin Feng like a splash of cold water, stunning him into a heavy, contemplative silence. As the vehicles began to roll out, he sat quietly inside, appearing to have come to a realization. He spoke softly, his tone laced with bitterness. Qin Yu, you were right. I'm too weak right now. I don't have a voice. My conscience alone is meaningless. Despite the somber silence, the convoy pushed steadily forward, showing no signs of stopping. Swift motorcycles took the lead, with their riders scouting the situation, scanning every corner of the road ahead. Far off, zombies were gathered in a dense horde, like a bleak, gray sea. They seemed to be desperately searching for something. One of the forward scouts saw the horde, and immediately got on the radio to inform the others. Situation ahead. I repeat, situation ahead. The road is blocked. There's a zombie horde. The vehicles came to a stop, and soldiers stepped out. Weapons at the ready. They formed lines, and the captain ordered them to take their positions. Gunshots erupted as they fired relentlessly. The zombies heard the noise, turned their heads, and charged forward with menacing growls. A voice commanded the other soldiers. Fire! A relentless hail of bullets made the creatures scream in agony. The captain's voice repeatedly called out, Switch! Watching their coordinated movements, Qin Yu remarked. As expected of an elite unit, their coordination is perfect. The captain's voice rang out once more. Suppress the enemy heavy firepower. Prepare to reload. A short while later, the initial silence returned. Once the zombie horde was completely annihilated, the soldiers quickly moved forward to survey the area. A soldier's commanding voice echoed, Gather the supplies and spoils! Collect the evolution energy! The sky slowly deepened to a dark purple as night fell. The convoy stopped in front of a gas station, where a calm voice spoke up. We'll rest here tonight. Instantly, another voice responded. Roger that. Inside the gas station, a group of people sat around a simmering hot pot. Dao Ye spoke up with a worried and thoughtful expression. I have a really bad feeling, like something ominous is coming. Holding her bowl of noodles, Xiao Yu looked at him, puzzled, and asked, Little Taoist, why are you always so jumpy? My intuition is always right. Hearing that, Qin Yu issued a warning. Everyone be careful tonight. Don't sleep too soundly. If danger strikes, Liu Hui must stay with Dao Ye, and then you two find me and Xiao Yu right away. In a separate room. Li Wei was casually eating noodles, his voice filled with confidence. Things will only get better from here. Once I get to Tianmeng and team up with my brother, we'll definitely accomplish something great. Outside the room, a group of men stood guard silently, guns in hand. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Lu Yun turned his head toward the noise. Recognizing the newcomer, he asked, Zhao Kui, what brings you here? Zhao Kui stood straight, adjusted his hat, and reported, Sir, I have something important to report to Commander Li, Lu Yun replied. It's late. The commander is likely asleep already. Come back tomorrow. Zhao Kui clenched his jaw but didn't argue, simply agreeing. Very well, I'll return first thing in the morning. But then, Li Wei's voice came from inside the room. Let him in. Settle today's matters today. Don't put it off. Zhao Kui immediately pushed the door open, shouting, Commander Li! The commander walked up to him and asked, What did you want to report? Zhao Kui's face was deathly pale, his eyes dull, and his voice was threatening. Well, Li Wei, today marks your death anniversary. The commander's eyes shot open as he yelled, Trouble! Hearing him, Gao Jiao's face fell, and he cried out in alarm. This is bad. The scene cuts to Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, who were sleeping soundly when an insectoid monster suddenly materialized. It brandished a sharp stinger. It flew toward Xiao Yu, who was deep in sleep. But suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes snapped open, and he unleashed his power, incinerating the insectoid. A powerful flame reduced it to ashes. An alarm began to wail throughout the building. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the insectoids! The blaring alarm also woke Xiao Yu. She sat up a little and asked, "What happened?" He explained, "It's the insectoids. From the sounds of it, there are quite a few of them. Get ready. We're going to find Dao Ye and Liu Hui." A powerful kick sent a door flying open. The two rushed into the room. Qin Yu asked anxiously, "Are you two all right?" An insectoid monster was encased in a golden cube. Dao Ye stood protectively in front of Liu Hui, holding a talisman as he faced Qin Yu. Frowning, the man announced loudly, "The insectoids have launched a surprise attack. It's dangerous outside. Everyone, hide in a corner and absolutely do not reveal your position." Outside the building, the soldiers were in formation, and their captain was yelling, "Fire! Fire!" They unleashed a constant barrage of fire on the swarming insectoids. A middle-aged soldier, still shooting, sneered, "Die, you ants! We are the elite of the elite." The soldier beside him saw it and yelled a warning. "Be careful, it's a claw sectoid!" Claws suddenly shot out, impaling the man. He screamed in pain as a massive, horrifying claw sectoid emerged in front of them. It spewed out countless spikes. The claw sectoid launched them toward the soldiers. The projectiles rained down on the men, making them cry out in agony. "Find cover! Find cover!" A massive insectoid monster lunged forward, pinning a soldier to the ground. The man screamed in terror, but then a bullet shot straight through the creature's head, destroying it. A soldier saw this and sighed in relief, joyfully exclaiming, "That's great. It's a sniper." The sniper team is finally in position. In the barracks, a chaotic battle erupted between the insect swarm and the soldiers. Someone shouted encouragement, "Kill these beasts!" amidst chaotic screams of, "Ah, save me!" Suddenly, 3 sharp spikes flew through the air. The sound of sharp spikes piercing human bodies rang out. 3 soldiers died instantly. Long Feng and 2 other soldiers looked in that direction, exclaiming in horror. Over there was a massive insect with sharp legs and 4 crimson eyes burning with rage. A bald soldier yelled, "Danger! Find cover! Quickly find cover!" The other soldiers also scrambled to flee. "Quick, get to cover!" The mutant spider-like insect was the source of the sharp spikes. Under the moonlight, it violently spat out a barrage of spikes towards everyone, not aiming at any specific target. But with spikes raining down like that, some unlucky soldiers were bound to get hit. A calm man pointed at it and ordered, "Attack it! It's the leader!" A sniper positioned up high received the order. "Roger that." He carefully aimed at the mutant spider. But as he took aim, a large red insect landed behind him. By the time he sensed the danger, it was too late. The sniper lost his life. A piercing scream of, "Ah!" was his final sound. Seeing a body fall from above, the soldiers below holding their guns were stunned. They looked up to see a red insect with wings and a long, lizard-like tail, but its body had 4 human-like limbs, with only its head retaining insectoid features. Someone shouted, identifying it. "The armored insect king!" A panicked soldier cried out, "Get away! Get away!" But it was too late. The armored insect king dived down to their position, creating a shockwave that sent everyone flying amidst a cloud of dust. It was like the shadow of death, leaving casualties wherever it went. The army lost 2 more men. Sun Wu quickly devised a countermeasure. "Brothers, switch to melee weapons for close-range enemies." Just as he finished speaking, an insect with sharp pincers lunged forward. His comrade hastily warned, "Watch out!" The insect slammed its blade-like pincer into the ground, but Sun Wu had already leaped high into the air. He laughed triumphantly. "Didn't expect that. Did you? I can jump this high." In midair, he performed a flip like a professional acrobat, then landed with a direct stab to the insect's head. Elsewhere, another insect that had just charged forward was frozen solid, unable to move. It turned out this squad was composed of evolved soldiers, all of whom had awakened abilities. The man who had just frozen the insect grinned victoriously. "Nice one. These beasts never expected we had this trick up our sleeves." But the armored insect king had yet to be dealt with, and someone noticed it. Knowing he couldn't fight it alone, he called his comrades to gang up on it. "Let's take on the biggest one together." And so, a man with a mutated hand and the bald man with a saber charged forward. Go, from behind. Others launched their powers at it. There were explosive flames, lightning-like strikes, and even ice attacks, a kaleidoscope of colors and assaults, all exploding to annihilate it at once. Yet, despite taking so many hits, the armored insect king was completely unharmed. Its eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. With its speed and agility, it lunged forward with 2 swift slashes. The 2 men who had just charged in were sent to meet their makers. A young man not in uniform fell to the ground. He uttered his last words in terror. "We couldn't even kill it. Looks like today is the day I die." As the armored insect king's claw was about to descend upon his head, it suddenly stopped. It turned out the beast was busy blocking an attack from Qin Yu. The tip of his spear struck one of its arms. The young man who was saved was utterly stunned and gasped in astonishment. Qin Yu's entire body glowed with a faint red light, and he held his spear with majestic power. The young man stared in awe for a long moment. A war god from above. Qin Yu concentrated his strength and slammed his spear into the ground. A heavy thud echoed as he landed, sending dust flying everywhere, forcing the soldiers to keep a wary distance. However, he didn't look pleased at all after hitting the armored insect king. He looked at the spear in his hand and snorted coldly. Under the spear tip was one of the armored insect king's arms. But that was all, not its corpse. He couldn't help but remark. Sacrificing a limb to block a fatal blow. With a whoosh, the armored insect king's wing slashed past his face. He leaned back to dodge it, and with another slash, it attacked his lower body. He managed to dodge successfully, otherwise he would have become a eunuch. The man and the insect both retreated, eyeing each other warily, preparing to fight again. A soldier, finally coming to his senses, looked at Qin Yu with concern. That's not the war god. I don't know him. Who on earth is this guy? Meanwhile, Qin Yu was quite satisfied with his new weapon. For a normal strike to be so effective, this blood flame spear could truly be considered a divine weapon. The armored insect king had now flown into the air, its severed arm already regenerated, as if it had never been cut off. Qin Yu tapped his spear on the ground. If a normal strike can do that to you, then next. He channeled his power, likely preparing to use a special move. His whole body radiated a faint but formidable bloody aura. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and let out a pained roar. Ah! His eyes turned bloodshot, and the spear in his hand, infused with his body's bloody aura, glowed an even deeper red. Feeling the power course through him, he struck the armored insect king's head with his spear. A loud bang resounded. The impact was so powerful, it was enough to give the creature a concussion. Qin Yu spun the spear in his hand. Die. Just then, Xiao Yu appeared behind him. Brother spear that subdues the insect. He looked at his sister, confused. Not knowing what she wanted, Xiao Yu drew a drop of blood from her body and explained, "Leave it to me." The blood shot into the insect king's head and seeped into its body. Surprisingly, its injured form was restored to perfect condition. It was now completely under Xiao Yu's control. She cheered joyfully. This is great! She climbed onto its back, grabbing the two antennae on its head and holding them like horse reins. With a simple command, the armored insect flew high into the air. Xiao Yu happily boasted, "I have a helicopter now." Seeing this, Qin Yu was speechless. He retracted his power. The two soldiers below watched with their jaws dropped, as if they were in a wonderland. In an instant, the formidable armored insect had been tamed by the siblings. They stammered. What kind of monsters are these two? The situation outside was temporarily considered stable. Back in Li Wei's room, the officer who had come in to report began to transform. A malicious laugh echoed. Li Wei, today is the day you die. Gao Jiao realized the situation was not good, so he rushed in just in time to help. This is bad! The man had now transformed into a mutant insect with a human torso and multiple legs around it. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. Gao Jiao used his ghost form skill to phase through its body. He tried to get to Li Wei to save him. Thanks to his incredible speed and skill, Gao Jiao managed to grab the commander and pull him away from the mutant insect's mouth. It snapped its huge jaws shut but only bit into thin air. Seeing its attack fail, it looked around, planning to escape. Jingling saw this and shouted a warning. It's trying to escape! Lu Yun yelled, and began his transformation. His shirt ripped as sharp spines sprouted all over his body, making him look like a humanoid porcupine. By the time Lu Yun finished transforming, his handsome hair was replaced by stiff black porcupine quills, and two tusks grew from his mouth, looking both ferocious and unappealing. Jingling bent down and threw out a green sprout, which hit the humanoid mutant insect. Immediately, a bundle of vines erupted like dried seaweed in water. They expanded and enveloped the creature. In an instant, the green vines had tightly wrapped the insect into a fresh mummy. Lu Yun stepped forward and casually broke the 6 scythe-like claws on its back, disarming it of its powerful weapons. Commander Li Wei finally came to his senses, still trembling slightly. How did he suddenly turn into such a disgusting monster? From outside the base, commands rang out. Attack! Attack them! Watch the left flank! Hold the formation! Hold the formation! Li Wei was startled and asked what was happening outside. The 2 guards at the door reported, Commander Li, it's bad. The insectoid race is attacking. The battlefield situation is critical. This news made him worry, thinking to himself, the insectoids are attacking. How is that possible? But befitting a commander, he only pondered for a moment before issuing an order. Go and help immediately. We must repel the insectoids. Gao Jiao's group of 3 heard the command and prepared to go outside to assist. Before leaving, they didn't forget to instruct the soldiers there. Everyone, protect Commander Li, the others replied. Yes, sir. A moment after stepping outside, Gao Jiao, Jingling, and Lu Yun looked up at the sky in astonishment. In the sky, Xiao Yu was controlling the armored insect king to destroy other flying insects. The trio looked like they had seen a ghost. What is this situation? Before their shock could subside, something purple fell from the sky, crashing down with a loud, earth-shaking bang that sent dust flying everywhere. From within the cloud of dust, Qin Yu shot out like Superman, then landed amidst a swarm of ant-like insects. Powerfully thrusting his spear into the ground, purple sparks traveled rapidly along the cracks in the ground, followed by a series of deafening explosions. It turned out Qin Yu had created an aftershock, with himself as the epicenter. Gao Zhao's face paled as he commented, though his complexion wasn't rosy to begin with. That person is Qin Yu. So strong. Lu Yun was a man of action. He didn't say much and immediately charged forward. Just watching is making my hands itch. Let's go! Jingling waved his hand, sending numerous sprouts flying in all directions, their green glow shining like fireworks in the night. The sprouts landed and grew into tough, sharp vines that pierced and tore apart the insects. Xiao Yu watched with excitement, her clear, sparkling eyes not looking like those of a warrior in battle at all. She burst out laughing. Plants versus zombies! Gao Zhao also joined in. He drew a sword, its blade shimmering with a strange, purple aura. Seeing Xiao Yu and Qin Yu, he silently assessed. Oh, is this the power of a war god? With a single slash, the sword in Gao Zhao's hand moved slightly, and an insect was split in two, the cut as clean as slicing a cake. Qin Yu had noticed the movements of these three, and paused his actions for a moment. A purple shadow flashed by, leaving a trail of insectoid corpses in its wake. Seeing this, Qin Yu recognized him as Gui Zhao. Gao Zhao's shadow darted forward, wielding dual swords. Combined with his abilities, slaughtering the insectoid swarm was no difficult task. Qin Yu sank into his memories, recalling the information he knew about him. Although Gui Zhao's reputation wasn't as renowned as Lin Feng's, anyone who heard his name knew his strength was significantly greater than Lin Feng's. Later, for some reason, Lin Feng left Li Wei. Not long after, Gui Zhao died, and no one knew why. While lost in thought, someone from behind called out loudly, Qin Yu! He turned his head and saw it was Lin Feng, who was thrilled to finally have a chance to show off and fight alongside him. But he didn't notice a dark shadow approaching from behind. Qin Yu quickly warned him, Watch your back. Lin Feng frowned, glaring at the insect that had appeared right behind him. With this single spin, he threw off the weak insect using his ability. Qin Yu smirked in admiration. Lin Feng had indeed awakened an ability worthy of a future hero. He was also curious about what the man's ability was, so he watched for a little longer. At that moment, Lin Feng extended his hand, and a vortex of air formed in it. The air vortex was quite powerful. It attracted several more insects, but they were unaware that their end was near. Watching the vortex grow stronger, Lin Feng shouted, Vacuum! His vacuum vortex began to expand, pulling the insects into its black hole. Once the black hole formed and pulled in enough insects, Lin Feng ordered it to detonate. A sphere in the air, as black as a cosmic black hole, spun and then boom. The explosion echoed, shaking the ground. Under the moonlit, starless night sky, the insects seemed to receive a command on the wind, tilting their heads back to let out a collective growl. Immediately after, they began to flee in an orderly fashion. The soldiers were shocked, exclaiming that the creatures were retreating. Lu Yun held a leg he'd torn from a dead insect. He laughed heartily. Such cowards! I guess this is all their race amounts to. Qin Yu was confused, analyzing the situation internally. What's happening? Even if this insect army kept fighting, they would eventually be wiped out. But retreating wasn't the insect race's style. Despite his thoughts, no one wanted to pursue the retreating creatures. The area was now littered with insect corpses. Xiao Yu jumped down from the armored insect king, laughing with cheerful excitement. It was time for the much-anticipated harvest of spoils. Brother, how much evolution energy do these have? Qin Yu put away his weapon and storage ring, replying nonchalantly. These insects' bodies don't contain any evolution energy. Xiao Yu's face fell. Really? Qin Yu continued. But they do possess the precious essence of an alien race. And just like that, her spirits lifted again. She eagerly urged her brother, That's great, hurry! Set them all on fire so we can start collecting. Qin Yu didn't move, explaining. The insect race's essence can't withstand heat. If my fire incinerates the insects, the alien essence will be destroyed too. Looking at the countless corpses on the ground with no efficient way to find the essence, he sighed. So many bodies. Searching them one by one is such a hassle. Just then, Xiao Yu made a sudden discovery. Oh, it seems my intuition can sense the alien essence. So, she immediately put her flying mount to work, and giving it a command. Go on! The armored insect king obediently followed her command, picking out the corpses that contained alien essence and bringing them to Xiao Yu, while she acted as its interpreter. That one has it. Qin Yu cut open the corpse brought before him and extracted a blood-red stone. He let out a small gasp, seemingly surprised by the find. A flame crystal. A moment later, Xiao Yu had gathered a whole bag of them, which she eagerly showed off to her brother. Awaiting praise, she said. Look, brother, more than 20 of them. At that moment, Lin Feng approached, scratching his head awkwardly. He cleared his throat and said, Qin Yu, there's something you may not be aware of. Cleaning up the battlefield has always been the responsibility of a specialized department, so what you're doing is against regulations. Xiao Yu clutched the bag of flame crystals tightly, retorting with annoyance. We earned these ourselves. If you want some, go find your own. Lin Feng understood her point and was at a loss for words, becoming even more flustered. So, what should we do? Suddenly, Li Wei appeared, flanked by 2 guards. He laughed heartily. It's a trivial matter. If Mr. Qin has a use for them, he should keep them. Suddenly, his face turned pale as he saw something that terrified him into a stutter. It was the giant armored insect king standing behind Xiao Yu. Li Wei commanded his men. An armored insect king. There's still one over there. Deal with it now. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to explain and intervene. Commander Li. Don't worry. That one is under the control of Qin Yu's sister. It's no threat to us. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief, his expression visibly brightening. I see. That's miraculous. Truly miraculous. Despite his words, he didn't lower his guard, immediately issuing orders. Everyone, stay on high alert. Even though the insects have been driven back, we can't let our guard down. Call in the cleanup team to clear the battlefield. And organize the valuable materials, essences, carapaces, and scythe limbs. Collect anything that can be used. Jingling stepped in front of Qin Yu, bowing warmly and extending a hand for a handshake. You must be Qin Yu, correct? I heard Sun Yu mention you, saying you were incredibly strong. Seeing is believing, and your reputation is certainly well-deserved. Qin Yu neither extended his hand nor replied, making the atmosphere suddenly awkward. Xiao Yu spoke up to dispel the awkwardness, hugging her bag of flame crystals with a smile. My brother's just like that. He likes to act cool. Please don't mind him. Jingling straightened up, scratching his head in embarrassment. No worries, no worries. It's common for powerful people to act aloof. I understand. By now, Lu Yun's bristles had retracted, his fangs had vanished, and his hair fell back into place on his handsome face. He teased Jingling. Serves you right for trying to be so friendly with everyone you meet. Awkward, isn't it? You should learn from that guy. All action and no talk. A moment later, Qin Yu turned and walked towards the base. Xiao Yu ran to catch up, grabbing his hand. Brother, that Commander Li was staring at me just now. His gaze was weird. He had clearly noticed it too, and replied with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Yes. While it looked like he was just glancing in our direction, I could tell that was just a cover. He was actually staring at you. Hearing this, Xiao Yu grew scared. He's not some kind of creep, is he? Qin Yu chuckled. Do you really think someone like Li Wei would be like that? She countered with a rather naive argument. Why not? I've heard that the more successful a person is, the more likely they are to be a weirdo. They returned to the Taoist's room. Xiao Yu opened the door, calling out for the young Taoist and Liu Hui. She suddenly fell silent when she saw what had happened inside, her eyes wide with shock. A bug lay dead on one side of the room, while Liu Hui was motionless on the floor. Dao Ye was clutching his head, sobbing. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Qin Yu walked in, just as shocked and stunned as his sister. What happened here? Dao Ye was consumed by self-blame. He took all the blame, saying, It's all my fault. I should have held him tighter. He then recounted what happened in the room to Qin Yu and his sister. A bug had broken through the door and stormed in. Dao Ye had quickly used a talisman to create a golden protective barrier around himself and Liu Hui. The barrier was quite sturdy, and the bug couldn't even shake it after attacking several times. But instead of staying put until Qin Yu and his sister returned, the boy panicked and tried to flee. He ran out of Dao Ye's protective barrier on his own. It all happened so fast. The Taoist couldn't stop the boy in time and could only shout in panic. Hey, don't run! Seeing its prey leave the sturdy barrier, the bug seized the opportunity, raised its pincer, and struck. A clean cut, like slicing fruit, slashed across Liu Hui's back. The boy only had time to let out 2 screams before he collapsed. After finishing his story, Dao Ye was even more devastated. He buried his face in his hands and cried, I should have held him tight. It's all my fault. Xiao Yu patted his back comfortingly. You can't be blamed for this, young Taoist. Who would have guessed he'd be scared out of his mind? Qin Yu rubbed his forehead and sighed wearily. He had promised Liu Tiechui he would protect his grandson all the way to Tianmeng. Yet they hadn't even left Shengjing City. The eventful night passed just like that. Early the next morning, the army bustled as they gathered to set out. After a head count, the troops boarded their vehicles and departed under the bright sunshine of hope. Thankfully, the journey was very smooth, and they hadn't encountered any obstacles. Inside a vehicle, Jingling remarked, "We haven't even seen a single bug." Lu Yun, who was driving, laughed and asked his comrade, "Ha ha! Were you hoping we would?" The atmosphere was much more relaxed compared to the tension of the previous night. High in the sky, Xiao Yu's armored bug king flew around, scouting the area. It would report any unusual findings back to Xiao Yu in the vehicle. Meanwhile, Qin Yu sat inside, his keen sense for danger keeping him from letting his guard down at all. "Be careful. Something's not right." In Li Wei's vehicle, Lu Yun suddenly asked, "Lao Tao, Tao Ni, can you guys hear anything?" Jingling heard it too, anxiously closing his eyes as if to shut out the disturbing sound. "I hear it. It's a mournful cry." A wailing sound began to echo down the road. The vehicles started to enter a hazy fog, and a few soldiers began to whisper fearfully among themselves. "What's that sound? Is that crying? It's so creepy." Cao Zhao transformed into his ghost form and flew out to investigate. The vehicles came to a stop, but the heart-wrenching wailing continued. Someone gave a stern order. "Ready your weapons. Prepare to engage." As the soldiers took up their defensive positions, fully armed, the crying suddenly stopped and silence filled the air. Someone said in bewilderment, "The crying's gone!" Up ahead, Cao Zhao appeared. Seemingly having finished his reconnaissance, Li Wei also got out of his vehicle, breathing a sigh of relief to see his man return. "Good!" Lu Yun curiously shouted. "Lao Chao! What was that thing? It was crying so miserably!" Cao Zhao completely ignored Lu Yun's question and walked right past him. Lu Yun snorted in dissatisfaction. "He completely ignored me." Jingling chuckled and tried to smooth things over. "You know how Lao Tao is. He's a man of few words." But Qin Yu sensed something was wrong. He remained silent, his expression grim, as if facing an enemy. Seeing this, Jingling suddenly reached out to stop him, asking, "Hey, what are you doing?" Because at that moment, Qin Yu had raised his spear to block Cao Zhao. Xiao Yu didn't understand why her brother was acting this way either. "Brother, why are you attacking him?" From behind, a shocked Lin Feng yelled, "Qin Yu, have you gone crazy?" But Qin Yu didn't answer. He swept his spear, forcing Cao Zhao to leap back to dodge. Lu Yun immediately transformed into a porcupine and shouted in anger, "Damn! Is this kid after our supplies? Is that why he pretended to join us?" Li Wei noticed something was off and quickly stopped Lu Yun from charging in. "Wait." Finally, Xiao Yu also noticed the anomaly. "Something's not right. This guy shouldn't be this weak. You're clearly not using your full strength, yet you've already pushed him to a point where he can't fight back. He's like a completely different person from before." The situation was exactly as she described. Cao Zhao only dodged without fighting back, and he didn't even use his ghost transformation ability. After being relentlessly attacked for a while, he began to tremble as his body started to change. That wasn't Cao Zhao at all. It was clearly a shape-shifting monkey. A few soldiers in the back saw this and gasped in astonishment. Commander Cao turned into a monkey. It seemed that only after returning to its true form could the monkey unleash its full strength. It darted around Qin Yu, making it impossible for him to get a clear shot. Finally, seizing a moment of apparent inattention, it lunged at his face with its mouth wide open, but it turned out he was just faking an opening to lure it into a trap. As the monkey lunged, Qin Yu simply lifted his spear and pierced straight through its body. He then activated his endless burn skill. Flames erupted from the spear tip, a purple inferno that incinerated both the monkey's body and soul. In the end, an evolution crystal fell out. Qin Yu casually caught it, letting the wind scatter the monkey's ashes. Jingling finally understood the situation and grew worried about his real comrade. So it was a monkey in disguise. I hope nothing happened to the real Lao Tao. Lu Yun pointed in another direction. Just then, the real Cao Zhao was returning. Carrying the corpse of another monkey, Lu Yun was overjoyed. "Lao Tao, you scared us to death. We thought you were a goner." Cao Zhao came closer and explained. "After this monkey saw me, it just kept running away. It took me a lot of time to catch it." Commander Li Wei analyzed with his hands behind his back. "One monkey lured away a member of our team, while the other disguised itself and blended in. I have to say, these mutated beasts are quite intelligent." After a quick head count, he ordered everyone to move out. Qin Yu's vehicle was at the very back. He didn't start the engine right away, instead walking over to hand some evolution energy to Dao Yi. "Here, eat this quickly." Having lived on the mountain for too long and being inexperienced with the world, Dao Yi frowned slightly at the crystal in Qin Yu's hand. "Can this thing be eaten?" Xiao Yu chimed in. "Of course it can. It's delicious." Qin Yu also encouraged him. "Your ability is very good. Eat it. You'll become even stronger after you're enhanced. Zhao Yi was still a bit hesitant, but since the siblings had insisted this much, he understood they had his best interest at heart. He reluctantly made up his mind. All right, I'll eat it then. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned to his sister and asked curiously, "Doesn't your insect need to eat?" Only then did Xiao Yu remember. Oh, I almost forgot. With that, she pricked her index finger and flicked a drop of blood onto the armored insect king's head. After absorbing the drop of blood, its body began to shrink down to the size of a plush toy. Cradling the armored insect king in her arms, Xiao Yu updated her brother on its abilities. Helicopter can eat meat, evolution energy, and even flame crystals. Basically, it can eat anything valuable, but my blood is still the most effective thing for it. With his powerful sensory ability, Qin Yu fell into deep thought for a moment. Why do I get the feeling that after eating your blood, even though it got smaller, it actually became a bit stronger? Is this also an effect of your ability? Xiao Yu didn't really understand her own powers all that well, so she didn't know how to answer. I don't know. Maybe it just has more energy because it's full. Night fell, and everyone stopped to rest in the forest. They started a fire for warmth and to ward off monsters. The flickering flames radiated warmth into the dark night. Xiao Yu sat by the fire, sighing. We've been on the road all day. That vehicle is so shaky and slow, it's exhausting me. Qin Yu comforted his sister. Be grateful. At least you have a vehicle to ride in. Otherwise, you'd have to walk. Suddenly, he noticed movement in the bushes and immediately grabbed his spear and charged. Several soldiers on guard nearby instantly became alert. Is there danger again? They anxiously awaited orders from their superiors as well as from Qin Yu. He returned, holding a rabbit in his hand and flashing a bright smile. We've got more for dinner. So, the rabbit was skewered and roasted over the campfire. Xiao Yu whined in protest. Rabbits are so cute. How can we eat it? Qin Yu paid her no mind, holding the cooked rabbit meat in his hand, ready to eat. Fine then. I'll eat it all myself. Torn between protecting the already roasted rabbit and going hungry, or eating the fragrant meat to fill her stomach, Xiao Yu decided to eat the rabbit, regardless of how cute it was. Put lots of chili on it. Just then, someone sniffed the air, drawn by the fragrant smell of meat. Jingling said excitedly. Oh, roasted rabbit? Lu Yun laughed and scratched his head shyly. You guys go ahead and eat. We were just passing by to see what was going on, Xiao Yu politely offered. Why don't you sit down and eat with us? To her surprise, the two of them actually sat down to eat. Well, this is a bit embarrassing. Okay, thank you. Fortunately, the rabbit was large enough for all four of them. Lu Yun took a huge piece of rabbit meat, the sound of his loud chewing echoing. Jingling ate a bit more politely, taking one bite at a time, but the sound of his chewing could be compared to someone crunching on bones. It was clear they hadn't eaten fresh food like this in a long time. After eating, Xiao Yu whined and snuggled into Qin Yu's arms. I'm full now. Hold me so I can sleep. He pushed her head away from him in disgust. Hey, your mouth is all greasy. Don't rub it on me. Early the next morning, as sunlight streamed through the canopy, everyone was folding their blankets and packing up their tents. Qin Yu was already awake, stretching his muscles and greeting the sun. Suddenly, something caught his red eyes. It was an insect that looked like the armored insect king, but not quite, as this one had more armor plates on its body than the old one. Without a word, Qin Yu immediately took out his spear, intending to send it flying with one strike. However, his action was stopped by Xiao Yu. She stood in front of the insect to shield it. Wait, brother, that's helicopter. Qin Yu was surprised and couldn't help but ask. Why has it transformed? It looks different too. She scratched her head. Apparently, Xiao Yu didn't know why either. I don't know, but it's definitely him. He sensed it for a moment and then remarked, even its aura has become stronger. Watching his sister playfully patting the head of the evolved armored insect king, Qin Yu silently raised a question in his mind. How could it leave the insectoid race and still be able to evolve? Is it because of Xiao Yu's ability or her blood? Not long after, under a clear blue sky and sparkling sun, the group set off once again. In the back of a truck, the Taoist Dao Yi and some soldiers who hadn't slept well the previous night tried to catch a nap whenever they could. After driving for a while, the convoy suddenly stopped. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu were sitting near the driver's seat. She looked around, puzzled. Why have we stopped? It turned out they had gone deep into a forest, and the path ahead was quite overgrown. The soldiers got out of the vehicles to check the situation. Lu Yun looked at the forest ahead and, wanting to ensure everyone's safety, suggested, You can't see the end of this forest from here. Who knows what dangers might be in there? Should we take a different route? Jingling smiled reassuringly and shared some information. I know this place. It's called the Red Pine Forest. It's very large. Taking a detour at our current speed would take at least 4 days. Seeing that a detour would take too much time, Li Wei asked. Is there a road in this forest? Is it possible our vehicles won't be able to pass through? Jingling immediately replied. There is a road, and it's wide enough. On the other side is a small town called Lintu County. We can rest there and regroup for 2 days before setting off again. Upon hearing this, Li Wei, he immediately relayed the order. Once we get through this forest, there's a town where we can rest for 2 days. The soldiers behind them cheered joyfully. That's great. We can finally rest for 2 days. The sun was high and blazing. Jingling assessed the situation. It was noon, with several hours until nightfall. If they moved at full speed, they might just make it through the Hongsong forest. With that, he immediately gave the order to move at full speed. Their vehicle scouted ahead, and when an obstacle was spotted, someone informed the soldiers following behind. There was an obstacle ahead that needed clearing. The convoy halted, and soldiers with blades disembarked to handle it. The constant stopping and starting annoyed Xiao Yu. She asked, slightly irritated. What now? Up ahead, the soldiers were struggling to clear the path by hacking through a dense tangle of vines. Seeing how inefficient this was, Qin Yu grew annoyed and decided to handle it himself. How long will it take to cut through this bit by bit? Seeing that he was about to use his purple flames on the vines, Lin Feng rushed to stop him. Wait, Qin Yu, this forest is full of trees and highly flammable. We can't risk burning it all down. Since burning a path was not an option, the soldiers had to resume their hard labor. As they continued hacking at the vines, they heard rustling and clicking sounds nearby. When they looked up, they saw several monkeys. Mutated monkeys had gathered on nearby branches. They were staring greedily at the group with glowing red eyes, like predators sizing up their next meal. Someone shouted a warning. Careful! Mutated beasts! Qin Yu immediately called to his sister. Xiao Yu, buff me! He grinned with excitement. How could he pass up prey that served itself up on a platter? The monkeys had no idea. That one moment they were the hunters, and the next they had become the hunted. Sensing a terrifying aura, they realized their target below was no easy meal. Qin Yu's entire body began to radiate a fearsome presence. Like a death god wielding a spear, faint purple flames flickered across his body. The monkeys knew it was time to flee. However, Qin Yu had finished powering up and had no intention of letting them escape. He swung his spear down and shouted, Where do you think you're going? In the monkey's terrified eyes, the last thing it saw was the spear-wielding figure lunging at it. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered everywhere. The monkey was sent to meet its maker. This scene has been censored for the faint of heart. A moment later, Qin Yu was holding 5 evolution energy cores. Who were they for? It was for Dao Yi, their traveling companion. Eat these. Dao Yi obediently ate them one by one. After he finished, Qin Yu casually remarked, You are now an evolver with 13 times normal physical strength. You can be considered one of the strong ones now. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from nearby. Startled, Dao Yi and Qin Yu looked over as someone asked, What happened? A soldier was writhing on the ground, clutching his leg and groaning in pain. Something bit me. Everyone immediately checked his leg. It's a snake. These are snakebite marks. Before they could even treat the wound, the unfortunate soldier began foaming at the mouth and took his last breath. Not far away, a snake was trying to escape. However, its retribution was swift. With a single thrust, a blade pierced through the snake, delivering a fatal blow. The one who killed it was a soldier from the team. After avenging his comrade, the soldier held up the blade with the skewered snake, his brows furrowed in worry. Everyone be careful. The venom of these mutated snakes is incredibly potent. One bite can be fatal. Lin Feng and Jingling walked over, their expressions grim. What happened? We just got out of the vehicle and there's already a casualty. The group gathered to exchange information. Little did they know, blood-red eyes were watching them from the roadside bushes. Without warning, a mutated eagle swooped down to attack. Several snakes also lunged out unexpectedly, leaving the soldiers struggling to defend themselves. Qin Yu carefully scanned his surroundings and warned his sister. This deep wilderness is far more dangerous than the city. Xiao Yu, stay on high alert. Not being one to stay constantly vigilant, Xiao Yu immediately called for her protector. Armored Insect King, come protect us. Suddenly, with a loud crash in the forest, something shot downwards. The Armored Insect King's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, as if any enemy before it would become a lifeless corpse the moment it acted. From the roadside bushes, 2 mutated wolves leapt out to attack the siblings, but the Armored Insect King was already there. It landed on the ground, its blood-red eyes sharp and cold. An unspoken pressure emanated from its body, making the 2 wolves wary. They only dared to growl, not daring to advance. Xiao Yu smiled, patting the Armored Insect King's head in praise. With our vicious hound, No one will dare to bully us. Just then, a green frog hopped out from nowhere. Even though it was just a frog, no one knew if it was poisonous. Not daring to be careless, Qin Yu thrust his spear toward it. Be careful! Dao Yi immediately took action. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a yellow circle instantly enveloped the frog. The frog's body lit up as if it had achieved enlightenment. A moment later, the ring of light vanished, and the frog disappeared, only to instantly reappear behind Qin Yu. It was now closer to the ground than before, its body still glowing, making it look like a moving target. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up as she asked excitedly, What's happening? Why is it glowing like that? Qin Yu tilted his head, recognizing the spatial displacement. Before he could make a move, the armored insect king descended, stomped on the frog, and took care of it. Dao Yi chuckled, pleased with his display of power. He explained, That's my transposition talisman. What do you think? Qin Yu gave him a thumbs up. Nice. How long does the effect last? So, you approve? Dao Yi grinned sheepishly. He scratched his head shyly and replied, About 1 month. My talismans have an expiration date of about 1 month. Any longer than that, and their effectiveness will gradually weaken until all the power dissipates, leaving just a normal piece of paper. Qin Yu nodded and instructed his teammate. Dao Yi, draw some more of these position-swapping talismans. They'll be very useful. Perhaps sensing his intentions. Dao Yi gave a serious reminder. But I have to make it clear beforehand, so you don't get hurt. Not everyone can use this talisman of mine. It won't work on enemies that are too powerful. And moreover, you can't use it on yourself. After a battle with some mutated beasts, the sky began to darken. They couldn't continue their journey, as no one knew what awaited them in the darkness. Li Wei sighed and gave the order. Set up camp here. He turned his head and ordered everyone to clear an open space before nightfall. The soldiers got out of the vehicles and began to set up camp. Qin Yu caringly reminded his sister. Be careful tonight. Don't sleep too soundly. Xiao Yu pouted, complaining that she could never sleep soundly and her body needed to grow. He didn't hesitate to expose her bad habit, pointing out that she slept like a log every night anyway, and he was always the one who had to wake her up. Hearing the siblings' conversation, Dao Yi blushed for some reason. Who knows what he was thinking? At night, in the camp, the fires were extinguished, and everyone went into their tents to sleep. Of course, in a wild place like this, they had to be cautious, so there were still soldiers on night watch. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. The nearby night guard became alert. What was that? The 2 soldiers didn't act rashly. One of them took out a walkie-talkie to contact the other guard posts. Hello? We have a situation over here. Very quickly, 2 other night guards arrived. What's going on? The man with a scar on his face explained. There's movement over there. Probably a mutated beast, another soldier suggested. Let's not be hasty. Let's go over and check it out. He then assigned roles. The 3 of us will go ahead. You stay behind and keep your distance from us. If we have to fight and the enemy is too strong, your most important mission is to wake everyone up quickly. The scar-faced man, assigned the wake-up duty, nodded. Yeah, got it. The man in the lead looked at the surrounding darkness. It's too dark. Let's get some light. As he finished speaking, a blazing red flame appeared in his hand, illuminating the dark area around them. Just as the fire lit up, they saw a green viper lunging towards the 3 of them with its mouth wide open. The man casually shot a fireball at the snake and warned, Careful, there's a snake. The fireball didn't seem very effective. As the snake was still able to move, his comrade reported, There's one over here too. Another green viper with a huge mouth and sharp fangs lunged forward. It coiled around the soldier, who could only struggle to hold its mouth shut to keep it from biting him. But being constricted by the snake, he was bound to run out of strength sooner or later. Screams of "Ah!" echoed through the night. The 3rd man was also attacked by a snake that dropped from a tree. The scar-faced man on wake-up duty saw this and shouted loudly, Attack! We're under attack! Wake everyone up! The soldiers were roused and they lit torches, on high alert. Attack! We're under attack! Li Wei was awakened by the noise outside. He pushed aside the tent flap and stepped out, asking, What's the situation? A panicked soldier ran up to report, Snakes! There are snakes! He looked exhausted, as if he had just fought 800 rounds with the snakes. Just as he finished speaking, several more snakes slithered over, in all sorts of colors, looking like an annual shareholder meeting for snakes. Faced with a green viper hissing threateningly at him, Lu Yun was startled. Who stole the snake eggs? Seeing everyone in a difficult situation, Jingling remorsefully took the blame. It's all my fault. I made a misjudgment. I shouldn't have led everyone down this small forest path. As the commander-in-chief, Li Wei spoke up. I was the one who made the decision, so I should be the one to take responsibility. No one should blame themselves. Right now, figuring out how to break through this siege is the most important thing. He shouted his orders. All troops, pass this on attack together, help each other, and absolutely do not get separated. The snakes started to become even bolder. One snake flew down from a tree. Its sharp, venomous fangs glinted under the moonlight. The horrified soldiers retreated, while their comrades raised their guns and fired. The firepower was immense, knocking the snake to the ground. It was hit, but still managed to thrash around and hiss a few more times. However, it seemed to be just a superficial wound. The snake wasn't seriously harmed. After rolling around a bit, it was back on its feet, ready to hunt again in an instant. The inevitable happened. A soldier closest to it became the target. The snake lunged and sank its fangs into his side. A terrified scream rang out. Ah! Save me! But those were his last words. Blood stained his uniform red. The venom spread incredibly fast. Just moments after his scream, he was dead. Lu Yun noticed something unusual about the snakes. This isn't right. These aren't scaled snakes. They're venomous snakes that grew larger after mutating. Having finished its first prey, the venomous snake moved on to its next victim. It spat out a puff of purple smoke. A bald soldier was hit, bled, and died. In an instant, they had lost 2 men. The snake continued to pursue its third target. From the side, a man wielding dual swords charged forward. It was Gao Jiao, with a determined gaze and a serious expression. Jingling warned. Old Gao, be careful. The smoke that snake spits is also poisonous. Gao Jiao didn't reply. His ghostly form could dodge physical attacks and easily evade the snake's purple smoke. With a few whooshing sounds, the dual swords flashed, and the snake was sliced into several pieces. If it hadn't been poisonous, it probably would have been an excellent ingredient for snake soup. Lu Yun stood to the side, flattering him with a smile. As expected of old Gao, effective as soon as you make a move. The moment he finished speaking, a glob of venom flew past. He leaned back to dodge it, narrowly avoiding a trip to the afterlife. Sure enough, the venom that hit the ground caused a chemical reaction. It bubbled and gave off a foul stench. Jingling, controlling the vines in his hand, warned everyone. This poison is too strong. Don't touch it. The camp descended into chaos as the swarm of snakes relentlessly attacked, and everyone struggled to defend themselves. A group of armed soldiers emerged from the barracks, their commander's voice ringing out. Reloading! We have confirmed hostiles on the right. Lay down suppressive fire. The enemy has breached our flank on the left. Intercept them. Lin Feng saw Qin Yu and his group just standing there and called out, Hey, Qin Yu! What are you spacing out for? We need to move. Qin Yu snapped out of his daze and uttered a single phrase. Just as I thought. He turned to Lin Feng and said, You guys break through first. I'll catch up later. Xiao Yu was confused. Why aren't we going, instead of answering his sister? He posed a different question. Can you guys smell that? A faint, fragrant scent. Dao Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Fragrant scent. All I can smell is this awful stench. Xiao Yu sniffed the air carefully and finally noticed it too. Oh, I think you're right. It's very faint, but it's definitely there. Realizing something, Qin Yu sighed. It all makes sense now. There's no way so many venomous creatures would appear in a place like this for no reason. Xiao Yu was confused. What are you talking about? He finally explained it to his sister. If I'm not mistaken, these venomous snakes, and that gas frog from before, are all being controlled by the 5-poison beast. Xiao Yu frowned, as her knowledge on such matters wasn't as extensive as her brother's. The more her brother explained, the more stunned she became. He shared what he knew about the 5-poison beast with Xiao Yu and Dao Yi. It's said to be the king of 10,000 poisons, capable of controlling all kinds of venomous creatures. It also contains a 5-poison pearl within its body. Consuming it grants complete immunity to all poisons and even some of the beast's abilities, making it an incredibly rare treasure. Weighing the risks, Qin Yu made his decision. Xiao Yu, Dao Yi, you two go with the main squad. I'm going to check out that 5-poison beast. But Xiao Yu refused to leave his side, firmly stating, No, I'm going with you. I already told you, once I became an evolver, I would fight right alongside you. Dao Yi thought for a moment, then hesitantly raised his hand. Then, I'll go too. Qin Yu patted him on the shoulder. He advised, I know you're determined, but you should go with the soldiers. The 5-poison beast is extremely powerful. It's too dangerous, and you'd only slow us down. Rejected. Dao Yi could only scratch his head and give an awkward smile. He then took out a stack of yellow talismans and handed them to Qin Yu. Take these. They might come in handy. There are 5 displacement talismans, 5 golden light talismans, and 5 ghost binding talismans. Qin Yu accepted them, copied the talismans, and expressed his thanks. He then turned and gave Xiao Yu a small, round pill. Xiao Yu, these are poison resistance pills I copied from others during the God of Combat trial. Enhance it. Then take it. Back on the other side of the camp, a snake suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. Without any wasted motion, he coldly extended a hand towards it and unleashed his skill. Vacuum blast. With a loud boom, the snake was instantly obliterated. Its body was torn into pieces that rained down, but a figure was now standing amidst the bloody mess. The person who had suddenly appeared was none other than Dao Yi. Lin Feng didn't get a clear look and was about to unleash another blast when Dao Yi quickly stopped him. Whoa! Benefactor, hold on, it's me! Lin Feng immediately moved to protect Dao Yi, asking about the siblings' situation. You're here. Where are Qin Yu and his sister? Dao Yi replied succinctly. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu sensed some prey, so they went hunting. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of inadequacy. That's just like them. We're struggling just to stay alive, yet they're in the mood to hunt. Up ahead, the soldiers fighting to break the encirclement suddenly reported a change. The enemy has stopped its assault. What's happening? Stay alert. They could be gathering strength for a massive, coordinated strike. The swarm of multicolored snakes attacking them suddenly went still, as if mesmerized. Immediately after, they stopped fighting and slithered away. Lin Feng was stunned to see them retreating in an orderly fashion. They're retreating, but why? Just then, a soldier spotted movement in the distance. He exclaimed in astonishment, "It's them! They're luring the entire swarm away!" It was Qin Yu, his sister, and the armored insect king. The snakes were moving towards them, seemingly drawn to the purple aura emanating from Qin Yu. With a single swing of his spear, several snakes burst into flames and were sliced to pieces. His face remained expressionless as his body began to glow a brilliant blood red. He activated his skill, Burning Blood. With another sweep of his spear, the charging snakes were cut into pieces, their fresh blood absorbed by the spear tip. Qin Yu declared domineeringly. Drink your fill. Xiao Yu was just as impressive. With a blade in hand, her slashes were decisive and her footwork was swift, allowing her to eliminate a large number of snakes. Even the armored insect king was a formidable force, tearing any snake that lunged at it in two with a single swipe of its claws. The soldiers who had been trying to clear a path looked on as if they'd seen their saviors. They kept their weapons raised, ready to provide support, but a sense of hope spread among them. If it's them, this shouldn't be a problem. Up ahead, Qin Yu decapitated a large snake with a single strike, but he suddenly froze. What's that smell? He immediately spun around and shouted a warning to his sister. This is bad, Xiao Yu! Get back! Xiao Yu was currently perched on the armored insect king's back. They had just finished off a few snakes, and she was momentarily confused by his warning. At that exact moment, a gigantic snake lunged. It opened its blood-red maw, aiming to bite down on Xiao Yu. With a sickening crunch, she managed to leap off the armored insect king's back just in time. The snake missed her, but its fangs sank deep into the armored insect king's shell. Xiao Yu cried out in shock at the sheer size of the serpent. It was enormous. Its fangs seemed to be stuck deep in the shell, preventing it from immediately letting go. She reached out to enhance her companion. Insect King, don't be afraid of it. She thought to herself that it was now 60 times stronger. The Armor Beetle King didn't disappoint Xiao Yu, raising its claws to scratch the snake. In a fit of rage, the snake flung the Armor Beetle King high into the air. On the ground, the soldiers whispered that it was the girl's armored beetle. It was unclear where the Armor Beetle King's wings were, or perhaps the power gap between the two was just too vast. The Armor Beetle King took a powerful tail whip from the snake head-on, unable to dodge. With a series of loud crashes, the beast was sent flying, knocking down several large trees. Xiao Yu panicked. Armor Beetle King. There was no response. It lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had grown quite fond of her mount and bodyguard, and wondered if it could be saved this time. After taking out a powerful opponent, the snake turned its attention to Qin Yu. He analyzed the situation. This creature had to be at least 60 times stronger. Otherwise, it couldn't have dealt with Xiao Yu's armored beetle so easily. To think that the Red Pine Forest housed such a powerful mutant beast, it seemed that even though he had regressed and possessed key information, climbing to the top would not be an easy task. His face paled as he mentally calculated the power gap. His own physical attributes were around 28 times the norm, and even with Xiao Yu's enhancement, the difference from 60 was still significant. Based on physical strength alone, he absolutely could not win. However, if he combined his copy ability and Tier 3 flames, there was still a chance of victory. While the snake held back its attack, he continued to formulate a plan. The giant snake had managed to approach without Xiao Yu or the Armor Beetle King noticing. It probably had a stealth ability or a way to conceal its presence. While this type of ability is powerful for ambushes, it's less effective in a direct confrontation. He could fight it. Qin Yu quickly made his decision and turned his head. Xiao Yu, enhance me. She immediately cast her buff on him while also checking on the Armor Beetle King's injuries, not forgetting to tell him to be careful. Once enhanced, Qin Yu's body began to glow as he charged at the snake with his spear. The beast was no slouch, opening its mouth to spit venom. He nimbly dodged to one side. The venom hit the ground with a sizzle, proving to be highly corrosive. The snake tilted its head to bite Qin Yu's arm, but he struck it with his spear, successfully slamming its head to the ground with a thud. The snake refused to give up, using its old trick of a powerful tail whip. Qin Yu swiftly dodged the dangerous attack, which was strong enough to snap a large tree branch above his head. Seizing the opportunity, he sliced its tail with the tip of his spear, channeling his Tier 3 purple flames to burn its flesh. The snake roared in pain from the surprise attack. It angrily slammed its tail against the ground, trying to use the dirt and dust to extinguish the flames. After just a few exchanges, Qin Yu was already drenched in sweat. He wiped his face and sighed in relief, thankful for his proficient spearmanship. If that last strike had gone any deeper, he feared both he and his spear would have been knocked away by the tail. The great snake viciously swung its still smoldering tail. It flicked its tongue and glared at Qin Yu. He silently watched as the tail lashed out like a whip. Qin Yu leapt up and brought his whip down, thinking that his jump had been a bit slow and he should have used a clone to smash it. The whip struck the giant snake's tail just as the sky turned pitch black. Qin Yu reminded himself to stay focused, as a single mistake could be fatal. The great snake opened its terrifying maw towards him, and his repeated whip attacks seemed to have little effect. Xiao Yu, Qin Yu's sister, cried out in a choked voice. Brother. Xiao Yu looked at the armor beetle king, a plan forming in her mind. She bit her fingertip, drawing blood. She then let a few drops fall onto the armor beetle king. The creature's eyes snapped open as it was revived. Xiao Yu held up her finger. Drinking my blood can save you more than once. She looked at her already healing finger. Ah, since I'm so powerful now, even if I get injured, I recover quickly. Xiao Yu took a knife and slit her own wrist, crying out as her face contorted in pain. Blood flowed from the wound and was gradually absorbed into the armor beetle king's body. The beast stirred, truly revived. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. It worked! Meanwhile, Qin Yu's battle was far from over. He unleashed a mystic ring, which collided with the giant snake, causing it to recoil in pain. Qin Yu glanced at the ring on his hand. This ring allowed someone like him, who wasn't adept at controlling his flame ability, to use it with ease. It was truly a great find. Unfortunately, the ring's power level was too low to handle his Tier 3 purple flames. If he used it continuously, it would surely be destroyed from the overload. Qin Yu looked at the giant snake. In a head-on fight, he was no match for it. His only option was to slowly wear it down. The giant snake was becoming disoriented. Qin Yu seized the moment. This was the moment the giant snake's eyes turned bloodshot as it bared its terrifying fangs. Qin Yu's eyes widened. Damn it! It still has this trick! The massive serpent coiled itself up and opened its mouth wide towards him. Qin Yu counterattacked, conjuring a magic circle. He muttered, Damn it, the opening I worked so hard to create was wasted just like that. Giving it time to recover means defeating it won't be so easy anymore. The giant snake's attack couldn't penetrate Qin Yu's barrier. It focused its assault on a single point. Suddenly, the armor beetle king appeared behind the snake, its powerful claws digging into the serpent's tail. The armor beetle king held on the snake to rear its head back in pain. Qin Yu seized the opportunity and immediately attacked with his whip. The snake opened its massive jaws towards the armor beetle king, still clinging to the snake's body. The armor beetle king relentlessly swung its sharp claws, giving the serpent no time to react. The great snake raised its head and shrieked in agony. Qin Yu charged forward with his weapon, yelling, Time to die! Qin Yu attacked the giant snake's eye. With a serious face, he commanded, Endless burn! A spark shot through the snake's head, causing it to open its mouth wide. Xiao Yu looked up and whispered, Awesome! It was a success! The snake was incinerated by Qin Yu's flames. It fell at his feet, its entire body charred. The armored beetle king's gem lit up, and as it stood before Qin Yu, the creature grew even stronger. Qin Yu said, Xiao Yu, your ability is incredible, she replied. If that thing hadn't ambushed us, my helicopter wouldn't have been defeated so easily. He held the gem, thinking it was the first time he'd encountered such a pure source of evolution energy. Same old rule, enhance then copy. Xiao Yu spoke up again. Go ahead and absorb it. We still have to kill that 5 poisons beast later. Qin Yu patted his sister's head. Don't be silly. It's just evolution energy. If I absorb it alone, the increase won't be that much. Not enough to have a decisive effect. You, on the other hand, are already weaker than me. Be careful or I might leave you behind if the gap gets too wide, Xiao Yu threatened. If you dare leave me, I'll bring 12 Tier 3 monsters to hunt you down. Qin Yu looked at his fuming sister with some apprehension. Whoa! I wouldn't dare! I wouldn't dare! Xiao Yu sat in a corner hugging her head while Qin Yu screamed. He let out a breath. realizing it was indeed no ordinary evolution energy. It directly boosted his physical strength from 28 times to 32 times. It was enough for an increase of 4 times. Xiao Yu replied, "That's right. I went from 23 to 29, an increase of 6 times, which is more than you. And I didn't even make a sound." Qin Yu said, "All right, stop making fun of me. My blood flame spear absorbed that snake's blood essence and successfully upgraded from a D-rank treasure to a DD rank." He turned to Xiao Yu. "Let's go find the 5 poisons beast," she asked curiously. "Brother, how strong is this 5 poisons beast?" "Is it stronger than that snake from before?" An image of a spider-like demon appeared as Qin Yu explained. "In terms of rarity and value, the 5 poisons beast is definitely no less than a demonic species. Hiding behind a large ancient tree," Xiao Yu said. Brother, look over there." Qin Yu frowned. "Whoa, what is that disgusting thing?" He signaled to his sister. "You stay here and guard. Just buff me," Xiao Yu agreed. "Okay," Qin Yu said seriously. "To deal with this thing, it has to be a single fatal blow. If it gets a chance to react, it'll be very hard to handle." He then grabbed her by the shoulders. His eyes gleamed. The armored Beetle King silently judged from behind. Standing before the creature, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. "In a moment, you'll go over there and draw its attention from the front." The armored Beetle King immediately turned its head to look in every other direction. Qin Yu lowered his gaze. "So it knows how to refuse now. This armored Beetle King's intelligence has grown so much. Could this be because of Xiao Yu's ability?" His sister immediately moved to punish the creature. "How dare you disobey my brother?" The 5 poisons beast glanced around. It dug its sharp iron claws straight into the ground. The creature let out a menacing smile. The 5 poisons beast's 2 legs clamped down on a large, weakly twitching centipede. It brought the centipede to its mouth and took a bite. Just then, the armored Beetle King appeared right behind it. The king launched the first attack toward the 5 poisons beast. The 5 poisons beast stood perfectly still, watching the armored Beetle King. The king silently faced the beast. The armored Beetle King then leaped towards the 5 poisons beast. The 5 poisons beast reached out its claw and clamped down on the armored Beetle King's arm. Suddenly, the beast's eyes widened in shock as a sharp slash cut across its body. It screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The armored Beetle King put its hands on its hips and looked down at it. At that moment, Xiao Yu asked in confusion, "Brother, what is Helicopter doing?" The armored Beetle King was off to the side, flailing its arms and legs around erratically. Qin Yu said, "This is bad. It's been hit by the 5 poisons beast's hallucinogenic toxin." The beast appeared behind the armored Beetle King, brandishing a sharp, poison-coated spike. It reached out and stabbed the king in the back. Struck by the venom, the armored Beetle King's entire body went rigid and still. The 5 poisons beast watched with satisfaction as the king collapsed. The beast then reached down to finish it off. Xiao Yu covered her mouth and screamed in anguish, "Helicopter!" Just then, Qin Yu appeared out of nowhere behind the 5 poisons beast and drove his spear through its head. He gripped the weapon tightly. Endless burn. Qin Yu watched as the 5 poisons beast slowly collapsed. He said to himself, "It's a success." The beast raised its head and let out a pained scream. Holding his spear, Qin Yu calmly said, "Ha! So this 5 poisons beast really does have 3 heads. I was wondering why it didn't match the rumors. Looks like they were right after all." He then unleashed his skill. Die! Qin Yu aimed for the center of the beast's chest and attacked decisively. The 5 poisons beast reared up, its entire body spraying out streams of poison. The venom soaked into Qin Yu's clothes. His eyes widened in shock. "Not good. The poison got on me." His entire body began to feel strange. He clutched his chest, his shoulders trembling slightly. Qin Yu used his spear to support himself, his face contorting in pain. "This is bad. Is this a toxin that gradually weakens my powers?" The tip of his spear, dug into the ground for support, began to waver. The 5 poisons beast appeared behind him, its lips curling into a grotesque smile. It spat out more poison, and Qin Yu turned to dodge the attack. He tried to counter-attack with his spear, thinking, "It takes all my strength just to summon a tiny flame." The 5 poisons beast closed in, and he couldn't attack. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. "Worthy of the name 5 poisons beast. Truly formidable. As long as this degenerative poison hasn't fully affected my body, if I'm careful, there's still a chance." The 5 poisons beast unleashed a devastating attack, and Qin Yu immediately realized, poisonous smoke again. The 5 poisons beast's attacks grew more intense, and Qin Yu struggled to defend himself. He used all his remaining strength, leveraging the reach of his blood flame spear to maintain distance from the creature, and used his last flames to push back the poisonous smoke. The 5 poison beast continuously spewed smoke, and he struggled to dodge it. thinking to himself, damn it, it's fighting so cautiously, leaving no openings. I can't create any chances. Just then, the 5-poison beast reached his sword and gripped it tightly. He gritted his teeth. This is bad. The beast yanked him into the air as the toxic smoke closed in. He thought to himself, it's over. Qin Yu recoiled in pain. He was flung away, his body suspended in midair. He used his weapon to brace himself. Struggling to regain his balance, he coughed violently. All this poisonous gas! Breaking out in a cold sweat, he gritted his teeth. Damn it! As the poison seeped into his body, the 5-poison beast before him began to blur. Xiao Yu frantically yelled, Brother, watch out! His mind raced with complicated thoughts as the beast pressed its advantage, attacking relentlessly. He unleashed his copy ability, creating multiple versions of himself. The 5-poison beast became disoriented and attacked wildly. Qin Yu lowered his head, clutched his chest, and let out a shout as he tightened his grip on his weapon. Seizing the moment, this was it. He used all his strength to raise his weapon and plunged it straight into the center of the 5-poison beast's head. As he withdrew it, the beast shrieked in agony, its tail simultaneously piercing his shoulder. His face contorted, drenched in sweat as the poison spread and his heart seized. He clutched one side of his chest and screamed in agony. Clutching his chest, he collapsed to his knees at the feet of the 5-poison beast. His eyes widened as he clutched his chest. This was it, the most potent weapon of the 5-poison king, a lethal toxin where just a few milligrams were enough to kill anyone. As he knelt there, the 5-poison beast grew even more ferocious. The 5-poison beast sneered, its face a mask of defiance. He kept thinking, I was so close. Is this really the end? I can't accept this. The beast swung its arm, launching sharp spikes in an attempt to finish him off. A deadly spike flew closer and closer. He raised his weapon, trying to defend himself. Just then, Xiao Yu appeared a short distance away, holding a knife. The 5-poison beast changed its target. Having spotted Xiao Yu, the beast targeted her, swinging its claws and attacking instantly. Her knife clattered to the ground. It grabbed her with one hand, lifting her into the air. Let go! You monster! Qin Yu screamed. Let her go! Xiao Yu grabbed the beast's claw with her small hands. Her little face contorted as she cried out in agony. He used every last bit of his strength to get back on his feet, once again plunging his weapon through the 5-poison beast's head. The creature's eyes rolled back in confusion as it released its grip, and Xiao Yu immediately fell to the ground. He commanded, Endless burn! A ferocious energy erupted, shaking the entire forest. The 5-poison beast was finally defeated. He turned his head to Xiao Yu, who was lying injured on the ground. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! He cried out in worry. Xiao Yu, are you okay? She had one eye half closed, her face slightly flushed. I'm sorry, brother. I have to go on ahead. He quickly replied. Xiao Yu, don't say such things. I'm going to save you. He picked her up in his arms. Right. I have to stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding, she replied. It's no use, brother. I'm not going to make it. Suddenly, he froze, confused. He placed a hand on her stomach. It's already healed. He let go, dropping her to the ground, and shouted, Seriously, now is not the time for jokes. She scratched her head. I just wanted to see if you'd be heartbroken. He extended a hand, offering to help her up. Of course I would be. You're my only family. How could I not be heartbroken? Xiao Yu shyly took her brother's hand. I know, he then advised her. Next time you're in a situation like this, don't be a fool and charge in, she argued back stubbornly. If I hadn't been in danger, how would you have unlocked your potential? Besides, if you had failed, it would have killed me anyway, he sighed. We really did escape with our lives. The poison in that beast's tail is no joke. If I hadn't taken that 3-level enhancement potion, I would have been dead for sure. Just then, he clutched his heart and collapsed, making Xiao Yu worried. Brother, what's wrong? His brow furrowed, his face contorted in pain. Just as I thought, the poison from the tail isn't completely gone. Cough, cough. Xiao Yu rushed to support him, asking worriedly, Are you feeling any better? He covered his chest with a hand, lowering his head as he hesitantly replied. It's not good. This poison won't kill me right away. But if I stay like this, another mutated beast will finish me off. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked, Brother, you're not pretending, are you? Hearing this, he immediately shot up and said through gritted teeth, Hey, what kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I'm like you? Xiao Yu scratched her head and laughed sheepishly. Well, I was just worried you were tricking me. He glared at her fiercely. Aren't you worried I might actually die here? Suddenly, her head whipped around, as if she had spotted something. Huh. She then quickly ran off. Seeing this, he wailed, Hey, I'm dying over here, and you have the energy to run around. She ran to a corner and squatted down, picking up an orb and holding it up to examine it. Then she called out loudly, Brother, look what I found. He stared at the gleaming orb in her hand and said uncertainly, The 5 poison bead. Xiao Yu smiled, holding the bead out in front of him. Here, if you eat this, won't you become immune to all poisons? He took it, holding it in his palm. Copy. He examined the 5 poison bead closely for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, I can't copy it! It's just like that necklace from before! Skeptical, Xiao Yu reached out to try as well. You're right. Even my enhancement ability has no effect on it. She frowned and urged, Forget it. Just eat it. I think this thing is disgusting. He suddenly threw his arms and legs out, yelling loudly. A multicolored energy began swirling around his body. Xiao Yu asked urgently, What's happening? What's happening? The energy split into 2 halves, wrapping around both of his arms. He replied in amazement. Ha! Potent poison, flames, and copy. I guess I have 3 abilities now. As he spoke, he raised his hand, instantly mastering Supreme Illusion and repelling 2 different toxins. Ha! He mastered 2 abilities in an instant. Xiao Yu was so engrossed that she didn't notice something sharp poking her. Huh. She turned to see the armored beetle king lying pitifully on the ground. She made a cut on her index finger, and blood immediately trickled out. Ah! I almost forgot. It's all thanks to you. Thanks. After absorbing her blood, the armored beetle king propped its hands on its hips and stood up straight, having recovered his strength. Qin Yu walked over to the 5 venom beasts' corpse and said nonchalantly, The 5 venom beasts' body. I wonder if it'll be useful later. Oh well, let's just clean it up. True to his word, he stored the corpse in his spatial storage. Xiao Yu asked timidly, Hey, now that you've stored it, are the contents still edible? He chuckled and replied, Don't worry, the space inside the ring can be partitioned freely. He stretched and let out a long yawn, urging, Let's hurry and catch up with the army. The pair crossed the forest and reached the village gate. Xiao Yu looked around, surprised. Huh, I thought they'd be here before us. She looked at the armored beetle king and ordered, Helicopter, go scout ahead. Qin Yu had already noticed the village was unnaturally silent. Not only were there no people, but there were no corpses either. He had barely finished his thought when Xiao Yu cried out, Hey, look over there, following her finger. He saw a man in ragged clothes squatting down, busy with something. Qin Yu hurried over. Finally, a living creature. Even if it was just a zombie. It was a pale-skinned zombie, ravenously gnawing on a leg. Xiao Yu's expression grew serious as she drew her blade. I'll take care of it. Qin Yu also set aside his usual playful attitude. Judging by this zombie's state, even a regular zombie now has 5 times the physical strength of a human. Survival is getting harder and harder for ordinary people who haven't evolved. While he was analyzing the situation, Xiao Yu had already charged forward and sliced the zombie. Resting the blade on her shoulder, she said proudly, What do you think a clean finish? A 1-hit kill? He couldn't look her straight in the eye, replying with a wry smile. Yeah. Taking out an ant in 1 hit. You're so impressive. She put her hands on her hips, annoyed. You're impossible, always teasing me. Her gaze then fell on the nearby corpse, a puzzled look on her face. Huh. What was it eating? Taking a closer look. Xiao Yu recoiled, covering her mouth as she gagged. Qin Yu squatted down to examine it. Judging by the looks of it, this probably wasn't human or a zombie. It must be some other race. Looks like another race has been here before. Xiao Yu then guessed. There probably aren't any survivors around here. Suddenly, a nearby flock of resting birds took flight in a panic. His expression changed as he shouted, Trouble 3. Bizarre-looking creatures had appeared in the village square, baring their fangs and holding crude weapons. They charged toward the pair. Qin Yu glanced at them, spear in hand. They're Li Gui, a race inferior to those horned demons we faced before. The leader rushed forward, brandishing its club and yelling in some strange language. When they were just a short distance away, he swept his spear in a wide arc. The scorched beasts lay strewn across the ground. Xiao Yu waved her hand excitedly. Ah! Let's search them! Let's search them! But he immediately threw a wet blanket on her excitement. Don't bother. They're the lowest tier of their race. They won't have anything useful. A few petals drifted down from the clear sky as the two ventured deeper into the village. While passing a house, Xiao Yu spotted a faint silhouette standing on the upper floor and let out a gasp of surprise. Yeah, she wasn't mistaken. There really was a man standing there. His face was terrifyingly gaunt, with deep, dark circles under his eyes. From the ground! Xiao Yu waved enthusiastically. Hey, hello, mister. Can we ask you a few questions? The man, Bajian raised an eyebrow at them. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Yu tried to appear even more friendly. We're not bad people. We don't mean any harm. But unexpectedly, Bajian, who had been standing by the pillar, vanished in an instant. Qin Yu focused his hearing and overheard the man inside giving orders to get the knives ready and start a fire. He looked at Xiao Yu and warned, "Be careful." Just then, Bajian opened the door and inquired, "Is it just the two of you?" "Yes," Qin Yu replied. Hearing this, the man urged them, "Hurry inside! It's full of monsters out there." The man led them into the house. As they walked, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. "Thank you so..." "Huh. That meat smells delicious," Bajian said in an odd, sinister tone. "You two should watch your step." Qin Yu gave a cunning smile. "Mister, where did you get such fresh meat? I haven't smelled anything this good in a long time." Bajian put on a generous air. "You two have perfect timing. We were just cooking. Please, eat with us." Xiao Yu clapped her hands in delight. "That's wonderful. I was getting sick of eating that dry, tough mutant meat. We're finally in for a treat." In contrast, Qin Yu remained silent, observing everything. A well-built man named Tong Mao licked a ladle and said, "Ah, welcome, welcome. A beautiful woman." Ching Ching sat at the table and also beckoned warmly. "Come over here, little girl. Come have some meat." Xiao Yu walked over politely. "Thank you, ma'am." She lifted the pot lid and took a sniff. That smells amazing," she asked curiously. "What kind of meat is this?" But when she saw what was stewing inside, her eyes widened in horror. Xiao Yu covered her mouth. Retching, she turned and screamed to Qin Yu, "Brother, they're eating people." Ching Ching pulled a knife from underneath the pot, her eyes fixed menacingly on Xiao Yu as she uttered a single, disjointed word. "Food." With that, she lunged, stabbing wildly. Meanwhile, Bajian bolted the door shut. He shot Qin Yu a wicked grin. "Heh, looks like we'll be eating well for a few days." Tong Mao also grabbed a knife and joined in. Tender skin, plump flesh. This will be exquisite. He leapt in front of Qin Yu, bringing the knife in his left hand down in a powerful slash. But the attack was easily dodged. Qin Yu spun and drove his elbow straight into the man's face. Tong Mao's cheek swelled instantly as he clutched it and screamed. He dropped his hands and looked at Qin Yu. Then he glanced over at Xiao Yu, who was being cornered by Ching Ching. Suddenly, he raised his knife and slashed toward Bajian Hia. Bajian screamed in a daze. Seeing things were going south. Tan stopped and shouted, "Are you insane?" The man's face darkened, his mind seemingly manipulated by something as he constantly muttered, "Food, food." Tan trembled in fear. After dealing with Bajian, the man approached her, roaring loudly. "Ah!" The house was sealed shut, with only tragic screams echoing from within. Inside, the bodies of Bajian and his men were strewn across the floor. Xiao Yu asked curiously, Why did they attack each other?" Pointing to himself. Qin Yu answered, "It was my hallucinogenic toxin." Xiao Yu frowned with worry, her voice choking with emotion as she stammered, "There are so few people and zombies here. Do you think..." Qin Yu quickly patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Xiao Yu, don't jump to conclusions. Even if the apocalypse forces people to resort to cannibalism, not everyone would stoop to that level. People who lose their conscience so completely are still rare." The two were startled when they heard someone outside suddenly shout, "What's that commotion?" Outside in the yard, a group of people was surrounding the armored insect king. "Whoa, what is this monster? It looks terrifying." Ma Teng spoke doubtfully. "It doesn't seem very strong, and it doesn't look like it has any killing intent." Lu Xiu coldly raised her bow and yelled, "Die, monster!" Li Xiao scoffed. Who cares if it's a terrifying monster or not? It can't withstand one of Lu's arrows. This is a guaranteed win." Lu Wen crossed his arms, ready to enjoy the show. This thing looks intimidating, but I didn't expect it to be so weak. It's already frozen in fear." Lu Shui timed it perfectly and released her arrow. The armored insect king stood still, not even flinching as the arrow struck it directly in the head. The spot where it stood suddenly exploded. Li Xiao smirked. "See, I told you. Now that clean energy source should be mine." When the dust settled, the armored insect king was still standing there, completely unscathed. Lu Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's still standing. This thing isn't simple." Lu Xu was in disbelief. "It took a direct hit from my arrow and it's completely fine." Lu Wen warmed up his wrists and took the lead, saying, "Let's all attack and finish it." He raised his hand, gathering his power. Ha! Then, with his fist raised, Lu Wen charged straight at the armored insect king. As he threw the punch, he yelled, "Taste my golden heavy fist!" At that moment, The armored insect king raised its head and flapped its wings as if to fly away. Li Xiao, noticing this instantly, snapped his fingers and said, "Trying to run." Several stone arms erupted from the bare ground, pinning the armored insect king's limbs. Lu Wen seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air to punch it in the head. Lu Feng also raised his hand and yelled, "Quadruple gravity!" The monster was dragged back to the ground by the immense force, not letting up. Lu Wen pulled his arm back, preparing to land another punch. Standing behind them, Ma Teng said weakly, Guys, maybe we should leave it alone. It feels a little off." No one seemed to listen as the armored insect king's eyes suddenly flashed with light. Li Xiao crossed his arms and looked at him with contempt. "Ha! Ma Teng! You're the only coward here." Ma Teng's brow furrowed with anxiety as he quickly explained, "Brother Xiao, this one, it's not like the other enemies we've faced." Li Xiao just gave a sinister smile. He raised one hand and replied, "If you say so, it seems this one isn't so simple." However, with a wave of his hand, a giant puppet several meters tall instantly appeared. Li Xiao stated arrogantly, "But in front of me, it's still just prey." The giant had a rugged body, but its eyes were incredibly sharp, and it wore a blue scarf around its neck. Li Xiao punched forward and commanded, "Crush it!" The giant was 2 to 3 times taller than the armored insect king. It clasped its hands together to form a massive fist, clearly intending to smash down from above. A flash of light zipped past, and with a deafening clang, the giant puppet was sliced in two by the armored insect king's claws. Li Xiao cried out in horror. "How is this possible?" Ma Teng ran over, grabbed his arm, and urged, "Run! Run now, this thing is on a completely different level than us." While they were still stunned, 2 more arrows flew past. Standing on high ground, Lu Shui shouted, "Everyone, retreat now! My light arrows are the most powerful. I'll cover our escape." Unfortunately, before she could even finish her sentence, the armored insect king was already behind her. Ma Teng couldn't bear to watch, covering his eyes with his hands and screaming, "Ah!" Lu Wen also yelled in terror. "Xiao Shui!" Lu Xue was speechless with fear. The armored insect king's claws were just inches away from her. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu had escaped the house and were now approaching their location. Hearing Xiao Yu's voice, the creature froze. Lu Wen hurriedly tried to stop the 2 newcomers. "Who are you people? Get out of here! This monster is incredibly strong," Li Xiao said maliciously. "Brother Lu, let's go. It's perfect. We can use these 2 to distract it for us." The armored insect king flapped its wings and flew up to look at Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Lu Wen stubbornly yelled, "Hey, little girl, do you have a death wish?" Only Ma Teng stammered, They're so strong." The armored insect king landed, and Xiao Yu rushed to pat its head comfortingly. There. I'm sorry. I won't leave you all alone again." Li Xiao was completely stupefied by the scene. What is happening? This monster isn't attacking her, and it's even... Lu Wen ventured a guess. Is that monster her tamed pet? Li Xiao seemed to have a realization. Maybe she has an ability similar to mine. This is a pet she summoned. But why is this insect so much stronger than my giant puppet? Standing beside the armored insect king with her hands on her hips, Xiao Yu demanded. "Why were you all attacking him?" "He didn't do anything to you." Lu Wen waved his hands and smiled placatingly. "Ah, we're so sorry. We didn't realize he was your pet." Xiao Yu ignored him, turning back to affectionately stroke her armored insect king. Qin Yu then asked coldly, "Who are you people?" Lu Wen smiled and introduced himself. "Ah, my name is Lu Wen." He pointed behind him and continued. "This is Li Xiao. The slightly older guy is my cousin, Lu Feng. The youngest one is Ma Teng, and that's my sister." After Lu Shui's introduction, Lu Wen curiously said, "You 2 don't look like locals," Qin Yu replied. "We're from Shengjing City." Hearing the name Shengjing, Lu Wen's group all looked shocked. Xiao Yu found their expressions puzzling and tilted her head, asking, "Is something wrong?" Lu Wen quickly composed himself and answered, "Oh, it's nothing. We were planning to go to Shengjing City for refuge before, but luckily, we were blocked by the Red Pine Forest monsters, otherwise it would have been a wasted trip." At this point, his voice instinctively lowered. "This isn't a good place to talk. Follow us, and as an apology, I'll treat you to a meal. Food is very hard to come by here now." Xiao Yu couldn't help but recall the sight of Song Mao and Qing Qing eating in that house. She ran to a corner and retched violently. Although Lu Wen didn't understand what was happening, he asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Xiao Yu wiped her mouth and waved her hands frantically. "Ah, it's nothing. Mentioning food just reminded me of something disgusting I saw." The group proceeded to a large residential area. Lu Wen led the way and explained, "I'm sorry about that. Our people were frightened when they saw your pet, which is why we came out to eliminate it." Qin Yu, acting very understanding, said, I get it. No one would feel safe with a monster so close to home. Hearing this, Lu Wen felt relieved and continued. The 5 of us are all locals. Not long after the disaster began, we killed a zombie and accidentally discovered a strange crystal inside its body. It looked very alluring. I was the bravest, so I tried eating it. Xiao Yu was astonished. Huh, you dared to eat something from a zombie's corpse. Weren't you afraid it was dirty or poisonous? Lu Wen scratched his head and explained sheepishly. Well, I used to love reading web novels. Don't the main characters in those stories get stronger by eating things like inner cores? So I mustered up my courage and ate it, and unexpectedly, I really did gain superpowers. Qin Yu pointed at him and said, If I'm not mistaken, your ability is the golden body, a type of steel body enhancement, but with a slightly higher level of iron-like strength. That girl's ability is the most outstanding among you all. The bows and arrows she creates are not only impressively powerful, but they also have strong piercing properties, making them very effective against opponents with tough armor. As he was speaking, a door suddenly opened. Lu Shen peeked from behind the door and called out, Xiao Wen, you're all back! But then she saw the armored insect king and let out a terrified scream. Ah, don't be afraid. That's their pet. It's not dangerous. Liu Shen was too scared to speak properly. A monster! Lu Wen quickly urged her. Lu Shen, prepare some food. The best we have. The 6 of them gathered and sat down. Xiao Yu happily opened a food container. Wow, it's been so long since I've had such good food. Lu Wen turned to Qin Yu and asked seriously. Qin Yu, you mentioned you're from Shengjing City. What's the situation there now? Xiao Yu focused on eating while Qin Yu replied. Shengjing City now belongs to zombies and mutated beasts, and it will soon be attacked by the insect race. It's already a dead city. He tilted his head and asked, I'm very curious. What's the situation like for you guys here? Why are there so few people? Lu Wen sighed and said, To be honest, first, a large crack opened in the sky, and countless imps descended from it, killing anyone they saw. He frowned as if pondering something. Then, something strange happened. The people here just vanished into thin air. Qin Yu repeated in confusion. Vanished. Lu Wen nodded. Yes, it was really like they vanished into thin air. No one saw them alive. No bodies were found. They just disappeared and never reappeared. Qin Yu rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Could it be a dimensional ruin? A dimensional ruin that could make people disappear like that would definitely be incredibly dangerous. He asked curiously. If you all knew that many people have disappeared here, why haven't you left? Lu Wen replied sorrowfully. Because we discovered the reason for their disappearance. We believe it was caused by a monster. Qin Yu was surprised. A monster. Seeing her brother fall silent, Lu Shui quickly added. That's right. It was that monster. It secretly ate all of them. Our little sister, Lu Meng, was also eaten by it, Lu Wen said resolutely. The reason we haven't left is because of that monster. I have to avenge my sister. He clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. Qin Yu quietly observed his reaction. He feigned a thoughtful expression and said, A monster that can eat everyone in the village must be quite strong. With your current strength, do you think you can defeat it? Li Xiao, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Last time we fought, we injured it and made it flee in a panic. The next time we see it, we will definitely kill it. Qin Yu became interested. Describe the monster's appearance to me, and tell me about the battle you had. Lu Wen recalled that it happened about half a month ago, the day the 5 of them went into the forest to fight the monster. Whew! We finally defeated it! Lu Wen took out the crystal from the monster's body. Meng Meng, this is for you. Lu Meng took it with both hands. Okay. Suddenly, several strange sprouts appeared on the ground. Vines shot out from the ground and grabbed Lu Meng. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. Meng Meng, what's happening? Lu Meng was completely bound by Ruhua. She cried and struggled in despair, but it was all in vain. She was swallowed whole by Ruhua. The surrounding ground shook again, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone ran to where Ruhua had been, but it had vanished without a trace, leaving only a large crater to prove it was ever there. After hearing the story, Qin Yu muttered, A mutated plant. Lu Wen looked at him and asked, Qin Yu, do you have more information about this man-eating flower? Qin Yu quickly shook his head. I don't... As if remembering something, he said, By the way, have you guys seen a troop of over 100 soldiers pass through here? Lu Wen answered without hesitation. No. If that many people passed by, someone would have known. They weren't eaten by the man-eating flower, were they? Qin Yu hadn't considered this possibility and remained silent. Lu Wen mustered his courage and said, Qin Yu, you guys are like us, people with special abilities. I hope you'll help us kill that monster. Qin Yu thought to himself that no matter how powerful the man-eating plant was, it couldn't have possibly eaten everyone. Although his group felt this matter wasn't simple, Qin Yu still agreed. All right, we'll help you. Lu Wen shot to his feet, saying joyfully, That's great, but with a county this large, where can we find it? Qin Yu speculated. According to you, there were 6 people at the time, and the creature swallowed your sister. I'm guessing she wasn't its primary target. Lu Wen still didn't understand his meaning, so Qin Yu explained. Whether it's a zombie or a mutated beast, hunting for evolution energy is their instinct. Its target was likely the evolution energy she was holding. Lu Wen now agreed. What you're saying makes sense. Qin Yu crossed his arms. If it's coming for evolution energy, then we don't need to look for it. We have evolution energy, so it will naturally come to us. With that, Qin Yu turned to Ma Song and asked the young man, Your ability is sensory. Can you sense zombies and mutated beasts? Ma Song obediently replied, Ah, I can... Lu Wen chimed in. We'll go with you. This place is dangerous. Before he could finish, Qin Yu cut him off. No need. We'll be back quickly. Li Xiao scoffed disdainfully. Whatever. Who needs them anyway? Ma Song began to focus his senses. He looked at Qin Yu seriously and said, There are 2 zombies on the 2nd floor of that building over there. The 3 of them headed to the building. As they walked down the hallway, Ma Song suddenly stopped and pointed to a room. They're in there! The moment he spoke, 2 zombies burst out through the door. Qin Yu watched them lurch forward. Ma Song cried out in alarm. Brother Yu, what are you doing? But the man didn't even hear him as he lunged forward, grabbing a zombie's head with his bare hands. Qin Yu ruthlessly slammed its head into the floor. The 2 zombies that were moving just a second ago were now a pile of gore. Ma Song stared, wide-eyed, and thought in awe. Even Lu Wen, the best fighter among us, would have to struggle to take down 2 zombies. This guy did it with his bare hands. He's a monster. Meanwhile, Qin Yu shouted, Ah, nice, both of them dropped one. Ma Song went to the window to look, then pointed in a direction and said, There's an evolved zombie over there. The 3 of them immediately ran down to the courtyard, where a tentacle suddenly shot out from a wall. Ma Song frowned and warned, Be careful, this one is very strong. Qin Yu grabbed the tentacle and gave it a powerful yank. The zombie hiding inside the building was dragged out. It bared its claws, glaring menacingly at him. He held onto its tentacle, unleashing an endless stream of fire. The zombie was incinerated by the raging flames. Ma Song was too shocked to speak. This level of power was just terrifying. Xiao Yu picked up the evolution energy from the zombie and said happily, Got one. Qin Yu glanced at Ma Song, signaling him to continue. The young man obediently replied, Right. The 3 continued their hunt, and soon another zombie was soundly defeated. Xiao Yu ran over to the corpse with a bag and searched for the core. Another one secured. Before long, they had collected a whole bag of evolution energy. Only then did Qin Yu say with satisfaction, This should be enough. He took the bag from Xiao Yu and used his copy ability. Another bag of energy instantly appeared. Qin Yu then took out 4 evolution energy orbs and handed them to Ma Song. Here, you've earned these. Go on, absorb them. Ma Song cautiously accepted them, still in disbelief as he held them in his hands. For me, I've never gotten so many at once. Thank you. They all returned to the gathering point. Lu Wen stared at the bag on the table in astonishment and said, Over 20 evolution energy cores in less than 2 hours, that's incredibly fast. Qin Yu gestured with his chin toward Ma Song. It's all thanks to Ma Song's ability that we found so many targets so quickly, but the boy disagreed. It didn't even take 2 hours. Most of that was just walking. They killed the zombies in the blink of an eye. Hearing them praise each other, Lu Wen didn't know what else to say. All right. So what's next? Qin Yu gave the orders. Everyone will take turns on watch duty, in teams of 2. If you notice anything, alert everyone immediately. Night fell, and the moon began to climb high into the sky. When it was Qin Yu and Xiao Yu's turn on watch, Xiao Yu sat on the watchtower and asked, Brother, do you think it will come? Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. Probably, but I'm not 100% certain. On their side, the building was unusually quiet. Lu Xiu sat beside Lu Wen, saying shrewdly, Brother, I don't think those 2 are genuinely trying to help us. He didn't argue. In the apocalypse, who would sincerely help a stranger? They must have an ulterior motive. But I don't think they mean us any harm. As long as we can get revenge for Xiaomeng, nothing else matters. Lu Wen clenched his fist decisively. When that monster is lured here, we have to give it our all to kill it. Lu Zue obediently replied. The night grew late, with the moon hanging high in the sky. Lu Wen, who had been resting, suddenly sat up and said, Alert, wake everyone up! Everyone stumbled out, still drowsy. Someone rubbed their eyes and asked, "What's happening?" Lu Wen shouted a warning. "Enemies!" At his words, everyone was instantly wide awake. Lu Wen then ordered, "Xiao Shui, Li Xiao, Ma Song, you're with me. We're going out to check. The rest of you, be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Judging by the sound, there's a large number of them." The 5 of them stepped out into the courtyard together. Surrounding the pile of evolution energy were countless mutated beasts. Li Xiao stammered while tugging on Lu Wen's sleeve. "There are so many. Let's run while they haven't spotted us yet," Lu Wen replied coldly. And, if we run, what happens to the others?" Lu Wen asked worriedly. "Ma Song, take a look at those things." "Can we win?" Ma Song clasped his hands and concentrated. He said in a panic, "Lu Wen, we can't win without taking casualties." A mutated cat beast suddenly turned its head and screeched, "Meow!" It roared loudly and lunged forward. "Ooh!" Lu Wen grabbed it and shouted, "We're in trouble!" The number of cats gathered here was countless. They all meowed in unison. Lu Wen gritted his teeth and yelled, "Get into formation! The enemy has spotted us." The 5 of them grouped together as the horde of cats slowly closed in on them. Lu Wen shouted loudly, "Lu Xue, get to high ground!" Lu Xue immediately jumped onto a roof, drawing her bow as she said worriedly, "Got it, big brother. Be careful." Lu Feng spread his arms and focused his power. Gravity suppression. A group of cats was incinerated by fireballs, letting out agonizing cries. Lu Wen used his golden heavy fist to send one flying. Ma Song stood with his blade drawn as the horde of cats swarmed toward them once more. Li Xiao let out a long yell, smashing them. A giant emerged from the ground at his call, immediately joining the fray and raising its fists to crush the cats. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were still on the watchtower. Xiao Yu asked curiously, "Brother, aren't we going to help?" Qin Yu observed the situation below and said, "Don't be hasty. Let's wait." A large cat beast managed to pounce on Lu Wen's arm. He flung his arm, pushing the cat beast away, but it seized the opportunity to slash at his chest, leaving 3 bloody gashes. He angrily kicked it away, shouting, "Get lost!" Lu Wen clutched his chest and fell to one knee, coughing up blood, while the cat beast coiled, preparing to strike again. It lunged to attack the injured Lu Wen. Li Xiao saw its intention and growled, "You'll have to get through me first." The giant caught the cat beast with both hands, but to his surprise, it immediately shredded the giant's face with its claws. Li Xiao frantically turned and shouted, "Lu Xue, my puppet can't hold on much longer. Shoot it now while you have the chance." An arrow from Lu Xue flew by, and fierce flames erupted around the giant. The cat beast leaped out of the flames completely unscathed and furiously charged toward Lu Xue's position. The situation was critical. Lu Xue crouched down, glaring at a terrified Ma Song. He screamed, It's not something we can defeat. Everyone, run!" Hearing the scream, the cat beast's eyes flashed as it switched targets. Ma Song shrieked in terror, "Help! Help me!" A sudden, brilliant light flashed from out of nowhere, stunning the cat beast. It was pierced by a pillar of light. The cat beast's body went rigid as it let out a final, tragic cry. The cry was cut short as it was pinned to the ground by Qin Yu's spear. Li Xiao was dumbfounded, blurting out, Qin Yu, is he really that strong?" The other cat beasts were also sent flying everywhere. It turned out to be Xiao Yu, who had jumped down riding her armored insect king. Attracted by her arrival, the cat beast swarmed toward her. The armored insect king flapped its wings to evade, then counterattacked the cat beast with its claws. They reared up on their hind legs as if trying to chase after Xiao Yu. She gave them a cold glance before leaping off the back of her mount. She drew her blade and slashed, sending cat beasts flying. As Xiao Yu landed, her blade swept in an arc, slicing several more of the creatures in half. She swung her blade relentlessly, tearing the cat beasts to shreds. Standing beside his giant, Li Xiao stammered, "I thought she just relied on summoning beasts. How can she be so strong herself?" Ma Song's eyes widened. He clasped his hands, watched for a moment, and then exhaled. "With this level of combat, we're safe. There's no need for us to help." Suddenly, something zipped through the horde of cat beasts. Qin Yu's sharp senses detected a level 2 mutated phantom cat beast. He lunged with his spear, but it swiftly dodged the attack. The phantom cat then transformed into a snake and coiled around his arm. It continuously changed shape, now forming an arm with extended claws to swipe at Qin Yu. He grabbed its neck with his free hand, but it turned into a slimy sludge. The phantom cat slipped from his grasp and tried to escape. He watched with contempt as it slithered into the horde of other cats. Thinks it's clever." He pointed his spear at the ground, and purple flames instantly incinerated the surrounding beasts. The phantom cat then launched a sneak attack from behind him, but he had already seen through its plan. spinning around to meet it with his spear. The phantom cat was stunned. It swiped its claws to the left, then to the right, but missed both times. In its vision, Qin Yu's form became distorted and hazy. It stood on all fours, squinting and darting its eyes around, surrounded by several images of Qin Yu. 3 to 4 after-images raised their spears, poised to strike. The real Qin Yu stood aside, watching the phantom cat rear up on its hind legs and claw wildly at nothing. He held out his palm, and a flame suddenly erupted. Qin Yu blasted the purple fire at the phantom cat, burning it to a crisp. As its body turned to ash, the light of an evolution energy crystal gleamed from within. Qin Yu swiftly caught the evolution energy as it fell. Seeing this, the surrounding cat beasts backed away, watching him warily. Lu Wen's group stared in amazement as the creatures retreated in fear. He clutched his chest and sighed in relief. Phew, we're saved. Qin Yu summoned a flame to his palm and said casually, Now, let's see what we've harvested. The fire burned away the corpses of the cat beast scattered on the ground. When the burning was complete, the flames died down, revealing several gleaming energy orbs. Lu Shui was stunned. So many evolution energy sources. This is an incredibly high yield. Suddenly, Xiao Yu pointed in a direction. Brother, there's movement over there. A flower-shaped crack suddenly appeared on the flat ground as something emerged from beneath the earth. Lu Wen clenched his fists in rage, saying, That's it. The monster that swallowed Meng Meng. Lu Feng raised his hand, a vortex appearing in his palm. Gravity suppression. The flower bud was pinned down by the gravity, unable to rise further. Its vines, which had been hidden underground, now emerged. Its entire body emerged from the ground, revealing an ugly yellow flower bud. It suddenly bloomed, its center filled with countless sharp teeth. Qin Yu frowned, and Xiao Yu stared wide-eyed as the flower spread its petals and began to suck in the evolution energy. Lu Wen gritted his teeth and threw a golden heavy punch while it was consuming the evolution energy, intending to kill it quickly. A pitch-black vortex appeared in Ruhua's mouth. Lu Wen grimaced as he was sucked into the vortex. Li Xiao was terrified beyond belief. It ate him. It ate him again. Qin Yu was stunned, and Lu Shui was also dumbfounded. Ma Song was so scared his mouth hung open, speechless. Lu Feng roared furiously, I'll fight you to the death! Just then, Xiao Yu pointed and said, Look over there. Following her finger, a Lu Wen fell out of nowhere, landing headfirst on the ground. Pfft, Qin Yu silently guessed. It's a space-time system. Lu Ye leaped down from the rooftop. She drew her bow and aimed straight at Ruhua. Don't even think about escaping this time. The creature's petals spun rapidly like a fan, showing no intention of dodging her arrow. The moment the arrow struck, it created a massive explosion. When the air cleared, Ruhua was completely unharmed by the blast. It resumed sucking the evolution energy into its mouth. Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he mumbled, I've got it. He retracted his spear into his ring. After that, Qin Yu crouched down to pick up some of the evolution energy orbs. Xiao Yu quickly shouted, Brother, are you that greedy? Now is not the time to be picking those up. Seeing its delicious meal being snatched away, Ruhua became enraged. Looking at Qin Yu holding a pile of energy in his hands, it couldn't wait and lunged forward. The creature whipped him with a vine, sending the energy orbs scattering everywhere, which it then sucked into its mouth. Qin Yu fell to the ground, rubbing his head. Xiao Yu ran to him and scolded, I told you! Don't be so greedy! Suddenly, Qin Yu raised a hand to his lips and smiled slyly. Watching Ruhua intently, he happily announced, I got it. As soon as he finished speaking, the creature began looking around in all directions. Strangely, Ruhua saw 6 figures of him surrounding it. Suddenly, a circle appeared in the sky and began to grow larger. It turned out to be a space-time rift. While Ruhua was still searching for something, the rift began to radiate power. Then, the creature froze up as if it had been hypnotized. After a long moment, Ruhua saw another 6 figures of Xiao Yu staring at it. As more and more illusions of them appeared, her voice rang out, Brother, what's wrong with it? It turned out Qin Yu had made his move, calmly explaining, It's been hit by my ultimate hallucinogenic toxin, and is now trapped in an uncontrollable state of illusion. Seeing Xiao Yu raising her sword, he quickly reached out to stop her. Wait, this thing's ability is incredibly rare. It'd be a waste to kill it directly. Let's subdue it first. It seems Xiao Yu is having a hard time. Brother, it keeps shaking back and forth. I can't control it. Hearing this, Qin Yu instructed, It's okay. Let's beat it up first. Just be careful not to kill it. Immediately after, he eagerly landed several kicks on Ruhua. She instantly joined in, kicking with all her might. I'll hit you. I'll hit you. After being tormented for a while, it lay flattened and trembling on the ground. In a flash, he gently picked it up and said, All right, now let's control it. To which Xiao Yu couldn't agree more. Amidst her excitement, the space-time rift grew even larger. Suddenly, Ruhua's resistance put Qin Yu on high alert. Not good. Don't let it escape. The rift was now bigger than ever and continuously emitted a suction force, as if trying to pull everything inside. He shouted in confusion, but still held onto it tightly. What's happening? The moment Qin Yu finished his sentence, he, Ruhua, and Xiao Yu were all forcefully pulled inside. Without a moment's hesitation, the rift closed as if nothing had ever happened. The trio of Lu Wen, Li Xiao, and Ma Song were all astonished by the sight before them. However, the armored insect king quickly flew after them. Fortunately, it managed to enter the space-time rift just in time. Inside the rift space were Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and Ruhua in freefall. Despite falling, he angrily gripped Ruhua in his hand and threatened it. Stop struggling, or I'll roast you for dinner. After landing, Qin Yu asked curiously, Where is this? Looking up at the sky, Xiao Yu saw the armored insect king. Helicopter, you got sucked in too. A moment later, Qin Yu made a deduction. This is probably this thing's ability, creating a subspace. Xiao Yu, control it now. Make it take us out of here. Hearing that, she immediately drew blood from her fingertip. To Ruhua's astonishment, Xiao Yu's drop of blood flew towards it. The drop quickly adhered to one of Ruhua's petals. Following that, the colored streaks on its petals gradually faded. As Ruhua shrank in size, Xiao Yu's voice rang out. It's done, she happily announced to the armored insect king. Helicopter, you have a friend now. What should I call you? I'll call you Ruhua, okay? Without waiting for its consent, Xiao Yu quickly commanded, Ruhua, take us back. Before Ruhua could carry out the order, Qin Yu lunged forward, swinging his spear and shouting, Watch out! His attack created an enormous explosion. In front of them stood Zhu Kong, firmly gripping the spear. How did you detect me? His appearance made Qin Yu extremely wary. Get out of the way. It seemed this huge commotion had terrified Ruhua more than ever. It trembled and huddled against Xiao Yu, prompting her to say, Brother, look, this guy scared Ruhua into this state. While maintaining his fighting stance, Qin Yu questioned, Who are you? Or rather, what are you? Despite his interrogation, Zhu Kong calmly ordered, Hand over the world-devouring flower to me. His words made Qin Yu wonder silently. What is a world-devouring flower? The world-devouring flower is probably the thing Xiao Yu just tamed. For this guy to appear here, he must also have a space-time ability. Immediately after, Zhu Kong pointed at Xiao Yu and explained, It's the thing behind her. It constantly eats the space-time walls of our world, causing our space-time to fall into chaos. I'm hunting it under the king's orders. Hand it over, and then it's your turn. After explaining, he immediately flashed a twisted smile. Be good and become my sweet treats. Suddenly, Zhu Kong observed Xiao Yu intently and remarked, Your blood is different from everyone else's. It smells so good, so alluring. Eating you will make me evolve again. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately made a deduction. You're a zombie. The young man's speculation quickly enraged him. A zombie! How dare you compare me to those beasts? I am of the Immortal Clan. The eternally living Immortal Clan. It seemed Qin Yu had figured something out, musing to himself. The Immortal Clan! Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked in confusion. What is the Immortal Clan? In the next second, he immediately explained. Zombies that have evolved to their peak and gained intelligence. All call themselves the Immortal Clan. The difference between them and normal zombies is like the difference between humans and monkeys. Zhu Kong remained incredibly arrogant, threatening. Obediently hand over the devouring world flower, and I'll grant you a comfortable death. His confidence made Qin Yu laugh mockingly. What damn Immortal Clan? You're just zombies with a prettier name. You mindless bunch sure know how to glorify yourselves. The young man's disdainful attitude infuriated Zhu Kong. What did you say? We are the perfect race, and a foul ant like you dares to be disrespectful to us. Qin Yu continued in a provocative tone. Then tell me, how many members does your perfect race have? Unaware that he had fallen into a trap, the man proudly boasted. 5. Upon hearing this information, Qin Yu quickly analyzed the situation. The apocalypse had only just begun, yet zombies had already evolved into the Immortal Clan on this scale, much faster than he had imagined. Then Qin Yu spoke up again, asking, What's your name? And what is your king's name? Zhu Kong still foolishly answered, My name is Zhu Kong, and my king's name is... Before he could finish his sentence, he realized what was happening and roared, You foul ant! You dare trick me into talking... Seeing this? The young man slowly retorted, What do you mean, trick you? I have to know the name of the enemy I'm about to kill. Qin Yu's calm demeanor made him snort in annoyance. Shameless boaster. Do you have any idea what kind of greatness you're facing? Not letting Zhu Kong continue his bragging, he retracted his spear, causing the man to stumble, as if to save face. He immediately sat up and started muttering. Not bad, huh? You have some skill. I bet you've never faced a stronger opponent before. Have you? No wonder you're so arrogant. Ignoring Juekong's smugness, Qin Yu readied himself. A physique 60 times stronger, far surpassing that of an unenhanced person. But unfortunately for you, even at 60 times stronger, you're not past Tier 2. He immediately raised his spear high and charged, shouting, Take this! In the next moment, the man decisively caught the head of the spear. Juekong's expression gradually darkened, showing extreme displeasure. Don't you get it? With your level of strength, you fundamentally can't. He paused for about 2 seconds. Then something suddenly shocked him, and he exclaimed, What? Qin Yu powerfully unleashed a skill toward Juekong, burned to nothing. A purple flame began to burn intensely on the man's arm, shocking him. This was no ordinary fire. As soon as he sensed the danger, Juekong quickly swung his arm forcefully, revealing that he had opened a spatial rift to suck the flame into it. On the other side of the rift was a horde of zombies gathered for some purpose. The moment the flame poured down from the rift, they were all incinerated. Back in the fight, Juekong observed his smoldering arm and remarked, Your strength is clearly weaker than mine, yet you can unleash such a powerful flame. Interesting. After a moment of observation, Qin Yu also offered some praise. So you really do have spatial abilities. Then, the man opened another portal, saying confidently, But unfortunately, no matter how strong your fire is, you can't win. After a pause of about 2 seconds, Juekong quickly appeared behind him. How can you move as unpredictably as I do? Luckily, Qin Yu detected it in time and turned to defend. He seemed a bit worried, analyzing in a low voice. My opponent's physique is nearly 60 times stronger, while mine is only a little over 30. In terms of pure strength, he has an absolute advantage and can overpower me. Qin Yu's voice continued. Moreover, this space doesn't feel tangible. There's no gravity, so I can't exert my full strength. Hearing these words, Xiao Yu began casting a buff spell from a distance. He didn't let her finish, immediately stopping her. Wait, don't, this time. I want to test my own skills and see if I can defeat an enemy who is physically stronger than me. Qin Yu's decision made Juekong sneer. Kid, should I call you clear-headed or just plain foolish if you already know you're weaker than me? How dare you continue to boast? Ignoring the man's contempt, he quickly retorted. Don't get it twisted. My physique is merely weaker than yours, but my skills are enough to defeat you 10 times over. After saying that, Qin Yu unleashed his energy with firm conviction. In an instant, he sent Juekong flying, making him tumble backward. While opening a spatial rift, Juekong gritted his teeth and sneered. Cheap tricks! His figure flew into the rift and vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Qin Yu became more vigilant than ever, constantly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, Juekong appeared right behind him, claws raised. But unfortunately for him, Qin Yu had detected it and dodged the sneak attack. It seemed the young man was deep in thought, figuring out how to deal with Juekong's troublesome tactics. The hazy smoke constantly swirling around made him curse inwardly. Damn it, your fire has filled the entire space with dust. After a moment of thought, Qin Yu realized something. I've figured out your little tricks now. As soon as he identified the point to attack, he rushed forward. The tip of his spear shot straight toward Juekong's hiding spot. Just as Qin Yu predicted, his strike successfully landed on the man. Juekong hastily cast a spell to stabilize his body. The next second, he angrily gritted his teeth, thinking, This guy's combat skills are indeed superior to mine. If I don't go all out, I'm afraid I'll lose to him. After that, he flew in front of Qin Yu and praised him. Fine. I admit your skills are superior to mine, and you're the only one I'll kill who gets to witness this technique. Juekong flew into the air, unleashing shards that aimed straight for Qin Yu. Seeing this, the young man quickly put up a defense, a flame screen, but suddenly the shards flew over and cracked Qin Yu's protective shield. This development made him widen his eyes in shock. Seeing Qin Yu's surprise, his opponent laughed smugly. These aren't glass shards, they're spatial fragments. No matter how tough you are, getting sliced by space itself will turn you into soft tofu. Then, Juekong used his hands to open a new spatial rift. The fragments of space continuously rushed toward Qin Yu, intent on destroying him. He didn't stop there, causing the very space around them to crack. It seemed Juekong was determined to finish this fight with Qin Yu. He roared with all the strength he could muster, and immediately after, more fragments swarmed around him. They flew at high speed, managing to land a few cuts on Qin Yu. Despite this, he endured the pain and glanced back, wondering, hasn't it taken effect yet? The next second, Juekong created a black orb between his hands. He quickly clasped them together and shouted, Shatter! As he spoke, even more fragments shot forward decisively. Qin Yu remained calm, ignoring the assault. Suddenly, Kong felt all his strength drain away. Why have my powers suddenly disappeared? Just as planned. Our hero let out a triumphant laugh. Hearing Qin Yu's laughter, the man furiously demanded, "What did you do?" A memory of Kong's earlier taunt flashed. "You ant! You deserve to die! Your flames are creating dust!" Qin Yu quickly reminded him. "Remember what you said? My flames are kicking up dust everywhere." Then, Qin Yu explained, "My fire incinerates everything. It doesn't create any dust. What you thought was dust was something else entirely." Waving his hand, he continued, "I originally planned to use the ultimate illusion toxin on you, but its color is too vibrant, and I feared you would notice. Fortunately, the degeneration toxin has a much darker hue, which was perfectly concealed by the gloomy surroundings and my flame ability." Without letting Kong respond, Qin Yu curled his lip into a smirk. "That's why I said, even if you are more powerful, when it comes to skill and combat experience, you are far beneath me." Qin Yu's absolute confidence infuriated him, and he threatened, You just wait. When my king arrives, he'll make sure there's not a single piece of you left." In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's spear slashed forward. "You won't get that chance." His firm statement made Kong's brows knit together. "What did you say?" Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of power shot through him, killing him on the spot. Afterwards, Qin Yu clutched his face in pain and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yu rushed over worriedly. "Brother, are you hurt?" A moment later, he managed to get up and said, "I'm fine. It's just a minor wound. It will heal quickly. Xiao Yu, go get the evolution energy now. This place is endlessly dark, and it'll be hard to find if it gets too far." She immediately obeyed and commanded Ruhua, "Ruhua, go retrieve the evolution energy." Ruhua obeyed, holding the energy on its leaf with a covetous look. It seemed Xiao Yu knew exactly what it was thinking. Ruhua. After being scolded, Ruhua sadly presented the evolution energy. As she took it, Xiao Yu remarked curiously, "This one seems a little different from the others." While Xiao Yu was holding the orb in her hand, Qin Yu confirmed, "Of course it's different. This one orb is equivalent to 5 of the ones we got from the giant snake scales." Hearing that, her eyes lit up. "Does that mean if we use enhancement duplication, it will be 20 times as effective as that snake's?" He suddenly scratched his head and said, "We also used enhancement duplication on the snake's energy before we consumed it, so this one is really just 5 times as potent." Noticing Ruhua still eyeing the evolution energy greedily, Xiao Yu ran over to scold it. "Are you trying to swallow it again? If my brother hadn't protected you, you would have been captured by someone else. Now go. The zombie corpse over there is what's for you." The moment she finished speaking, the plant unleashed a power that enveloped its entire body. Seeing Ruhua's impatience, Xiao Yu said, annoyed, "Hey, we have to use enhancement duplication on that first. Can't you just wait a little bit?" After being scolded, it sulkily turned away. Seeing Ruhua's little protest, she flew over and teased, "What's wrong? Still pouting. It's not like I'm not letting you eat." Suddenly, the plant opened its petals wide and roared. A vortex-like circles appeared, shocking Qin Yu. That was space-time turbulence. This new development made Xiao Yu curious and excited, asking what space-time turbulence was and if they could travel through space-time with it. He quickly shattered her dream. "Yeah, right. More like torn to shreds. Let's go. Now." Qin Yu's warning terrified Xiao Yu, who lunged forward and grabbed Ruhua tightly. "Next!" He waved his hand, pulling Kong's body into his spatial ring. Just as he finished, Ruhua wrapped its vines around Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and the armored insect king. It immediately flew in the opposite direction, as if trying to escape the space-time turbulence. While Ruhua was fleeing with all its might, Qin Yu ordered, "A little faster!" Xiao Yu quickly shouted an explanation. "Ruhua says it's at its limit and can't go any faster." "Brother, we're about to be crushed." Right after she said that, the plant shot like a bolt of lightning toward a specific point, shocking Qin Yu. "Ruhua, what are you doing?" In a flash, Ruhua forcefully expelled an enormous burst of energy. Its action made both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu cry out in alarm. On the other side of the portal was a place teeming with mutated plants. A large crack suddenly appeared in the bright red sky. From within the crack, Qin Yu and his companion were in free fall. Fortunately, the Insect King armor managed to catch him and Xiao Yu in time. While observing her surroundings, she asked with confusion, "Brother, where is this?" Looking down from above, they saw a massive gathering of mutated plants. It seemed the creatures had already spotted them. After a moment of observation, she realized something and asked Ruhua, "Is this your home?" Xiao Yu's conversation with the plant made him curious. "Can you understand what it's saying?" She quickly denied it and explained, "Of course I can't understand it. but I can guess its thoughts. Ruhua is saying this is where it was born. A small world. It fled to our world because it was being hunted by that void creature. Hearing this, Qin Yu latched onto the key point, repeating, a small world. Noticing his curiosity, Xiao Yu turned to warn him. Save your surprise for later. Countless mutated plants below are staring at us. After a long moment, Qin Yu calmly asked, Xiao Yu, quickly ask your flower if it can take us back to our world. She then listened to Ruhua for a moment before replying. Ruhua said getting back isn't a problem, but it overexerted itself in the chaotic space-time currents, so it will need at least 1 week before it can travel again. Moreover, it's about to collapse. He carefully observed the strange land around them, choosing a safe place to land first. It's only 1 week, not too long. They had plenty of food and water in their spatial ring, so survival wouldn't be an issue. Xiao Yu looked around at the scenery with a dazed curiosity. Brother, are we still on Earth? Hearing this, Qin Yu thought for a moment and replied, yes and no. It's hard to explain where we are, but it's not the Earth you're familiar with, but rather another plane of Earth. The horned men and the blazing demons we encountered before probably came from a place like this, creatures that exist on a different plane of Earth. As he began his description, an image of the universe appeared. For example, the universe is like a book, and the world we live in is like one of its pages, with Earth located at a special position on that page. We have to punch a hole through the page to get back to the previous page. This information left her stunned. I don't get it. Qin Yu knew she wouldn't, and he chuckled lightly. It's normal not to understand. I don't really get it either. It's just something I heard someone else say. Something about gravitational forces. It's all Greek to me. Suddenly, Xiao Yu pointed in a direction and exclaimed, Look over there! Following her finger, he saw the sight of clothes hanging out to dry. He quickly turned, confused. Are those clothes? Why would there be clothes here? Following that, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered. Did you forget weren't the people from the village missing? As soon as he heard this, Qin Yu made a deduction. So they were sucked into this world, which means Li Wei's army was likely pulled in here too. He immediately instructed the Insect King armor. Let's fly a little lower and see if there are any survivors. A moment later, she cheered happily. It looks like there are no mutated plants over there. Let's land. As soon as they landed, Xiao Yu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it feels good to have my feet on the ground again. Then she touched Ruhua and said, Get some rest. You've worked hard. Just as Xiao Yu finished speaking, it shrank down. In a flash, Ruhua had turned into a small flower. She pinned it to her hair and asked, What do you think? Don't I look pretty? Without hesitation, Qin Yu threw cold water on her excitement. It's tacky. His dismissive attitude made Xiao Yu huff. You have no taste. As if to change the subject, he looked around. By the way, where are your insects? Why did they disappear the moment I looked away? She calmly pointed at Ruhua and replied, I had Ruhua eat them. It seemed Xiao Yu was very proud of this strategy. Ruhua had a small space inside it that could store many things. So, still think it's tacky. It's much better than your spatial ring. Suddenly, she let out a small cry, pointing ahead. Look, there are people... After a closer look, Xiao Yu was overjoyed. This is great. We finally found other survivors. While the two were still celebrating, a voice yelled, Stop right there! It was Guyong and his cronies approaching them. Who are you two? Qin Yu calmly replied. We mean no harm, just like you. We were sucked in here. Their appearance made Shenjiang curious. Another two people. Has this godforsaken place become a tourist spot or something? Suddenly, they noticed Xiao Yu's beauty, causing her to step back nervously. As expected, the crude Tao Ye unbuckled his belt, remarking, What a lucky day! This girl is gorgeous! Seeing the situation, Xu Nu immediately stepped forward to stop him. Tao Ye, don't scare her. His courage frightened Kong Wei. Hey, there are a lot of them. Let's not get involved. That guy Tao Ye completely ignored Xu Na's attempt to intervene. Why don't we have some fun first, then kill them afterward, and pretend they were never here? Immediately after, Shenjiang licked his lips in agreement. I like the sound of that. Despite their insistence, Xu Nu still tried to persuade them. Hey, have you guys forgotten what Boss Zhou said? We're supposed to bring any survivors back? There's strength in numbers. It's the only way we can survive here. But it seemed his words had no effect on them. Shenjiang's eyes widened as he threatened him. Nonsense! Stop trying to use your Boss Zhou to pressure me. You should know that Boss Jin is the real one in charge. This has nothing to do with you two. Get lost! But I'm warning you. If you dare to tell anyone, you'll regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, they advanced with sinister grins. Their troublesome behavior was starting to annoy Qin Yu, coldly warned. I'll only warn you once. Back off now and you won't have to throw your pathetic lives away here. It seemed Shen Zhang had never met anyone so confident. This little brat has some nerve, huh? Wait till we're done here. We'll kill you. Then Guyong sneered and added, if you're in such a hurry, we'll just kill you first. Guyong's entire body began to harden, his skin turning a dull gray like stone. Petrification! Get him! He used his petrified arm to grab Qin Yu by the throat, not letting Guyong have his way. The boy immediately shattered his stone arm with a punch. The blow caused Guyong immense pain, making him scream continuously. To his astonishment, Qin Yu quickly lunged forward. Guyong managed to regain his composure and turned his entire body to stone, fully petrified. He had just finished transforming when the guy came up and smashed him with a single blow. Immediately after, Guyong's entire body shattered into pieces. The horrifying scene left Shenjiang and Tao Ye stunned and speechless. Next, an agitated Shenjiang transformed. Tao Ye also changed his form, stubbornly saying, the two of us will attack together and kill him. Then, Shenjiang used his lightning-fast speed to run circles around Qin Yu. Can you keep up with my speed? The young man's eyes remained calm but held a look of contempt as he glanced at him. Surprisingly, Tao Ye had somehow gotten close to Qin Yu. Let's see you suffocate! He then spat a viscous liquid onto the boy's face. Shenjiang seemed very pleased, rushing forward to praise him. Nice one! Now watch me! But unfortunately for him, Qin Yu managed to grab Shenjiang's face, terrifying him. What? Before he could recover, the protagonist slammed Shenjiang's entire body into the ground. Seeing this, a panicked Tao Ye screamed, Shenjiang! Suddenly, Qin Yu's eerie voice rang out, confusing the man. What did you say? As if wanting to explain clearly to Tao Ye before he died. He slowly replied, I said, you're about to die and you still have time to talk nonsense. Despite this, Tao Ye remained stubborn. I'll let you die in my sticky fluid. As soon as he finished speaking, the fluid from his body enveloped Qin Yu. A moment later, his entire body was covered in that viscous liquid by Tao Ye. The sight made Xiao Yu unable to resist commenting with disgust. You're so gross. Then, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a red light. He calmly waved his hand, and in the next second, a spark of fire completely incinerated the fluid. Qin Yu's terrifying power made Xu Nu tremble. You guys! Qin Yu quickly noticed their fear and reassured them. You're not like them. Don't worry. As long as you don't have malicious intent, I won't kill the innocent. Suddenly, startled voices were heard from a distance. What happened? How did you do that? While the flames were still burning fiercely, he spoke calmly. I hope you can explain this to me. I really don't want to kill innocent people due to a misunderstanding. Although Qin Yu had explained, Xu Nu was still scared. Brother, don't get agitated. We're not bad people. Those three were just the exception. Hearing this, the young man quickly made a request. All right, please explain the situation here to me. He immediately began. It's like this. Everyone here are survivors who were swallowed into this world. We all want to survive. So we help each other. Boss Joe, Boss Jin, and Boss Sun. Suddenly, a group of people arrived, asking loudly, what's going on? It turned out Boss Jin had arrived, threatening in a low voice. Who did this? Without a trace of fear, Qin Yu promptly replied, I did. But fearing his anger, Xu Nu anxiously tried to explain, Boss Jin, it's like this. Before he could finish, Boss Jin raised a hand to cut him off. I know what those three were like. But kid, how should I put this? You killed my men, which is like a slap to my face. Hearing this tone, the boy understood perfectly and asked, what do you want? While observing their tragic state, he said in a commanding tone. Those three were terrible and did a lot of bad things. I understand all that, but since you have the strength to take on three by yourself and win so easily, it shows your power cannot be underestimated. But they were still useful and helped with quite a few things. Now that you've killed them, we've lost combat power. The next second, Boss Jin's calculations were written all over his face. As long as you agree to work for me, we'll consider what just happened as them bringing it on themselves. I won't hold it against you. How about it? Without hesitation. Qin Yu shook his head and refused. I won't work under anyone. Boss Jin seemed to have anticipated this answer. The strong should have the pride of the strong. But let me remind you, when facing a stronger expert, you should show some respect and caution. Nevertheless, he was still annoyed and released his power. A necessary display. The young man quickly identified him as a level 2 evolver. Boss Jin acted superior, praising them. Very good. It seems you two can tell the difference between strong and weak. I was one of the first people to arrive here. I became a level 2 evolver over 2 months ago, and more than 10 days ago, I went through another upgrade. My current strength is beyond your imagination. His excessive arrogance made Xiao Yu burst out laughing. Her mocking attitude displeased Ziafang, who snorted coldly and boasted loudly. You brat! How dare you be disrespectful to Boss Jin? Do you have any idea how many mutated beasts Boss Jin has killed? Xiao Yu paid her no mind, whispering, I don't care how many he's killed. It's not as many as us anyway, while she was childishly teasing them. Qin Yu issued a challenge. How about this? You and I will have a match. If you win, I'll follow you. If I win, you'll drop the matter of those three. It seemed Boss Jin was just waiting for those words. All right, no problem. Immediately after, Qin Yu turned to walk away, adding reassuringly, Don't worry, I'm not interested in needlessly killing the innocent. If you stop at the right time, I won't take your life. His confident tone made the man increasingly nervous. He thought to himself, knowing Boss Kim's strength and still talking so big, it seems this kid really has some skills. But how could Qin Yu possibly be stronger than me? Suddenly, from a distance, steady footsteps approached. It was Boss Joe, who seemed confused by the scene before him. What's going on? He asked, seeing him arrive. Junho happily ran over. Boss Joe, you're here. Boss Joe turned to the others and asked, Boss Kim, you're here early Shunua. Kong Wei, what's going on? Where are Guyong and his men? Hearing this, the man glanced at Qin Yu and hesitantly explained. Boss Joe, Guyong and his men were killed by that guy. They wanted to... After a moment, Boss Joe finally understood the whole story. I see. Boss Kim, are you planning to make a move on them? As if to reassure him, Boss Kim said calmly, Boss Joe, don't get involved. Rest assured, I won't kill them. I'll just teach them a little lesson so they'll willingly join me. Despite this, Boss Joe still wanted to intervene. Boss Sun seemed to notice and quickly stopped him. Boss Joe, he did kill his men. He has to do something, if only to save face. If Boss Kim said he won't kill them, you don't have to worry. Meanwhile, back with Qin Yu. A familiar figure was suddenly waving and calling out to him enthusiastically. Qin Yu was taken aback for a second, but Xiao Yu instantly recognized the person and waved in return. Little Taoist, is that you? It was Dao Yi who had spotted them. He exclaimed, This is great. Everyone was so worried about you guys. I knew you'd be okay. A big snake like that was no match for you two. Seeing that he was alive and well, Qin Yu quickly asked, It's great that you're okay. How are Commander Li and the others? Just as he finished speaking, Li Wei approached, calling his name. Before Li Wei could continue, Lin Feng laughed heartily and exclaimed, Qin Yu, I knew you two would be all right. Their familiar conversation took Boss Joe by surprise. Boss Li, do you all know each other? Without hesitation, Li Wei immediately confirmed. Of course. Qin Yu has helped us a great deal on our journey. Then, Lu Yun approached Boss Kim with a grin and said, Boss Kim, are you really planning to pick a fight with him? You're no match for him, so don't blame me for not warning you. This warning made Boss Kim break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that Li Wei's subordinates were all masters, making them a formidable force. The three factions combined have over 1,000 people. But Boss Kim, Boss Joe, and Boss Sun only have 6 level 2 evolved beings among them. In contrast, Li Wei's group of just a few dozen people already has 4 level 2 members. He continued to observe and analyze the situation. Li Wei's arrival had drastically changed the dynamics, though it wasn't obvious. His group had effectively formed a 4th power block, and this Lu Yun's strength was not much less than Boss Kim's. If Lu Yun said he was no match for this kid, it meant the kid's strength was extraordinary, possibly even a level 2 evolver. Li Wei quickly picked up on Boss Kim's nervousness. If he were to lose to Qin Yu, it would be incredibly humiliating. Seeing this, Li Wei seemed to want to defuse the situation. Boss Kim, there must be a misunderstanding here. How about you do me a favor and let this go, Qin Yu? What do you say? Taking the cue, Qin Yu pretended to scratch his head and said politely, Boss Kim, it really is a misunderstanding. As for becoming your subordinate, I'm afraid I can't do that. But if there's anything you need help with, I'll certainly do my best. Seizing the olive branch, Boss Kim immediately agreed. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. All right, since Qin Yu has said so, I won't be unreasonable. Let's go with what you said. Their hypocrisy made Xiao Yu roll her eyes and mutter, Wow, you guys are great actors. Fearing she would offend them, Qin Yu nudged her and whispered, Be quiet. Keep your voice down. Meanwhile, Boss Kim was observing Qin Yu, thinking, he defeated Gu Yong and his men so easily. To be treated this way by someone like Li Wei, this kid is definitely not ordinary. I need to build a good relationship with him. With that thought, he put on a friendly face and spoke. You're Qin Yu, right? Before Boss Kim could say more, Boss Joe cut in with an invitation. You two were also pulled in here by a spatial rift, weren't you? Since there's no way out for the time being, why don't you stay and plan with us? Boss Sun also chimed in. It's extremely dangerous outside, full of powerful death beasts. We've had to struggle to survive in this brutal place. We must stick together to overcome the challenges. The whole group headed towards the makeshift village they had built. Along the way, Dao Yi came up to Qin Yu and said, I was really worried about you. You have no idea what we went through. His words piqued Xiao Yu's curiosity. What happened? She asked. He looked down sadly and began to explain. The ambush back then was brutal. Many of our fellow soldiers didn't make it. Then, a rift suddenly opened in the sky and pulled us into this bizarre place. It was dark and gloomy, and you couldn't see where it ended. We had no idea where we were before we were attacked by a strange force. As Dao Yi spoke, a vision of the powerful force appeared. That energy was incredibly sinister. Anyone caught in it was turned to dust before they could even scream. The rest of us fought desperately to escape. And then we were suddenly pulled into another rift. After that, he trailed off, his brows knitting together as he sighed heavily. Out of a troop of over 100 men, only 20 or 30 made it out. It was a complete disaster. Just as Dao Yi finished his story, Boss Kim cheerfully interjected. This place might be simple, but we poured our blood, sweat, and tears into building it. Qin Yu quickly replied. Building a settlement in such a harsh environment must have been incredibly difficult for everyone. Hearing that, he became enthusiastic. Not long ago, we found a bunch of wine berries. Boss Sun, Boss Joe. It's been a while, hasn't it? Why don't we take this opportunity, with Qin Yu joining us, to have a gathering? Ignoring Boss Kim's carefree suggestion, Xiao Yu pointed in a certain direction and asked, I see quite a few people standing guard. Do you get attacked often here? Her question made him let out a long sigh. You bet. Every 3 to 5 days, undead beasts attack, so we never get a moment of peace. This new information made Xiao Yu even more curious. Undead beasts. Boss Sun, who was behind them, immediately answered her question. They're an extremely powerful type of animal, a bit like mutated beasts, but more like zombies. They're incredibly ferocious and fearless, which gives us a huge headache. His description jogged her memory. Are they zombie beasts? We once encountered a massive zombie dragon. Then, Qin Yu turned to ask Boss Joe. Boss Joe, is the main threat here the undead beasts? Are there no zombies? Before he could answer, Boss Sun cut in. Almost none. There aren't enough to feed those plants. But there are exceptions. After a 2-second pause, he continued in a low voice. We've encountered 4 of them. They weren't ordinary zombies, more like monsters. They were terrifyingly strong, could speak human language, and called themselves the Undying. Hearing this, he realized it was them. Qin Yu's strangely calm demeanor caught Boss Sun's attention. Qin Yu, have you met them too? The 4 of them fought dozens of our elites into a miserable retreat. If it weren't for the help of 2 masters, I'm afraid our entire force would have been wiped out. From his story, the young man thought to himself. Masters just by himself, Qin Yu had a hard time dealing with the weakest one. And it took considerable effort for 2 people to handle 4 of them. They truly can't be underestimated. The next moment, Boss Sun said as they walked. Perfect. I'll introduce you to them in a bit. The scene shifts to inside the base, where everyone has settled around a fire. Once they were all gathered, Boss Sun instructed the person next to him. Invite the 2 masters and Mr. Lang. His subordinate quickly complied. Yes, sir. A moment later, a hearty voice suddenly rang out. Boss Sun, how nice of you to invite us for a meal. Just hearing it, Xiao Yu hesitantly recognized it. Why does that voice sound so much like that guy? As if confirming her suspicion, Xiao Feng and Xiao Na walked in. It's you! Xiao Feng, and Xiao Na too! Seeing Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng happily exclaimed, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, what a coincidence! The arrival of the other pair made Xiao Na and Qin Yu shyly observe each other. She quickly went to Xiao Yu's side to greet her. Xiao Yu, we meet again? Unable to contain her excitement, she hugged Xiao Na tightly. This is great. I thought I'd never get the chance to see you again. Xiao Yu's sudden enthusiasm made the other girl blush. Xiao Yu, there are a lot of people watching. Seeing this, Xiao Feng quickly stepped forward and demanded, I want a hug too. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu yelled, In your dreams, get lost. The lively scene before them surprised Boss Sun. You all know each other. Upon hearing the question, the young man immediately replied, Of course. Qin Yu saved my life once. Boss Joe called out with a smile. Mr. Lang, come sit over here. From outside, Mr. Lang walked in with an imposing presence. Qin Yu watched him seriously as he passed by, and after just a brief glance, he realized something. From the way this man walked, he had to be an ancient martial artist. Then, Boss Joe announced loudly, "Bring out the food!" Pretty girls quickly began bringing in plates of food. Xiao Yu quickly picked up a strange-looking fruit and asked curiously, "What is this? I've never seen it before." Hearing her question, the boss explained sadly, "There are no animals here. Besides us, there are only zombie beasts and mutated plants. We can't eat zombie beasts all the time, so we have no choice but to eat these mutated plants." This hardship seemed to leave Qin Yu speechless, and he remained silent. However, the girl still took a curious bite. As soon as she bit into it, Xiao Yu quickly spat it out, complaining, "This is disgusting. It's so bitter and hard." Boss Jin also sighed heavily. "There's no other choice. It really is hard to eat, but it provides a lot of energy." But fearing that Qin Yu and Xiao Yu would be offended, Boss Joe immediately spoke up. "We may not have fine food, but we have fine wine. Bring out the wine fruits." In an instant, the girls brought juicy, wine-filled fruits and placed them before the group. The appearance of the wine fruits made Xiao Feng overjoyed. Here it is, the wine fruit." This strange fruit made Qin Yu suspicious. Wine fruit. Immediately after, Boss Joe's proud voice rang out. "This wine fruit is very rare. You have to risk your life to harvest it." As the liquid slowly spilled out, he continued, "It has a rich fragrance and the scent of wine, a true rare delicacy." Boss Joe's description made the girl excited. "It smells so good. I want to drink it." Suddenly, the young man raised his hand to stop her. "Wait." Qin Yu's wariness angered the boss, who questioned him in a loud voice. "Qin Yu, what do you mean by that? Are you afraid I've poisoned you?" This Boss Joe wasn't exactly a great hero, but he prided himself on being an honorable man, not wanting to anger him any further. He quickly explained, "Boss Joe, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying you poisoned it. I'm saying there's a problem with the fruit itself." Qin Yu's judgment confused Boss Sun. "A problem with the fruit, we've eaten it several times, and it's not poisonous." He thoughtfully offered his theory. "If I'm not mistaken, this fruit grows on piles of zombie and zombie beast corpses, with its vines and roots tangled and piercing through the bodies." Just his first sentence startled the man. "How did you know? Is there a problem with that?" As he suspected. Qin Yu's face darkened as he confirmed. "This isn't a wine fruit. It's called a corpse blood fruit, a poisonous fruit that grows from the corpse blood vine." Everyone immediately grew worried and stammered. "What? What is that?" The next second, he began to explain. "When zombies, zombie beasts, or mutated beasts die in large numbers, their corpses pile up and rot. The virus in their bodies or the source of mutation can reorganize, giving rise to various kinds of corpse blood vines. It's not a plant. It's a mutation source that attaches to a host in a different form. In a sense, they are an extension of the corpses, like a true teacher." Qin Yu continuously shared his knowledge, explaining that there are iron vines covered in poisonous thorns, and getting pricked by them will infect any nearby animals or humans. There are spores that spray poison into the air, some that seep toxins into the water, and some that form fruits that are both poisonous and infectious, yet incredibly delicious. Hearing this, they were so horrified that they dropped the wine fruits to the ground. This information left Lin Feng terrified and in disbelief. Oh my god, how could this be? However, Gao Zhao quickly regained his composure and raised a question. "But nothing happened when we drank it." The terrifying nature of this fruit made Xiao Yu give up on it, no longer wanting to drink it, not wanting to keep them in suspense any longer. He crossed his arms and reassured them. If an ordinary person drank it even once, they would have likely turned into a zombie. You are all evolvers with strong resistance to it, but if you consume it regularly, there will come a time when you can't resist and will turn into a zombie. Looking at the wine fruit in his hand, Xiao Feng was dejected and disappointed. "What a shame we can't drink it anymore." Boss Jin gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. "There's nothing good in this godforsaken place to begin with, and now even the wine fruits are off limits. It's like adding insult to injury." After a moment of lamenting, Li Wei spoke up with a question. "We've only just arrived and don't know anything. Are there any other places worth exploring? Also, is there any way to get out of here?" Boss Sun recounted sadly. "There isn't. We've searched many places, and they all end in either an endless void or a boundless sea of mutated plants." Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. It was Xiao Feng, raising his hand like a well-behaved student. "There is one other way we can try." Hearing this, the expressions of the three bosses, Zhou, Jin, and Sun, became extremely tense, as if all three were hiding something. Li Wei noticed the unusual look on their faces and exclaimed, "Bosses, if you know any important information, please don't hide it from us. We're all in the same boat now. I think everyone wants to get out. No one wants to be stuck in this damned place for the rest of their lives." Boss Jin let out a sigh, made up his mind, and decided to share the information, figuring it wouldn't hurt to tell them. 1 month ago, our group was hunting outside when we encountered some strange individuals. They looked very human on the outside, but they were zombies. They called themselves the Immortal Clan, attacked us on sight, and said they wanted to devour us. He frowned, still horrified by the memory. Their strength is terrifying. 4 of them made 70 or 80 of our elites run for their lives in fear. Many of our brothers died at their hands. Boss Joe continued. We received the news, and Boss Sun and I led over 100 men as reinforcements. By the time we arrived, only Boss Jin and a few others like Liao Liao were left, fleeing for their lives. If we hadn't met you 2 masters earlier, my team of 100 men would have likely perished at their hands. Li Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. These zombies who call themselves the Immortal Clan are very strong. But what does this have to do with us leaving this place? Boss Sun explained. Those zombies are incredibly arrogant. They said that by devouring us, they could conquer even more worlds, so they must know a way to leave this place. Li Wei stood up, showing his resolve. If that's the case, it seems we can't avoid a confrontation with the Immortal Clan. Fearing he might make a rash decision, Boss Jin stepped forward to stop him. We need to discuss this at length. You haven't met them, so you don't know how terrifying they are, especially their king, who hasn't even made a move from start to finish. His power must be on another level. Li Wei was very confident in his own assessment. Analyzing. The 4 level 2 evolvers among us are all masters among masters. The 3 bosses are also incredibly strong. Not to mention we have the Qin Yu siblings and 3 other experts here. We won't necessarily lose. Xiao Feng crossed his arms disdainfully and chimed in. Boss Jin, you're being too timid. When they defeated you last time, you guys hadn't even evolved to level 2. Now you're all level 2 evolvers. Much stronger than before. So don't underestimate yourselves. Xiao Na agreed with him. That's right. Back then, Di Xiaofeng and I were able to hold off 3 of them by ourselves. This time, with so many experts, defeating them isn't impossible. Boss Jin was convinced and became more confident. You all have a point. Our strength isn't what it used to be. Compared to being trapped in this godforsaken place for a lifetime, it's better to risk it all. Qin Yu, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked a question. I have one question. What kind of person is their king? Xiao Feng pointed to his head, implying the Immortal Clan had some screws loose, then added, those guys probably have brain damage from the virus and have been brainwashed by some cult. Every other sentence is about their supreme king. I think he's called something like Ming Ling. Hearing this name, even Qin Yu froze, a drop of sweat rolling down his face, showing his tension. Xiao Yu noticed her brother's reaction and immediately asked, What's wrong? Do you know something? Qin Yu didn't answer right away, instead silently searching his memories from his past life for information about this person. Ming Ling, one of the strongest corpse kings of the apocalypse, whose power might even surpass the immortal corpse king that once devoured Di Xiaofeng, and was perhaps even the strongest corpse king of the apocalypse. In the future, many even called him the corpse emperor. Corpse King Ming Ling was elusive and mysterious, with an unknown origin. During the battle at the Radiant Holy City, Ming Ling killed an S-Rank evolver, the 5th war god of the Radiant Holy City, in just a few moves, making a name for himself in that one battle. At that time, the City Lord of Glory City, who was ranked 14th on the power rankings, became enraged and led the experts from Glory Holy City to besiege the Nether Spirit Corpse King's lair. Yet they couldn't kill him. The fact that it could escape shows just how terrifying its power is. You have to understand, the S-Rank Glory Holy City is one of the 10 great holy cities of humanity in the apocalypse, making it vastly more powerful than an A-Rank force like Li Wei's Tianmeng City. Xiao Yu worriedly shook his arm. What's wrong? You don't look well. Qin Yu mumbled a reply. I'm fine. My mind is just a mess. I never expected the king they mentioned was the infamous Nether Spirit Corpse King. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, lost in his own thoughts. Its physique can't just be 60 times stronger. The Nether Spirit Corpse King could be much more than that, maybe 80 times stronger. It might even have broken through to level 3. Should we confront it or not? The question remained unanswered in his mind. Putting that aside, after the meeting, everyone returned to their simple thatched hut. There were now 5 people in the room: Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, Dao Yi, and the 2 newcomers, Xiao Na and Xiao Feng. Xiao Yu gave some food to her best friend. Xiao Na, here's a spicy cake for you. I saved it. I usually can't bear to eat it. Seeing this, Xiao Feng remarked with admiration. Xiao Yu, you guys live so well, having so much delicious food. Xiao Yu didn't take it as a compliment and replied nonchalantly. Her answer was enough to make anyone living in the apocalypse furious. What's so good about it? We're almost out. And even if we're not, it's about to expire. Qin Yu crossed his arms, letting his sister have her moment, and said with a small smile, I couldn't say much earlier. I really think it's better not to openly provoke that Nether Spirit Corpse King. Xiaofeng didn't understand his worries and asked in return, "Then how do we get out?" Xiao Yu raised a hand to reassure him. "Don't worry, I have a way out. I'll get you guys out when the time comes." He was overjoyed. "Really? That's great." Dao Yi then wondered, "What about the others?" Xiao Yu shrugged. "There's nothing I can do. My ability can't take that many people." Then she brought up what had been bothering her. "Oh, right. Brother, why did you space out when the Nether Spirit Corpse King was mentioned? Was there something wrong that night?" Qin Yu hesitated, then made up his mind. "Xiao Yu, there's something I need to tell you." She was taken aback by how serious her brother was. "What is it?" Qin Yu confessed seriously. "Actually, I had a very, very long dream. A dream that foretold the future." Everyone in the room was silent for a long time, finding this hard to believe. Xiao Yu reached out to check Qin Yu's forehead. "Brother, you have a fever." He held her hand back and said seriously, "Don't interrupt. I'm being serious." He recounted the story of his past life in the guise of a dream. "In the dream, I was a survivor 100 years after the apocalypse began, struggling every day to survive. Before the plague broke out, I already knew the end of the world was coming." Xiaofeng scoffed. "Qin Yu, your jokes aren't funny at all. If I told one, everyone would definitely laugh." Xiao Yu clapped her hands as she had a realization. "Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder you know everything." Seeing her reaction, Xiaofeng laughed out loud. "Xiao Yu, that's a great way to cover for him." Xiao Yu walked over and bonked him on the head, righteously defending. "Who's covering for anyone? I'm being serious too." Xiao Na chuckled at the scene. Xiaofeng clutched his head and whined. "That hurts." Xiao Yu stepped forward to explain, trusting her brother completely. "It's not like that. Listen to me, everyone. My brother really did warn me before the apocalypse came. He even bought a lot of supplies in advance. When the plague broke out, he already knew about the effects of evolution energy. And also, that thing inside the zombies. Who would dare to eat it without knowing what it was?" Thinking back on everything, she blushed, her admiration for her brother reaching a new level. "I knew it. That's why you know everything and do everything so competently. So my brother traveled back from the future to save me. I'm so happy." Xiao Na listened quietly without speaking, while Xiaofeng started asking for a beating again. He whispered, "Oh, I get it now. Sister Na, I'll follow your lead. Should we go through the motions or just start laughing now?" Qin Yu ignored everyone's reactions and continued his story. "My dream of the future is also different in some ways from what we've experienced. For example, the zombie that defeated Di Xiaofeng was supposed to eat him, gain his immortal ability, and become a corpse king ruling over a region. But we interfered and killed it." Xiao Yu chimed in to support him. "That's right. And during the blood rain, if my brother hadn't saved me, I probably would have been bitten to death by my zombified classmate." Qin Yu continued to share his worries. "That Nether Spirit Corpse King also becomes a superclass overlord ruling a region in the future. To be honest, one of his subordinates was already killed by us. That guy had a physique 60 times stronger. As their king, I'm afraid his physique is 80 times stronger. That's a powerful level 3 enemy, and with our current strength, I'm really not confident we can win." At this point, Xiao Yu reminded him. "Oh right, brother. We still haven't consumed Juekong's energy. We were so busy escaping that we forgot." He also remembered then. "That's right." He took out Juekong's energy and duplicated it, turning 1 into 2. Ruhua, the plant on Xiao Yu's head, suddenly stirred. It jumped from her long, silky hair and grew larger. Ruhua looked at Xiao Yu, communicating in a language only she understood, and whatever it said, Xiao Yu vehemently objected. "No way! It's too precious!" Qin Yu then took out a purplish energy crystal from his storage ring. "That's right. This is from the Night Shadow Cat. Although it can't compare to this one. It's still a rare energy source. Let it eat this, so it can recover faster." Seeing the evolution energy, Ruhua drooled with delight, its petals trembling with excitement. Xiao Yu handed it the purple energy. "Stop pretending. This is for you." Ruhua used its leaves as hands, tossing the Night Shadow Cat's energy orb into its sharp-toothed mouth and swallowing it whole. Its body began absorbing the evolutionary energy. Unlike Qin Yu's dramatic screams, its entire body emitted a faint golden light. A moment later, the process ended. Qin Yu crossed his arms and looked at his sister, asking curiously, "Oh, right! This thing has an independent subspace inside it. Can it let us go in and take a look?" Ruhua understood and opened its space, a light blue vortex appearing in front of the two siblings. He reached his hand in to test it, and immediately after, both siblings were sucked inside. Dao Ye and Xiaofeng were still in the room, watching the two leave so suddenly without explanation, and they could only let out a curious, "Oh," in unison. The entrance to the space inside Ruhua had no stairs, nor was it a straight path, but rather a fall from the sky. Qin Yu held his sister tightly, letting her scream her head off in his embrace. Ah! Just as they were about to hit the ground, he turned and held Xiao Yu in a bridal carry, landing neatly on his feet. He looked around but couldn't see an end to the space, so he made a comment. This place is really spacious. Xiao Yu tried shouting, and hearing an echo, she said with some surprise, There's an echo. Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression changed, as something was approaching very quickly. It turned out to be the mini-sized armored insect king. It flew over to get some affection from Xiao Yu. She held it and comforted it. There. I know. You've been through a lot. It obediently folded its wings and lay quietly in her arms, chirping pitifully. After comforting the armored insect king, Xiao Yu surveyed the space. Brother, Ruhua has such a large space inside. Maybe we can use it to get everyone out of here. Qin Yu looked around and agreed. Yeah, if we fill this place up, it could hold 200 or 300 people, no problem. We could get everyone out in just a few trips. After saying that, he crouched down to check the ground. I wonder if it can let sunlight in. If it can, we could grow some plants here and we wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. After inspecting the space, the two siblings and the armored insect king went back outside. He crouched down and caressed Ruhua's petals. I'll give you what I promised. Then, Qin Yu took out the corpse of Jue Kong, an immortal clan zombie he had previously defeated, from his spatial ring. Here, eat up. Ruhua was startled when it saw the corpse, not expecting to actually be allowed to absorb it. It was overjoyed and immediately sucked the corpse into its mouth, devouring it greedily. Right after, a rainbow-colored light emanated from its body, as if it were achieving enlightenment. Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, Ruhua is... The two siblings stood frozen solid, watching Ruhua transform. The process wasn't very long. After emitting the rainbow light, it suddenly wilted. Its petals drooped and its stem shriveled, looking incredibly weak. Xiao Yu panicked. What happened to Ruhua? She knelt and hugged it. Isn't it supposed to evolve? Why is it withering away? Suddenly, a lush green sprout fell onto her head. Staring at the strange sprout in her hand, she was completely bewildered. Then, the sprout suddenly opened its eyes. Feeling a familiar presence, Xiao Yu exclaimed, So Ruhua has evolved. Qin Yu didn't think much of it and handed his sister 2 evolution energy orbs. It's evolved. Now it's our turn to enhance ourselves. He swallowed one of the evolution orbs. As usual, every time he powered up, Qin Yu would scream his head off dramatically. Xiao Yu found it funny every time. There it is, his dramatic performance. After absorbing the energy, he exhaled, his physical constitution having increased tenfold. In contrast, Xiao Yu's enhancement process was very calm. She felt the power within her and said, Brother, my constitution has increased by 40 times now. Qin Yu took a few deep breaths and replied, Mine is at 41 times. Next, with your buff, I'll have at least an 80-fold constitution. Combined with the effects of that potion from before, we're now genuine third-stage evolvers. Just then, the sounds of a beast growling and weapons clashing came from outside. The chaotic sounds of a fight rang out, drawing the siblings' attention. They left the hut and saw a crowd gathered in front of a large pit, where an argument was taking place. You're courting death. By the rules, the energy core of this thing belongs to me. Qin Yu curiously led Xiao Yu over to take a look. Down in the large pit lay the carcass of a mutated lizard. Xiao Yu was surprised to see the beast's carcass. Someone ordered, Everyone, pull it up together. The group tied ropes around the lizard and hauled it out of the pit. Qin Yu sighed. It's a shame we can't eat its meat. Otherwise, we would have had some meat to eat. After it was pulled up, Xiao Yu noticed a group approaching and called out to her brother. Over there. Xiao Feng and Xiao Na were walking over with 3 other people. Recognizing them, Xiao Yu smiled warmly. Xiao Na, where are you all off to? Xiao Na replied, We're going to look for food. Xiao Feng stretched a little, looking completely exhausted and sleep-deprived. He extended an invitation. It's a good chance to stretch our legs. This darn place is too boring. What do you say? Want to come with us? Being fun-loving, Xiao Yu immediately agreed. Sure. It was only then that Xiao Feng remembered the 3 people he was with. He introduced them from left to right. These 2 are Shu Nuo and Kong Wei, and the one with the long beard is Qian Liping. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Shu Nuo seemed a little frightened, staying silent and on guard. Xiao Yu sensitively noticed his reaction and immediately spoke up for her brother. Don't be afraid. My brother isn't a murderous maniac, so you can relax. The group formed a party and began to wander through this space, which was perpetually blood red. Since he had just arrived and didn't know the situation, Qin Yu asked, How strong are the zombie beasts in this place? Xiaofeng began to share information. Most of them are level 1, with some level 2s. But those are very rare. We've only encountered a few in over a month. As long as we don't go to the border, it's usually not dangerous. At that moment, Kong Wei's eyes lit up like stars as he exclaimed with joy. It's crystal jade rice! Xiao Yu followed his gaze but only saw a patch of red earth with no plants in sight. So she immediately retorted, Where's the corn? Xiaofeng calmly explained that of course she couldn't see it. Kong Wei has 1,000-mile eyes. He can clearly see a mosquito flying a kilometer away. Hearing about such an ability, Qin Yu praised it, saying it was an incredibly convenient power. Xiaofeng chuckled and casually teased Kong Wei, who was scratching his head nearby. Qin Yu, this kid is very dissatisfied with his own ability, feeling that while everyone else is fighting, he can only be on lookout duty, complaining that he's useless. Qin Yu found this puzzling, crossing his arms and pointing out how powerful the ability was. Isn't a reconnaissance ability in the apocalypse far more useful than just fighting? Xiaofeng had to chime in right away. See? Qin Yu says so too. Kong Wei led everyone to the vast field of crystal jade rice. Xiao Yu went over to inspect a few plants, and she pointed dissatisfyingly, saying, This isn't corn. Are you messing with me thinking I don't know any better? Xiaofeng stood to the side with his arms crossed, chuckling. No one said it was corn. We just call it crystal jade rice. This stuff is pretty common around here. Although it's not very tasty, it's still edible. Shu Nuo, it's up to you now, he replied. Yes, Brother Feng. A gentle breeze swirled around Shu Nu's arm, forming a small vortex. Qin Yu was surprised. Oh, a wind ability. Shu Nu held out his hands, and the two vortexes merged into a larger one. However, the whirlwind didn't uproot the plants but gently harvested only the fruit. Qin Yu made an objective assessment. It only cut off the fruit without harming the plants. This kid is quite skilled. Although his physique is a bit weak, he has a firm grasp on his ability. It's well honed. He must have practiced a lot. Shu Nu's group of 3 stepped forward to pick up the crystal jade rice. Xiaofeng didn't hold back his praise for their abilities, adding that these crystal jade rice plants grow very quickly. As long as their stems and leaves aren't damaged, they'll bear fruit again in just a few days. Xiao Yu was also helping everyone gather the rice when she suddenly smelled something strange. Huh. What's this smell? The sharp-eyed Kong Wei frowned. It's a zombie beast. In the distance, a cloud of dust was approaching them. Just by the size of the dust cloud, they could tell this zombie beast was not small. Sure enough, as it got closer, it was a zombie rhino with 2 large tusks and fierce red eyes. Xiaofeng stepped forward, eager to show off his strength. Let me handle this, Xiao Yu teased him. If you get beaten back to your original form in a bit, I'd like to see how you'll hide your shame. Xiaofeng scoffed, confidently boasting. To deal with this thing, I can handle it easily even without transforming. The quiet and cold Xiao Na reminded him. If you talk any more, it's going to run away. Xiaofeng immediately took action. He really didn't transform, using his physical strength to stop the rhino, grabbing its horn with both hands. This zombie rhino was quite strong. He was pushed back a considerable distance, unwilling to be outmatched, especially after bragging. How could he lose face in front of the girls? Xiaofeng let out a roar and poured all his strength into his arms. With his strength properly applied, the rhino's feet were gradually lifted off the ground. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, this guy has gotten much stronger. After channeling his power for a moment, Xiaofeng powerfully slammed the rhino to the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He took it down in a single blow. He then smiled and flexed the muscles hidden under his clothes. How's that? Pretty strong, right? Qin Yu nodded and gave a word of praise. Yeah, not bad. Shu Nu took out a dagger and walked over to the massive rhino's corpse. Brother Feng, I'll go get the loot. However, the creature's hide was thick and tough. An ordinary dagger couldn't do anything to it. Xu Nao struggled to cut it, only managing to create sparks from the friction. Xiaofeng walked over, his hand transforming into a demonic claw. Let me! Its hide is too tough. You guys won't be able to cut through it. With that, he plunged his hand through the zombie rhino's tough skin, and a disgusting green liquid spurted out. After fumbling around for a moment, he pulled out the evolution energy. He gallantly offered it to the women first. Which of you ladies wants it? Zhao Na wasn't interested. She sneered. You can have it yourself. Xiao Yu complained about the stench, pinching her nose. Go away. Take it somewhere else. Xiaofeng wasn't discouraged by the rejection. He kept the evolution energy for himself. If you don't want it, fine. I'll save it for later. Let's go. We're heading a little deeper into the dangerous zone. Hearing this, Shu Nu said worriedly. But there are only a few of us. Kong Wei, standing beside him, waved his hand to dissuade him. We still shouldn't take the risk, Xiaofeng reassured the two of them. Why are you so scared? I'll protect you all. A screech echoed as an eagle appeared in the blazing red sky. It circled above them, screeching incessantly, making the atmosphere even more terrifying. Xiao Feng shielded his eyes from the light and squinted, saying angrily, "What's with all the screeching? If I had wings, I'd fly up there and tear you apart," Xiao Yu said grimly. "It's calling for its kind," Qin Yu said. "Brother, shoot it down." Qin Yu assessed the situation and replied, "It's flying too high. I can't get a clear shot." Ru Hua, on Xiao Yu's shoulder, suddenly swayed and chirped. Startled, Xiao Yu turned to look at her companion. She placed Ru Hua in her hands and said happily to Qin Yu, "Brother, it looks like Ru Hua has finished evolving." Xiao Yu unexpectedly placed Ru Hua on the ground, encouraging it. "I choose you." A magical golden light flashed, and Ru Hua evolved into a flower beast of a hopeful green color. Su Nao and Kong Wei were terrified when they saw Ru Hua. Kong Wei cried out, "Heavens! What is that thing?" Xiao Yu pointed up at the bird and commanded Ru Hua, "Take that thing down." Ru Hua then opened a portal and went inside. Su Nao and Kong Wei screamed in terror and quickly jumped aside. Ru Hua suddenly appeared behind the hawk. It quickly locked onto its target, ready to attack. As a continuous stream of green arrows shot from its mouth, the hawk swiftly dodged. But no matter how it tried, it couldn't escape the rain of arrows. Each arrow instantly transformed into a rope, binding the hawk tightly. Xiao Feng stammered in amazement. "Such a powerful summoning skill. The hawk is completely bound and fell to the ground with a thud." He then stepped on it, saying triumphantly, "That's what you get for being so arrogant, thinking no one could touch you way up there." Xu Nu quickly drew his knife and offered, "I'll help everyone extract the evolution energy." Xiao Feng sighed. "Hey, little Xu, you don't have to serve everyone like this." Xu now scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "It's fine. I'm used to it. I'm not scared anymore." Qin Yu unleashed his flames, saying, "No need. Stand back a bit." Xu Nu advised him that it would be difficult to completely incinerate the body in such a short time. Ignoring Xu Nu's words, Qin Yu used his flames to burn the hawk. Seeing this, Li Xin was incredibly surprised and asked curiously, "Why are Qin Yu's flames purple? And how are they so powerful?" Qin Yu explained. "With a flame ability, the color of the fire changes at different stages of evolution." Xiao Feng complained petulantly. "You're so mean. Qin Yu, why didn't you burn the last one for me? I got covered in blood from stepping on it." Qin Yu calmly joked back. "I must have been too stunned by your handsome face to remember." A moment later, Kong Wei pointed towards a thicket of trees, warning everyone, "If we keep going, we'll enter the territory of man-eating plants, so be careful." The group continued to press forward. The path ahead was filled with mutated plants. They used their vines to surround the group. Xu Nu and Xiao Yu led the charge into battle, with the rest following close behind. Suddenly, a green vine covered in sharp thorns shot out in a different direction. It quickly snared Kong Wei's leg. He fell to the ground with a thud, only to see the mutated plant opening its maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth. He let out a terrified scream. A flash of a blade cut the mutated plant in two. Xiao Yu stood with her hands on her hips and exclaimed in annoyance, "You don't have to scream so loud, I heard you. You're making my head buzz." Kong Wei scratched his head, flustered, and stammered, Sorry." Qin Yu walked over and stepped on a bone fragment. He seemed to hear something and let out a surprised, His eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted with a grave expression, "Watch out. Danger's coming." Suddenly, countless vines spun and whizzed towards them. Terrified, they all dropped to the ground, covering their heads and shouting, "Get down!" The vines extended, revealing sharp thorns. Qin Yu quickly unleashed his flames, warning them, "Everyone be careful. Stay down." He used his fire to incinerate the mass of mutated plants. Under the power of his flames, the mutated plants quickly withered away, revealing white bone fragments among the ashes. Xiao Yu pointed and cried out in shock, "Wow! Look, human bones!" Xiao Na picked up a bone fragment and examined it for a moment before confirming, "These aren't human. Humans have 12 segments here, but this bone has..." Xiao Feng picked his nose and joked dismissively. "So what, it just grew a few extra?" Qin Yu said seriously. "If I'm not mistaken, these were probably the original residents of this place." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Look out! Another enemy!" A fierce demon lunged at them from the bushes. It threw a powerful punch toward Qin Yu. He swiftly blocked the blow. The fierce demon was stunned by his strength. Enraged, it quickly switched tactics, swiping its claws at him. On high alert! Qin Yu swiftly dodged the follow-up attack. He then grabbed the fierce demon's arm. Dropping to one knee, he violently slammed the creature to the ground. Xiao Feng quickly rushed in, shouting, "My turn! My turn!" He activated his ability, and a green light enveloped the fierce demon, killing it instantly. Qin Yu held up the creature's arm for Xiao Yu to inspect. Xiao Yu calmly said, "I recognize this. Isn't this the same kind of fierce demon we saw in that village? Big brother." Qin Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's not exactly the same," he continued. "These two arms clearly don't belong to this fierce demon," Xiao Yu wondered. "Isn't it a mutation? We've seen all sorts of strangely shaped zombie beasts before, so it wouldn't be surprising." Qin Yu quickly refuted that idea. "No, this one is different. The joint clearly shows signs of stitching. It was likely done by a person," Kong Wei asked in astonishment. "Who would do such a thing? Could there be some mad scientists around?" Xiao Feng sensed something was off and cautiously said to the group, "Hey, forget that for a second. Do you guys feel it? Someone's watching us?" Qin Yu scratched his head and asked nervously. Where I don't see anything," Shauna added. "I feel it too. Something is definitely paying attention to us, but it's very strange. When I try to focus on it, I can't sense its presence, as if it's deliberately concealing itself." Xiao Yu had also detected the odd presence, she confirmed. "I noticed it when we first got here, but I didn't sense any hostility, and since nothing happened, I didn't pay it much attention." Hearing this, Qin Yu urged the group, "To avoid any potential danger, let's head back now." Later, after they had returned to their camp, the two siblings sat down to talk. Xiao Yu asked, "Brother, you figured something out today, didn't you?" Qin Yu replied, "Yes. I suspect this world might be the territory of the Evil Witch Clan." Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. "The Evil Witch Clan? What's that?" he explained. "They're an ancient race, like the Battle God Clan, but the difference is that the Evil Witch Clan is extremely cruel. They're obsessed with becoming stronger and achieving perfection, not even hesitating to engage in brutal, bloody struggles among their own people to eliminate the weak." Qin Yu continued worriedly. "To gain power, the evil shaman tribe even modified their bodies and genes. Remember the 5 poison beast? It's said to be an experimental product created by them. For the 5 poison beast to escape, the evil shaman tribe must have faced a great disaster. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let these creatures survive. I wonder if any of them are left." Xiao Yu comforted him. "Don't worry. After Ruhua's evolution, her power has recovered significantly. We can leave this place any time." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside. "Who's there? Identify yourselves!" Zhao Trok looked at the crowd ahead and continued his warning. "Don't come any closer, or we will attack." In the distance, a crowd of ghost puppets approached in a swaying line. They wore black cloaks that hid their faces, making it impossible to tell if they were human or beast. Zhao Trok held his gun tightly, on guard. "Are you the newly imprisoned survivors? Answer, or we will open fire." A cold face with glowing blue eyes slowly emerged from the shadows. The people fearfully wondered amongst themselves. "Are they zombies?" another person exclaimed in frustration. "Damn it, there are so many of them. Go get more people." The soldiers raised their guns and shouted, "Fire, stop them!" The creatures continued to advance, their glowing blue eyes looking increasingly sinister. Suddenly, they rushed toward the soldiers. Xiafeng stammered in fear. "They're not zombies. Are they spirits?" The ghost puppets charged forward, sending everyone scattering and screaming for their lives. "Help save me!" One of the puppets grabbed a soldier by the throat, who let out a terrified scream. A moment later, the soldier collapsed. His eyes rolled back into his head as he gasped his last breath, and a stream of black energy flowed out of his body. With an expressionless face, the ghost puppet greedily inhaled the black energy. The other soldiers were rendered speechless with fear at the sight. The puppet then turned to attack another soldier, whose face went pale with terror. He shrieked in terror, "Help me, I don't want to become one of them!" With a cry, Xiafang lunged forward and sliced the ghost puppet in half. She then rallied the others. "It works! The powers of evolved humans are effective against them." However, a moment later, she became the new target of the ghost puppet horde. They swarmed her. Xiafang let out a terrified shriek before she was assimilated by the puppets, becoming one of them. The others continued to fight back. Xu Nu created small tornadoes, shredding several ghost puppets. In his fighting stance, he asked fearfully, "What in the world are these things?" Xu now sensed danger as a ghost puppet charged madly at him. It struck him with a powerful blow, sending him flying. He slammed hard onto the ground in pain and frantically tried to crawl away. The ghost puppet raised its hand to deliver the finishing blow. Xu now trembled as he cried for help. "Save me!" Boss Jin rushed over in the nick of time, landing a powerful punch on the puppet and saving Xu Nao's life. Xu Nao greeted him gratefully. Boss Kim activated his combat energy and yelled, "Find a place to hide." The puppet demon punched hard, shrieked in pain, but it quickly turned around to counterattack. Boss Kim's eyes turned sharp, ready to counter, threw a direct punch at the puppet demon, realizing it was no match for Boss Kim. The creature clutched its wound and fled in a panic. Boss Kim was surprised that the puppet demon would just run away. He ordered, "Where do you think you're going? Stop it!" The puppet demon rushed past the soldiers. It quickly made its way to the house. The people cried out in fear. "Oh no, it's going to attack the civilians!" The puppet demon phased through the wall, and the civilians inside cried out in shock. "What was that?" It pinned 2 of them to the ground, choking them. A moment later, the 2 people's eyes rolled back, foam and drool poured out, and they went limp. Boss Kim quickly ran into the house and kicked the door in. The main door burst open, and the puppet demon split into 2 more clones. Ready for battle, Boss Kim charged towards them, cursing, "You beast!" But the puppet demons quickly dodged his attack. 2 of them stayed to fight him, while the 3rd one phased through a wall and went outside. It flew into the air, looking down at the house with a gleeful laugh. Then it proceeded to phase through the walls into every room. The civilians screamed in terror. "A demon! A demon! Somebody help us!" Boss Kim was furious. Where did that beast go? He spotted the puppet demon and said worriedly, "This thing has evolved." The puppet demon smirked contemptuously and lunged at him. Boss Kim raised his fist and shouted angrily, "You dare to face me head on, you have a death wish!" The puppet demon shot forward, dodging his punch. Boss Kim grew tense, exclaiming, "So fast!" He glanced at the puppet demon attacking from behind and said scornfully, "Did you think I couldn't keep up with you?" Boss Kim blocked the creature's punch, while landing an elbow strike that sent it flying back several feet. Boss Kim's face paled in fear. "It took a direct hit from me and wasn't even injured." The puppet demon suddenly appeared right in front of him, and he shouted in alarm, "This is bad." The puppet demon grabbed Boss Kim by the neck and lifted him into the air. He struggled, gasping for breath. "Cough! Cough! Is this how I die?" Suddenly, the puppet demon sensed an approaching danger. It turned to the side and saw Qin Yu watching. Qin Yu calmly walked forward, then suddenly dashed. Raising his hand to strike, he thrust his hand straight through the puppet demon's body, causing it to drop Boss Kim in pain. Boss Kim coughed and gasped for air, overjoyed as he said, "I'm saved!" Qin Yu frowned and unleashed his skill. Endless burn. Flames erupted, creating a small explosion that sent the puppet demon flying. Xiao Yu ran over and asked, "Are you okay? Are these guys strong?" Qin Yu put an arm out to stop him, saying warily, "Be careful. The corpse king Mingling might be nearby. Stay close to me." Xiao Yu quietly nodded. "Okay." Then the puppet demon turned back, raised its claws, and continued to fight. Boss Kim clutched his wound and warned, "Qin Yu, cough! Be careful! This thing is very strong!" The puppet demon charged forward, and Qin Yu unleashed his flames, ready to fight it. Qin Yu launched an attack toward the puppet demon, but it swiftly dodged. The creature quickly counterattacked from behind. Qin Yu nimbly dodged to one side, then moved behind the puppet demon. He seized the opportunity to strike. Flames blazed on Qin Yu's hands. He quickly grabbed both of the puppet demon's hands. A cracking sound echoed. Qin Yu gripped the creature's hands and pulled hard, tearing them clean off its body. Seeing this, Boss Kim couldn't help but be amazed. This Qin Yu, I knew he was skilled, but I never expected him to be this powerful. The puppet demon was stunned, not expecting to encounter such a strong opponent. It hastily tried to flee. Qin Yu quickly pierced through its body with his spear. The puppet demon dissolved into from which a gorgeous red spirit stone emerged. Qin Yu looked at the spirit stone in his hand and asked in surprise, "What is this, yo? The battle is over." Boss Kim hurriedly thanked Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, thanks to you just now. You saved my life." "Thank you," Qin Yu advised. "Boss Kim, quickly organize a counterattack. These things are puppet demons. We can't spare them. We have to destroy their nest before they get stronger and their numbers increase." At that moment, Kong Wei was also fighting a puppet demon, terrified. "Stay away! Stay away!" The puppet demon raised its claws, about to strike. Kong Wei swung his knife and shouted, "You forced my hand!" He swung his knife at the puppet demon, but it dodged easily. It quickly grabbed Kong Wei by the neck. The puppet demon bared its hideous mouth, threatening him. Terrified, tears streamed down Kong Wei's face as he choked and coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Shu now quickly rushed to save Kong Wei. He swung his knife, splitting the puppet demon in two. The creature wailed in pain. Shu held onto Kong Wei and asked worriedly, "Kong Wei, are you okay?" Kong Wei's eyes had rolled back into his head, and his mouth hung agape. Suddenly, a puppet demon burst out from inside Kong Wei's mouth. Shu was too horrified to speak. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. "Ah! This is bad!" The puppet demon suddenly turned and immediately attacked Shu used his knife to block its attack. Suddenly, several puppet demons flew toward him all at once. He panicked. This is bad, I'm done for. Suddenly, a surprise counterattack saved Xu Nao from danger, freezing the puppet demon solid. Mr. Lang sternly reminded him, "Get up if you get killed by them. Not only will you lose your own life, you'll also become one of them, adding to our comrades' burden." Xu Nu nodded in agreement. Right! Mr. Lang swung his sword, slashing the puppet demons in half. Qin Yu was surprised, thinking to himself, "Oh, an ancient martial artist with an evolved ability." A puppet demon suddenly attacked Mr. Lang, who quickly countered with his sword, but the creature swiftly dodged. Mr. Lang thought in annoyance. So agile. He unleashed his ability, creating an ice shield, but it was quickly shattered by the puppet demon. It raised its claws and slashed at Mr. Lang's wound and cried out in pain. "Ah!" he snorted angrily. "This thing's claws are poisoned!" The puppet demon continued to attack with its claws. Mr. Lang blocked it with his sword. It raised its claws, laughing gleefully, preparing to end Mr. Lang's life. Suddenly, the puppet demon collapsed. Qin Yu had killed it with his spear. Mr. Lang awkwardly thanked him. "My thanks," Qin Yu reminded him. "Its poison is very strong. You can neutralize it with your evolved energy." Mr. Lang replied. "Got it." Qing Feng burst out of a house, smashing through the wall, holding a puppet demon in each hand. He laughed heartily. "A bunch of weaklings." Jingling used grass to restrain the puppet demons, laughing smugly. "Gao Jiao, are these things your brothers?" Gao Jiao cut down a puppet demon with his sword. He angrily warned, "Cut the crap and watch out, or you'll get yourself killed." Lu Wen transformed into a porcupine-like beast, throwing a punch at a puppet demon. Xiao Feng looked at him and exclaimed, "Hey, brother, we really make a good team." Xiao He joyfully said to Xiao Na, "This bunch is truly the perfect meal made just for me." Xiao He charged in to fight the puppet demons, watching everyone battle from a distance. Boss Kim had mixed feelings. He thought gratefully, "It's a good thing these people are here." The Nether Spirit Corpse King watched the battle from a high mountain, saying with annoyance, "There are too many strong individuals here." He ordered his subordinates. "It is about to appear, and time is short. Everyone, attack together. Leave no one alive." His subordinates, with ferocious expressions, gave a sinister smile and accepted the order. "Yes, my king." Down below, Boss Zhou, Boss Sun, and their soldiers arrived. Boss Zhou asked worriedly, "Qin Yu, is everyone all right? We're here to help." Qin Yu replied calmly, "It's rare for you all to gather the remaining survivors. We're fine. Just leave the demon generals to us. The rest of you can work together to handle the others." Boss Zhou and Boss Sun agreed. "All right." Qin Yu suddenly sensed danger. He warned. "Xiao Feng, watch out." Xiao Feng was confused and surprised. A boulder plummeted from the sky towards him. He couldn't dodge in time and was crushed by it. Suddenly, the boulder slowly began to crack. Then a large fissure opened up. Xiao Feng leaped out from the opening and greeted, "Shishan, long time no see." Shishan stepped closer to Xiao Feng, saying with annoyance, "Brat, we didn't settle the score last time. This time, I came specifically to take your life." Xiao Feng charged forward, laughing disdainfully. "As you wish, but I'm afraid you don't have what it takes." He leapt up, aiming his claws at Shishan. "Let's see who takes whose life." Shishan raised his fist, blocking Xiao Feng's strike. The force of their clash was so immense that dust billowed everywhere. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, shocked that this guy possessed such immense strength. The man lifted him up and slammed him hard onto the ground, severely injured. Xiao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, only managing to let out a single cry. Shishan lifted Xiao Feng up again and threw him towards the house. A loud explosion rang out, blowing a huge hole in the roof. Xiao Feng emerged from the rubble, clutching his chest in pain. Shishan followed up with another kick, sending Xiao Feng crashing flat onto the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yu worriedly called out to Qin Yu, "You have to help him. He's about to be beaten to a pulp." Xiao Feng continued to fight, rushing forward to grab Shishan's neck and yelling, "Had enough yet?" He grabbed the man's neck and slammed him hard onto the ground. Shishan raised his leg and kicked Xiao Feng in the chest. He flew back several meters, while Xiao He and Xiao Na stood watching. Xiao Na snorted coldly. "Same as always, huh? He won't fight seriously unless he takes a few hits." She then noticed something unusual and called out in surprise. Xiao He." Xiao He replied. "Master," Xiao Na said sternly, "don't stop me! Follow me in!" A patch of mutated grass shot out from the ground. It enveloped Xiao Na and Xiao He, wrapping them into a large ball of grass. A moment later, the ball of grass slowly opened, revealing a different dimension. Xiao Na saw He Tan leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. When he saw her, he said with a smirk. Welcome to the Forgotten Woods space. Heitan waved his hand, and a cluster of thorny vines appeared. Xiao Hei was enraged. How dare he try to harm his master with such a pathetic skill? He activated his own ability, causing more and more vines to burst from the ground. Xiaona used a spell, causing the vines to wither away instantly. Heitan exclaimed in surprise. Oh, a withering curse! Xiao Hei flew behind Heitan, but he was detected. Xiao Hei rushed in to attack, but the man quickly dodged. He sneered. You alone think you can launch a sneak attack on me? Xiao Hei quickly attacked again. He placed a curse on Heitan. The man clenched his fist and cried out in pain. A pain curse! He quickly retreated backward. Heitan then raised his hand and began to activate his ability. He used vines to create a giant grass man. It grabbed Xiao Hei. Heitan stood with his hands on his hips, watching contemptuously. All brawn and no brain. Xiao Hei quickly counterattacked. He cast a curse. The grass man's arm began to corrode. Heitan was astonished. A corrosion curse! This guy has evolved all 3 types of the Calamity System abilities. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng and Shishan were fighting furiously. While fighting off the puppet ghouls, Lu Yun encouraged Xiaofeng. Brother, hang in there. I'll help you. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind Lu Yun, and a shadowy figure loomed in the thick dust and smoke. Jingling said in exasperation, Who is it now? Mad Dog emerged from the smoke and dust, laughing gleefully. Then he started crawling on the ground. He activated his ability, and a moment later, 2 more heads sprouted out, their eyes fierce and bloodshot. He then completely transformed into a 3-headed dog. Lu Yun cried out in terror. Heavens, what is this thing? Mad Dog opened its mouth, slowly forming magma. A moment later, it spat out a stream of magma. Lu Yun quickly dodged to the side, but some of the magma still splashed onto his arm. He yelled, Ah! Hot! 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 Then, the ferocious Mad Dog continued to spew magma at the crowd of survivors. They screamed in terror. Help us! Help! Then, a spatial bubble appeared, blocking the magma. This was Lin Feng's technique vacuum burst. Lin Feng shouted, Everyone! Get back! Stay as far away from this thing as possible! Leave this to us! Mad Dog continued to open its mouth, forming more magma. Alarmed, Lin Feng raised both hands and continued to channel his ability. Vacuum! Mad Dog frantically spewed magma, and Lin Feng struggled to hold it back. He shouted, Burst! A series of loud explosions rang out, enveloping the area in smoke and dust. Mad Dog charged out of the smoke and dust, frantically searching for Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted, This is bad! Suddenly, a cluster of vines shot towards Mad Dog. They clamped one of its mouths shut. Jingling poured more power into his ability. He used the vines to pull Mad Dog's middle head down, pinning it to the ground. The mouths of the 2 side heads were also bound shut by vines. At that moment, Lu Yun charged forward and punched Mad Dog hard on the head. The beast was enraged. You filthy ant! You dare to anger me! Mad Dog roared, tearing the vines apart. It then let out another roar, as if to show off its power. Look, they're locked in a fierce battle. Should we go help? At that moment, Gao Jiao seized the opportunity to quickly attack Mad Dog. With a savage look in its eyes, it roared and counterattacked. Qin Yu glanced into the distance and said, We have a tougher enemy to deal with over here. The Mingling Corpse King was hovering in the air, observing the battle. He sneered contemptuously. Filthy ants! The Corpse King then suddenly vanished. Qin Yu gripped his spear warily and called out to Xiao Yu. She used her ability and replied, Don't worry. The Mingling Corpse King charged at Qin Yu with his sword. Qin Yu quickly parried the blow. The force of the impact was so great that the ground around them caved in. Qin Yu was shocked. This guy was definitely a level 3. He then unleashed his burning technique. Flames erupted, enveloping his body as he let out a powerful roar. Qin Yu snorted coldly and asked, Are you Mingling? The Corpse King didn't answer him, instead saying calmly, I can smell Juekong's aura. It seems you've already taken care of him. Xiao Yu raised her hands to her head to hide Ruhua, stammering and waving her hands dismissively. Juekong, I don't know him, the Mingling Corpse King said coldly, his anger palpable. Oh, a world-devouring flower. I told Juekong to capture you, but now it seems he was not only dealt with, but you also ate him, correct? Hearing this, Ruhua quickly burrowed deeper into Xiao Yu's hair. The flames continued to swirl around Qin Yu. He angrily shouted, Are you Mingling? The man finally replied. It is indeed I, this king. Your strength is quite impressive to withstand one of my blows. No wonder Juekong fell at your hands. Mingling, the Corpse King, pointed his sword at Qin Yu and said softly, Mortal, your power is considerable. Why not serve under me? This king can grant you eternal life. What do you say? Qin Yu raised his spear, ready to fight, and replied, "No thanks. I'm not ready to become a zombie." Mingling frowned in anger. "Not a zombie, but a member of the eternal undead race," Qin Yu said nonchalantly. "I don't need that either. I prefer being human." Unable to persuade him, Mingling's demeanor changed instantly. "If that's your choice, then pay for Joikong's life." He swung his sword and charged behind Qin Yu. Qin Yu quickly raised his spear to block. The Corpse King's strength was so immense that it pushed Qin Yu back several meters. Seizing the momentum, and Qin Yu swiftly counterattacked. He powerfully thrust his spear towards the Corpse King, who blocked it with his sword. The tip of Qin Yu's spear grinded against Mingling's blade. Qin Yu unleashed his power, and flames erupted with a deafening explosion. Afterward, Qin Yu noticed the puppet ghouls behind him. He quickly flew up and incinerated them with his flames. Suddenly, Mingling burst out from the rubble, swinging his sword to continue the attack. Caught by the surprise counterattack, Qin Yu quickly raised his spear to block Mingling's slash. He glanced behind him, where Xiaofeng and Xushan were still evenly matched. Xiaofeng noticed Qin Yu's gaze and turned to look. Suddenly, a red light struck him in the face. He clutched his face in anger and yelled, "Don't hit the face! Have some decency! Will you?" Xushan attacked angrily. "You dare get distracted!" Xiaofeng and Xushan locked hands, blocking each other's moves. Xushan angrily let go. Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and retorted, "You let go first." After a moment, with the stalemate unbroken, Xiaofeng furiously shouted, "So you won't let go, huh? You'll regret this." He then slammed his head hard against Shushan's. A cracked dent appeared on Shushan's head. He cried out in pain. You... He angrily headbutted Xiaofeng back and said, "My head isn't made of flour. You know." Xiaofeng fell flat on the ground. He struggled to get up, wailing dramatically. It hurts like hell." By now, Shushan was exhausted, panting heavily and muttering in frustration. "This bastard can really take a beating." Mingling relentlessly slashed with his sword in one hand. Qin Yu parried with his spear. The sound of their weapons clashing was deafening. Mingling showed no mercy and brought his sword down with immense force. Qin Yu leapt aside, avoiding the spot where he just stood, which was instantly pulverized by the sword. Seeing this, Mingling sneered. Mortal, you have proven your strength. To withstand my attacks for this long, you are the first." Wiping his mouth and panting, Qin Yu thought, "If this keeps up, he'll kill me." Mingling looked at him coldly. "It's a pity you were foolish enough to refuse our offer, which leaves me no choice but to kill you." With that, he charged directly at Qin Yu with his sword. Startled, Qin Yu dodged to the side. Mingling scoffed, and as the young man was evading, he reached out his hand. An opening! His pale hand shot towards Qin Yu's face, who only had time to exclaim, "Crap!" Mingling grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. Xiao Yu cried out in fear. "Brother, let him go!" Mingling then grabbed at his head again, pulling him up from the ground. Qin Yu coughed violently as the king taunted. "How is it? Do you see how weak humans are now? It's not too late to regret your decision." Though battered and bruised, Qin Yu stubbornly replied, "I'd rather you kill me than become one of you. Zombies." Mingling coldly corrected him. "The undead race." He threw Qin Yu away and roared. "The noble undead race." Xiao Yu rushed forward from behind with her blade, calling out, "Brother!" Mingling simply waved his hand, and she was thrown to the ground. He smirked, resting his sword on his shoulder. "Don't be in such a hurry. Watch me kill your brother. Then it'll be your turn." With that, he pointed his sword straight at Qin Yu and yelled, "Die!" He was stabbed through the chest, fresh blood pouring out endlessly. Mingling said smugly, "See that? This is the difference in our power." But unexpectedly, Qin Yu gave a weak smile. "I see it. This is the difference in our intelligence," Mingling exclaimed in shock. "What?" Qin Yu's hands gripped the sword's blade as a faint mist emanated from him. The mist enveloped Mingling's arm, stunning him. "Damn you! What did you do? My power is weakening." He furiously swung his sword around wildly. "You wretched ant! You tricked me! I'll hack you to pieces and see what you can do then!" Just then, Qin Yu's voice came out, cold as ice. "Burn!" Mingling was confused. "What?" Qin Yu's eyes turned white as his body began to disintegrate. Mingling cursed venomously. "Damn you, you wretched ant! How dare you!" In his final moments, Qin Yu managed to utter one last word. Endless. As an intense flame erupted from his body, Mingling fell to his knees, scorched by the fire, his clothes burned to tattered rags. Completely drained of strength, he collapsed face down. Boss Jin clutched his shoulder and asked in disbelief, "Did we win? We won!" Xiao Yu ran over excitedly. Brother, you're so amazing! Qin Yu suddenly yelled. Don't come over here! She cupped her face in confusion. Why, what's wrong? Qin Yu looked over, replying with uncertainty. He's not dead yet, Boss Zhou asked in shock. He was burned like that, and he's still not dead. Xiao Wei, standing in the crowd, suddenly spoke up. What is that? Qin Yu also looked up at the rock mountain in front of them, where a long crack had suddenly appeared. He quickly jumped back. An underworld beast emerged from the fissure. Boss Jin and the others gathered together, and he asked curiously, What in the world is that thing? The underworld beast walked over to Mingling, its body emitting a green energy, enveloped in energy. Mingling was lifted high into the air. He had just woken up and spoke haltingly. You managed to kill me again. Elsewhere. Hey Dan was fighting a horde of mutated plants. While dodging, he moved closer to Xiao Hei, and a vine wrapped around Hey Dan's arm. He looked at it, snorted coldly, and then suddenly froze. He glanced back over his shoulder, realizing someone had reached this stage. He looked at Xiao Hei coldly. This is where it ends. Prepare to die. Hey Dan thrust his palms out to the sides with great force, seeing Xiao Hei return. Xiao Na asked, You're out. It returned to her side and replied, Master, look. The scene changed. Mingling was fully restored when someone spoke up. That's an ultimate technique. He tilted his head and replied, Oh, you've got a good eye. It seems you're no ordinary person. Xiao Yu, not understanding, asked, What's an ultimate technique? Qin Yu explained in detail. It's when one's own ability can control the purest form of its element. The highest realm is mastering an ultimate technique. For example, the ultimate technique of my flame ability is flame incarnation. He turned to look at Mingling. If I'm not mistaken, the giant beast behind you is your ultimate technique. What's it called, the immortal Nether King beast? Mingling was a bit surprised. Oh, I named my ultimate technique myself and have never told anyone. How do you know? He sneered and said. But it doesn't matter. From this day forward, I officially declare its name to be the immortal Nether King beast. Ha! The immortal Nether King beast. Finish him. Seeing the situation was bad, Qin Yu turned and called out, Xiao Yu, this guy is far beyond our capabilities. Quickly, have the world-devouring flower get us out of here. Xiao Yu asked in confusion. No. What about the others? Qin Yu glanced around and made a swift decision. We can't worry about them all. Just take whoever is closest. Mingling pointed a finger, laughing menacingly. Run, you're too optimistic. None of you will escape today. Thunder rumbled in the crimson sky as a fierce wind swept through. Mingling looked up in annoyance and cursed. An ant dares to interfere with my business. A massive ship appeared in midair. Everyone looked up, and someone asked curiously, A ship? Hey Dan rushed over and urged him. My king, you must conserve your strength. The main business is important. Mingling looked at Qin Yu with a disdainful smile, and he warned, You wretched ant, you're lucky to have escaped with your life, but don't celebrate too soon. You're all just delaying the inevitable. After speaking, he boarded the ship, and his subordinates followed. Let's go. Daoya, holding a burning talisman, frowned and asked, Are they gone? Hearing this, Boss Zhou said from behind, It's good that you're still alive. Everything else can be rebuilt. Boss Sun was a bit worried. What will we do if those people come back? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu touched her head in astonishment and rushed over to Qin Yu, saying, Ruhua's ability is being suppressed. It can't get us out of here. Qin Yu was stunned and asked, How can that be? Xiao Yu pointed to the ship still hovering in the air and guessed, I think that thing is suppressing Ruhua. Qin Yu thought for a moment, and then recounted what he knew. Legend has it that the Nether Spirit Corpse King is always accompanied by a massive ghost ship wherever he goes, bringing immense suffering to all living things. He glanced grimly at the departing ship. Now that they've left, they've likely boarded it. When they return, they will probably be even harder to deal with. At the same time, Xiao Na and Xiao Hei, who were elsewhere, also sensed something unusual. Xiao Hei reported worriedly, Boss, I just sensed an extremely powerful force. I'm afraid even we wouldn't be a match for it. The scene changed, and everyone gathered, thinking in silence. Suddenly, a voice rang out. There's only one way now. Li Wei walked to the front, hands clasped behind his back, and said decisively, We attack proactively. Huang Ke was puzzled. Attack proactively. How do we do that? Suno was also confused. Li Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Everyone heard what he said earlier. That large ship originally belonged to them, but it's very likely they lost it for some reason. Remember what that guy's subordinate said? He told him to conserve his strength because the main business was important. Therefore, I'm guessing that ship is fraught with danger, and even they have to be extremely careful. We should take this opportunity to follow them and strike while they're preoccupied with the ship. Shu now replied apprehensively. Is that really a good idea? Qin Yu also agreed with Li Wei's method. It's worth a try. Boss Jin, standing nearby, quickly reminded them. But even if we manage to defeat them, what's the use? Don't forget that guy can resurrect. Li Wei didn't think so, he said. There's nothing that can't be killed. As long as we defeat him one more time. I'm confident I can finish him for good, Qin Yu asked curiously. Oh, you have a way, he replied. Yes, but it's bad luck to speak of it too soon. As long as everyone kills him again, I will definitely make sure he can't come back. Li Wei clenched his fist with determination. There's no time to waste. Let's quickly select our elites and set out immediately. The ship remained motionless as everyone cautiously approached. Xiao Yu touched her forehead and said, It's all carnivorous plants up ahead. How are we going to get through? Qin Yu wasn't too concerned. He raised his hand, summoning a flame, and replied, That's easy. We'll just burn them. Seeing this, Li Wei raised a hand to stop him, saying, Qin Yu, you should conserve your strength. Leave a small matter like this to us. 5 people lined up and unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating the carnivorous plants. The ship was gradually revealed, and Xiao Yu exclaimed, Wow, that ship is huge! The scorched carnivorous plants revealed a path, and the group continued to advance. Waiting by the ship, Ming Ling sensed their approach and spoke in a cold voice. Instead of cherishing the little time you have left, you've come here to die. He turned and waved his hand, calling out, Come forth! Immortal Nether King Beast! The ground suddenly shook, and someone screamed. What's happening? Mingling pointed at Qin Yu's group and demanded loudly. What did you do? He replied nonchalantly. I was about to ask you the same thing. Weren't you the one putting on a big show? Qin Yu looked towards his people and instructed. It seems our opponent doesn't understand the situation either, so everyone be careful. The motionless ship suddenly lit up, emitting a light so intense that no one could look directly at it, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. What is this situation now? Qin Yu squinted to see and exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it seems we've all been transported into the space inside the ship. Mad Dog looked around in confusion. My king, what is happening? Mingling replied calmly. I don't know either. On the other side, Boss Jin was also bewildered, asking, Where is this? Weren't we just on that ship a moment ago? Qin Yu pondered and said, Could this place be? Before he could finish, a guide system appeared, announcing robotically, Welcome to the Evil Sorcerer's Testing Ground. Hearing the name, Mingling blurted out, How is this possible? Weren't the evil sorcerers of this world supposed to be extinct? How are there still survivors? Unlike his astonishment, Qin Yu remained perfectly calm, just as I predicted. This is a ruin from another dimension. The robotic system explained. I am not an evil sorcerer. I am the intelligent guidance system of this warship. To enter the evil sorcerer's warship, you must pass my test. Mingling asked skeptically. A test? What kind of test? The system quickly replied. It's very simple. You must survive the relentless attacks of the test subjects. Several glass test chambers appeared before them, allowing everyone to see clearly what was inside. The system said nonchalantly. Good luck, everyone! A one-eyed entity's eye flashed, and Xiaofeng said with a forced laugh. These things look so weird. The one-eyed entity shattered its glass chamber and lunged at him, as Boss Jin signaled to the men behind him. Be careful. They're coming. Zilan drew her sword and took a stance, saying with determination, They're coming from all directions. There's no retreat. We have to fight. She raised her sword and slashed down. Pitch-black blood splattered from the entity. Qin Yu was surprised. Zilan also noticed something and shouted, Everyone, these things only look scary. They're actually very weak. An entity lunged to grab her. Someone shouted in alarm. Watch out! Zilan, now experienced, swung her sword and struck it several times. Seeing her success, the others confidently joined the fight. Ha! So they're just paper tigers. Watch this. Reassured, Qin Yu turned to his side and ordered, Let them handle these test monsters. Our core team will find an opportunity to take care of Mingling's group. Xiao Yu and the other two replied in unison. Right. On the other side, Mad Dog and Heitan were busy annihilating the test subjects. Mingling sensed an entity charging at him and said without moving, Behind me! Shishan immediately flew over and kicked a hole through its stomach. Mingling said disdainfully. So weak. Not even worthy of being my opponent. Suddenly, the entities began to tear each other apart. Xuno asked in confusion. What are they doing? Are they slaughtering each other? One entity bit off the head of another and began to chew voraciously. Xiao Yu watched in shock as they consumed one another. The entity that had eaten its own kind became much stronger. It reared up and let out a loud roar. The sharp-witted Huang Kui immediately understood and yelled, "It's evolving! Kill them quickly before they can finish!" An evolved entity then impaled Huang Cui. She cried out in pain. Boss Jin noticed the change in the creature and remarked, "It's getting stronger way too fast." Qin Yu pierced the heart of the entity that had attacked Huang Kui with his spear. He shouted, "Endless burn!" After taking care of it, he turned and said sternly, "Don't just stand there. You have the power to deal with these highly evolved test subjects. We can't let them evolve any further." Shishan elbowed one in the face, unaware of another one creeping up behind him. It eyed his shoulder hungrily and lunged forward, taking a huge bite. Shishan cried out in surprise. He let out a horrifying laugh as his hand gripped the entity's neck. "You want to eat fine. I'll let you eat your fill today." Shishan then grabbed another evolved entity and mercilessly shoved its head into the mouth of the first one. Looking at the evolving entity in his hand, he laughed in amusement. "Ha ha! So you really do evolve by eating your own kind." He glanced at the other entities behind him and let out a savage laugh. "Ha ha!" Shishan dragged it away in a headlock. "Eat another one." A moment later, he held the evolved entity by the neck, assessing it with satisfaction. "You've grown quite well." He then grabbed its chin and announced loudly, "Time to give you all a little show." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shishan hurled the evolved entity towards the opposing group. "Go play with them nicely." Boss Jin was in the middle of a fight when Shu Nua saw the danger and yelled, "Boss Jin, watch out!" Startled, Boss Jin looked up, but he was a step too slow. The evolved entity's sharp arm had already pierced through his body. Shu Nu let out a tragic scream. "Boss Jin!" He reached out his hand, only to grasp at empty air. The evolved entity dropped Boss Jin's corpse. It stood with its back to Shu Nua. Suddenly, it whipped its head around, its eyes glowing a fiery red. Shu Nu's eyes widened as he found his arms restrained by an unseen force. He struggled, but it was no use. The entity lunged forward in a flash. Cornering Shu Nuo, he screamed in terror. Right at that moment, Xiao Feng jumped in and skewered the creature. He then ripped its body in two with his bare hands. "Aha! Die!" Seizing the opening, Shishan rushed in and threw a punch. Xiao Feng was sent flying into a wall, where a sharp spike suddenly jutted out, stabbed from behind through the chest. He screamed in agony and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xiao Na cried out Huo Xiao Feng's name in terror. He grabbed the spike, choking on his own blood, and arched his back with a scream. Xiao Na was horrified. She walked up to He Tan and commanded, "Xiao He, kill him!" Xiao He charged forward on her command, but before it could even reach He Tan, it was blocked by a wall of vines. Qin Yu watched from the side, deep in thought. Could it be that this spy Xiao Na has some feelings for Huo Xiaofeng? Thinking Qin Yu was distracted, Shishan suddenly lunged at him from behind. Qin Yu quickly gripped his spear, spun around, and struck back. Shishan easily caught the spearhead. He grinned ferociously. As they clashed, Qin Yu sized him up and his face darkened. A physique about 70 times the norm. A far cry from my own before Xiao Yu enhanced me. Shishan forcefully pulled the spear towards himself, pulling Qin Yu off balance. He immediately threw a punch. Qin Yu leaned to the right to dodge it, and the fist slammed into the wall, leaving a crater. Shishan roared in anger. That punch was no joke. If it were a normal person, their bones would have been shattered. He then charged forward, throwing a wild flurry of punches, but Qin Yu easily deflected them all. The young man sneered. "If this is all the strength you have, I'm deeply disappointed." He thrust the spear tip towards Shishan's face, instantly drawing a line of blood across his ugly mug. The man scowled. "You bastard! You dare to hit my face!" While he was still talking, Qin Yu unleashed a torrent of flames. Purple fire completely engulfed Shishan. He tensed his body and gritted his teeth, saying, "No matter how strong your fire is, it can't harm a body as hard as stone." A few seconds later, he exclaimed in shock, "How is this fire so intense?" Ignoring the flames, he lunged for an opening in Qin Yu's guard. His powerful arm seized the young man's neck, squeezing tightly. Qin Yu groaned in pain. "Ah! Ah!" Shishan effortlessly lifted him off the ground by his neck. "Ha! This is the price for being overconfident and ignoring your ability's blind spot." But to his surprise, Qin Yu just smirked. "I'm confident in my abilities, but not so confident that I'd leave myself open." Now it was Shishan's turn to be stunned. "You! What are you saying? Could it be?" A clone of Qin Yu appeared, spearing him through the chest and setting him on fire. At his command, both of their bodies burst into raging flames. Qin Yu shouted, "Endless!" Meanwhile, Heitan summoned a mass of mutated, thorny vines. Xiao He deftly weaved through the gaps between them. It successfully broke through and got right in front of Heitan, but he just sneered calmly and said, "You fell right into my trap." A red glint flashed in Heitan's eyes as he gestured to the side, and a giant treant appeared behind Xiao Na. Its arm, shaped like a sharp drill, aimed directly at her back, stabbed from behind. Xiao Na screamed in agony. "Ah!" But Heitan, who seemed to be winning, suddenly had blood drip from the corner of his mouth. He asked in confusion. "What? What is this?" Xiao Na, who had just been gruesomely stabbed, was now perfectly fine as she told him. "I've been revived." Huo Xiaofeng grabbed Heitan's body and lifted him high into the air. He said with some anger, "You guys killed me again. This is infuriating." After saying that, he mercilessly threw Heitan to the ground. The man lay sprawled on the ground, coughing weakly, his chest oozing black blood. Shishan's condition wasn't much better. He knelt in pain, clutching his chest. Oh, and Mad Dog will form as a three-headed hellhound. From the very beginning, Ming Ling just stood by and watched silently, not lifting a finger. An evolved entity raised its fist to attack him. Ming Ling calmly raised his hand, and the mutated entity's body simply shattered. A halo of light enveloped Ming Ling as he stepped aside. The Nether King Beast appeared, opening its mouth in a loud roar. Shishan stood protectively in front of Ming Ling. "My king! Finish them!" Heitan also struggled to his feet. He clutched his chest, coughing violently, and said, "You're all dead meat. Just wait to become the king's food." Ming Ling, who had been silent until now, finally spoke coldly. "Leave them to me. Heitan, Shishan, Mad Dog, can the three of you rest in peace now?" They were startled, and Heitan looked confused. "My king, what are you saying? You?" Before he could finish, he was pounced on by the Nether King Beast, pinned to the ground by a claw. Shishan questioned resentfully. "Why, my king, why, when we have been so loyal?" Well, out of respect for their long service," Ming Ling explained clearly. "From the very beginning, you all were just vessels I used to cultivate evolutionary energy, and now it's almost time for the harvest. Die with peace of mind. You have no reason to feel wronged. Since the moment you gained consciousness, haven't you always dreamed of a day you could devour my power when I was weak? Did you think this king didn't know?" Watching this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is devouring his own comrades. He's truly worse than an animal." Qin Yu also expressed his disdain. "This is the immortal race. Even if they evolve intellectually, they have no humanity. For immediate gain, they can sacrifice anyone." Having eaten its fill, the Nether King Beast roared in satisfaction. Xiao He watched and muttered incessantly, "This is going to be troublesome. It has evolved a golden bloodline. I originally thought I had a 30% chance of taking it down with me, but now I don't even have a 1% chance." His voice accidentally reached Qin Yu's ears. The young man thought in confusion. How does this guy know about the golden bloodline, moreover? He claimed to have a 30% chance of taking the Nether King Beast down with him. This guy is definitely not simple. Unafraid of death. Xiaofeng growled and charged forward. "Take this palm strike." Qin Yu hurriedly tried to stop him. "Hey, don't go. That thing's physique is 100 times stronger." But it was too late. Xiaofeng was sent flying by the Nether King Beast. It lowered its body to build momentum, its sharp claws pouncing towards Xiao He. Xiao Na cried out in fear. Xiao He Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast!" Xiao Mei was so scared she couldn't speak properly. This monster." The bald guy was also shocked. "It defeated the two strongest among us in just one move." No one noticed. Li Wei stood in the corner, laughing sinisterly. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Li Wei's eyes shot open as he let out a horrifying, loud laugh. Seeing his unusual state, Lu Yun spoke up worriedly. "Commander Li, sir! What's wrong with you?" Li Wei's loud laughter confused the Nether Spirit Corpse King. "What are you laughing at?" He immediately replied. "I'm laughing at how stupid you are." This contemptuous answer enraged him, and he retorted, "You are you insane?" Li Wei's strange behavior quickly caught Qin Yu's attention. Something was wrong with this guy. Then, the man began to radiate a dark energy. He started saying strange things. The immortal golden bloodline of the Nether King Beast outside, plus the warship. Wasting so many days seems to have been worth it after all. This surge of power made the Corpse King speak. "No matter who you are, I acknowledge your strength. I can spare the life of someone strong. So take your subordinates and leave now, or else..." His arrogant words made Li Wei sneer. "Spare my life! Can't you see the reality of the situation? You should be the one kneeling and begging me to spare your life." Unable to restrain himself any longer, the Nether Spirit Corpse King ordered the Nether King Beast to kill him. Upon receiving the command, it immediately lunged forward, raising its claws towards the man. This critical situation made Gao Jiao extremely worried, and he shouted, "Commander Li, watch out!" The moment he finished speaking, the Nether King Beast slammed a powerful blow down where Li Wei was standing, but contrary to its expectations, he managed to dodge the terrifying attack in time. Without hesitation, the Nether King Beast swung its tail at him again. In a flash, Li Wei had flown to another spot. His agility and combat power confused Qin Yu. How did Commander Li suddenly get so strong? Long Feng, standing beside him, answered hesitantly, "I don't know either." He immediately began to speculate that there was something wrong with Li Wei. If he had this kind of power, saving all the refugees of Shengjing City would have been no problem, yet he chose to leave with only the elite troops. Furthermore, how could Li Wei be this strong? Was he even human anymore? Then, the Nether King Beast continued its attack, extending its claws. It seemed Li Wei had grown tired of running. He stood still and raised his hand. Lu Yun was shocked by the scene before him. The man could block a direct hit from this monster. Li Wei showed no fear. He raised a single finger in provocation. "I'll give you one chance. Use your strongest form, so you won't have any excuses when you lose." Hearing this, the Nether Spirit Corpse King smirked, as if mocking his absurd confidence. "As you wish. Nether King Beast. Full power release." The next second, it lunged forward with all its might, letting out a massive roar. After observing for a moment, Gao Jiao finally realized. You're not Commander Li. Who are you? What have you done to Commander Li?" Upon hearing this question, the entity inside Li Wei's body gave a cold laugh and slowly turned. "Who am I? You all saw me that night. As for your commander, he has, of course." His vague words made the young man grit his teeth and shout in anger. "What do you mean that night? Who the hell are you? No longer hiding it?" Bakesa proudly introduced herself. "My name. You can call me Bakesa." Her conversation with Gao Jiao quickly made the Nether King Beast even more aggressive. Even the Corpse King couldn't stand this contempt. "You ant! You will pay the price for your arrogance! Nether King Beast, tear him to shreds." Hearing the command, it shot forward like a flash. Before anyone could react, the Nether King Beast landed a kick on Bakesa. Then, a figure was sent flying into the distance. It turned out to be Li Wei's body, which was now embedded in the wall after the blow. But it didn't have to wait long. The man's entire body began to contort. Shortly after, Bakesa emerged from Li Wei's body. Her presence terrified everyone there. The moment the Nether Spirit Corpse King saw Bakesa's true form, he immediately understood. "No wonder you're so strong. I was wondering how a human could have evolved to the point of matching the Nether King Beast. So you're not human, but from another race?" Hearing this, she immediately denied it. "Human, I am not one of those lowly creatures. I am the great creator, the world-creating god who has given birth to countless lives." After discovering the truth, Gao Jiao was instantly enraged. "You bastard! I'll kill you!" Fortunately, Long Feng managed to stop his outburst in time. "Calm down!" While holding Gao Jiao back, he tried to explain. "Don't be rash. Don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. We must avenge Commander Li, but not now." Qin Yu also quickly stepped in front of them, saying, "Don't be afraid. Besides, I'm not scared." Little Yu remained calm. After a moment, the Corpse King asked in confusion, "If you're not human, do we still have a reason to fight?" Bakesa immediately replied as if it were obvious. "Even if I were human, what reason would you have to fight me? But I want your Nether King Beast and your ship." As soon as he heard this, he immediately took a fighting stance, declaring, "In that case, let's settle this." The Nether King Beast quickly obeyed and charged forward to attack. Without hesitation, the Corpse King shouted, "Soul Guard!" Then, it opened its mouth and let out a massive roar, causing everyone nearby to clutch their heads in pain, while everyone was suffering. Bakesa watched on nonchalantly. Instantly, she focused her mind, causing everything around them to tremble. A colossal surge of power erupted from Bakesa's body. It struck the Nether King Beast head-on. Her terrifying magic horrified the Nether Spirit Corpse King. How is this possible? Soul Guard failed. Your mental power is even stronger than the Nether King Beast's." As expected, Bakesa snorted coldly and retorted, "You know nothing. As it happens, mental power is my area of expertise. How could my mental power be weaker than yours when I control dozens of Zerg races?" After observing and gathering information for a while, Qin Yu asked, "You're a Zerg queen." Lin Feng, Gao Jian, and Lu Yun also seemed surprised by this revelation. "This is the target of the decapitation strike we failed to complete before. A Zerg broodmother." His guess earned him a compliment from the woman. "Young man, you're quite knowledgeable. No wonder Li Wei holds you in high regard. But I'm just a clone, not the original." In an instant, Qin Yu realized See, I told you. It's a good thing we listened to me, or that decapitation strike would have been on our own necks, unafraid. He turned and asked, "What's the situation in Shengjing City?" Ba Ke-sa answered slowly. "I've already conquered Shengjing City. Don't worry, most of its residents are still alive. They are top-grade natural seeds. Before long, Tianmeng will also become my territory." Just as she finished speaking, the growl of the Netherworld King Beast caught her attention. Ba Ke-sa raised her hand and cast a spell to stop it. The beast fell silent, no longer making a sound. Seeing this, the Corpse King anxiously stammered. What are you doing?" As if answering his question, the Netherworld King Beast let out a deafening roar. The Nether Spirit Corpse King seemed to have sensed something, saying in disbelief, "How can there be a connection between me and the Netherworld King Beast?" The next moment, it bowed its head in submission to Ba Ke-sa. Its attitude turned hostile toward the Corpse King, leaving him speechless. It turned out the woman had seized control of the Netherworld King Beast. "This is perhaps the most promising body I have ever controlled." The beast immediately let out a ferocious roar, as if responding to Ba Ke-sa's praise. The Netherworld King Beast's bloodlust made Xiao Yu stammer in fear. We're dead, Nether Spirit Corpse King." Right after he spoke, the beast turned to glare at them, making them tremble in fear. Despite his own anxiety, Old Man Sun quickly stepped forward to protect the others. What do you want with us?" Ba Ke-sa spoke smugly. "I should be thanking you all. If it weren't for you, I would have left here long ago. I also wouldn't have met these guys, let alone obtained the evil witch worship and the Netherworld King Beast." Then, she looked at Xiao Yu and added, "Your performance on this journey has been very captivating, especially yours." It seemed the girl's uniqueness greatly intrigued Ba Ke-sa. "You're different from those inferior races. You're like me. You possess a noble bloodline." These words immediately put Qin Yu on high alert. What does she mean? Did she realize Xiao Yu is a different species? The next moment, the woman's eyes widened as she gathered power around herself. Seeing this, he quickly shouted, "Watch out!" Suddenly, Ru Hua, the creature on Xiao Yu's head, became agitated, making the girl curious. "Ru Hua, what's wrong?" It turned out that the armored bug king inside Ru Hua was trying to break free. Seeing it emerge, the woman praised, "To be able to make my Zerg offspring break free from my control, you're truly skilled. In that case..." She paused for about 2 seconds. Ba Ke-sa shot forward, yelling, "All the more reason I can't let you live." Fortunately, the armored bug king managed to block her attack just in time. Its incredible strength made Ba Ke-sa exclaim, "A mere king-armored bug in your hands has evolved to this level of power. Impressive. Very impressive. I'm starting to wonder just how much stronger killing you would make me." As soon as she finished speaking, she swatted the armored bug king away, making Xiao Yu cry out in worry. Her reaction earned Ba Ke-sa's scorn. "You still have time to worry about that thing, just die." Suddenly, Qin Yu appeared from behind and launched an attack, but she seemed to sense it and dodged with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, he yelled, "Xiao Yu! Full power enhancement!" She immediately complied. "Enhance!" After Xiao Yu enhanced him, Qin Yu let out a sharp breath, now surrounded by a massive aura of power. Observing him closely, Ba Ke-sa commented on his potential. "Young man, you've evolved to this level in such a short time and possess more than one ability. If I were to let you live, you would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. You might even become a threat to me. But unfortunately for you, you've run into me." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yu charged with his spear, but it missed, piercing the wall right beside her. He then unleashed a flurry of attacks, as if trying to provoke her. Suddenly, Ba Ke-sa grabbed his face and, in a flash, slammed him into the ground. Just as he had hoped, Ba Ke-sa's face darkened with rage. "What were you thinking? Did you arrogantly believe you could be my opponent?" The next moment, he gave a slight smile, as if his goal had been achieved. Surprisingly, another figure of Qin Yu appeared, holding a spear and thrusting it down at her. However, Ba Ke-sa calmly saw through his trick. "Ha! An illusion. Have you forgotten that mental power is my specialty? Do you think I wouldn't sense that sliver of killing intent?" Instantly, the Netherworld King Beast destroyed Qin Yu's clone. As if to vent her anger, she stomped hard on his body, causing him immense pain. Ba Ke-sa moved closer, raising her hand to finish him off. "So, another one of your abilities is creating clones." Despite her confidence, Qin Yu slowly corrected her. "It's not a clone. It's a copy." His correction made Ba Ke-sa sneer. "What's the difference in this situation? Even with 2 abilities, you can't escape the fate of being killed by me," not letting her celebrate for long. Qin Yu reached up to his shoulder and corrected her once more. "Wrong again. It's not 2 abilities, it's 3. A faint scent entered Ba Ke-sa's nose. She was slightly stunned for a moment. Ah, what did you do? 8 countless images of Qin Yu appeared before her eyes as a wave of dizziness washed over her. Ba Keisha frowned. A hallucinogenic toxin? Don't forget, she summoned the Nether King Beast. I still have another body here. The Nether King Beast roared angrily and charged forward, merging with Ba Keisha. Then she controlled it to stomp a foot down hard on the ground. He had to retreat to save his own skin. Qin Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a nuisance. This Nether King Beast was, after all, created by an ability. Since it was created by an ability, he considered something, then thrust his spear forward. Ba Keisha, controlling the Nether King Beast's body, stomped furiously, pinning Qin Yu underfoot. You sly fox, daring to take the opportunity to attack my clone. Xiao Yu charged forward with her knife. Let him go, Ba Keisha growled. Your brother's spear can't inflict any real damage on me. This tattered knife of yours is countless times weaker than that spear. And you dream of hurting me. She raised her claws and swiped fiercely, cutting the knife in Xiao Yu's hand in two, and she stumbled backward in shock. The woman even laughed arrogantly. Don't be in a hurry. I'll eat your brother first, then I'll deal with you. Midway through her sentence, Ba Keisha froze. What's happening? My control is weakening. What's going on? Qin Yu, pinned beneath the Nether King Beast's foot, smirked slightly. I guessed right. Your main body is over 100 kilometers from Shengjing City, and your ability to control such a powerful Nether King Beast relies entirely on the power boost from your clone. Now I will use a degeneration toxin to seal your clone's abilities. This Nether King Beast will naturally break free from your control. Ba Keisha staggered back a few steps. She shook her head, trying to regain control. You beast. You dare to resist me. A faint figure appeared, and maniacal laughter echoed. Ha ha ha! As long as the Nether King Beast escapes control, Mingling, can be revived. But whether it was Mingling or Ba Keisha, Qin Yu didn't want to waste any more time. He swung his spear. You lot can just go take a rest for me. As he finished speaking, the sharp spearhead plunged straight into the Nether King Beast's head, and green blood gushed out. The beast roared in pain, and Mingling's newly appeared body dissipated into nothingness. Ah, no. Those were also Mingling's last words. The Nether King Beast exploded, turning into a cloud of green smoke before vanishing. Qin Yu stood up after the battle, having successfully obtained Mingling's evolution energy. Ba Keisha's clone reverted to its original form. She snorted angrily. Damn it, you brat! You dare pull a trick like that on me! With that, the clone's energy was depleted, and Qin Yu easily split her in two with a single spear thrust. In a distant place, a loud explosion was heard, and Ba Keisha's main body coughed up blood. She licked her lips, tasting the salty blood around the corner of her mouth, and muttered dangerously, Qin Yu, I will remember you. Her monster subordinates stood silently in a row below, not daring to make a move. On the airship, Qin Yu clutched his chest and knelt on one knee, coughing violently. Xiao Yu hurried over. Brother Qin Yu! He was more concerned about his sister, coughing a few times before asking, Are you okay? Xiao Yu looked at the disparity between them. Brother, I'm fine. Compared to your injuries, this scratch on my skin is nothing. Boss Joe stepped forward to express his gratitude. Qin Yu, thank goodness for you. Otherwise we would have all died here. Qin Yu was helped up by Xiao Yu and replied humbly. It was also thanks to Ming Ling being here. If that guy hadn't been greedy for the Nether King Beast's power and diverted more than half his strength to control that beast, I wouldn't have been able to win, no matter how lucky or skilled I was. Looking back at Ba Keisha's terrifying corpse, an off-white energy orb flew out. Xiao Yu was frightened. Brother, the energy orb flew closer, and she still hesitated. Brother, look at that thing. Qin Yu caught the energy orb in his hand and analyzed it. This Ba Keisha is from the insectoid race, so this isn't a source of evolution energy. Just as he said that, the energy orb shattered into a white liquid, sticking to his hand. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard, and he could only stare wide-eyed. A disgusting sensation ran through his body, and Qin Yu frantically waved his hand to shake the substance off. What is this stuff? Xiao Yu was also startled and horrified. Hurry up and throw it away! After shaking his hand for a long time, he looked again and saw the sticky substance was still there. Xiao Yu's eyes widened. Did you get it off? Did you? Unfortunately, Qin Yu's answer was no. He looked at his hand and accepted his fate. It was stuck to his palm. Suddenly, a strange sensation ran through his body, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. What's going on? Why do I feel power flowing through my body? Xiao Yu anxiously shook her brother. Brother, what's wrong? Don't die. Qin Yu replied with difficulty. Don't shake me. I'm not going to die. He regained his composure and comforted his sister, but his spiritual power had become stronger than before. Xiao Yu let out a dazed, "Oh," thinking back to when Bakesha controlled the Nether King beast. Qin Yu gently explained, "Spiritual power is an important attribute. The soul-devouring ultimate move that guy used to subdue the Nether King beast." He concluded, "It all relied on spiritual power. Now, all of that guy's immense spiritual power belongs to me." Qin Yu pondered. "Regarding spiritual power, I didn't have much experience before. I wonder if there are other benefits." He walked over to pick up his spear, and suddenly let out a sound of surprise. Feeling the change in the spear in his hand, he was a little surprised. The Blood Flame spear was D rank, and it had directly evolved to triple D rank. A system guide appeared as a projection and said, "Congratulations on passing the test. You now have the qualifications to enter the Evil Sorcerer Warship." Behind them, Xiao Feng sat up after recovering from his motion sickness. He was still not fully awake, looking dazed. "Ugh, where is that beast? Was it defeated?" Seeing the composed and handsome Qin Yu ahead, Xiao Feng couldn't accept being defeated by him again. The young man just smiled and gestured. "Let's go." Qin Yu led the group onto the warship to check it out. The system guide naturally went first, as she was the one who granted them access. As they walked, Qin Yu's group observed their surroundings. They exclaimed, "Wow, this place is so eerie. You can tell at a glance that no good people lived here." The system, walking ahead, explained. "Evil Witch Warship 233 has a total of 3 floors, each over 2,000 square meters." Qin Yu wondered. "What does Ship 233 mean?" The system replied. "In their prime, the Evil Witch people were incredibly powerful. They had no fewer than 2,000 A-class Evil Witch warships just like this one. And you are currently on number 233. The massive warship flew through the sky, its interior echoing with voices. It possessed the ability to traverse and lock down space, equipped with 3 main cannons and 12 secondary cannons. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned to his companions and asked, "Are you all still going to Tianmeng?" Lin Feng sighed, scratching Chen Chu's head. "We were originally supposed to escort Li Xiling's there to join them, but now he's dead." They were still unaware of when Li Xiling's body had been possessed. Lin Feng felt ashamed. "How can we possibly show our faces there now?" Qin Yu comforted them softly. "I also find Li Xiling's death regrettable, but the living must keep looking forward. Why don't you build your own settlement and become a regional power that would make this life worthwhile?" Boss Joe suddenly called out, "Mr. Qin!" Boss Sun and Boss Joe looked at each other, then said in unison, "If you agree to be our leader, you can definitely lead us to build a powerful faction." However, inside the ship's cabin, Qin Yu refused. "I'm not interested in being a leader, nor am I suited for it." After speaking, he looked toward Lin Feng and suggested, "Lin Feng, you're a better fit to be the leader than I am." Lin Feng was taken aback. "Young Master Qin, don't you want this evil witch warship?" Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. "A man with great ambitions doesn't stay in one place," he explained. "This evil witch warship can serve as a strong foundation and a home for all of you. It's not of much use to me, but it's incredibly important for everyone else, offering you its support and protection." He looked at Lin Feng, offering sincere and trusting encouragement. "You can definitely make the cause you always wanted to pursue even greater." Hearing this, Lin Feng was suddenly a little bewildered. What did I originally want to do?" Qin Yu just chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. Pay it no mind." He quickly covered. "I just feel that you're a better fit for a leader than I am." "Do you have the confidence, being trusted by a powerful expert like Qin Yu?" Lin Feng couldn't help but blush. "Moved," he replied. "I am confident." Qin Yu thought to himself with satisfaction. Perhaps this could change the man's fate of eventually dying in the dark forest. Lin Feng puffed out his chest and pledged, "I will definitely build a powerful force to help more people." After everyone finished their conversation, the system interjected. "This warship has one more treasure. It's the ultimate weapon that we, the evil witch people, spent 10 years developing. It's a shame it's only a prototype. Follow me." Qin Yu's interest was piqued. He perked up. "What? An ultimate weapon? Tell me more." The system led the siblings into a sealed room. Inside was modern technology, completely out of place in this time and space. In the center of the room was a protective casing, inside which a blade levitated. Qin Yu reached out, but his hand only touched the protective barrier. Xiao Yu looked on scornfully. "And this is supposed to be the ultimate weapon. It's all dark and dull, not even as good as my broken sword." However, Qin Yu seemed to disagree, as he had noticed something unusual. As his hand reached for the blade, lightning suddenly arced out from it. Instantly, Qin Yu was electrocuted and sent flying. "Ah!" With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground in pain. Xiao Yu felt his pain just by watching, her eyes tearing up. She rushed to his side and asked, "Are you okay?" Traces of lightning still crackled on Qin Yu's body as he lay sprawled on the floor. I'm fine. Only then did the system guide speak up nonchalantly, a little too late. This weapon is no ordinary item. You cannot become its master unless it acknowledges you. Hearing this, Qin Yu glanced at the system and thought to himself, a master. Looking back at the blade and its casing, he was slightly surprised. This black blade was actually a soul weapon. Qin Yu stroked his chin, trying to recall what he knew about them. Soul weapons were beings even more powerful than S-rank weapons. Each one possessed enough power to shake the world. He knew very few people who were capable of controlling a soul weapon. The system revealed that this blade was called the King's Thunderblade, she recounted. This was the personal blade of our evil witch clan's hero, Lord Mokisha. He was later defeated in a great war, and this blade was damaged as a result. And although we tried to repair it, its power is greatly reduced, she added with regret. The King's Thunderblade can now only be considered a little more than half a soul weapon. Qin Yu was impressed. Even as just half a soul weapon, it's enough to overpower most S-rank blades. The system agreed. Of course, looking at the King's Thunderblade in its protective case, she said, if you can wield it, it's not impossible for it to display power comparable to a full soul weapon. Qin Yu shrugged indifferently. Well, for now, it doesn't seem to have chosen any of us. From behind, Xiao Feng was eager to try. Let this great one have a go. He also reached his hand inside, trying to grasp the King's Thunderblade. Despite being violently zapped by electricity, he refused to let go, praying inwardly. Heh, come to me, baby. Xiao Yu cheered from the sidelines. Go on, Xiao Feng. But the blade clearly didn't like him, unleashing a more powerful electric shock than ever before. He was sent flying, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He landed flat on his butt with a thud, feeling a numbing pain as his soul groaned. Smoke rose from his entire body, making it look like barbecue was on the menu. Xiao Feng sighed in frustration. Jeez, looking at his dazed state. He must have just returned from a trip to the underworld. This thing is so powerful, even I can't resist it. Longfeng also gave it a try and was shocked until he saw stars. Lu Yun and Shu Nao were also rejected by the blade, getting scared off by its lightning arcs as soon as they approached. The wise Xiao Na didn't even try, just smiling wryly. Ha ha, I don't need it. Xiao Yu looked at it and remarked casually. So many people, yet it hasn't chosen a single one. How arrogant. Qin Yu remembered that his sister hadn't tried yet. He encouraged her. You're the only one left. Xiao Yu, are you going to try? She sighed, stating firmly. I'm not going, Xiao Yu pouted. It already hurt when you used that little zapper on me. This electricity will definitely be more painful. Qin Yu reached out and patted her head, reassuring her. No matter what challenges we face, we can't be afraid. He gently pushed her forward, smiling as she faced the blade. Go on. Xiao Yu's face fell as she sighed wearily. You just want me to make a fool of myself. Xiao Yu walked over, closed her eyes, and reached for the King's lightning blade, encouraging herself internally that the best way to overcome fear is to face it. She gripped the hilt tightly, telling herself that persistence is the key to victory. Come on, Xiao Yu! When she finally gripped the King's lightning blade, she was surprised to find she wasn't shocked like the others. She stood stunned for a few seconds. Finally, joy and happiness washed over her, and she immediately showed it off to Qin Yu. Really, haha. Brother. The blade in her hand began to hum, emitting arcs of lightning, while she was still celebrating her new weapon. Out with the old and in with the new. I have a new weapon. She wasn't being shocked, but the uncontrolled lightning made her a little frantic. Ah! What's happening? The system suddenly exclaimed. How can this be? Xiao Yu is now floating uncontrollably into the air, enveloped in lightning, much to the guide system's surprise. The most crucial factors for the King's lightning blade to accept a master are the death and lightning attributes. No matter how you look at it, this evolved girl has no connection to those two abilities. Why is it initiating such an unorthodox bonding ritual? Xiao Yu cried out in embarrassment. I'm just like you. This is way too flashy. It's so embarrassing. A moment later, the bonding ritual ended, and she landed gently on the ground. Feeling stronger and healthier than before. She checked her wounds and gasped in amazement. My wounds are completely healed. I never expected the lightning effect could also treat injuries. With that, she turned to Qin Yu, blade in hand. Brother, I'll heal you. This startled Qin Yu, who took a few steps back, but the room wasn't large, leaving him nowhere to run. In the end, he had to accept being zapped. After the shock. Smoke curled up from Qin Yu's head, and he felt as if his soul had just gone for a stroll and hadn't quite returned to his body yet. A moment later, looking at the wound on his arm, he exclaimed, It's real. It feels like the cells in my entire body were activated by the current. Xiao Yu immediately grew excited and laughed heartily. Ha ha! I should open my own electrotherapy clinic. I'll call myself Dr. Shock, haha. Watching his sister admire the blade in her hands with such enthusiasm, Qin Yu mused. From what I know, using electricity to heal requires an extremely high level of skill. Xiao Yu has never had any lightning abilities, yet she did it so easily on her first try, he said to his sister. The king's lightning blade also has a death attribute. Anyone wounded by it will definitely suffer from its contagious effect. He then thought to himself. The death attribute is pretty much equivalent to the lethal poison of the 5 venom beast. Without any life force defense, once the poison activates, it's certain death. As expected of a soul weapon, it's truly powerful. Xiaofeng cautiously approached Xiao Yu and nominated himself. Hey, I'm injured too. I need to be treated. Ask, and you shall receive. Xiao Yu didn't refuse, immediately zapping him over and over with the king's lightning blade. Xiaofeng had to stop her. I'm healed. I'm healed. Stop shocking me. But his face was just asking for it, so she didn't stop, laughing as she generously offered a friendship discount for 2 more sessions. Qin Yu let his sister have her fun and turned to the guide system. Are there any other rewards? She commented emotionlessly. You're quite greedy. The last treasure is also the most valuable one. The records left behind from my cursed shaman clan's years of research into genetic modification. Having had her fun with the king's lightning blade? Xiao Yu scoffed. And I thought it was something good, the guide system snapped in annoyance. Mortal, do you even know a good thing when you see it? Don't you recognize this great technology? It can... Before she could continue, Qin Yu cut her off. All right, just bring it out. A while later, in the small village where they had been staying, Li Shan noticed something strange. He alerted everyone. Quick, look! A massive airship was slowly approaching. He looked up at the sky doubtfully. They're back. Is it our boss and the others? Or is it the Immortal Clan? When they saw the airship landing, everyone cheered with joy. Haha, this is great. We're saved. Xiaofeng stood on the deck looking down, remarking, This thing is really fast. Boss Zhou stood beside him, sharing the good news with everyone below. Don't be afraid, everyone. Those guys have been taken care of. And today we can finally leave this wretched place. Below, the people rejoiced. Oh, that's fantastic news. Elsewhere, in a village bathed in brilliant sunlight, Lu Shui looked up at the sky, her face filled with worry. I wonder how the others are doing. Are they even still alive? Suddenly, Li Xiao spotted a spatial rift. He shouted, Everyone be careful! A spatial rift has appeared. The rift is slowly turning into a large spatial vortex, as dark as a black hole. Ma Song was stunned, frozen in place. What is that? From within the spatial vortex, a massive airship appeared, landing with a loud rumble in an empty lot inside the village. Lu Wen carefully pulled Li Xiao behind a wall and signaled, Shh, be quiet. Hide well. Whatever is on that thing is definitely not something we can handle. He peeked out to observe the situation and was startled to recognize Qin Yu. Just as the siblings stepped off the airship, someone excitedly called out Qin Yu's name. Qin Yu! He looked up. Xiao Yu stepped forward to greet the person, realizing it was Lu Shui. You're all still here. That's great. Everyone was safe. Lu Shui was happy for them. That's wonderful. You're finally back. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, savoring the air of her familiar world. Even in an apocalypse, it was much better than the other side. It was good to be home. That evening, the siblings returned home. Qin Yu took out his spoils of war, ready for the usual routine of copying and strengthening. Xiao Yu followed his lead, but noticed something was wrong. Brother, my enhancement isn't working. Qin Yu crossed his arms and thought about it. His copy ability wasn't working either, probably because this item was too powerful. This was evolution energy from a golden bloodline. So, Xiao Yu gave the evolution energy to her brother. Then you should use it. I just got a powerful weapon. And besides, you were the one who earned these things anyway. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. All right. With that, he took the golden bloodline evolution energy and consumed it. Immediately, a terrifying power surged through his body, causing him so much pain that he couldn't help but scream. Ah! Xiao Yu asked worriedly. What's wrong? Qin Yu leaned over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. After the pain from the enhancement subsided, he straightened up, wiping the sweat from his face. His physical constitution had jumped directly from 41 times to 46 times the norm. It was truly extraordinary, he boasted. Moreover, I now possess the power of the golden blood. Qin Yu felt the new power flowing through his veins. The golden blood energy could increase his physical strength 5-fold. And not only that, his entire body felt completely different. As he finished speaking, he tested it out by condensing the golden blood at his fingertip, concentrating its power into a single point. Then he picked up a moderately thick iron plate from somewhere. He focused the golden blood on the plate and fired it like a bullet from a gun barrel. The iron plate and a distant window shutter were both shattered. The hole it created in the iron plate was also very small and precise. Qin Yu commented with satisfaction. An iron plate this thick, and I made a hole just by flicking it. The power of the golden blood is truly worthy of its name. Xiao Yu came over and asked, "Try to sense more. Did anything else get stronger?" He listened to his sister and checked his abilities, summoning a few purple flames. Then he reported, "My affinity with my powers has also increased significantly. If I keep training like this, it might not be impossible to achieve mastery." The next day, Lin Feng cautiously inquired, "Mr. Qin, are you all really leaving?" Qin Yu replied, "We have no choice. We have other missions to attend to." He looked at Dao Ye and advised, "Brother Dao, there are many experts here, and you're protected by the evil shaman's warship. You should stay here. It will be safer." Dao Ye also knew that insisting on following them would only cause trouble. He agreed to stay, bowing in farewell. "Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, please take care." Lin Feng then turned to Xiao Feng and Xiao Na. Miss Bai, what about you two?" Xiao Na made her decision quickly, deciding to stay for a few days before leaving. Xiao Feng was quite reliant on Xiao Na. He asked affectionately, "Sister Na, where are we going?" Xiao Na had no interest in traveling with him and replied curtly, "You go east, I'll go west." Seeing that everyone had their own plans and decisions, Lin Feng didn't try to persuade them further. "If that's the case, I won't insist. If you ever change your minds in the future, my place will always welcome you." Everyone parted ways there. The Qin siblings traveled to Tianmeng City. The place was desolate, with zombies roaming the streets, their groans audible everywhere. "Ah! Ugh!" Qin Yu and Xiao Yu walked brazenly into the deserted city, paying little mind to the zombies. Seeing prey enter their territory, the horde of zombies immediately rushed forward. Qin Yu didn't make a move. Xiao Yu swung her lightning sword. "Perfect! I'll test my blade on you." With a single clean slash like cutting fruit, the weak zombies were all struck by lightning and turned to ash. Xiao Yu was pleased with her performance and casually collected the evolution energy. "Nice! Got some goods. Same old routine. Copy and enhance," she lamented while consuming the spoils to increase her strength. "You've been giving them all to me this whole way, a dozen or so of them, but it's still nothing compared to that one golden one you ate." Qin Yu didn't respond to her comment and instead urged her on. "We're almost there. Let's hurry." They arrived at the main city of Tianmeng before nightfall. He looked around and couldn't help but remark that it had been a long time since he'd seen a place so clear of zombies. This city must have a well-disciplined army that patrols regularly. He pointed to an abandoned store. "We'll stay here for the night and enter the city tomorrow morning." The place they chose to take shelter in was an abandoned supermarket. Xiao Yu went inside to prepare food and drinks for them. Then she announced, "Brother, there are people upstairs." Qin Yu had sensed them too. He confirmed, "Yeah, 3 men, 3 women, and a child. Don't worry, their auras aren't strong. They're no threat to us, so just relax and rest." Xiao Yu wasn't actually too concerned. Right now, she just wanted to eat while the food was hot. Let's eat. Let's eat." While she was eating, she saw a figure approaching. It was a little girl with vibrant green hair, but her face was gaunt with hunger. Xiao Yu felt sorry for her and asked Qin Yu, "She looks so pitiful. Can I give her some chocolate?" He nodded. "Mm-hmm." She walked over and offered a chocolate bar to the little girl. "Are you hungry? Here, eat." The little girl ate ravenously, as if afraid someone would take it from her. Slow down. Slow down. No one is going to fight you for it." In her haste, she accidentally bit Xiao Yu's hand, who yelped softly. "Ah, you're crazy! Are you biting my hand now?" The little girl immediately became flustered. Sorry." Just then, someone shouted loudly at the two of them. Behind them was a group of thuggish-looking people, holding knives. The leader ordered, "Give us the food!" The opponent demanded, "Hand over the food now!" Xiao Yu wasn't afraid. "We don't have any, and even if we did, we wouldn't give it to you. If you want to eat, find it yourself," the leader shouted, taking a menacing step forward. "You don't look like you've been starving. You must have food on you. Hand it over." A subordinate with a gaunt face threatened. "If you don't, we'll treat the two of you as food. You're fair-skinned and clean. You must be delicious." In the face of absolute power, all threats are meaningless. Qin Yu raised a hand flickering with purple flames, tilted his head menacingly, and said one word. "Scram!" The group was terrified, and one girl exclaimed, He's one of the gifted!" Seeing they had no intention of leaving, Qin Yu issued a threat. "If you don't scram now, I'll burn you all to a crisp." The group consisted of ordinary people, and they immediately fled. "We were wrong. We're leaving right now. Please spare us. After everyone had left, Qin Yu finally had a chance to check Xiao Yu's injury. How is it? Is your finger okay? She replied. Yes, it's already healed. He immediately instructed. Let's pack up and get going. We need to reach Tianmeng before nightfall. As they were preparing to leave, he suddenly noticed people outside. The rumbling sound of a motor vehicle approached. Qin Yu told his sister to get ready for a fight. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Outside was a military vehicle, a soldier reported. Captain Liu, this is the place. There are 7 people. They must all be survivors. The man addressed as captain ordered. Go, check it out quickly, and bring them back. Several soldiers with guns approached the building, searching every corner. Just then, Qin Yu and his sister stepped outside. A soldier who saw them yelled, Survivors spotted, don't move, hands up, not wanting to complicate things. Qin Yu raised his hands and gestured. We're not zombies, we're human. Seeing this, that soldier immediately turned to stop his comrades. Hold your fire, they're survivors. At that moment, Captain Liu also arrived and greeted them politely. Hello, we are the search party from the 3rd Squad of the City Center's 9th Division. We will take you 2 back to the center. You're safe now. After saying that, he asked, Are there perhaps 5 more people inside? Xiao Yu replied. What do you mean there are probably about 5 people inside? There are 7 of them. Be careful when you go in. They're all crazy with hunger and even tried to attack us last night. The captain, noticing the discrepancy, turned to question his subordinate. Xiao Zhang, didn't you say there were 7 people inside? The soldier didn't know how to explain, so he just scratched his head shyly and made an excuse. My ability must have malfunctioned. After rescuing the survivors, the vehicle took everyone into the city, which was protected by incredibly thick and high walls. A voice from inside the vehicle announced, We've arrived! Stepping out, Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at the massive architecture. Wow, this is magnificent with a wall like this. We won't have to fear more zombies, Captain Liu said proudly. This wall is 3.4 meters thick and made of steel. Even explosives can't damage it. All thanks to the brilliant leadership of Li Xilei. Xiao Yu secretly sensed something and whispered to Qin Yu. Brother, I can feel it. Something inside seems to be drawing us in. He recalled the old woman's advice. Head south. Evolve to your limit. Also, leave quickly. Danger is coming. He couldn't help but think to himself. It seems that old woman knew what she was talking about. Captain Liu prioritized health and safety above all else, and this was the first step before entering the city. He directed, Hurry inside. Someone will make arrangements for you 2. A soldier outside immediately stepped forward to guide them. Please proceed to the security screening. The guy named Yu Kun, who had tried to rob the siblings yesterday, was now cowering in fear. Sir, I wasn't touched by any of them. I'm definitely not infected. I don't need to be tested, the soldier explained. It's not just bites that cause infection. The virus also exists as airborne particles. If your constitution is weak, you could be infected through respiration. Line up, one by one, Xiao Yu said worriedly. Brother, my blood. He shot her a look. Shh, don't worry. The pink-haired nurse drew blood for the required test and suddenly noticed Qin Yu's blood had a faint golden glint, causing her to blink and stare. Huh, was I imagining things? Why did I think his blood was golden? After getting the results, she announced, Qin Yu's test is complete. No infection. Next, Qin Xiao Yu. Seeing Xiao Yu's anxiety, the nurse gently reassured her. Don't be afraid, miss. It's just a small blood draw. It won't hurt. Nurse Leia then looked at the screen and gasped in shock. She's infected. Qin Xiao Yu is an infected person. Hearing the results, Xiao Yu clutched her chest in panic. You're lying, I'm not infected. Qin Yu stepped in front of his sister protectively, retorting, You're mistaken. My sister is absolutely not infected. 2 soldiers quickly approached, aiming their guns to subdue them. You're infected. Don't resist. Don't make us shoot. Qin Yu refused to believe the result and demanded, Please test her again. There must have been a mistake. Suddenly, a woman named Xia Ling rushed to speak. Wait, that's a mistake. She isn't infected with the zombie virus. A soldier immediately scolded her angrily. How could you make a mistake like that if they had resisted and we had opened fire? Could you have taken responsibility? Halin guiltily twirled a strand of her hair and answered nervously. I'm sorry. It was our mistake. But she is indeed infected. Not with the zombie virus, but with the Azure virus. Qin Yu exclaimed in shock. What? Xiao Yu didn't know what it was either, impressed. What is that Azure virus? Halin explained seriously. In the apocalypse, it's not just plants and animals that mutate. Microorganisms do too. The zombie and Azure viruses are just evolutionary mutations of the plague. She lowered her head, hesitantly adding, Patients with the Azure virus gradually lose their strength. and their skin and blood slowly turn blue, eventually dying from exhaustion as their tracheas liquefy. It's a virus with no known cure, but the infection rate is very low, typically only affecting children with weak constitutions. Qin Yu suddenly turned around. In front of him was Tu An, a little girl with blue hair and a gaunt, tired-looking figure. Behind her stood a man with a cold expression, making it impossible to tell if his intentions were good or bad. A red glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he dashed towards the pair. The soldier who saw this was terrified. "He's an evolver!" Qin Yu swiftly snatched Tu An, lifting the little girl into the air as she screamed in fear. The soldier rushed to stop him. "Hey! What are you doing? Tianmeng has laws! Let her go!" He carried the little girl to the female nurse and sternly demanded she be tested for the Azure virus. The nurse raised a syringe and immediately agreed. "Oh, okay." A short while later, she returned with the test results. She confirmed that the girl also had the Azure virus, and it was in a very serious stage. "She probably won't live for more than 5 days. Tuan's face went pale with fear. "No, you're lying. I'm not going to die. I don't want to die." Tears welled up in Xiao Yu's eyes. She said sorrowfully, "She must have gotten infected when she was bitten on the hand while I was feeding her," losing his composure. Qin Yu rushed forward and grabbed the nurse by the shoulders. "Is there really no cure for this disease? You've probably seen that we're evolvers. Just cure her, and I'll work for Tianmeng." The nurse sadly tried to console him. "I'm sorry. It's not that we won't treat her. We're truly powerless. Not long ago, a general's son died from this very disease, and we couldn't save him even with all our efforts." Xiao Yu lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. She said miserably, "Brother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't fed her, she wouldn't have gotten infected." Qin Yu patted her head comfortingly. "It's okay. How could this be your fault?" "Don't worry. We'll find a way." The soldier gently advised the siblings. "Please come with us. Her condition qualifies for special care." Qin Yu replied. "That's not necessary. I'll take care of her myself." The soldier was very surprised to hear that. He instructed, All right then. But you must come for a checkup every 3 days to monitor her condition. Once she enters the critical stage, you must cooperate with us for quarantine and observation. Now, please head out. Someone at the entrance will assign work for you." After they left, the noisy and chaotic checkups continued. Elsewhere, a nurse read out a result. "This person is infected with the zombie virus. Please follow us to the quarantine observation area." The patient shrieked in terror. "Impossible! I'm not infected!" Soldiers quickly aimed their guns to control the troublemakers. "Please cooperate with us. Any further resistance, and we will open fire." The sun rose high, casting its bright rays across the base. Gong Xiaowei was supervising the newly arrived evolvers as they worked diligently. Suddenly, one of his subordinates approached to report. "Gong Xiaowei, these are the evolvers who were recently tested, and a few of them have special circumstances." Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were in the crowd, looking around blankly. Gong Xiaowei's sharp gaze immediately locked onto the two siblings. He stepped forward to greet them. "May I ask your names judging by your appearance and accent? You're not locals. Are you—" Qin Yu quickly introduced them. "I'm Qin Yu, and this is my sister, Qin Xiao Yu. We're from Shengjing City." Upon hearing the name Shengjing City, Gong Xiaowei eagerly asked, "You're from Shengjing City. What's the situation like over there?" Qin Yu shook his head and replied, "We left a long time ago, so we don't know the specifics. But it didn't look good." Then, Gong Xiaowei stood sternly before the group of evolvers and presented them with 2 options. "All right, listen carefully. We are living in an unprecedented time of hardship. Each of you must prove your worth to survive. As able-bodied men and women, you have 2 paths before you. 1, stay within the base and do manual labor. It's tough, but it's safe. 2, join the army. It will be dangerous, but you'll have more resources and a higher status than others." As soon as Gong Xiaowei finished his sentence, an evolver immediately raised his hand, choosing the second option. "I want to be a soldier, kill those monsters, and avenge my family." Gong Xiaowei praised him and then asked, "Good. Is there anyone else like him?" Another person joined in, and then one more quickly voiced his opinion. "I want to join the army too." At this point, Gong Xiaowei gestured towards Qin Yu, invitingly. "Qin Yu, won't you state your position? You survived the journey from Shengjing City without being killed by zombies, which makes you a battle-hardened survivor. Don't you want to be a soldier?" Qin Yu calmly replied. "I'm not interested," Gong Xiaowei said, annoyed. "If you're not joining the army, then you're volunteering for hard labor at the base." Qin Yu crossed his arms, unbothered by the officer's words, and replied indifferently, "I don't have time for that either." Gong Xiaowei's voice turned stern as he warned, "Qin Yu, you need to face reality. To survive here, you have to pull your weight. Tianmeng doesn't support idlers for nothing, even if you are an evolver. Qin Yu took out 2 evolution energy cores and said coldly, "We certainly don't intend to be freeloaders. 2 evolution energy orbs in exchange for letting me and my sister live here. Is that enough?" Gong Xiaoyi stared at the item in Qin Yu's hand, astonished. Evolution energy. His expression shifted. He continued trying to persuade him. "Qin Yu, I know you're worried about your sister's illness. Right, if you just agree to join the military, we might find a way to treat her in the future." Qin Yu scoffed in response. "Isn't there a son of some big shot in your base with the same disease he couldn't be cured? So on what grounds should I believe you can cure my sister?" Gong Xiaoyi hastily tried to do damage control. He kept throwing out tempting offers. "There's something you don't know. Our Tianmeng's scientific prowess is developing at an unprecedented rate. We've even developed the L1 drug, which can multiply a person's physical abilities several times over. Specifically, the H variant can increase muscle mass. Your sister's illness might be curable before long." Qin Yu pursed his lips, thinking. The drug he was talking about was clearly no ordinary substance, but a tempering medicine. For Tianmeng to be able to create a tempering medicine, there's only one possibility. They must have a dimensional ruin in their possession. If he could get into that dimension, Xiao Yu's illness might actually be cured. After a moment, Qin Yu finally agreed to join. "In that case, my sister and I will join you," Gong Xiaoyi replied joyfully. "Great! All those joining the military, follow me." They then got into a vehicle and headed for the barracks. The streets of Shuhat were no longer bustling with the noise of the past. In the car, Gong Xiaoyi sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, and began to probe. The Tianmeng base has restored much of the order of human civilization. Though life is difficult, it's at least secure. Qin Yu didn't respond, instead asking a question of his own. "Is the current leader of Tianmeng Li Hongming?" "Commander Li," Gong Xiaoyi said. "Roughly speaking, Tianmeng has 3 supreme commanders: Commander Li Hongming, Commander Kong Dingguo, and most notably Commander Zhao Xingrui." Qin Yu was astonished. 3 leaders. Xiao Yu listened silently from the back seat. Gong Xiaoyi continued. "All 3 commanders are very elite. They began rallying people to build an army during the initial stages of the outbreak. After the majority of zombies and mutated beasts appeared, the 3 leaders wisely decided to cooperate and manage the Tianmeng army together. However, Commander Li's faction is a bit more powerful than the other 2. Sooner or later, Tianmeng will be under the sole command of Commander Li, as he made an offer. Let's be direct. I work for Commander Li. Join us, and I guarantee you'll have a boundless future." Qin Yu crossed his arms with a thoughtful expression. Let me think about it." Gong Xiaoyi said nothing more, silently awaiting his decision. They soon arrived at their destination. Gong Xiaoyi explained. "That's the military registration office. You'll have to pass a test there to enlist." People entered one by one, and finally, it was the siblings' turn. Approaching a woman named Qin Yu, Qin Yu stated, "I want to enlist in the army," she exclaimed in surprise. "Oh," she explained. "This is the registration desk for the evolved. Please follow me. As long as you can prove you're an evolved individual, you'll be qualified to join the army." She then led the 2 of them into the testing area. The people inside watched them with curiosity. One person welcomed them cheerfully. "Ha! We finally have some new faces joining." But others looked on with contempt. "I wouldn't be so sure. They're probably just some fools who wandered in looking for special treatment." Then, Qin Yu began the ability assessment. "Let's get started. First is the physical strength test. Punch this machine to display your power index. A score of 200 kilograms or higher is considered a pass." Qin Yu landed a powerful punch on the machine. Seeing the result, Qin Yu was completely stunned. 1,000 kilograms just from your punching power alone. Could you be a second-tier evolved? Qin Yu rubbed his head humbly. "Not at all. My ability just happens to enhance my punches, increasing their power." Qin Yu praised him. "Impressive! An ordinary person's punch is about 50 kilograms, so your physical strength is 10 times greater. Very good. Next." As soon as she finished speaking, a hat suddenly appeared on Xiao Yu's finger, and the girl played with it gleefully. "Looking confident," she said. "As for me, my ability is speed." Seeing the hat in her hand, the man across the room reached for his head, exclaiming, "My hat!" Qin Yu beamed, saying happily, "Wonderful. You've both proven you are evolved individuals. Welcome to the team." A man named Shou, sitting with his arms crossed, laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Pretty good." Afterward, Qin Yu led the siblings to meet their superior. She gave a sharp salute to Second Lieutenant Zhou Gong. "These 2 are newly enlisted evolved soldiers. Please take them to the barracks to report for duty." Zhou Gong replied. "Understood. I'll handle the arrangements." He introduced himself. "Hello, you 2. I'm Zhou Gong. From now on, you'll be members of the evolved unit's barracks. You will undergo a period of training, and if your performance is outstanding, you will be directly granted a military rank. Qin Yu remained silent. Xiao Yu muttered quietly. We still have to train. Zhou Gong then gave a brief overview of the training program. The training regimen includes physical conditioning, combat techniques, reconnaissance skills, wilderness survival, and weapons handling. Don't worry, for evolved people like you, this stuff will be a piece of cake. Then he continued to instruct. Let's go complete the procedures quickly. Then everyone can return to the dorms. The military camp had specially arranged for clean, tidy, warm, and comfortable dormitories. Although they couldn't compare to before the disaster, they were much better than the ruins outside. Oh, and the people on the team are a mixed bag. Before becoming evolvers, they did all sorts of things, so you must be careful and not cause any trouble. Qin Yu quickly made his way to his assigned dorm room and threw the door open without warning. Everyone inside was startled and turned to look. Hilay grumbled in annoyance. Huh, they sent a new guy already. He quickly pointed at a bald man sitting on a chair and sneered provocatively. Heh heh, you. I'm talking to you, newbie. Aren't you going to come and greet Brother Shu? Qin Yu paid him no mind, simply pointing to an empty bunk to confirm. That empty bed is mine. Hilay flew into a rage, shouting, Kid, don't you know the rules I told you to go greet Brother Shu? He immediately grabbed Qin Yu by the shoulder, snarling through gritted teeth. You arrogant punk! You dare ignore us! Do you think this evolution camp is the same as the outside world? Anyone can beat you up here. Qin Yu's eyes turned icy, his expression dangerous as he growled. Let go! Enraged, Hilay raised his fist to strike him. You've got a lot of nerve. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Qin Yu swiftly caught the man's wrist, stopping the punch. Hilay was stunned. You! Qin Yu twisted his arm, sending him stumbling backward. Ah, it hurts! It hurts! Let go! Let go! Brother Shu, his face grim, roared. Stop! Qin Yu released his grip. Hilay trembled in pain, blowing on his wrist and whining. Oof! Oof! It hurts so bad! So bad! Hilay shouted from the back. Brother Shu, teach him a lesson, Leda chimed in. Show him who's in charge here. Brother Shu stepped toward Qin Yu menacingly. You might have some skill, but you'd better learn some humility in front of me. His face contorted with rage as he quickly channeled his spiritual energy, cracking his knuckles, ready to beat the man before him to a pulp. Or should I just cripple you? Qin Yu saw the spiritual energy swirling around the man and exclaimed in surprise. Oh, a creation-type ability. Brother Shu pointed at the ground, looking at Qin Yu with utter contempt. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down. Say, Brother Shu, I was wrong, and I'll let you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you can't even beg for mercy. Qin Yu's gaze was cold and sharp as he growled. I'm not in a good mood. Stop making trouble, and don't cause me any more problems. Enraged, Brother Shu raised his fist and charged at Qin Yu, but he was sent flying into a wall by a single kick before he could even land a punch. His body then slid limply to the floor, seemingly devoid of all energy, only managing a faint cry. Ah, Lei Day's face went pale. Did you see that he took out Brother Shu in a single move? Hilay was terrified. The next morning, Qin Yu woke up and got ready for the day. He checked his reflection in the mirror, adjusting his uniform and remarking with satisfaction. The material is excellent. It's not restrictive, has great elasticity, and is perfect for high-intensity combat. The military in a major city really is on another level. Qin Yu waited for Xiao Yu in the dormitory hallway. A moment later, she stepped out of her room. She looked him up and down with an enchanted gaze, complimenting him shyly. You look so handsome in your uniform. Qin Yu coughed in embarrassment. Ahem. Let's go get something to eat first. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. The two of them quickly headed to the dining hall. Xiao Yu popped a piece of meat into her mouth and praised it lavishly. Wow, the chef here is amazing. They can even make mutant beast meat taste this delicious. Just then, Sun Yan and her group approached from behind. Xiao Yu scoffed in disgust. It's them again. Qin Yu glanced over and asked in surprise. Oh, you know them, Xiao Yu replied. They're my roommates. They're awful. The one in the lead is Sun Yan, and she's the most annoying of them all. Sun Yan and her friends walked over, putting on a friendly facade. Oh, what a coincidence. Qin Xiao Yu, you're eating. Let's eat together. Xiao Yu wasn't about to let them get their way, replying with a smirk. You go ahead and eat your own food. We're almost finished here. Sun Yan pressed on. Xiao Yu, I have some good news for you. Young Master Kong asked me to invite you to dine on the 3rd floor. The food there is something only a person of his status gets to enjoy. Xiao Yu frowned, clearly annoyed and uninterested. Sun Yan turned to leave, but she looked back to add, "Don't blame me for not warning you. In Tianmong, very few people dare to refuse the young master. I hope you don't live to regret this." Meanwhile, on the third floor, Huang Feng was raising his glass for a toast. "To young Master Kong, it's a true honor for Tianmong to have a talented young hero like you." Kong Rufeng raised his glass, clearly pleased. "Old Huang, you're being too formal. You are all my father's brothers, which makes you my brothers and elders as well. I toast to all of you." Suddenly, a coquettish voice called out, causing young Master Kong to glance toward the door. Sun Yan threw herself into his arms. He eyed her greedily. "My sweet little thing, what brings you to me?" Sun Yan then recounted what had happened downstairs. And he listened intently. Kong Rufeng said with a smirk, "Forget it. It's just one woman. Not showing up is her loss. With my status, do you think I'm short on women? Besides," he licked his lips and gave Sun Yan a lecherous pat on the rear. "Don't I still have you?" Sun Yan replied coquettishly. "Young Master Kong, I'm not trying to be humble, but that girl is as beautiful as a goddess. More importantly, she's so pure, completely untouched by the filth of this apocalypse. Trust me, you won't find another girl like her in all of Tianming." He stroked her chin. "You really know how to read my mind, don't you? Don't worry. Once I succeed, I won't go back on the things I promised you." Sun Yan beamed. "Of course! How could you possibly fail if you take action yourself? Young Master Kong." He then quickly excused himself. "Everyone, Kong Rufeng, am going to get acquainted with that young lady, so I'll be taking my leave." Huang Feng flattered him. "May you have a triumphant return, young Master Kong. You'll surely win the beauty's heart." Another man chimed in. "When that time comes, let us have a look too. It'll make following you all worthwhile." Afterward, Kong Rufeng, Huang Feng, and Sun Yan quickly departed. Su Yuan watched them leave with contempt. "Kong Rufeng is a complete good-for-nothing. His head is filled with nothing but women, and he doesn't have a single shred of real ability." The bald guy added, "It's because he has a powerful father. Let's not get involved in his business." Suddenly, Su Yuan shot up. "Come on, let's go watch the show." Downstairs, the two siblings, Qin Yu and his sister, were still eating. "Qin Yu put some food onto Xiao Yu's tray," she exclaimed in annoyance. "Brother, I'm not a kid. You don't have to keep putting food on my plate." Sun Yan then led Rufeng over to their table. She feigned concern, asking Xiao Yu, "Didn't you say you were almost done? Why are you still not finished?" Qin Yu retorted, "Why do you care if we're done eating or not? What the hell does it have to do with you?" Rufeng pushed Sun Yan aside and introduced himself with a sleazy smile. "Well, hello there. Beautiful. I'm Kong Rufeng. I'm sure you've heard my name." Xiao Yu glanced at him and answered sharply, "Never heard of you. We're eating. Could you please not bother us?" Rufeng laughed loudly. "Haha, you must be new here. How could you not know who I am? No matter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kong Rufeng, son of Commander Kong Dingguo, one of the 3 great leaders of Tianming City. In this city, my words carry a lot of weight." Sun Yan chimed in with false sincerity. "Xiao Yu, young Master Kong is a big shot in Tianming City. Sticking with him will only do you good. If you don't, you'll suffer later. Be smart about it." Rufeng glanced at Qin Yu's food tray and pointed to the 3rd floor, trying to pull Xiao Yu along. "The food here is terrible, and there's no alcohol. Why don't you come up to the 3rd floor with me for a chat?" Xiao Yu sighed in annoyance. "Listen, young Master Kong, I'm not interested. Could you please leave? Don't bother us while we're eating." Rufeng was rendered speechless with anger. His lackey, Huang Feng, trying to curry favor, shouted, "You little brat! It's an honor for young Master Kong to invite you. Do you really think you're some big shot? Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Xiao Yu crossed her arms and replied firmly, "Sorry, toast or forfeit. I'm drinking neither. I don't drink alcohol." Su Yuan witnessed everything from a distance and cursed under his breath as he was about to rush forward. "That shameless Huang Feng, a high ranker on the Tianming top 100 list, and he's threatening a girl." Just then, the bald guy grabbed his arm and advised in a low voice, "Su Yuan, don't cause trouble. You're about to become a reserve grand warlord. Don't screw things up at such a critical moment. If you offend Kong Rufeng, he won't let you off the hook. Don't ruin your own future over a stranger's problems. Besides, her brother hasn't even said anything, so why are you meddling?" Su Yuan looked at Qin Yu and thought angrily, "That's her brother. How can he just stand there and say nothing while his sister is being bullied?" At that moment, Sun Yan got right up in Xiao Yu's face and warned, Xiao Yu, don't think men will flock to you just because you have a pretty face. In this apocalypse, no one is going to truly cherish and protect you. And pissing off young Master Kong will lead to a miserable death for you." Qin Yu, unable to hold back any longer, finally spoke up. Are you being ironic, considering you used to be a madam? You can't even say a few words without bringing up your old profession. Stop acting so arrogant here. Get lost. Hearing this, Sun Yan's face turned purple with rage. Her eyes widened as she screamed. What did you say? Qin Yu then slapped her hard across the face, stung by the slap. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pointed a trembling finger at Qin Yu. You call yourself a man, hitting a woman? Just then, Kong Rufang's voice cut through the tension. He questioned, Is he your brother? Hearing this, Xiao Yu didn't seem to care much. She just crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and looked away. Rufang then took a step forward and threatened, You better come with me right now, and I might let him go. Otherwise, he was cut off mid-sentence by Qin Yu's annoyed voice. He said, Otherwise, my ass. Crawl back to whatever hole you came from. Hearing this, Rufang's brow furrowed in anger as he growled an order to his lackey. Huang Feng, take care of that brat for me. At this, he narrowed his eyes and added, Don't hold back. Huang Feng acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Then, he began to walk slowly toward Qin Yu. When he was in front of Qin Yu, Huang Feng tilted his head and cracked his neck to intimidate him, then said with a sinister smile, You rotten punk! You can only blame your bad luck for messing with young Master Kong. Seeing this, Qin Yu just crossed his arms and asked, What do you want? Huang Feng smirked slyly and said, What do I want? As soon as the words left his mouth, he threw a punch at Qin Yu, not forgetting to add arrogantly, Obviously, I'm here to send you on your way. But in a flash, Qin Yu simply leaned to the side, dodging Huang Feng's punch. The fist looked like it was about to connect with him, but it only hit thin air. Losing his balance, the man quickly planted a hand on the ground for support and used the momentum to sweep his leg toward Qin Yu's, trying to trip him. But it wasn't that easy. Qin Yu anticipated the move and quickly jumped up. An onlooker exclaimed in amazement. So fast! Su Yuan, who was watching the fight, suddenly spoke with great dissatisfaction. That bastard Huang Feng is clearly going for the kill. It's lucky that guy reacted so quickly and managed to escape a fatal blow. At this point, he raised his voice and shouted in anger. This is outrageous! He's trying to kill someone just over a simple disagreement. The bald guy quickly came over and pulled Su Yuan's arm, reminding him in a low voice, Hey, this has nothing to do with us. Then he glanced back at Qin Yu's fight and added softly, Calm down. After a moment, Su Yuan entered a room, sat down angrily, and said through gritted teeth, What kind of world is this? Are we just going to stand here and watch these two brothers get tormented to death by Kong Rufang? Back in the fight, Qin Yu unleashed another powerful attack, while Huang Feng exclaimed in frustration, This punch is insane. Are you really trying to kill me? Qin Yu leapt up again, driving his knee towards Huang Feng's head, but the man managed to block it with his hands just in time. At that moment, Qin Yu's deep voice echoed, If that had been anyone else, you would have smashed them into the ground. Those words successfully sent Huang Feng into a rage. He swung his arm and roared, You think you can mess with young Master Kong and live to tell the tale? Huang Feng grabbed Qin Yu's hair, lifting him high up, and said, You regret it now, don't you? If you weren't lucky enough to dodge my last punch, he continued, you might have died a painless death. Suddenly, as if sensing something was wrong, Huang Feng's face paled as he screamed, How is this possible, your head? Suddenly, Qin Yu's ice-cold voice was heard. My head! At that same moment, in a flash, his fist slammed straight into Huang Feng's face, sending the man flying backward into a wall. Then Qin Yu added, Isn't made of dough. After landing the blow, he dropped to one knee, supporting himself on the ground, while Huang Feng slammed hard against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood in agony. Then he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers who witnessed the scene were astonished, continuously exclaiming in awe, Who is this guy? To take down someone with 20 times his physical constitution like Huang Feng in one blow? Could he be a level 2? What did he do? I couldn't see a thing. In contrast, Rufang angrily gritted his teeth and growled, You? In an instant, a layer of magical power radiated from around Rufang as he continued. So utterly lawless. I'll have to kill you myself. To be able to take down Huang Feng, you do have some skill. He then took a single step forward, his foot shattering the stone floor. As he advanced, he said coldly, But you should know. With that, Rufang leaped up, unleashing a kick, and continued. Level 2 and level 1, He aimed a powerful kick straight at Qin Yu's face, adding, Are completely different realms. Seeing this, Qin Yu seemed to have anticipated his move. He smoothly leaned back to dodge the attack. Then, he calmly got into an offensive stance, once again clenching his fist and swinging it hard at Ru Feng, delivering a spectacular uppercut. The blow caught his opponent completely off guard, sending him stumbling backward. A moment later, Qin Yu's deep, cold voice rang out. To be honest, he lowered his gaze, his sharp eyes fixed on Ru Feng, and slowly added, You're the weakest level 2 evolver I've ever met. Hearing this, Ru Feng instantly flew into a rage. Struggling to sit up, he immediately snarled, Damn you! I'll kill you! And your sister too! He then looked up and said resentfully, I'll give you both death by 1,000 cuts. Before he could finish his sentence, the sight that met his eyes was the gleaming tip of a leather shoe pressing down on him. Just as Ru Feng growled out his final words, Qin Yu simply placed his foot on his shoulder, using immense force to press him down and force him to his knees. Pinned to the floor, Ru Feng was both shocked and furious. His pupils contracted, and veins bulged on his forehead. He angrily snapped, Bastard! You dare make me kneel before you! One would think Ru Feng would unleash his inner power and continue to fight. But no, he just yelled at his lackeys, You bunch of useless trash, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save me. Hearing this, one of the underlings tried to offer advice. Don't do anything rash if you kill him. You won't get out of here alive. Another, too scared to get close, shouted from a distance. What are you doing? Let young Master Kong go already. Suddenly, a loud announcement was heard from outside. Make way! Make way, Lord Tianchang has arrived. A man strode in majestically. He approached Qin Yu, frowning in displeasure, and said, Kid, I advise you to let him go. Hearing his voice, Qin Yu didn't turn around but merely glanced over. Su Yuan, seeing this from afar, exclaimed in horror. This is bad. No matter how strong this kid is, he can't be a match for Gao Tianyang, one of the 10 great war gods. Without a word, Qin Yu twisted Ru Feng's arm behind his back, causing him to scream in pain, as he calmly replied, Is that so? Seeing this, Gu Tianyang panicked and yelled, Let go! Let go! Stop! In response, he received a cold stare from Qin Yu. The young man continued to twist Ru Feng's arm, and his actions successfully enraged Go Tianyang. The man snapped, Let him go! At the same time, in his rage, he created small shards of ice at his feet. Qin Yu glanced over with his sharp crimson eyes and thought to himself, This guy. He let go of Ru Feng, turned to look Go Tianyang straight in the eye, and thought, His physical stats are probably around 30 times a normal person's. No wonder he's so arrogant. Just then, footsteps were heard entering, followed by Gao Yuan's voice suddenly ringing out. Why is it so lively here? What's going on? Hearing the familiar voice, everyone was stunned, turning to exclaim in unison, Lord Gao Yuan. Even Lord Gao Yuan is here. Seeing Gao Yuan approach, Go Tianyang frowned in annoyance and asked, Gao Yuan, what are you doing here? Gao Yuan coolly put his hands in his pockets as he walked and said, Where I go is my own business. He then walked right past the man. Seeing this, Gu Tianyang's face darkened as he said, I haven't broken any rules either. In the silent room, his voice continued to echo. Where you go is your business, but I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. I think you know that. Gao Tianyang glanced at the wretched, battered figure of Ru Feng on the floor and continued with a reminder, If Kong Ru Feng dies here, how angry do you think Commander Kong will be? Gao Yuan listened, and then helplessly spoke up. Young man, hold on a moment. He gently made a suggestion. Can you spare Kong Ru Feng if you kill him? This matter will indeed become troublesome. In response, Qin Yu gave a cold smirk and said, You want me to spare him? Before he could even finish his sentence, his limbs were itching for action, and in a flash, his foot was right in front of Ru Feng's astonished face. Qin Yu executed a beautiful kick, sending Ru Feng reeling backward. At the same time, he finished his sentence. Fine. Ru Feng fell backward, his body slamming hard against the wall, as his underlings outside cried out, Young Master Kong, are you all right? Gao Yuan frowned, thinking to himself, how truly audacious. Yet on the surface, he showed a faint, fond smile. Qin Yu, losing his patience, asked coldly, Can we go now? Ru Feng clutched the arm Qin Yu had broken, slowly getting to his feet and grumbling, Go, you wish. Then he shouted an order. Go Tianchang! Kill him! Facing the tense situation. Gao Yuan held out his hand and said loudly, That's enough! He stood between Ru Feng's malicious gaze and Qin Yu, and said sternly, Both sides. Take a step back. This drama ends here. Seeing that things weren't going his way, Ru Feng gritted his teeth in anger. Then he yelled, You just wait! I'll make you die a miserable death! Qin Yu paid his words no mind, pushing open the door and saying softly, Xiao Yu, let's go. Gao Yuan shot a quick glance toward Qin Yu. He watched the young man for a moment, then sighed to himself. If he hadn't provoked Kong Ru Feng, He would have been a talent worth recruiting. What a pity. 3 days later, at the outdoor training ground, from a distance, Xiao Yu cheerfully ran toward Qin Yu, calling out, "Brother, is your training session over too?" Seeing her, Qin Yu asked with concern, "Xiao Yu, how are things that Sun Yan hasn't been bothering you again? Has she?" Xiao Yu tilted her head, thinking for a moment before replying. "Nope. She moved out the other day. She probably saw you beat up that Feng guy and got scared." Hearing her say that, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before saying in a low voice, "It's the same for me. I don't know if everyone is scared of me because I beat up that guy, or if they're avoiding me because they're afraid of getting implicated since I provoked Kong Rufeng." Suddenly, Xiao Yu cheerfully changed the subject, saying with a bright smile, "Oh right, look at this." At the same time, she held up a small vial in her hand. Qin Yu looked at it and said in surprise, "This is a Tier 1 potion. It can enhance a person's physical constitution." Qin Yu nodded, and Xiao Yu started to explain. "We had a competition today." After a pause, she put her hands on her hips, smiling smugly as she said, "I was the champion." Hearing his sister say this, one might have expected Qin Yu to praise her endlessly, but instead he said, "Someone with your level 5 combat skills could actually win." Hearing that, Xiao Yu exclaimed indignantly, "What do you mean by that? I'm super strong. I defeated them with almost no effort." But Qin Yu just sneered disdainfully. "Isn't that obvious? Your constitution is 40 times the norm, while others are considered strong if they just surpass it by 10 times. You fighting them is no different than an adult fighting a bunch of kindergartners." After hearing this, Xiao Yu puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and said, "I'm not letting you have it. I'll use this enhancer on myself." Suddenly, Qin Yu turned to Xiao Yu and said urgently, "Wait!" Hearing him call out, she widened her eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Yu warned her in a serious tone. "Don't use it recklessly. This Tier 1 potion, if a low-level evolver uses it, their constitution can increase by 3 to 5 times. But for people at our level, it's practically useless. More importantly, this stuff isn't like evolution energy. It will create a conflict between your evolution level and your physical enhancement." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "Then why do so many people fight over this stuff?" Then, as if a thought occurred to her, she asked suspiciously, turning to Qin Yu, "Are you sure you're not just trying to trick me so you can use it all yourself?" Seeing this, he smiled, a look of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts fond exasperation. "When have I ever lied to you?" Then he began to explain. "They fight over it because evolution energy is too precious to them, so they have no choice but to use substitutes." After hearing her brother's explanation, Xiao Yu waved her hand magically and said, "All right, Ruhua, put it away." A while later in the cafeteria, Qin Yu was moving food from his portion to Xiao Yu's when Su Yuan suddenly approached them. Qin Yu didn't look at the newcomer and continued to steadily place food on Xiao Yu's plate as he asked, "What is it?" Su Yuan then asked, "Is anyone sitting here? May I join you?" Qin Yu replied coolly, "Go ahead." Su Yuan sat down and got straight to the point. "You two are in big trouble." Xiao Yu, who had her mouth open waiting for Qin Yu to feed her, immediately asked, "What kind of trouble?" When she asked, Su Yuan's face filled with worry. He said, "What other trouble could it be? It's Kong Rufeng. You two have offended him, and with his personality, he will definitely not let you go. Inside the base, there are rules and laws, so they have to restrain themselves. That's why you two have been safe for the time being." Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu listened in silence as Su Yuan continued to speak. "But in 2 days, new recruits like you two have to go outside to kill monsters and undergo a combat evaluation." As he said this, his voice faltered slightly. Xiao Yu grew anxious and quickly asked, "Are you saying he's going to use the evaluation as an opportunity to cause trouble?" Su Yuan frowned and said, "'Cause trouble, you two are being far too optimistic. It's much worse than that. Let me lay it out for you." Su Yuan's steady voice rang out in the quiet dining hall. He said, "In Tianmong City, there are 3 top leaders. They are Li Hongming, Kong Dingguo, and Zhao Xingrui, among which Li Hongming's faction is the strongest. But Kong Dingguo and Zhao Xingrui can keep him in check when they team up. Tianmeng City was very lucky, ever since the disaster struck. Several elite leaders quickly gathered resources and manpower to establish a fortified base. Now that it has developed, this place has a new order. Killing is not tolerated here, and people maintain a minimum level of morality and civilization." At this point, Su Yuan's voice grew heavier. He continued, "But outside the city walls, no one cares about that. While out on missions, killing for personal revenge, fighting for credit, or eliminating rival factions is actually not uncommon." Su Yuan glanced at the 2 siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, paused for a moment, and continued, "This combat assessment requires you to go outside. At that time, Kong Rufang will definitely use his connections to place you two in an area where his people are. Then, your opponents won't just be zombies or mutated beasts, but all the evolved individuals. And his faction will surely try to curry favor with Kong Rufang by hunting you down. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Xiao Yu's beautiful face showed not a single hint of worry. She just raised an eyebrow slightly, showing surprise, and let out a soft, "Oh." Seeing Xiao Yu's unexpected reaction, Su Yuan was stunned. He broke out in an uneasy cold sweat, his eyes widening in shock as he asked, "Aren't you two worried? I can tell you two are strong, probably level 2. But don't forget, the other side has level 2 individuals as well, and quite a few of them. You can't possibly be a match for so many enemies." Seeing this, Qin Yu smiled to reassure him. "Thank you for telling us this. What's your name?" Hearing his question, the man replied, "I'm Su Yuan." Then he added anxiously, "Take my advice. Don't confront them. Avoid them if you can. And if you can't, just run from the assessment area, leave Tianmeng City and don't come back." Qin Yu looked at Su Yuan with appreciation and said sincerely, "Thank you." Su Yuan stood up to leave, but he was still worried, so he turned back to remind them, "You two must be careful." After Su Yuan left, Xiao Yu couldn't help but turn to Qin Yu and ask, "Brother, what should we do now?" Her brother replied with a wry smile, "What can we do if things get really bad? We'll just have to go on a killing spree. We can't just sit here and wait to die." In the barracks, the soldiers stood in neat formation. The captain announced in a loud voice, "I'm sure you've all heard that today we will be conducting a combat assessment, and everyone must participate." After a brief pause, the captain continued, "The test is very simple. Outside of downtown Tianmeng City, there are still many areas that haven't been cleared out. Your mission is to go to your designated area and kill as many zombies and mutated beasts as you can. Your final score will be based on the quantity and quality of the evolution energy sources you collect. Don't worry, all the evolution energy sources you collect will be your personal loot. No one will take them. The person with the best score can enter Tianmeng City's treasury at any time and choose one treasure as a reward. All right, next I will announce each person's designated area." A moment later, the captain pointed towards the military vehicle lot in the distance and urged loudly, "Get going! Get going! Find the vehicle corresponding to your area!" Following the captain's orders, groups of people moved forward to find their vehicles, when suddenly a man in a hurry bumped into Xiao Yu. The young man with deep blue hair seemed unsure of who he had just run into, and quickly turned his head to say, "Sorry," Xiao Yu exclaimed, annoyed. "Why are you so careless? But forget it. You've already apologized." Seeing this, the young man felt even more guilty, but could only hastily turn back and repeat, "I'm really sorry." As he left, Xiao Yu frowned and said, "So mysterious and rushed." Qin Yu heard this and added, "These people are really up to no good." Hearing his words, his sister let out a surprised, "Oh," and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Yu explained in a low voice. "That guy bumped into you on purpose. I felt the movement of evolution energy on him. It must be a sensory type ability, leaving a mark on you to make you easier to track." After hearing this, Xiao Yu instinctively hugged herself and said angrily, "Then aren't they just courting death?" A moment later, the young man hurried back to his group. One of them asked, "How did it go? Did they notice you?" The young man rubbed his chin and smirked, replying, "It's done. Those two are complete idiots. I left a tracking mark on them, and they didn't notice a thing." A guy with green hair exclaimed excitedly, "This is a godsend opportunity. Killing that guy will get us on the supplementary war god list." Then, the brown-haired guy asked, "What about the girl? Should we capture her alive?" The blonde guy retorted, "Are you tired of living that's young Master Kong's girl? Don't ruin the mission over something trivial, or else next time, you'll be the target." After a while, as Xiao Yu and Qin Yu were settled in their vehicle, a blonde girl approached from a distance. She came up to the vehicle they were in and asked, "Hello? You two? Are the empty seats in here taken?" Qin Yu gave her a cold glance and said indifferently, "They're not. Go ahead and sit." Just as she was about to get in, a rough hand landed on her shoulder. The person said, "Hold on." A group of 4 men, all with menacing faces, walked up side by side. The scar-faced man in the lead gestured with his chin and ordered, "Go find another vehicle. This one is ours." After making the blonde girl leave, the whole group got into the vehicle. Seeing this, Xiao Yu leaned close to Qin Yu and whispered, "Brother, there are so many people who want to die." After the 4 of them got on, their faces showed cunning expressions as they exchanged subtle glances, silently agreeing on a plan. A long while later, their vehicle turned down a road and stopped. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu got out of the vehicle. While stretching, Xiao Yu said excitedly, "Let's get started. It's been a while since I've gotten to loosen up." Suddenly, a loud, gruff voice yelled, "Hey!" Making both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu turn around in surprise. The scar-faced man stepped forward, leading his lackeys, and said with a sinister smirk, "You two are certainly calm," Qin Yu asked suspiciously. "What do you people want? one of them said while stroking a cold, sharp knife. Young Master Kong has sent word. Whoever takes your head gets a spot on the supplementary God of War list as a reward. Qin Yu frowned and said in a low voice, He's quite generous. What a pity, though. As he spoke, a faint, cold aura emanated from his body. Immediately after, he lunged at the man with the knife, throwing a powerful punch and saying angrily, This reward wasn't prepared just for you. However, to his surprise, the punch he thought would land only hit empty air. The knife wielder had leaped back, landing lightly, and snorted coldly, saying with a smirk, I'm quite confident in my speed. Suddenly, Scarface's voice yelled from the side, Hey, get out of the way! What are you standing there like an idiot for? Hearing this, the man with the knife was stunned and confused, muttering to himself. Like an idiot, he touched his forehead, frowning as he wondered, What's happening? Was that an illusion? At that exact moment, Qin Yu's fist swung forward and smashed right into his face. Caught off guard by the attack, the knife wielder fell to the ground, unconscious. Scarface watched this display of power, stroking his chin in thought, while the young man with green hair next to him shook his head in dissatisfaction and said, And he dared to brag about his superior speed. Look at that reaction time. The blonde-haired man, drawing his knife, charged forward aggressively and said, Let's all attack! Kill them! The blonde-haired man immediately rushed forward, followed by Scarface wielding a huge iron baseball bat. The blondie went first, slashing his knife at Qin Yu's neck. Seeing how easy the attack was, he sneered in delight and shouted, To be this weak and still dare to offend young Master Kong! Suddenly, Scarface's furious voice rang out, Hey! Are you insane? Hearing those words, the blonde-haired man snapped back to reality and turned to see his comrade, the green-haired man, collapsing while clutching his neck in pain. He screamed in horror. Why is it you? Scarface growled with angry suspicion. Are you trying to take all the credit for yourself? The blonde-haired man quickly retorted, No, it's not like that. I swear. Scarface tightened his grip on the baseball bat and roared furiously. Stop trying to fool me. I'm not falling for your tricks. I'll deal with you first. The blonde-haired man also grew furious. He frowned and said, I think you're the one who wants all the credit. The moment he finished speaking, Scarface's baseball bat smashed down on his head, seeing his own man lying defeated by his hand. Scarface's expression darkened as he muttered repeatedly, This is wrong. This is wrong. Then he pointed at Qin Yu. Xiao Yu yelled angrily, It's you two. You two messed with their minds, making them see illusions. Then he clutched his head and screamed. What is happening? Apparently overwhelmed by rage, Scarface collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Xiao Yu placed a hand on her hip, kicked Scarface in the head, and commented, It's true that men die for wealth as birds die for food. They were willing to kill for a spot on a list, but ended up destroying themselves. Serves them right. Qin Yu turned and said, Let's go. After some time, after they had traveled through countless streets, they found themselves in an alley. Xiao Yu flipped over the face of a corpse on the ground with her hand and said with a smile, We've got one. The young man with green hair sat casually on a rooftop balcony and sneered. Surprised it was me who left a mark on you people. Qin Yu's face darkened as he looked up at them with his demonic, glowing red eyes. Then he kicked off the ground and vanished. The green-haired man exclaimed in shock, So fast! Where did he go? Then, Qin Yu suddenly appeared right in front of them, as if to answer the man's question. He hovered in midair, casting magic to attack them. After a long moment, he landed gently on the ground. Xiao Yu closed her eyes and sighed in exasperation. We barely hunted any zombies this morning, and you just killed 30 or 40 with your evolution. Are you going to leave any for others to compete? While she was chattering with Qin Yu, a zombie suddenly appeared, so she quickly cut the conversation short, throwing a punch that crushed the zombie's head. It only managed to let out a single "ah" before another zombie snuck up to attack Xiao Yu from behind. Xiao Yu suddenly froze, completely unaware of the danger behind her. Qin Yu shouted in alarm, Look out! The zombie closed in on her, but she didn't react at all. He quickly killed it with his spear. At that moment, Xiao Yu's face was pale, and she was clutching her chest tightly. Qin Yu asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Why were you so distracted during a battle? She was in so much pain that she was sweating, and she moaned in fear. I suddenly felt like I was being stabbed by countless needles. Xiao Yu clutched her chest, bending over as she groaned in pain. It hurts so much! Qin Yu rushed over to hold her arm, gently reassuring her. I'm here, suppressing her pain. Xiao Yu replied, Don't worry, it's over now. I'm fine. He looked at her with concern and asked, How many days has this been happening? With her head lowered, she answered, It started 2 days ago, but it was never this severe. This is the first time the pain has been this bad. Qin Yu frowned. Troubled, and thought to himself, "It must be the Lam-2 virus taking effect, much faster than I expected." Afterward, the two of them quickly returned to the dormitory. It was late afternoon when they returned, and the crimson sunset cast a melancholic glow. Qin Yu knelt in front of Xiao Yu and said gently to his sister, "Xiao Yu, you should rest here. Don't exert yourself unless it's absolutely necessary. I'm going to hunt for evolution energy." Resting on a chair, Xiao Yu gently reminded him, "You have to be careful by yourself." That very night, a full, bright moon illuminated the dark sky. Qin Yu set out on the mission alone. He was determined to take first place in this test, because only by gaining the respect of Tianmeng City could he get the intelligence needed to cure Xiao Yu's illness. Lost in thought, he suddenly overheard people whispering, "Kill 20 zombies, and we'll get some evolution energy. If we try harder tomorrow, we'll definitely get more, and eventually Commander Kong will notice us. Too bad we didn't run into that brat Qin Yu." As the group drew closer, Qin Yu quickly hid behind a corner and eavesdropped as they talked about him. "That kid only has one head. Not enough for everyone to share. I bet someone else already got to him." Then they sensed someone was listening. Lan Cheng growled, "Who's there? Show yourself." Qin Yu emerged from his hiding spot, glaring at them coldly. One of the men smirked slyly and said, "It's him." Lan Cheng looked at Qin Yu, his eyes sharp as if he'd just found his prey. Talk of the devil. Qin Yu's face was cold with anger. "I'm not in a good mood, and I have more important things to do. If you don't want to die, get out of my sight immediately." Hearing his tone, Lan Cheng immediately scowled. He put a hand on his hip and jutted his chin out arrogantly. "Is this kid insane? Speak respectfully, and I'll give you a quick death. But if you keep this up..." Before he could finish, a kick flew straight at his face. Lan Cheng was sent flying, even denting the wall behind him. His teammates were horrified, stammering in fear. How is he so strong? The provoker couldn't believe his eyes, standing there fuming. Meanwhile, Qin Yu unleashed his flames, his eyes glowing as he furiously charged into battle. The men screamed in pain, desperately begging for mercy. After a short fight, the entire group was on the ground. Qin Yu thought smugly that at this rate, taking first place would be no problem at all. In the distance, he spotted a horde of zombies. A large number of them were gathered in front of a building. Qin Yu wondered to himself, "What are they doing here? Could there be survivors inside?" He unleashed his flames, incinerating the horde. He stood at the door, knocked, and called out, "The zombies are all dead. You're safe now." The door slowly creaked open, and a man named Da Fei peeked out. He couldn't believe his eyes, asking in astonishment, "Did you really take care of that entire horde by yourself?" Qin Yu replied, "I'm a soldier from the Tianmeng City base. You're safe now. Someone will be here soon to escort you there." Da Fei hastily refused. "No, that's not necessary. If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to rest." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned to walk away, calling back, "Suit yourself then." That was just what Da Fei wanted. He quickly slammed the door. Suddenly, a desperate plea came from inside. "Please, don't go! Save us!" It was followed by Da Fei's furious shout, "Shut up! Keep making noise and you'll regret it!" Qin Yu immediately turned back and pounded on the door. "What was that? I'm sure I heard a cry for help." Da Fei's voice called out from inside. "That's just my daughter. She was just kidding around. It's getting late. You should leave." Qin Yu glared at the door and yelled, "Open this door right now!" But there was no answer, and the door remained firmly shut. Furious, Qin Yu delivered a single kick. The door buckled, flew off its hinges, and crashed to the floor. Da Fei was terrified, his face pale. All those zombies couldn't break that door down, but he did it with a single kick. The man quickly tried to block his path, saying defiantly, "Hey, you can't just barge into someone's home." Qin Yu forcefully shoved him aside. Da Fei cried out in pain. "Ah!" Qin Yu strode past him and headed up the stairs to the second floor. Da Fei frantically chased after him. "Are you looking for a place to stay? It's a mess up there, but there are rooms downstairs. Come with me." The moment he reached the second floor, Qin Yu saw countless refugees huddled together, their faces full of sorrow as they stared at the floor. Just then, Da Fei caught up. Qin Yu asked him coldly, "What is going on here?" Da Fei answered evasively, "They're all survivors. We're all just relying on each other to barely get by in this apocalypse." Hearing this, Qin Yu said gently, "You're all safe now. Tomorrow, soldiers will arrive to take everyone to the Tianmeng base. Your survival will be guaranteed there. It's much better than here anyway." Suddenly, a brave survivor, a girl named Ling Xin, stood up and cried out, "Sir, please don't go. If you leave, we won't last until morning. He will kill all of us." Qin Yu frowned. Confused, Ling Xin added, Sir, watch out! He's going to ambush you! Surprised! Qin Yu glanced at Dafei, who had a bewildered look on his face. Suddenly, the man pulled out a knife and charged at Qin Yu with a ferocious expression. Qin Yu remained completely unfazed, calmly assessing the situation. As Dafei lunged, Qin Yu deftly sidestepped. The man lost his balance and stumbled, and Qin Yu swiftly chopped the back of his neck. Dafei died on the spot. Witnessing this, Ling Xin couldn't believe her eyes and stammered, You killed him in a single blow! Qin Yu realized something was unusual and turned to ask her, Young lady, you knew he was going to attack me before he even moved. How did you know? Ling Xin answered shyly and flustered. Sir, a few days ago, I suddenly developed a strange ability. I can sense what other people are thinking. Hearing her response, Qin Yu frowned. You can read minds, then try reading mine. Ling Xin grew extremely anxious, shaking her head and fidgeting with her fingers. Sir, you're much stronger than other people. I can only read a general sense, like how you wanted to leave before, and that the man was going to attack you. Qin Yu extended a hand towards Ling Xin. Come with me. Hearing this, Ling Xin was completely stunned and cried out. Ah, what about the others? Qin Yu replied calmly. Someone will come tomorrow to take them to the base. You can probably tell I'm not lying, Ling Xin said timidly, looking flustered. I can't read it. Qin Yu gently explained. Don't worry, I have no reason to lie. One of my missions is to find and rescue people in distress. By the way, young lady, besides reading minds, do you have any other abilities? Ling Xin replied. I can also influence others' thoughts to a certain extent. That evil man eats people every few days, and he was planning to eat me. I used my ability to influence him so I wouldn't be eaten. Qin Yu glanced at Ling Xin, thinking to himself that it was a psychic manipulation ability. I suggest you come with me from now on. What do you say? Ling Xin smiled and quickly agreed. I agree. You're a good person. You can protect me. I'll do anything you ask. Then Qin Yu asked her, What's your name? She stammered in reply. My name is Ling Xin. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the distance, walking towards them. Isn't that Qin Yu? Ling Xin sensed danger and anxiously urged him, Sir, they want to kill you. We have to run. Qin Yu quickly took out his spear and unleashed his flames, his expression turning grim and cold. Ling Xin, step back. A moment later, the group was defeated, crying out in pain. Ling Xin looked around in confusion, and Qin Yu glanced at her silently. He asked coldly, Do you still think I'm a good person now? Ling Xin placed a hand on her chest. I'm not sure. I could feel their greed. They were truly determined to kill you. But she hesitated before continuing. If they didn't have any killing intent towards you, would you have spared them? Qin Yu calmly replied. Maybe. He then turned and continued walking forward. That's enough for today. Let's go back. Ling Xin hurriedly followed behind, asking where they were going. After a while, the two arrived back at the dormitory, and Qin Yu opened the door to go inside. Ling Xin shyly followed with her head down. Xiao Yu ran out happily to greet him. You're back. Seeing Ling Xin, Xiao Yu pointed at her and asked Qin Yu, Who is this girl? Ling Xin wrung her hands, quickly stepping forward to greet her politely. Hello, my name is Ling Xin. Having been outside for a long time, Qin Yu wanted to take a quick shower. He turned to them and said, You two talk for a bit. I saw a water heater downstairs. Let me check if there's any water for a shower. After washing up, he immediately returned. As soon as he reached the stairs, he eagerly asked, So have you gotten to know each other yet? At that moment, Ling Xin was in Xiao Yu's arms, her eyes filled with tears. Xiao Yu patted her head comfortingly, then said with great sympathy, Honey, she's so pitiful. Let's take her in and raise her. Qin Yu reminded her, Don't just use random words. The term is adopt. At the same time, in Dingguo's room, he was leisurely enjoying himself, with a beautiful young woman in each arm. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and he shouted, Come in! His fun interrupted. His face darkened as he angrily yelled, What happened? Couldn't it wait until morning? His subordinate fearfully reported, Commander Kong, it's a disaster. You need to get up and see this. He then quickly went to his office. On the computer screen, Qin Yu stood firmly, holding a spear, having defeated a group of people. Dingguo frowned and asked suspiciously, Is this Qin Yu? The subordinate checked the information and stammered his report. Yes, he killed many of our people. With his hands in his pockets, Dingguo asked irritably, How many? The subordinate replied, Nearly 500 to 600 people have lost contact. Dingguo furiously scolded, 500 to 600 people. There are only 800 to 900 evolved individuals in all of Area D, and he's killed 2/3 of them. Why wasn't this reported sooner? The subordinate answered timidly, That Qin Yu leaves no survivors when he strikes, so no distress signals ever got out. Dingguo immediately ordered, "Stop the assessment for me. Recall the survivors quickly. We can't afford any more losses. Get Go Tianchang, Zheng Heng, and Pan Wenwu for me. I want that kid to wish he were dead." The next morning, sunlight filled the dormitory when a walkie-talkie suddenly rang. At that moment, Xiao Yu and Ling Xin were still sleeping soundly in each other's arms. Qin Yu quickly pressed the button to listen as an announcement came through. "The combat assessment has ended early. All personnel return to your original positions and await orders. Wait for helicopters to return you to the Tianming Base Center." The noise woke Xiao Yu up. She asked Qin Yu, "Is this your doing?" Qin Yu turned off the device and replied cheerfully, "Let's go." A moment later, many helicopters appeared over the dormitory. Down on the rooftop, a black liquid entity suddenly appeared, exclaiming in surprise, "Finally awakened!" The entity gradually transformed into a primal ghost. Looking at itself, as expected, all of its power was gone, not even 1,000th of what it was at its peak. But even so, it considered itself lucky compared to the others. It wondered how the human race of this era had developed. The primal ghost looked up at the countless helicopters in the sky. It mused with interest. "So many aircraft. Looks like something exciting is about to happen. I'll go take a look. Maybe I'll find an excellent spokesperson." After a while, the helicopters landed simultaneously, and everyone gathered at the assembly point. Su Yuan and Baldy were chatting, and he asked Baldy doubtfully, "Strange, what's going on? Why did the assessment end early?" Baldy replied in confusion, "I know, right? This is a first. What happened?" Su Yuan was frustrated. "So annoying. This was a great opportunity to show off my skills." Baldy continued to wonder. "This has never happened before. Why?" Su Yuan replied, "My guess is it's probably related to that Qin Yu guy." Baldy frowned and quickly asserted, "Don't be ridiculous. That guy was assigned to Area D. That's Commander Kong Dingguo's territory. He must have been killed long ago." The two of them stopped gossiping. Su Yuan looked around and grumbled in annoyance. "The people from Area D are so late. It's been so long, and not even half of them are back." Suddenly a girl pointed and shouted, "Hey, everyone! Look over there!" Everyone followed her gaze to see Dingguo leading a group of subordinates, causing a stir among the onlookers. "Commander Kong is here. What's going on? Did something big happen?" The crowd whispered, eager for the drama. Zhang Heng turned to Ru Shuang, asking, "Brother, who is this Qin Yu character?" Nearby, Gao Feng stroked his chin, lost in thought. Just what could the young man have done? To make Commander Kong halt the examinations in all sectors just then, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and Ling Xin finally arrived at the gathering point. Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Look at all the examinees gathered here! So many!" Ling Xin sensed the danger and quickly warned Qin Yu, "Brother, does that man want to kill you?" Qin Yu also sensed something was off, letting out a small sound. Oh. Just then, a group of people approached them. The leader was Dingguo, his face cold and radiating killing intent. Qin Yu turned to his companions. "You two wait here for a moment," Xiao Yu replied worriedly. "Be careful." Another group was also approaching from the other side, and the crowd buzzed with chatter. "Look, Commander Li and Commander Zhao are here too." Zhu Yu rested her chin on her hand, observing Qin Yu judgmentally. "So that's Qin Yu. He killed so many evolved individuals and still dared to come back. This guy is incredibly bold." Dingguo stood with his arms crossed, a smug grin on his face. "What is it here to kneel and beg for mercy?" Qin Yu retorted sarcastically. "Beg for mercy, no. I'm here to have you announce the results." Dingguo was stunned, speechless. Hong Ming, standing nearby, sneered. "Announce the results. This brat is still worried about something like that." With his hands in his pockets and a cold look in his eyes, he continued seriously. "Although the examination ended early, the results must still be counted, right? You previously stated that the person with the most and highest quality evolution energy could enter the Tianmeng City Treasury to select a treasure. This is what I've collected, and I've already counted them. 1,231. You can count them if you want." With that, he slammed the small bag onto the ground, its contents spilling out to reveal a massive amount of evolution energy beads. Dingguo was in disbelief, his brow furrowed in astonishment. How is this possible? How could you obtain so much evolution energy all by yourself?" Qin Yu smiled and explained, "It's not all mine. It includes the energy from the evolved individuals I killed, with the combined energy of several hundred people. Over 1,000 isn't that much. But even so, no one could possibly have more than me. Right now, hurry up and announce the results." Dingo's tone instantly sharpened. His brows furrowed as he bellowed, accusingly, "Qin Yu, are you aware that killing other participants during the combat examination is a crime? Of the more than 900 people from the embankment zone, you killed 600. They were the future of Tianmeng City. How could you be so ruthless? You're a demon. A traitor to humanity. Upon hearing this, the cadets from the embankment zone broke into an uproar, one of them looking terrified. This kid killed 600 people by himself. How is that possible? Another person chimed in. No wonder there are so few people left from the embankment zone. Annoyed, Qin Yu shot back. Stop trying to frame me. Your son started it for no reason and tried to kill me. Those people were just trying to curry favor with him and threw their lives away. How is that my fault? Enraged, Dingguo continued his accusations. Over 600 people. You killed them all. Do you feel no remorse? Qin Yu retorted in a grim tone. Nonsense, if I hadn't killed them, they would have killed me. It wasn't an indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. What is there for me to feel guilty about? Dingguo's aura flared with rage. He pointed at Qin Yu and commanded, Seize him, I will execute him in front of everyone. Burn him alive. Hearing the order, his subordinates quickly drew their weapons and surrounded Qin Yu, all of them radiating killing intent. Qin Yu swiftly unleashed his spiritual power, which coiled around him before spreading outwards. The energy enveloped the men, who barely had time to register the danger before they collapsed one by one. Clutching their throats and gasping for air, Zhu Yu exclaimed in surprise. Oh, so this is his ability, a hypnotic illusion that causes paralysis. Dingguo ground his teeth in fury, grabbed one of his subordinates, and yelled, Fire! Fire at will! Kill him! Ling Xin watched worriedly from the side. Will Brother Qin Yu be all right? Xiao Yu reassured her with firm confidence. Don't worry, this bunch can't even lay a finger on him. Qin Yu's spiritual power intensified, gradually forming a vortex around him. The terrified subordinates aimed their guns at the swirling energy. Hong Ming's eyes went wide as he stammered. 2 abilities. This guy is a level 2 evolved individual. Hong Ming raised his hand, ordering his men. Keep firing. His evolution energy has to run out eventually. Fire at him. Zhu Yu watched with a cold, pensive expression. Gao Yan, standing nearby, stroked his beard in admiration. This Qin Yu is truly formidable. Faced with such a dense barrage of gunfire, even I would probably get hurt. Qin Yu stood amidst the vortex of spiritual energy. He shouted coldly, Tell them to stop if you don't. I will fight back. Don't force me to go on a rampage. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Hong Ming turned to advise Dingguo. Stop! Commander Kong, tell your men to stand down. To deal with an evolved individual, you need to use another evolved individual. The subordinates kept firing relentlessly until Dingguo coldly raised his hand and ordered, Cease fire! Cease fire! He then turned to the 3 evolved individuals, Gao Feng, Zhang Heng, and Ru Shuang, and commanded, Which of you can capture him? I'll double your evolution energy supply for the rest of the month. As swift as lightning, Zhang Heng stepped forward. I'll do it. Su Yuan stood with his arms crossed, sizing up the scene. A bald man commented, This kid is a goner. Zhang Heng is ranked 5th among the 10 great war gods of Tianming. How could a solo-evolved individual possibly be a match for him? What a shame! Another person shouted. It's Lord Zhang Heng! That brat is toast! Xiao Yu glared at the enthusiastically cheering crowd, as one man yelled, Go, Lord Zhang Heng! Another roared, Take down the traitor of humanity! Yet another shouted in excitement, Get rid of that demon! She was absolutely furious, her eyes blazing with the fire that looked ready to incinerate the entire crowd. She yelled furiously, Are you all that stupid? Those guys wanted to kill him, so he had to fight back. He was forced into it. Can't you seeing this? Ling Xin quickly grabbed Xiao Yu's arm and comforted her in a low voice. Sister Xiao Yu, don't mind them. They're just part of the mob. Their reason is practically gone. Nothing you say will work right now. Xiao Yu cursed angrily. What a bunch of cowards! Meanwhile, Zhang Heng spoke to Qin Yu with an arrogant tone. Kid, you must have some skill to kill so many evolved individuals, but you need to understand the power of a war god. Is not something a person like you can resist. Qin Yu's eyes were cold as he shot back a scornful smirk. Zhang Heng was furious, grinding his teeth. What are you laughing at? Qin Yu said contemptuously. Honestly, you might not like to hear this, but you're all trash. None of you deserve the title of war god. Hearing this, Zhang Heng became enraged, his eyes turning bloodshot as he unleashed his power. Streams of red energy enveloped him as he growled. Arrogant fool, you're asking for death. I was going to give you a quick end, but your words just made me change my mind. Zhang Heng stomped hard on the ground, shattering the earth. He launched himself toward Qin Yu. I'm going to torture you slowly. Seeing Zhang Heng's power, Qin Yu was surprised. So strong, even though we're both level 2. My strength is still a far cry from a true war god. Zhang Heng threw a full-force punch at Qin Yu. Die! Qin Yu quickly blocked the punch. Zhang Heng couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, How is this possible? A dangerous glint appeared in Qin Yu's eyes, and he smiled confidently. I do have some strength. My physique is about 35 times stronger, and by enhancing my ability, I can throw a punch with nearly 40 times my physical strength. What ability is it, Berserk? Zhang Heng hastily jumped back. He couldn't believe what had just happened and was extremely frustrated. This guy managed to block my punch. How is that possible? How could this be? How could a lone wolf possibly deal with a systematically trained war god like me? He furiously unleashed 1,000 punches at Qin Yu. It must have been a fluke. Qin Yu swiftly dodged the attacks, his eyes filled with killing intent. Then, he caught one of Zhang Heng's hands, thinking to himself, if I had faced this guy before consuming the golden bloodline, without using my abilities and the blood flame incense, I really wouldn't have been sure of victory. Qin Yu decisively grabbed his opponent's other hand. Zhang Heng was completely shocked, and then Qin Yu leaped up, driving his knee hard into Zhang Heng's chest. The man lost his balance, staggered backward, and collapsed in pain. The surrounding crowd erupted in discussion, and one student stammered, Zhang Heng is no match for him. Another student's eyes widened in shock. Just how strong is this Qin Yu? Zhang Heng was seething with rage. He powered up, gritting his teeth angrily. You asked for this. You forced me to use this move. A moment later, Zhang Heng's eyes turned bloodshot, and his entire body transformed into scorching hot lava. He raised his hands and roared, showing off his power. Ah! Zhang Heng quickly launched himself from his position, rushing towards Qin Yu. He scowled and gritted his teeth, throwing a punch at him. Come on! If you don't need your hand anymore, go ahead and grab my fist. Qin Yu granted his wish, decisively grabbing his hand. The molten lava quickly spread over Qin Yu's entire arm. Zhang Heng snorted coldly. You don't know the difference between life and death. The crowd panicked, exclaiming in shock. Is that guy an idiot? Instead of dodging, he let Zhang Heng's lava hit him. Not even his bones will be left. But at that moment, Qin Yu used his flame spiritual power to burn away Zhang Heng's lava. Seeing this, his opponent was utterly terrified. How is this possible? Qin Yu replied coldly. You've picked the wrong fight. When it comes to heat, do you really think you can win? He raised his hand and unleashed a massive torrent of endless flames. Zhang Heng was pushed back several steps by the flames, his arm completely incinerated. Qin Yu suddenly closed the distance, and before Zhang Heng could react, he unexpectedly grabbed him by the throat. Zhang Heng cried out in fear. What do you want to do? Qin Yu forcefully lifted him into the air. You just said you wanted to torture me! Unable to breathe, the man struggled to speak in broken phrases. Just now! Without waiting for him to finish, Qin Yu's cold eyes flashed with a triumphant glint. Forget it. Listening to you talk is too annoying. Flames erupted, burning Zhang Heng's face as he screamed in agony. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in panic. Then, Qin Yu dropped Zhang Heng and slowly retracted his spiritual power, saying, That's enough of the celebratory fireworks. It's time to settle the rewards. Dingguo immediately glanced back and ordered, Qin Sen, go check Qin Yu's physical condition. Qin Sen quickly accepted the order. Yes, sir. He opened his eyes wide, and his eyeballs glowed with a colorful aura. He scanned everyone present. There was nothing unusual about them, but Qin Yu alone was emitting a golden aura. Qin Sen was astonished, concluding inwardly, This Qin Yu is incredibly strong, and what's with this golden color? The aura grew increasingly blinding, and Qin Sen cried out in pain, shielding his eyes. Ah! Then he collapsed to the ground, trembling, clutching his eyes tightly. Everyone cried out in alarm. Qin Sen, what's wrong? Qin Yu glanced over and snorted coldly. Qin Sen was quickly helped inside to rest. Dingguo frowned and continued to give orders. Contact Shura immediately and tell them to return. Rushuang frowned. Is that necessary? Dingguo replied. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. It's better to have them back and be prepared. Then he ordered the 2 remaining evolved individuals. Both of you, go together. You must capture him. Rushuang glanced at Gao Feng, who understood and nodded in agreement. Qin Yu asked, annoyed and dissatisfied. Are you people ever going to tally the score? Ru Chang and Gao Feng stepped forward to face Qin Yu, ready for a fight to the death. Ru Chang admitted. I confess, I underestimated you, Qin Yu nonchalantly replied. I hope I haven't overestimated you. Ru Chang and Gao Feng then charged toward him. Gao Feng glanced at his partner. Don't hold back, Ru Chang answered firmly. Right. Gritting his teeth, Ru Chang activated his power, a chilling aura emanating from his hands. He slammed them onto the ground and countless ice spikes erupted, shooting toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu swiftly unleashed his flames, which flared violently to block Ru Chang's ice attack. The young man smirked contemptuously. Is that all? A dangerous glint appeared in Ru Chang's eyes. The man sneered. Suddenly, Towering pillars of earth erupted from behind Qin Yu, catching him off guard. Atop one of them, Gaofeng gloated. Qin Yu, no matter how strong your flames are, can they burn through solid earth? So it's telekinesis, Qin Yu thought. Gaofeng clasped his hands together, concentrating his power. The masses of ice and earth merged, forming a giant sphere that trapped Qin Yu completely inside. Ruchong urged his partner. Hurry! Don't let him escape, Gaofeng replied confidently. Relax! In less than a minute, we'll crush this kid. On the sidelines, an anxious Ling Xin asked Xiao Yu. Will brother Qin Yu really be all right? Xiao Yu fretted. If only I had enhanced him sooner. Suddenly, the sphere of ice and earth began to crack, and faint streams of golden light seeped out from within. The golden light intensified, and the cracks grew larger. Ru Chang and Qin Shen watched in horror. Qin Shen gritted his teeth. How can this be? And with a massive explosion, the sphere shattered into fragments, sending Ru Chang and Gaofeng flying backward. Enveloped in a golden aura, Qin Yu calmly walked toward them. Gaofeng lay sprawled on the ground, looking up at Qin Yu and crying out in pain. Qin Yu was enraged, his eyes bloodshot and a powerful golden spiritual energy swirling around him. He scoffed. Is this paltry skill all you've got? Seeing this? Dingguo's face darkened with rage. Useless! All of you are useless! He cursed. He then turned and ordered his remaining subordinates. All of you, go finish this kid off now. 4 auras, red, white, blue, and pink, swiftly landed in front of Qin Yu. They materialized into 4 individuals, Qing Yan, Gao Yuan, Li Jiang, and Zhu Yu. Qin Yu eyed the group, his gaze cold and sharp. All of you at once! Good! That saves me time, he said arrogantly. Gao Yuan calmly tried to negotiate. Kid, you should really consider surrendering. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly defeat all of us together. If you lay down your weapon, I can put in a good word for you. Hearing this, Dingguo furiously shouted from the sidelines. Gao Yuan, why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill that brat for me. Qin Yu smirked. Looks like your master isn't in a talking mood. At this, Qing Yan drew her spirit sword, and Li Jiang reluctantly prepared to fight. He proposed a plan. Looks like we have to fight. We'll attack together. I'll use my plants to restrain him first, and then it'll be up to you. Qing Yan, Qin Yu tightened his grip on his spear, ready for a fight. Bring it on! I'm getting tired of waiting. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hold on! It was Hong Ming, who had been observing the battles all along. For a single individual to evolve to this degree is truly a rare sight. He then made an offer. If you swear your loyalty to me, I can personally decide to pardon your past transgressions. Upon hearing this, Dingguo flew into a rage, veins bulging on his face. He yelled, Absolutely not! He's a demon who kills without batting an eye, Zhao Xieling. Standing behind Hong Ming, gently tried to intervene. He has killed over 600 evolved individuals and crippled Zhang Heng. Li Hong Ming, you must consider the consequences of this. Hong Ming just snorted coldly and slowly walked closer to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I hold your abilities in high regard. Zhang Heng is severely wounded and can no longer fight. If you agree, you will become the new war god of Tianmeng. This caused an indignant uproar among the crowd. One person voiced their concern. But he's killed hundreds of people, another added indignantly. So the ones who died just died for nothing on what grounds? Meanwhile, a golden glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he silently assessed the situation. This old fox is willing to risk public outrage just to recruit me, Qin Yu thought. Isn't he afraid his 2 rivals will use this as an opportunity to take him down? Hong Ming then waved his hand, silencing the crowd. He reassured them. There is no need for any of you to worry. Then, he turned back to Qin Yu to state his condition. Of course, like the other war gods, you will need to have some equipment implanted in your body, he said half-jokingly. This is to ensure you can't betray Tianmeng City. I'm sure that with this, everyone will be willing to forget the past and accept you. Finally, he asked seriously. So, Qin Yu, what do you say? Qin Yu's lips tightened into a thin line. He replied with contempt. Mr. Li, what a clever plan. Trying to put a dog collar on me. Then, his tone turned serious. You've got 3 things wrong, a confused Hong Ming asked. And what would those be? Standing in the center of the crowd, Qin Yu declared. First, I am not the one at fault. Those people wanted my head to trade for status and glory. Death was too good for them. I was simply defending myself. His eyes turned cold. Second, your so-called war god title means nothing to me. I have no interest in becoming one of them. Hong Ming interrupted him. Fine. Even if you don't become a war god, you can still stay. What's the third point? Qin Yu pointed confidently at the man and declared, "Third, I came here today to get justice." Hong Ming was thunderstruck, completely stunned by Qin Yu's words. After speaking, Qin Yu continued to channel his power. He shouted coldly, "Enough talk! Make your move!" At that moment, Qing Yan rushed over, drawing her sword to shield Hong Ming. An enraged Gao Yuan charged forward to fight Qin Yu, protecting Commander Li. Qin Yu's eyes were icy, his lips pressed into a thin line, showing his firm resolve. He lunged forward, using the shaft of his spear to strike Gao Yuan's hand. Gao Yuan was killed in a single blow, his body slamming into the ground and shattering the earth around him. Meanwhile, an enraged Hong Ming continued to curse. "Qin Yu, you'll regret this." The young man made a finger gun gesture and retorted confidently, "Regret it with these useless subordinates of yours." Hearing Qin Yu's words, Hong Ming's subordinates seethed with anger, gritting their teeth. He glanced at them challengingly. Li Jiang was astonished, his lips moving but no words coming out, while Qing Yan was left speechless, her eyes sharp. Zhu Yu, on the other hand, gritted her teeth in annoyance, her face twisted with displeasure. Li Jiang angrily charged forward, using his spiritual energy as his arm stretched out to grab Qin Yu. "Pay the price for your arrogance!" Qin Yu swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously striking Li Jiang's hand with his spear. But unfortunately, he was still hit by the attack. One of his hands turned to stone, causing the spear to slip from his grasp. Qin Yu was stunned, sweat beading on his temples. Standing behind him, Zhu Yu crossed her arms and smiled with amusement, her mischievous eyes mocking him. "Hey, buddy, how does it feel to be petrified?" Qing Yan was not to be outdone. She unleashed her magical power, creating countless flaming birds. Following her command, they shot forward. The firebirds were like bombs, hurtling straight towards Qin. When they made contact with the surface, they created massive explosions. Qin Yu gripped his spear tightly, standing firm amidst the rain of fire. The firebirds continuously crashed into him, billowing smoke and sparks, forming a massive explosion that engulfed him in a sea of flames. Dingguo cheered with delight. "Nice one!" Afterward, thick smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. People began to murmur, with one person asking doubtfully, "Is he dead?" Another replied, "I don't know, it's hard to see." Someone else asserted, "I burned everything just now. There's no way he survived." Suddenly, a figure shot through the cloud of dust. "Wait, there's someone in the smoke." Qin Yu emerged from the cloud of dust, contemptuously brushing his shoulder. His cold eyes scanned the subordinates. "Your skills are pathetic. All you managed to do is kick up some dust," Qing Yan exclaimed in horror. "How is that possible? The heat from that last attack was enough to melt steel." Qin Yu accelerated and charged forward, raising his spear and killing a man with a single thrust. His eyes were bloodshot as he glanced to the side, a dangerous glint in his sharp gaze as the spear shot forward. Qin Yu was decisive, piercing straight through Zhu Yu's chest before she could even react. Zhu Yu collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. An uneasy Qing Yan looked from Zhu Yu to Qin Yu. He stepped in front of her and said angrily, "Of course you can melt steel, but I'm not as soft as steel." Qin Yu landed a series of punches on Qing Yan's chest. She collapsed in pain. He then looked mockingly at Hong Ming. "Commander Li, do you have anything left to say?" The crowd outside panicked and murmured, one man stammering, "The great war gods! They've been defeated." Another, with sweat pouring down his face, screamed in terror. He's definitely not human. He must be a demon." Others couldn't believe their eyes, wondering how this could be happening. Hong Ming was speechless with rage. Qin Yu glanced at him and calmly made a demand. "Commander Li, I can give you 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, I can't guarantee any of your safety." Yuan Gui, who had been hiding behind a wall and watching the fight, looked at the crowd and exclaimed with delight, "Interesting. This kid isn't an apostle or anyone's spokesman, yet he's this strong at this stage. How very interesting." Suddenly, it saw something, its eyes widening as it cried out, "Huh!" Qin Yu turned his head toward the sound. "Sorry, I'm late." A rift opened in space, and Shura and his comrades stepped out. The crowd was overjoyed, as if a drowning man had found a lifeline. You guys are finally back." Shura took in the situation, his face twisting into a scowl. His bloodshot eyes flashed dangerously. He grunted coldly. Shura walked over to stand before Qin Yu, sizing him up. Qin Yu thought to himself, "This guy is not weak. In terms of pure physical strength, I'm afraid he's on par with me." Dingguo pointed at his subordinates and shouted, "Mobilize 10,000 Tianmeng guards for me! I'm going to skin this guy alive!" Qin Yu glanced at the man before him once more, wondering, "Hey, with your level of skill, Why would you sell your life to villains like them? Shura didn't answer his question. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. You've always been a loner, haven't you? Can't you hear the voices around you? Qin Yu lowered his eyes, his face showing a hint of lonely sorrow. The surrounding crowd began to cheer excitedly. A bald man yelled, Lord Shura, go get him! The person next to him also cheered. Lord Shura, avenge our comrades! Another chimed in. This blood-sucking demon is no match for Lord Shura. Shura pointed contemptuously at Qin Yu's face and sneered. See, you're all alone. You don't understand what responsibility means. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of Qin Yu. It was Xiao Yu, her expression serious as she shielded Qin Yu. She declared firmly, My brother has never been alone, because I am always by his side. Qin Yu was surprised and touched, softly calling her name. Then he said, Xiao Yu, don't talk to him. He's just like the other pieces of trash. Xiao Yu confirmed. That's right, which is why I want to help you. Hearing the siblings' conversation, Shura found it ridiculous and burst out laughing. Qin Yu pushed Xiao Yu behind him, standing protectively in front of her as he gripped his spear tightly, eyeing Asura with caution. What are you laughing at? Asura began to unleash his spiritual power, as if he had finally found a worthy opponent. You're quite interesting. I want to have a proper, head-on fight with you. Asura's power was blindingly strong. Qin Yu shielded his eyes, recognizing it as a domain-type ability. This guy was truly formidable. Asura's spiritual power grew even more dazzling, forcing everyone to squint and shield their eyes from the light. His energy gradually condensed into a sword. His eyes flashed with a red light as he continued to mock Qin Yu. You've got a good eye. Let's see if your skills are as sharp. Asura leaped forward, lunging at Qin Yu and swinging his blade with a savage grin like a demon from hell. Qin Yu quickly raised his spear to block Asura's strike. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he glanced back and called out, Xiao Yu, enhance me! Enhance! Xiao Yu replied. Okay. She raised her hands, channeling her spiritual power, and urged, You're enhanced now. Go! Qin Yu's brow furrowed in concentration. His strength surged, and he forcefully threw Asura back. Having gained the upper hand, Qin Yu pressed his attack. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, clashing over and over again. He raised his spear to block a slash from Asura. Asura swiftly dodged Qin Yu's spear thrust, but it still grazed his face. He quickly retreated a few meters. Qin Yu was shocked. What's going on? His wound is healing. Before his very eyes, the cut on Asura's face was slowly closing. Asura winced but said confidently, You're impressive, but within this domain, no one can kill me. Then, his expression darkened, radiating danger. You're as good as dead. He swung his sword fiercely in Qin Yu's direction. A massive wave of spiritual energy shot towards him. Behind them, Xiao Yu clasped her hands to her chest, looking worried. Qin Yu glanced back, calculating silently. He couldn't let Xiao Yu get hurt. He had to risk it. He quickly swung his spear to block the energy wave. A loud explosion erupted. Qin Yu was thrown back, sprawling on the ground, and Xiao Yu rushed to his side in a panic. Brother! She helped Qin Yu sit up, asking anxiously, Are you all right? Gritting his teeth through the pain, he replied, I'm fine. Asura slowly approached. To take one of my attacks and still be able to stand. You truly don't disappoint, Qin Yu retorted sarcastically. Unfortunately, you're a bit of a disappointment to me. Enraged, Asura tightened his grip on his sword. Gathering his spiritual power for another attack, Qin Yu clenched his fist, unleashing his own power. He taunted. That regeneration of yours is pretty strong, isn't it? He then charged forward to attack. Let's see which is faster, my spear or your flesh growing back. Asura deftly parried the blow, thinking to himself that this wasn't sustainable. He'd die of exhaustion. But in that moment of distraction, the tip of Qin Yu's spear lunged at him again. His eyes widened in fear. Then he let out a savage laugh and caught the spear with his bare hand. Blood splattered from his palm. Qin Yu's jaw dropped in surprise. Asura counterattacked, swinging his sword in retaliation. Qin Yu hastily dodged to the side. The sword slammed into the ground, shattering it. He lost his balance and fell. Asura quickly pulled his sword from the earth. Qin Yu reluctantly praised him. I'll give you that. You're good, Asura shot back. Attacking so relentlessly must be tiring, right? At this point, if you take another hit from me, do you think you can get up? Qin Yu explained. Same to you. Your regeneration speed has slowed down quite a bit. Asura, while using his energy to heal the wound on his palm, said, It's true. My healing ability is also reaching its limit. He continued to channel his spiritual power, roaring, But I'm no longer injured. Qin Yu was surprised. What is this guy planning? Xiao Yu, get over here. He might be trying to use a mist to obscure our vision. So much power, Asura panted, spiritual energy overflowing from his mouth. As the power intensified, he cried out in pain. Ah! Suddenly, he began to transform. His muscles bulged, ripping his shirt. His feet morphed into three-toed monster claws that dug into the ground, and two sharp horns sprouted from his head. Asura now looked like a true monster, his eyes blood-red and his brow furrowed in anger. This is the first time I've used this form against a human. You should feel honored. He swung his sword, smugly roaring. Now show your gratitude and die. Qin Yu's face went pale with fear. Asura's immense spiritual power rushed towards him, creating a violent explosion that engulfed him completely. The ground shook violently as thick smoke and dust billowed everywhere. Asura's eyes were fierce, and he gritted his teeth in anticipation. But he was about to be disappointed, because as the dust settled, Qin Yu was still standing tall. He had caught Asura's flaming blade with a single hand. The monster exclaimed in shock. You, how do you still have so much strength? Qin Yu squeezed his hand slightly, and the fiery blade dissipated. He looked at Asura with a smirk. I originally wanted to have a proper fight with you, but, he said, ignoring Asura's hateful glare, and glanced in another direction. It seems they don't want to give me that time. Hongming pointed and ordered his subordinates to fire at Qin Yu immediately. Don't let him get away. Fu Yi quickly tried to intervene. Commander Hong, at this range, Asura will also be caught in the crossfire, Hongming growled. Can't you see Asura is no match for him? If we let this kid escape, the consequences will be dire. With that, he decisively gave the order to fire. The first shots rang out, muzzles flashing brightly. The roar of gunfire tore through the air. With a loud bang, thick smoke completely obscured everyone's vision. Sun Yan asked uncertainly. With guns that powerful, that guy must be dead, right? The bald guy shouted worriedly. Where is Lord Shura? Is Lord Shura going to be okay? Fu Yi answered anxiously. I can't see clearly. The mist is too thick, and the glare is everywhere. The dust and smoke gradually settled, revealing the scene clearly. Qin Yu was protected inside a barrier, while Shura lay motionless outside, his condition unknown. Qin Yu sighed, thinking that this Li Hongming was truly ruthless. If there was another attack like that, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hongming also saw the scene clearly, and his eyes widened in shock. But you couldn't kill him! Prepare the second volley, now! Qin Yu looked at Xiao Yu and instructed, Xiao Yu, it's your turn this time. She raised her hand and conjured a small flower bud. The bud landed on the growing rapidly. It turned out to be Ru Hua. Xiao Yu held its petal and said, Flower beast, help us. Ru Hua used its leaves to lift the two of them, seeing their figures gradually vanish. Fu Yi cried out in alarm. It's a spatial ability. Take them down quickly. He waved his hand and commanded, Hurry! Load and fire the second volley! Fu Yi was so panicked he lost his composure, frantically cursing them as a bunch of useless trash. Hongming stood beside him with his lips pressed tight, saying nothing. Near where he stood, Ling Xin opened a black vortex, and something began to emerge. Fu Yi keenly sensed something was wrong, and with a glance, he saw a familiar figure appear. He shouted in alarm, Watch out! Protect Commander Li! Before Fu Yi could even react, he was punched square in the face by Qin Yu. He was sent tumbling to the ground. Qin Yu smirked, flexing his wrist. Hongming asked in terror, How did you get over here? He frowned, pointed, and yelled, What are you standing around for? Get them! His subordinates immediately knelt down, hoisting their guns onto their shoulders. Countless barrels were aimed at Qin Yu and his companion. Xiao Yu! Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu brandished her blade and dashed towards Hongming. The subordinates held their guns tightly, not daring to pull the trigger. Commander Li Xiao Yu closed in on him, her eyes flashing as she sharply told everyone not to move. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Xiao Yu pressed the blade against his neck and asked, What's wrong? You want to open fire, you idiots? Do you want to blow up Commander Li along with us? Dingo scurried over from somewhere to confront him. Dingo struggled to speak, asking, What are you trying to do? Qin Yu didn't answer. He grabbed the man by the throat and lifted him into the air, squeezing tightly. The man cried out in pain. Ah! Ugh! Ah! With his throat constricted, Dingo foamed at the mouth, his voice choked. With a sharp crack, Dingo's eyes rolled back, and the sounds he made faded into silence. Qin Yu tossed the body to the ground. Hongming shouted in astonishment. You killed him! Qin Yu turned back coldly and called out, Commander Li, he said sharply. I advise you to reconsider your attitude. Hongming frowned, his face covered in sweat. I surrender. He raised both hands and said through gritted teeth, I admit defeat. Qin Yu grabbed Xiao Yu's shoulder to stop her. Xiao Yu, he smiled, holding the tip of the blade, and said, Don't be disrespectful to Commander Li. Hong Ming forced a placating smile and held out his hands to negotiate. This was our fault. Your requests, whether it's entering the treasury to choose a treasure or entering the ruins, we agree to all of them. Qin Yu smirked. I'm glad you could make such a wise decision. Looking at the chaotic, rubble-strewn battlefield, Hong Ming suggested, It's a bit of a mess here. Could we perhaps talk somewhere else? Qin Yu was very agreeable at this moment. Sure, I believe Commander Li is an intelligent man and won't do anything foolish. The commander replied sycophantically, Of course, of course. Hong Ming glanced at a subordinate and ordered, Quickly, take Mr. Qin to the VIP lounge to rest. Su Lin immediately responded, Yes, sir. He bowed respectfully and gestured, This way. After walking a short distance, Qin Yu noticed Xiao Yu wasn't with him and turned to look. It turned out she was standing in place, fuming and stomping her foot. You're the one who told me to attack, and you're also the one who told me to stop. She was angry, frowning with puffed-out cheeks. I'm not your tool. Qin Yu gently patted her head and said, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Xiao Yu immediately blushed and stopped making a scene. Scene change. The three of them were led to a lounge. Xiao Yu rested her chin on her hand, looking glum. Is that Li Hongming up to something? Qin Yu casually peeled a tangerine and replied, Probably not. As he peeled, he explained. He just bowed his head in front of everyone. If he goes back on his word now, how could he command respect in the future? He offered a slice of tangerine to Xiao Yu and added, Besides, Li Hongming should be thanking me, she asked curiously. Thanking you why? As they were talking, the door suddenly opened. Hongming entered and said politely, My apologies for making the three of you wait. As soon as he sat down, he said, Mr. Qin, I truly thank you. Qin Yu raised his chin smugly. Xiao Yu and Ling Xin were extremely puzzled by his polite demeanor. Hong Ming's face was full of cunning as he began to speak slowly. Mr. Qin, as you know, the person who could threaten me in Tianmeng City is now dead. If you can help me stabilize the situation, I will definitely be grateful to you. Mr. Qin? Unexpectedly, Qin Yu slammed the table and said, I'm afraid not. He shot to his feet, his expression stern as he replied, I refuse. It seemed Hong Ming hadn't expected this. He asked in astonishment. Why? He frowned and said hurriedly, With you presiding over the situation, we can definitely minimize unnecessary bloodshed. If you feel my sincerity is lacking. Before he could finish, Qin Yu cut him off. Because I don't like killing. He turned to leave. Hong Ming hastily stood up, about to give chase when he heard Qin Yu say, Rest assured, I won't interfere in the power struggle in Tianmeng City. Reaching the door, he turned back and asked, Can you take me to the treasury to pick my item now? Hong Ming answered almost immediately. Of course, Xiao Huang. Take Mr. Qin to the treasury. Xiao Huang, who was nearby, replied, Yes, sir. Hong Ming watched Qin Yu's departing figure and muttered under his breath, What a strange fellow. Scene change. The door to a guest room opened. A brilliant golden light filled the entire room, and Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed in awe, Wow, so this is the inside of the Golden Jade Hall. After looking around, Honey, come look at this. She ran over to a glass case preserving a stone and said with a smile, This one. Qin Yu recalled that an old woman had once given a similar stone to Xiao Yu, saying, Don't refuse. Please keep it safe for me. Not knowing what else to do, Xiao Yu had politely accepted it, saying, Thank you. Qin Yu looked at the stone in the glass case and thought to himself, This stone looks just like the one the old woman gave Xiao Yu. He asked curiously, Even Xiao Huang is stumped by this thing. We don't know what it is either. This stone is incredibly hard, she explained. Even Shura couldn't damage it in the slightest with his full strength, which is why it's kept here. Xiao Yu took the stone out of the case and compared it with the one she already had. She smiled and said, These two stones are exactly the same. Qin Yu watched her intently examine the two stones, just as curious about what the dark stones could be. Unexpectedly, when the two stones were brought close, they suddenly snapped together. Xiao Yu let out a surprised cry. Ah! An incredibly intense and powerful light erupted from them. It was so blinding that no one could look directly at it. When the light faded, Xiao Yu opened her hand to reveal that the two separate stones had merged into one. She exclaimed in astonishment, Honey, look at this. Qin Yu came closer, looked at it for a moment, and replied, I don't know either. But this thing is definitely not simple. As if remembering something, he turned his head and exclaimed, That's right. He looked towards Ling Xin and asked considerately, Ling Xin, is there anything you want? She hesitated for a moment before pointing to a glass case across from them. Qin Yu followed her gaze and let out a sound of surprise. Ling Xin said decisively, I want that. Xiao Huang praised her generously. Young lady, you have a good eye. That sword is said to be an ancient weapon, capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud. As she spoke, she took the sword out of the glass case. Due to its special material, it was stored in the vault. Xiao Huang respectfully presented the sword with both hands, inviting her to take it. Ling Xin reached out and took it, noticing 2 characters engraved on the hilt, and asked curiously, Oh, what do these 2 characters mean? Now in her area of expertise, Xiao Huang began to explain enthusiastically. The ancient script on this sword has been examined by a professor of ancient literature. It's the sword's name. As Ling Xin was admiring the sword in her hands, she heard Xiao Huang continue. I believe it's called Ling Xin. Xiao Yu, who was standing nearby, overheard and cheerfully put an arm around Ling Xin's shoulder, saying, This sword was truly fated to be yours. Seeing that the 2 women had chosen items they liked, Qin Yu finally spoke up. We'll take these 2 items. When will the nearby ruins open? Xiao Huang immediately replied. Mr. Qin, the ruins will open in 2 days. We have arranged rooms for the 3 of you to rest. Please follow me. The scene changes to the building where Xiao Huang has arranged for the 3 to stay. The night was quiet and still. Xiao Yu called out softly. Honey, are you still awake? Qin Yu pulled her into his arms as he heard her ask slowly. Tell me, am I going to die? He gently turned her so her face was pressed against his chest, reassuring and comforting her. Don't say such foolish things. You're not going to die. While the 2 were having an intimate moment, a strange sound was suddenly heard outside. Someone holding a gun shouted, What is that? A tall, dark figure stood before them. The guard, holding his gun, tried to stay calm and yelled, Where did this thing come from? Is it a mutated beast? Yuan Gui tilted its head, a wide grin stretching from ear to ear. A mutated beast. This one is nothing of the sort. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yu quickly dressed and ran out, shouting, Who are you? Yuan Gui didn't answer, instead repeating, Who am I? It laughed with amusement and introduced itself. I am the great Lord Yuan Gui. After hearing its name, several large question marks seemed to pop up over Qin Yu's head. He wondered, have written characters started coming to life this year or something? Yuan Gui, having its name misheard, was both embarrassed and angry. It said through gritted teeth, It's Yuan Gui, the Gui from Ghost. Xiao Lu frowned, raised his gun, and yelled, I don't care if you're a turtle or a ghost. Brothers, fire! Xiao Lu urged them to take care of this monster. Immediately, countless bullets tore through the air, flying straight at Yuan Gui. It just snorted coldly. The bullets that hit its body were stopped, spinning in place, unable to penetrate its flesh. Yuan Gui spoke with utter contempt. You think you can deal with the great Lord Yuan Gui with these things? The guards kept firing, emptying a full magazine in the blink of an eye. One of them said urgently while reloading. Hurry! They aimed their sparking muzzles at Yuan Gui, preparing for a second wave of attack. Yuan Gui slowly stepped closer and sneered. What a boring play! There's no need for a second act. It stretched, and a dark ring of energy surrounded it. The countless bullets embedded in its body were all released at once. Seeing the dire situation, Zhao San quickly shouted, Ah! This is bad! Xiao Lu immediately turned and fled for his life. Quick! Find cover! A terrible scream rang out. Ah! Xiao Yu asked worriedly. Honey, who is this? Qin Yu held her close, pressing against a wall. I don't know. I've never seen a monster like this before. He watched as the guards, riddled with their own bullets, screamed in agony. Ah! Qin Yu speculated. It's probably from another race. A high-ranking one. Just then, Yuan Gui's gloomy voice rang out. You 2 little devils. It chuckled as it walked towards the pair. It waved its hand arrogantly and declared, You could never comprehend what a noble existence this great one is. With that, it snapped its fingers and said, So don't make wild guesses. Instantly, a barrier from Yuan Gui enveloped the entire building, leaving no gaps. Qin Yu frowned. A barrier? He questioned loudly. What do you really want? Yuan Gui was surprisingly forthcoming this time, explaining, My purpose for coming here is very simple. A strange blue light flickered in Yuan Gui's eyes, and it curled its lip, revealing serrated teeth, and answered, I, the great Lord Yuan Gui, have chosen you. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu both stared at it, stunned into silence. Qin Yu regained his composure and shouted, What do you mean? Yuan Gui replied curtly that it meant exactly what it said. An image of Qin Yu standing in a sea of flames with his spear flashed through its mind. You are the ability user who can advance the furthest in this era. It raised a hand, saying, all you have to do is become my subordinate. Yuan Gui leaned in close to Qin Yu, tempting him. I will help you become the overlord of this world. To its surprise, he coldly replied, sorry, I refuse. After saying that, Qin Yu turned to leave. I have no time to play games with a psychopath. This time, it was Yuan Gui's turn to be dumbfounded. Hey, you're not even going to think about it. There are great benefits to following me. A full insurance package, paid vacation, bonuses. Qin Yu cut it off flatly. No, I'm not interested in any of that. Xiao Yu, let's go. As Yuan Gui vanished, Qin Yu glanced at Xiao Yu, and the creature thought to itself, wait, there's still this girl. It flew over to Xiao Yu to continue its recruitment pitch. Young lady, you're quite excellent as well. Xiao Yu crossed her arms and asked nonchalantly, what are you looking at me for? It rubbed its hands together as if to bargain. How about you agree to become my subordinate? Unfortunately, her resolve was just as strong. She yelled, get lost! Only a devil would want to work for you! Yuan Gui watched their retreating figures and let out a long, disappointed sigh. It said regretfully, such a shame. The creature then transformed into a plume of black smoke, flying after the pair. As it followed them, the black smoke grew denser, and Yuan Gui's voice echoed ominously. If that's how it's going to be. In a flash, it appeared in front of Qin Yu, roaring viciously. Then I'll just have to kill you both. Yuan Gui stretched out a pitch-black hand to grab them, but there was no way Qin Yu would let it succeed. With a swift slash, the creature's outstretched arm was instantly severed. Despite that, it laughed excitedly and praised him. You really are incredible. It tilted its head back to look at Qin Yu, then leaped high into the air. But you're still not strong enough, Xiao Yu cursed in anger. You coward! Using such a dirty sneak attack! Things seemed to be spiraling out of its control. Yuan Gui maintained its dark facade, but inwardly it was in a total panic. Hey, you can't just do that. Aren't you supposed to ask me why I'm not afraid of your blood flames? Seeing Qin Yu charge forward menacingly with his spear, it panicked internally. You're not following the script at all. With a loud boom, Yuan Gui's body was blown to pieces. Xiao Yu ran to his side and asked, is it dead? His spear was still embedded in the ground as he replied. Not yet. Even though I landed a hit, I don't think it was a fatal one. Unseen by anyone, Yuan Gui had turned into smoke, hovering just above the ground. It chuckled gleefully. Heh heh. Slipping through a crack in a door, it scoffed to itself. How could the great Lord Yuan Gui possibly be killed by a mere human? It reformed into its original shape. Just let me rest for a bit. But just then, Ling Xin happened to walk by, and she stared at it, stunned. You, who are you? Yuan Gui immediately put its wicked expression back on. It grinned, its eyes narrowing as it tried to lure her. Little girl, you're pretty special yourself. Want to come with your uncle? Ling Xin was terrified. Her hands trembled as she clutched her sword, and she stammered. Stay! Stay back! Yuan Gui flashed a demonic smile. It agreed and reached a hand toward her. Okay, Uncle will stay right here. I won't move. Panicked, Ling Xin couldn't help but swing her sword wildly. She screamed, Stay away from me! Yuan Gui immediately grabbed the sword, overpowering her. Because of this, Ling Xin could only let out a scream. Ah! It then seized her arm, slowly lifting her off the ground. It then remarked, I never expected to find someone who can capture people's hearts here. She struggled instinctively, her entire body dangling in the air as Yuan Gui watched with excitement. Ling Xin was horrified. Her entire body was under Yuan Gui's control, held tightly in its pitch-black palm. She then screamed out hopelessly for help. Qin Yu! Sister Xiao Yu! Her screams reached Qin Yu, who immediately recognized the voice as Ling Xin's. She was screaming for help. He and Xiao Yu immediately sprinted toward the building the voice came from, with Xiao Yu anxiously calling out, Ling Xin! The two of them quickly entered the building. Qin Yu roared in anger. Let her go! Yuan Gui! The creature casually turned to respond to him. Why should this lord listen to you? He swung the large spear in his hand with great force while shouting insults. So you resort to taking hostages when you can't win. So much for acting all profound and mysterious. Huh. Carrying Ling Xin, it immediately leaped into the air, successfully dodging the fatal blow from him. Yuan Gui sneered in response. A hostage. You really underestimate me. It tightened its grip on Ling Xin even more, and retorted flatly. When this lord threatens someone, I have never needed a hostage. Before Xiao Yu and Qin Yu could even react, It quickly spread its wings and soared into the sky. Yuengui fled the scene, not forgetting to bid them farewell. Goodbye for now. Xiao Yu couldn't hold back her anxiety and urged, Quick, attack Yuengui. But he stopped her. We can't. That was Ling Sinner's pained cry. Suddenly, a sharp, intense pain shot through Xiao Yu. She crumpled to the ground, clutching her own throat. Seeing her, he cried out in alarm. Xiao Yu! She was covered in a cold sweat. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, trying to bear the pain, and stammered. I'm okay. It's Ling Xin. Ling Xin is the one who's hurt. He immediately went to her, scooped her into his arms, and tried to soothe her. She's going to be okay. From the looks of it, that creature Yuengui won't harm Ling Xin for now. After saying that, he started walking towards the rooms, comforting her gently. Let's get back to our room so you can rest. We'll get you better, and then we'll go rescue Ling Xin. Lying dazedly in his arms, she said with determination, I will definitely save Ling Xin. The next day, Lord Huang gestured towards the entrance of the ruins. He asked Qin Yu one more time for confirmation. Mr. Qin, are you sure you're not taking that girl into the ruins with you? The ruins open once every 3 days, so the next opening will be in 3 days. He just gave a cold, Seeing that, the man didn't ask any further questions and simply guided Qin Yu to the door. All right, please enter the ruins. He walked up the stairs step by step. Lord Huang offered a word of encouragement before he entered the ruins. Good luck. After reaching the entrance of the ruins, Qin Yu suddenly paused for a moment and called out his sister's name. Xiao Yu. He looked at the ring on his hand, thinking to himself, I will definitely cure you in these ruins. From the stone set in his ring, an image of Xiao Yu appeared, lying there gasping for air, her body convulsing. Suddenly, from deep within the ruins, a spiral of light emitted a powerful suction force, and a strong tremor was felt as Qin Yu approached the door. He was sucked directly into the ruins by the light, right before the eyes of Lord Huang and the bald man with him. The bald man asked worriedly, General Huang, do you think this Qin guy will be able to make it out of the ruins? He just replied indifferently. Who knows? It's good if he comes back alive, Lord Huang said as he turned to leave. It would be even better if he doesn't. The scene shifts to another place inside the ruins. Qin Yu was lying on the floor, groggily opening his eyes. All the others who had been sucked into the ruins were also stirring and sitting up, after everyone had regained consciousness. A conflict immediately broke out nearby between a group of men and a group of women. A man named Mang shouted, Why are there other people in the ruins? Who are you? Feng Yu, unafraid, shot back at him. And who might you be? Qin Yu stood to the side, observing and carefully analyzing the situation. They don't know each other. Could it be? He then turned to look back at the entrance, making his own assessment. These ruins don't just have one entrance. Feng Yu coughed lightly in embarrassment, then extended her hand and warmly introduced herself. Hello, my name is Wang Feng. We're from a hunter branch in Hope City. Yang Shi, standing nearby, raised his gun and said, Boss, according to our intel, there are plenty of treasures in these ruins. Why don't we just deal with them? Let's do it. Mang's underlings immediately aimed their guns, surrounding Feng Yu and her companions. A panicked Wang Xuan quickly waved his hands and explained, We have no grudge against each other. There's no need for this. A voice cut in just as the atmosphere was growing tense. Everyone! All eyes turned to Qin Yu. He spoke up, asking, Could you let me pass first? Hearing this, Yang Shi flew into a rage and immediately aimed his gun at Qin Yu. You brat! Just as She was about to pull the trigger, Mang stopped him. Yang Shi, we're all civilized people here. Let's not be hostile. He stepped in front of Yang Shi and introduced himself warmly. We're from Fierce King City, and you can call me Mang. Qin Yu's expression turned cold upon hearing where Mang was from, his thoughts immediately turning to Fierce King City, a lawless place. Suddenly, many different faces flashed one by one through his mind. In the future, Fierce King City would become a powerful stronghold among the A-rank forces. There is no order there. The strong make the rules. To survive in Fierce King City, this guy must not be easy to deal with. Mang stood before the group and extended a hand to propose his idea. Everyone, no need to be so tense. We can make a deal. I wonder if you'd be interested, Feng Yu asked suspiciously. A deal? What kind of deal? What kind of... He held up a notebook in his hand and said confidently, According to the records in this book, there is a treasure in these ruins called the Spirit Scepter. She was curious about what he was talking about. What is this Spirit Scepter? He immediately gave an answer that caught even Qin Yu's attention. It is said that the Spirit Scepter can bring the dead back to life. The young man anxiously rushed forward to ask, What about a mutation sickness? Can it be cured? Mang just shook his head with a smile and replied, I can't be sure about that. Bringing the dead back to life is probably an exaggeration, but restoring a heavily injured person to their original state should be no problem. He excitedly explained, The healing power of the Spirit Scepter is immense. Our city lord of Fierce King City is currently collecting treasures with healing abilities. So... Qin Yu decisively turned and walked away, ignoring Yangshi's intense glare. Seeing him leave, the man was stunned for a moment before turning to Meng and shouting, Boss! Meng calmly advised, It's fine. Just let him go. Qin Yu didn't hesitate for a second. Each of his steps was decisive as he headed straight deeper into the ruins. A voice called out, immediately catching Qin Yu's attention. Hey, brother, wait up. He stopped and turned toward the voice. A man named Duan Shen ran up behind him, waving his hand and saying, Are you rushing into the ruins all by yourself? That's too dangerous. I'm telling you, those guys don't look like good people. You'd be better off coming with us. Yang Xiu showed a look of disgust, arrogantly crossing his arms and scoffing. Do you really want him to come with us? Duan Xin was about to intervene, but Yang Xiu continued. This kid's clearly got a screw loose. Qin Yu said nothing after hearing the guy's grumbling, simply frowning in response. When Yang Xiu saw the expression on Qin Yu's face, he was taken aback. His bruised ego instantly flared into anger. He shouted, What's that look for? You got a problem with me? But Yang Xiu didn't realize that expression was meant for the enormous beast right behind him. It had opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and was charging straight at him. Qin Yu simply replied softly, I don't have a problem with you, but it's a different story with this thing. A drop of the beast's drool fell. When Yang Xiu turned to look, he was completely stunned. He was so shocked his jaw dropped, and the beast immediately lunged for a bite. Fortunately, Yang Xiu managed to dodge aside just in time, screaming in terror. Ah! Help! Seeing this, Duan Xin quickly called out to him. Yang Xiu! Feng Yu's eyes turned red as a blue light enveloped her entire body. 2 extra ears suddenly sprouted on her head. Her eyes blazed with fire, and as she crouched down, a white flame erupted from her hand. The white flame flared up and incinerated the beast, causing it to scream in agony. Ah! Duan Xin rushed over in concern, asking, Yang Xiu, are you all right? The young man just sat on the ground, completely stunned. His eyes were fixed on Feng Yu as she charged at the beast. Wang Xuan quickly joined her. He told Duan Xin, Get Yang Xiu to safety. Then he lunged at the monster, raising a tightly clenched fist. Wang Shen swung his fist, landing a devastating blow right on the beast's face. The massive creature collapsed to the ground, as Ren Ji, hovering nearby, urged, Everyone, let's end this quickly before issuing an urgent warning to all. A dozen monsters are closing in. Just then, a pack of smaller beasts, identical to the large one on the ground, emerged from the distance. He quickly yelled out to the group, We have to run ahead on the main road. Duan Xin, carrying Yang Xiu on his back, said to Qin Yu, Hey man, you should come with us. The newcomer was surprised, but agreed. Oh, all right. Everyone quickly made their escape. They all headed forward together. Ren Ji scanned the surroundings and announced, This is the end of the road. Qin Yu then introduced himself to Duan Xin. My name is Qin Yu, from Tianmeng City. Duan Xin was surprised. Tianmeng City. That's a long way from our Guiwang City. He then quickly introduced his teammates to Qin Yu. Friend, let me introduce my team. This is our captain, Feng Yu. Behind her is her younger brother, Wang Xuan. And that's Ren Ji, our scout. You just saw what they can do. Wang Xuan cheerfully explained his power. My ability is rock control. If we run into any danger, I'll protect everyone. Hearing that, Duan Xin introduced his own ability as well. As for me, my ability is piercing, an enhancement-type power. Hearing this, Qin Yu chimed in with his own information. My ability is fire. Yang Xiu curled his lip in contempt. He said with blatant disgust. What a useless ability. Compared to my metal control, it's complete trash. Qin Yu merely glanced at him and gave a slight smirk, clearly unwilling to engage. Don't worry, I don't waste my time arguing with fools. Hearing that, Yang Xiu exploded, shouting, What's that supposed to mean? Renji touched a metal plate on an iron frame and called out, Hey everyone, what do you think this is? Could this be a prison? Wang Xuan stepped forward, saying it didn't matter what it was. He rolled up his sleeves, cracked his knuckles, and confidently said the only way to find out was to go in. Feng Yu, standing nearby, warned him worriedly, Be careful. It might be dangerous inside. His fists turned to stone as he replied, Danger just means there's a treasure. Wang Xuan then stepped up to it. He unleashed a flurry of punches on the iron frame, sending sparks flying. In just a few moments, he had smashed the solid frame into pieces of scrap metal. Satisfied, he declared, There we go. His eyes lit up as he spotted a wooden box behind a zombie. Look, a treasure chest, Feng Yu reminded him. Be careful. Take care of that zombie first. This one looks like it'll be a tough fight. Hearing the noise, the zombie turned around, breathing out a cloud of smoke. Duanxin clapped him on the shoulder. Xiaoshuan, end it quickly. You've been enhanced. His stance became incredibly powerful, and a single stomp shattered the stone floor. In an instant, he charged straight at the zombie, with Duanxin cheering him on. Go for it! Wang Xuan threw a punch directly at the zombie's face, yelling, Try this on for size. One hit soul punch, Qin Yu said to Feng Yu with a helpless laugh. Your brother sure knows his stuff. She looked at him in confusion. The punch had no effect on the zombie's stone-like skin. He exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? In response, the zombie sent him flying with a single strike. He crashed to the ground, crying out, Ah! Feng Yu immediately rushed to her brother's side. She quickly helped Wang Shan to his feet. Gritting through the pain, he said, I'm okay. This thing's skin is way too tough. The zombie opened its mouth again, breathing out another cloud of smoke. Its blazing eyes were enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. It slowly advanced on Duanxin. Seeing this, Wang Xuan yelled a warning. Duanxin! Watch out! The zombie's eyes glowed red as it suddenly let out a roar and lunged at him, slashing with its sharp, iron-like claws. He deftly dodged to the side, parrying the creature's lethal attack with his sword. Duanxin then dashed past the zombie, sword in hand. The tip of his blade sliced across its hip. He followed up with another slash to its shoulder. Before the zombie could even react, Duanxin struck it down, sending it crashing to the floor. Wang Xuan praised him. Mr. Duan, you're amazing! As Feng Yu helped him up, he laughed sheepishly. I was just testing the waters. That zombie's hide is as tough as steel. Duanxin's ability enhances his weapon with a piercing effect, which makes it the perfect counter for this kind of monster. The zombie lay on the ground, but its eyes still glowed with a red light. Duanxin held the siblings back. Stay back. It's still moving. He raised his sword to finish it off for good. Let me handle this. Suddenly, he was taken by surprise. Huh. The zombie abruptly shot up, its mouth hanging slightly open. A black smoke suddenly erupted from its body. The two siblings saw this and quickly ducked to avoid it. Duanxin raised a hand to cover his face, but he suddenly realized something was wrong. His eyes turned bloodshot and rolled back. He stumbled, planting a hand on the ground, and struggled to speak. It's poison. The zombie's petrified hand shot towards him. Everything in his vision turned red. As the zombie closed in, all he could do was scream. Ah! It grabbed Duanxin's entire head, and everything turned red. Just as he panicked and screamed, another hand appeared and seized the zombie's wrist. Wait! Qin Yu had saved Duanxin just in time. He used his flames to burn the creature's arm, wondering aloud. Why is a first-floor monster this tough? Duanxin looked at him worriedly and asked, Brother, you're not affected by the poison mist. Engulfed in Qin Yu's flames, the zombie shrieked in pain. Ah, he calmly turned and replied, This poison isn't very strong. He watched the incinerated zombie with a cold gaze. You guys are evolvers. You'll recover after a short rest. The creature lay on the ground. Suddenly, Qin Yu pulled a stone from its body. He looked surprised, holding the stone up to examine it. This is a star core stone. Feng Yu approached curiously and asked, A star core stone. You know what this is? He immediately explained in detail. The star core stone is the heart of the Starworm clan. It's useless to us. As for the Starworm clan, just remember this. If you encounter them, run immediately. Hearing this, Wang Xuan and Feng Yu could only look at each other in silence. Qin Yu's expression darkened. He thought to himself, Li Hongming wouldn't lie to me about the intel on the ruins, but he said the first floor wasn't dangerous, and that a second-level evolver could clear it alone. He glanced at the injured Duanxin and the Wang siblings, but Feng Yu, Duanxin, and Wenming are clearly at level 2, yet they were almost wiped out. He walked while thinking, If Li Hongming has no reason to harm me, Qin Yu walked over to the wooden treasure chest, staring at it until he understood. In that case... He then slowly lifted the lid. There must be a secret inside this chest. As he opened the chest wider, a blue vortex appeared inside, looking just like the one at the entrance to the ruins. Feng Yu stood beside him and asked curiously, Qin Yu, what's in the chest? He replied, A path. I'm guessing it's some kind of shortcut. She was surprised. A shortcut? Wang Xuan excitedly stepped forward and asked, Can we directly get the treasures from the upper floors of the ruins? Yang Shu's voice cut him off, and everyone turned around. I think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. Let me give you all some advice. Let's not get in Qin Yu's way. Another voice chimed in. This guy's right. Brother Mang and his underlings rushed forward. He crossed his arms menacingly and said, "Thanks for scouting the path. Now all of you can stay here for good." Duanxin gritted his teeth in anger, and Feng Yu was equally furious. She shouted, "Brother Mang, you are following us!" He sneered in reply. "Following letting you act as our hunting dogs was quite useful." She turned pale with rage. Seeing his sister being insulted, her brother couldn't take it and cursed. "You bastard!" Qin Yu stepped forward, sighed, and said, "What a pity." He explained, "I only wanted to borrow the spirit scepter to heal someone." After hearing his words, Brother Mang and Yang, she looked at each other and snickered. Yang, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! The boss just made up that stuff about the spirit scepter having healing abilities. This kid actually believed it. Don't tell me he has a sick relative." He continued to laugh loudly. No wonder he got so excited when the boss said the spirit scepter could cure any illness. His eyes blazed red. His face darkened as he asked coldly, "You lied to me, Yang." She gloated. "Let me tell you, the spirit scepter can only summon a powerful spirit." He laughed smugly. "Its power has nothing to do with healing." Without another word, Qin Yu charged straight at him. He suddenly threw a punch into Yang Shi's lower jaw, then sent him flying with the force of the blow. Yang Shi coughed up blood from Qin Yu's punch, sent flying far away by just a single hit. Yang Shi tumbled across the ground and slammed into a large rock behind him as Brother Mang watched. Brother Mang was terrified but tried to act calm. He grabbed a gun and yelled, How did you get over here?" His eyes were sharp as knives, his ice-cold glare terrifying Brother Mang and his men. Brother Mang quickly ordered all his underlings to raise their guns and prepare to attack. "Quick, take this guy out!" he commanded. Shots rang out, but Qin Yu easily dodged every one. Brother Mang fired continuously, gritting his teeth. Damn it! He gracefully dodged the bullets, his movements precise, closing the distance as he moved. Brother Mang fired frantically until he ran out of ammo. He threw down his gun and cursed at his men. "You useless trash can't even land a single shot." Just as he switched to another weapon, Qin Yu suddenly appeared right in front of him. He threw a punch at him, but Brother Mang blocked it with his weapon. He said excitedly, "You fool. My ability is weakening. Right now, you can only use 2 or 3/10 of your strength at most." Brother Mang laughed with glee. "Just stand there and let me pound you into meat paste." As soon as he finished speaking, large cracks spread from the point of impact between his fist and the weapon. A huge explosion erupted from Qin Yu's fire. He furiously threw another punch. This time, the attack landed squarely on Brother Mang's face. His legs trembled and gave out, unable to even stand steady. He screamed, "Ah!" Brother Mang's face was completely swollen from the punch. He angrily tried to speak, but was immediately engulfed and incinerated by Qin Yu's purple flames. His charred body collapsed to the ground. Qin Yu's rage had not yet subsided. He continued to let the flames blaze, incinerating Brother Mang's henchmen. They screamed in agony. Duanxin and Feng Wu were shocked by the sight, and she called out in fear. "Qin Yu," she asked softly, "are you okay?" By now, Qin Yu's anger had subsided. He replied, "I'm fine." Then he turned around and said, "Thanks." Duanxin anxiously approached. "Mr. Qin Yu, what's your next move? Are you still going to take the risk?" He simply smiled and replied, "Well, I've come this far." He walked up to the wooden box again and said, "I have to go give it a try." Qin Yu opened the lid, climbed in, and didn't forget to instruct the others. "I'll go down alone. It could be very dangerous below. You all go to the ruins exit and wait for it to open." Everyone agreed. "Okay, please be careful," Feng Wu reminded him with concern. He smiled. "Watch the time. If it takes too long, you'll miss the chance for the ruins exit to open and send everyone back to their cities." A single word was the reply. "Mm-hmm." He descended into the box alone. Below the door was a basement, with bright torches mounted around. Qin Yu walked down the staircase by himself, wondering where it led. He kept walking until he saw a wooden door. Much to his surprise, he reached out to touch it, and a bright light shone from the opening door. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The basement door had led him to a high-up location. Qin Yu wondered, "Where am I?" He turned to scan his surroundings, asking himself in confusion, "How can this be? I was definitely going down just a moment ago." He suspected it might be a spatial ability at play. His eyes were immediately drawn to the chests arranged off to one side. He approached them, wondering to himself, why are there 3 chests here? Qin Yu stood in front of the one in the middle. He stared at it for a long moment before suddenly thrusting his spear straight into the chest's lock. He was surprised when the chest didn't move or react at all. He stabbed it one more time and confirmed there was no response. Qin Yu crouched in front of the chest, his suspicion unabated. Not a single trap. It felt too safe. He then used his bare hands to force the chest open. Qin Yu carefully lifted the lid himself, his movements still hesitant, feeling that something was wrong. As the lid slowly creaked open, a beam of green light emanated from within, instantly turning red. The red light shot straight out from inside the chest, and a strange creature leaped out with a booming laugh. Ha ha ha! The creature was an immortal-type beast named Olex, who joyfully exclaimed, "This king has finally found a chance to escape. This king shall make this world tremble at my feet." As soon as Olex finished speaking, Qin Yu's hand snatched it up, leaving it bewildered. Huh! The guy held it at eye level and asked, "You want to conquer the world?" It grinned excitedly. Of course, this king is a genius destined to become the supreme overlord of this age. It's just a shame the timing was off. First I was captured and enslaved, and then I became a burial offering. It was so proud that smoke puffed from its nostrils. Fortunately, this king has acquired a new power, to die and be reborn. This era will undoubtedly belong to this king. Qin Yu watched it ramble on with a skeptical look, which made it angry. "What's with that look?" it yelled. He set it back down on the chest and asked, "So, why were you inside the chest?" Qin Yu sat down to chat with it. "Wasn't the scepter of the elves supposed to be in there?" It replied to his question. "The scepter of the elves, only an idiot would believe that divine artifact is hidden on the 4th floor. Alex continued with its answer. "The spirit-locking tower does have the scepter of the elves, but it's on the 8th floor. He was stunned. The 8th floor was so high, Alex revealed another shocking secret. "What's more, taking the scepter will alert the one imprisoned on the 9th floor. At this current stage, if you dare disturb him, you might as well wait for the world to end." It drooled as it spoke. "But sooner or later, I'll suck that guy dry." Then it turned back to him and said, "So, what now, little demon? Seeing as you're the one who freed me, I'll give you a less painful death." Qin Yu frowned and asked it seriously, "Cut the jokes. I'm busy. Is there anything in these ruins that can cure the mutation disease?" Olex replied, "Of course. Even the scepter of the elves can do that. An item like that definitely exists." He yelled excitedly, "Where is that treasure?" It sat casually on the chest and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! This king is not going to tell you." Qin Yu grew angry and raised his hand to swat it away. "Ha! You're asking for it." Olex took off and flew up his arm. A suction tube emerged from its belly and plunged directly into Qin Yu's arm. He tried to burn it, and flames erupted. "You're looking for pain," it gloated, smirking smugly. "Heh heh. You think you can harm this king with that measly little fire?" Olex started to drain blood from his body through its tiny tube. Qin Yu could no longer stay on his feet, collapsing to his knees as he realized the danger. This is bad. He struggled to support his body, thinking, "This thing is draining my blood. And what's more, the speed is incredibly fast." A voice reached him, calling out, "Brother, brother." Qin Yu forced his eyes open to see Xiao Yu, but his body gave out and he collapsed. Fortunately, Xiao Yu caught him just in time, asking with concern, "Brother, are you all right?" Lying in her lap, he mumbled hazily, "Xiao Yu, why are you here?" Then, Xiao Yu immediately spotted Olex hanging from Qin Yu's arm. She exclaimed in alarm, "What is that thing on your arm?" He clenched his teeth, fighting through the pain to reply, "It's a resurrected immortal-type beast. It's extremely dangerous. You need to run, now." Xiao Yu showed no fear, calmly drawing her sword. "An immortal beast, huh? Don't worry, my undead Thunderblade is perfect for dealing with things like this." Seeing her move to attack, Alex flinched back in fear. It yelled in a panic, "The undead Thunderblade! Wait, hold on." It sat up, blocking the sword with its 2 legs as it began to explain. "My legs are linked to the nerves in his arm, so if I die, his arm will be crippled." It broke out in a cold sweat, its voice trembling. "So if you don't want your brother to have a useless arm, you'd better cooperate." Xiao Yu happily brandished her sword, and it asked fearfully, You, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a drop of blood landed on Olek's head, leaving it confused. "Huh, I heard you like to suck blood so much." Then she gently touched it with her finger. "From now on, I'll call you Little Red. Got it?" Olek felt giddy and looked dazed with confusion. "Me." It was suddenly in a disoriented state, so it immediately agreed to what Xiao Yu said. "My name is Olek, but Little Red is fine too." "Strange. Why do I feel like this name is okay?" She smiled and replied, "That's not important. You'll get used to it." She gently ordered Olek, "Now, get off his arm." It scratched its head, chuckled, and replied, "That's a bit difficult." Olek explained that its body and her brother's nerves were intertwined, and if it was forcibly removed, his arm might be crippled. Xiao Yu's expression suddenly darkened, and her voice grew cold. "Then I might as well kill you." It trembled, Sweating profusely, Alec hastily offered a deal. Don't I can extract the purest Golden King's blood from my own blood, which will be extremely beneficial for your brother. Xiao Yu turned to him for his opinion. Brother, what should we do? Qin Yu pushed himself up, replying, We'll have to leave it like this for now. We can figure out how to separate it slowly later. He sat beside her and asked with concern. More importantly, Xiao Yu, are you okay? She answered blankly. I don't know either. Xiao Yu then recounted the entire story to him. I was resting earlier when I heard someone calling me. The voice kept repeating, Qin Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. That voice then warned me that you were in danger and that you needed me. Xiao Yu replied, I'm fine now that I've woken up. Qin Yu suddenly glanced at her neck and asked in alarm, Xiao Yu, where's your necklace? Hearing this, she immediately looked down at her neck. Xiao Yu was bewildered. Huh, why is it gone? It was here before. He rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. The black gemstone was gone. Furthermore, right when Xiao Yu appeared, he tried to recall that just before she appeared. A thick black smoke had emerged from his ring. He figured that the black smoke meant the stone must have saved Xiao Yu. Suddenly, strange noises erupted, and the ground began to shake violently. Qin Yu was startled. An earthquake! This is bad! Xiao Yu clutched her head and screamed. Ah, Oleg, clinging to his arm, yelled, Run! Quickly get out of the spirit-locking tower! He asked it in confusion. What's going on? Oleg didn't explain, just urged him on. The central brain of the spirit-locking tower is about to awaken. Qin Yu grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and ran. As a huge boulder suddenly crashed down not far from them, he held her hand while running and said, If it fully awakens, we'll be trapped here forever. A small rock fell from above, hitting Xiao Yu on the head. She panicked upon hearing his words. We can't get out. Qin Yu ran up and quickly placed his hand on the door. The door began to open, revealing a staircase leading up. He glanced from side to side. Checking for anomalies. Checking for anomalies. Then he turned to Oleg and asked, Why did this central brain suddenly awaken? It replied, To escape my confinement earlier. I tampered with a few things, and I guess I was discovered. It scratched its head in embarrassment. Oleg looked away and replied, Right now, in the eyes of the central brain, I'm a dangerous element. It detected that I escaped from confinement, so it will definitely hunt me down. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were furious, their eyes blazing with rage. The siblings scolded it in unison. Why didn't you say so sooner? He turned to his sister. Xiao Yu, quick, tell that flower to get us out of here. She agreed. Okay. A large green vine shot out, and a giant blue flower appeared, its vine wrapped securely around Qin Yu's waist. Xiao Yu, sitting on its petals, commanded, Flower Beast, let's go. In just a moment, the Flower Beast, along with Xiao Yu and Qin Yu, instantly vanished. They quickly reappeared in a different place. Oleg continued to urge him. Hurry, we have to get out of here. The passage is about to close. You two need to escape now. The Flower Beast followed close behind, and after running for a bit, the two siblings jumped down together. A massive black hole appeared, swirling in the sky. The Flower Beast, Qin Yu, and Xiao Yu were free-falling through the air. A scream rang out. Ah! All three of them landed. The ground was covered in a thick blanket of snow. Qin Yu sat up, looking around curiously. The two of them had ended up in a place where snow was falling. He looked around and asked, Where are we? The snow was falling very heavily. Xiao Yu couldn't see her surroundings clearly, so she shielded her eyes with her hand and said, The weather is completely reversed, too. Don't tell me we went straight from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. He replied, I don't know. Perhaps because the spatial passage closed so hastily. There was a malfunction. His voice held a hint of helplessness. It looks like we can't go back to Tianmeng City now. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of boots suddenly stepped into view next to him and Xiao Yu. The person was Da Luo. He was bundled up from head to toe. He approached from behind Qin Yu and barked, Who are you people? Just as she was about to answer. He said her name. She continued to explain. We got lost and ended up here. Where is this? He answered her. This is the Flying Snow Realm. You dare to come here without even knowing where it is. Qin Yu immediately added. It's not like we came here willingly. He let out a smirk. Ah. Deluo intended to lure the siblings to another location. His face filled with a cunning expression as he said, This place is very dangerous. Follow me to the gathering point. It's much safer there. Xiao Yu turned to ask for his opinion. Brother, should we follow him? Without hesitation, Qin Yu flatly refused. No, this man's intentions aren't good. Daluo had walked a short distance before turning his head back to look at Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, then asked, "Are you two evolved?" The siblings remained silent, and the young man watched him with a wary gaze. Daluo no longer bothered to hide it. He directly drew a sharp iron sword from his coat. He drew the sword and swung it forcefully, its blade whistling through the air as if to tear it apart. Daluo shouted loudly, "All evolved must undergo a test to earn the right to live." With that said, he thrust the sword's tip straight at Qin Yu. The young man nimbly dodged aside and seized Daluo's wrist. Caught in Qin Yu's grip, he stammered, You! Qin Yu retorted, "We don't need anyone's permission to live where we please," Daluo angrily yelled. "The lives of everyone in the Snowfall realm belong to the king. You must come back with me." Hearing this, the young man casually applied a bit of pressure and snapped his wrist. The man screamed in pain. "Ah!" Qin Yu then twisted his entire arm, nearly breaking Daluo's joint in half. The young man asked him, "Who did you say is the king?" He replied, trembling. "The king is the king. I am under the king's protection if you kill me." He then threatened Qin Yu. "The king will not spare you." Daluo had barely finished his sentence when the young man's fist connected with his face. Qin Yu landed a punch on his chin and cursed, "You lunatic!" After swiftly dealing with the babbling man, he slowly walked over to his sister and said, "Xiao Yu, let's find a place to rest first." She asked him cautiously, "Brother, you smelled that just now, didn't you?" Qin Yu glanced back at Daluo's lifeless body on the snow. His mouth was agape with some blood trickling out. He then answered Xiao Yu's question. "Yeah, that man's breath reeked of human flesh." Qin Yu guided her away from the body and warned, "It seems this place isn't safe." Daluo's body wasn't discovered until nightfall. A voice called out, "Found him. Daluo is dead." Another one of his teammates, a man named Qin Yu, shone a light on the corpse and made an assessment. Daluo was killed in a single blow. It looks like he didn't even have a chance to fight back. The other person, whose face was completely covered, said, "Daluo's strength wasn't weak. His constitution was 16 times the norm. I'm guessing he ran into a second level evolved from another rally point. Or maybe an outsider." A young woman's voice suddenly interrupted. "I don't care who it was. Anyone who dares kill one of our own must die." She then ordered the other two. "Give his body to the predators. In less than 3 days, we'll be able to find his killer." Qin Yu and the other man obeyed, carrying the body away. The purple-haired girl who gave the order was Shui Lan. She raised an eyebrow, her voice dripping with contempt. "A mere second-level evolved thinks they can take us on." A wooden door slowly creaked open. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu stepped inside, looking around. He commented, "This looks like an emergency shelter for hunters in the forest." He did a quick sweep, checking every corner of the room, and then surmised, "It's really dusty in here. It's probably been a long time since anyone came." Suddenly, a noise was heard, a rumbling from Xiao Yu's stomach. She blushed beet red in embarrassment. Qin Yu, who was behind her, let out a quiet chuckle. She said poutily, "Brother, I'm hungry." He replied cheerfully, "Me too. Let's eat." The two siblings set up a simple cooking fire, using an iron rod to suspend a pot over the flames, with a few short logs for fuel underneath. Xiao Yu rested her chin in her hands and asked curiously, "What is it?" Brother Qin Yu, sitting beside her, was rummaging through his dimensional space for something. He took out various food items and placed them on the ground, then replied, "It's nothing. There's not much food left in my storage space. Probably only enough for us for 2 days," she asked, surprised. "Then what are we going to do?" Qin Yu walked over to the boiling pot. He lifted the lid while reassuring her, "It's fine." He then dropped a block of noodles into the water and calmly told her, "If we run out of food, we'll just go find some more. After all, it's not like this area is uninhabited." A strange sound suddenly reached them, and he immediately looked over with caution. Xiao Yu also turned around in surprise. Qin Yu called out in a sharp voice, "Who's there?" The two siblings got up to investigate, and she spoke to him fearfully. The sound was coming from inside the room. Qin Yu took the lead and said, "Let's go check it out." He and Xiao Yu quickly moved to another room. He glanced at the empty bed. Besides the bed and a wardrobe, the room was bare. His attention shifted to the wardrobe. Qin Yu walked towards it, intending to open the door. Thinking you can hide in here, he flung the wardrobe door open, revealing a little girl hiding inside. The moment he opened it, he shouted, "Did you think we wouldn't find you?" But Qin Yu was taken aback when he saw the child. It was Ziji. The terrified little girl was cowering in the cramped space. He looked at her for a moment and said, "You've awakened a concealment ability. No wonder we didn't detect you earlier." Xiao Yu spoke gently to comfort her. "Hey, little one, don't be afraid." Qin Yu also reassured the girl. "We're not going to hurt you. ZG stammered doubtfully. Are you two not going to eat me? Xiao Yu smiled and replied, Of course not. We have our own food. Qin Yu pushed a large bowl of food in front of the little girl and asked, What's your name? Are you from around here? Go on and eat. We can talk while you eat. ZG looked at the steaming bowl of food, with fragrant steam rising from it. The little girl couldn't stop her mouth from watering, and her eyes lit up. ZG began to eat ravenously. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu exchanged a smile as they watched her. Once she had eaten her fill, the little girl shyly began to introduce herself. My name is Feng Zijie. I was originally from a small city not far from here, Xiao Yu asked in surprise. A small city nearby. Where are your parents? At the mention of her parents, Zijie's expression darkened completely. The little girl lowered her head and stammered, They, before finally managing to answer, They were eaten by those people. The image of her father being murdered flashed through her mind. They're monsters. They captured us and put us in a camp, killing us one by one. Back then, CG and her mother could only helplessly cling to each other. The little girl continued, saying they even treated them like stored food. Zijie recounted the story with a choked voice, unable to hold back her tears. Then, she said, she took advantage of the night to escape, had been hiding here ever since. And then she met the two of them. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned and thought to himself, It seems I can't leave Fei Shuijing anytime soon. These man-eating beasts are a threat. He decided to just call her Little Jie. The girl looked up, her face tear-streaked, and replied curiously, Yes. Qin Yu leaned on the table and asked casually, Can you take us to the nearest town? ZG immediately shouted, The town is very dangerous. The entire town seemed to be overrun by zombies. Zijie said that although there were some supplies, there were a lot of zombies, and they were even stronger than the evolved humans. He just smiled and replied softly, It's fine. The more zombies, the better. I want to go where there are a lot of them. The scene changes to outside Fei Shuijing, where a faint moon appears behind the thick falling snow. Yu said in a cold tone, I'm telling you, Old Li. Are you sure they entered the city? Old Li replied calmly, Don't worry. My tracking skill is never wrong. A man, a woman, and a child are definitely in this city. Julan stood behind with her arms crossed, frowning as she said, Be careful. According to the tracks, one of the three can use fire, and he's a level 2 evolved human. She gestured first. I have to save my ability to deal with him. If you guys run into danger, don't blame me for not saving you. Qiyu led the group, saying, All right, brothers, let the hunt begin. Their whole group stormed into the city. As they advanced, Qiyu asked, Old Li, are you sure they entered this city? Qiyu scanned the area with a flashlight, sweeping it across the room before replying, Positive. They're not far. Probably on the 2nd floor. Suddenly, a bad feeling washed over him, and he turned around. Boss, something feels off to me. Another guy agreed with Qiyu, adding, Yeah, boss, it's an indescribable feeling. Shuilan's expression suddenly soured. She frowned deeply, then raised a hand to stop everyone. She shouted, Stop! Not a sound! Shuilan immediately took the flashlight in her hand, shining it towards the stairs to search. Through the clear glass window, the snow continued to fall relentlessly outside. Shuilan found it strange, she wondered. How can this be? There's not a single sound. The others looked at each other. Then one of them spoke up. What's wrong with it being silent? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge chunk of the ceiling suddenly cracked and fell. One of them inside the room noticed and shouted, The ceiling is collapsing! He quickly put up a protective shield and yelled to everyone, Quick, get inside! The large rock fell from above, shattering into smaller pieces that shot out everywhere, kicking up a thick cloud of dust as a strange foot suddenly stepped out. After everyone hid inside the shield and avoided the rock, they pushed away the broken debris and slowly crawled out. A zombie was breathing out white vapor, its eyes blood red, as it slowly advanced towards them. A voice screamed, Ah, what is this thing? One man, trying to push away the debris to get out, complained his mouth was full of dust and coughed violently. Qiyu suddenly shouted, How is this possible? He pointed in one direction and said, Everyone, look, we're surrounded by zombies. Shuilan was horrified by the scene before her, asking in fear, How can this be? She wondered aloud. Zombies are never still. Why didn't we sense any of them nearby just now? Meanwhile, on the floor above, next to the hole where the rock had fallen, Ziji, Xiao Yu, and Qin Yu were sitting and smiling smugly. He praised her. Ziji, great job. The three of them looked down at the horde of zombies. Qin Yu said, If you hadn't concealed the zombies' sounds, they wouldn't have fallen for the trap so easily. The little girl felt shy at the praise. Zizi replied humbly and softly, No, I don't have the ability to completely conceal the zombies' presence. I only temporarily severed their senses from the outside world. While the three of them were chatting happily above, chaos erupted below, as one of the men was bitten on the neck by a zombie, with blood gushing out. Seeing Zizi being so modest, Xiao Yu continued to praise the little girl. But you did it. You lured them into the trap, she said happily. This way. You've avenged your parents. Hearing that, Zijai became excited as well. It's all thanks to you two for helping. Qin Yu looked at the beaming little girl and couldn't help but think that Ziji's ability, though very limited, was incredibly powerful. Her face was filled with happiness. Thank you, Sister Xiao Yu. Thank you, Brother Qin Yu. He considered it carefully. Although the girl herself was weak, bringing her along would definitely be useful at some point. Furthermore, Qin Yu said in a gentle voice as he slowly got up, if we leave Zijai here, I'm afraid she'll be eaten by zombies. The three of them stood up. Xiao Yu took Ziji's hand while Qin Yu smirked. Let's go. I don't want to watch these scumbags get eaten by zombies. Suddenly, just as Qin Yu finished speaking, a yellow flame erupted behind him. He sensed the commotion, quickly turned around and shouted, What's happening? Zhulan praised him sarcastically. Not bad, kid. She flew up from the floor below, angrily scolding. You've caused us so much trouble! Qin Yu said nothing, simply raising his hand to create a purple flame, ready to attack her. His flame spread rapidly and engulfed Shuilan. But strangely, her skin was completely unharmed by the fire he used to attack her. A light blue aura enveloped Shuilan's entire body because her ability was ice. She laughed heartily. Ha ha! I bet you didn't see this coming. Our tracker's ability sensed that you would use fire. As she spoke, she hurled large, sharp chunks of ice toward Qin Yu. That's why they sent me to deal with you. My ability completely counters yours, so just lie down and die for me. He dodged the attack, using his hand to block an ice shard. Zhulan smirked. You dare to block my attack with your bare hands! She cursed at him. Fool! Immediately, a strange phenomenon occurred on his hand. She gloated. Did you think my attacks would be as simple as a brute's? He had fallen for Shuilan's trap and was frozen in place. She shot towards Qin Yu like an arrow, creating more small ice shards in her hand. He was immobilized and couldn't move. I was careless. She leaped into the air, intending to finish him off with a sword made of ice. Qin Yu could only watch. Unable to move, he gritted his teeth. There's not enough time! Just as he was about to be struck down by Shuilan, Qin Yu suddenly vanished. She furiously slashed at the empty ground, only then realizing he had disappeared. Shuilan looked up to scan the area, wondering to herself, where did he go? Shuilan froze. She seethed with anger, furrowing her brow and clenching her teeth. But I can't even make a sound! She suddenly felt strange. The sensation of her clothes, the scene before her eyes, everything vanished. What's happening to me? Could it be that kid's ability? She wondered. Qin Yu broke out in a sweat, having been saved and narrowly escaping death. He gently stepped to the side. Shuilan stood frozen, seemingly unconscious. Qin Yu shattered her ice sword with a single punch. Xiao Yu ran over worriedly. Brother, are you okay? He replied. I'm fine. Shuilan stood stiffly in place, completely unable to move. Qin Yu curiously asked Zizi. Did you stop her? The little girl urged him. Quick, she's about to regain her sight. Qin Yu grabbed a long iron rod and reassured her. Don't worry, she won't get another chance. With a single, light thrust, the iron rod pierced through Shuilan's torso, sending blood splattering everywhere. Qin Yu pushed the rod deep inside and then pulled it straight out. At the same time, blood gushed from her body like a fountain. Shuilan stopped breathing and fell backward onto the ground as the three of them watched. He smiled gently and said, You saved me once. I owe you. Zijai quickly replied, No, it was nothing. Being praised again. Zizi remained shy and timidly said, I just did what I could. A familiar rumbling sound suddenly came from Xiao Yu's stomach, breaking the atmosphere. Qin Yu asked helplessly, Xiao Yu, are you hungry again? She answered sheepishly, I can't help it. We've been gathering intelligence for the past 2 days, so I've been moving around a lot. He took out a metal box filled with steaming hot rice and meat. Eat first, but we need to find a base quickly. Xiao Yu happily sat down to enjoy her meal, while he sat down, opened another metal box with a different dish, and suddenly grew sad. The food in this town has already been taken. We need to find a new source of supplies quickly. A day later, Qin Yu led Xiao Yu and Zizi through the night under a sky full of falling snow. He thought to himself that it had been half a day since they last ate. Qin Yu looked at Ziji's figure. feeling extremely worried about the little girl. Although his and Xiao Yu's bodies could go 2 or 3 days without food without any issue, Zijie was a child who hadn't undergone body enhancement. Just as he was thinking that she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer, the little girl's foot suddenly tripped on a large rock. She tumbled into the thick white snow. Xiao Yu cried out in alarm. Zijie! She ran to the little girl. Are you okay? Xiao Yu helped her up. Zijie struggled to answer. I'm fine, Sister Xiao Yu. The little girl lay dazed in Xiao Yu's warm arms, muttering. I'm fine. Xiao Yu quickly encouraged her. Zijie, don't fall asleep in the falling snow. Qin Yu squatted down and said with frustration and helplessness, I can't believe we've ended up in this situation. Suddenly, he saw something in the distance. Far away, there were 3 caves, and 2 of them were lit. Qin Yu quickly told her, Xiao Yu, give Zijie to me. Hurry and run over there. There are people over there. He immediately carried Zijie on his back. Xiao Yu helped position the little girl against him and asked cautiously, Brother, are you sure they aren't enemies? Qin Yu's gaze was firm as he replied, We don't have time to worry about that. He quickly carried the little girl and ran towards the caves. If they were enemies, he would just kill them. The 3 of them ran as fast as they could toward the caves, and as they got closer, a man holding a gun stopped them. He interrogated them. Hold on, who are you? He carefully scrutinized Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, wondering if they were with the group of flesh-eating ghouls. Qin Yu spoke up. We're from another place, and we have a child who fainted from hunger. Please help us. I'm willing to trade items for some food. Another bald man stepped forward and snatched the gun from the first man's hand. He was resolute. No way! Anyone who wants to enter the mountain cave must pass a test. The other man quickly waved for someone to come out. Then, from inside the cave, a small elf with green hair slowly walked out. The little elf approached Qin Yu, who was carrying the girl on his back, and asked just one question. Have you ever eaten human flesh? He immediately replied, No. Her eyes and 2 glowing spots on her forehead lit up at the same time. Her gaze fixed directly on Qin Yu's face. The little elf had the ability to confirm whether the words were true or false. After confirming, she told the bald man, They're not lying. Let them in. The bald man lowered the gun in his hand and gave a bag of food to Qin Yu. Hurry and follow her inside. Take this food for now as an emergency supply. He reached out to take it and replied, Thank you. Standing nearby, Xiao Yu couldn't help but ask curiously, Did she awaken a lie detecting ability? Suddenly, the scene shifted. Upon entering the cave, they saw a group of people working tirelessly. They were struggling to excavate the cavern. Qin Yu walked past them, looked around, and was amazed. I can't believe this cave looks so small from the outside, but it's so spacious inside. Xiao Yu was about to say something, but seeing the hardship of the people living there, she remarked, Life here seems very difficult. There aren't many evolved people, and it's all ice and snow outside, so it's normal for things to be tough. A voice suddenly spoke up. Hello? A tall, white-haired man leading a young boy introduced himself. I am Zirui, the leader of this place. Our protagonist also introduced himself briefly. My name is Qin Yu, and behind me are my sister Xiao Yu and Zijie. We came from another place and ran into trouble in the blizzard, so we have to impose on you all. Zirui waved his hand. It's no problem. The 3 of you are evolved people, right? We're short on manpower, so please stay. As he was explaining the rules of the cave, we periodically distribute some food. You just need to complete our weekly tasks. Suddenly, the sound of other footsteps approached, and someone rushed in breathlessly to report. The person announced, We're under attack. The leader asked in shock, What's happening? He turned around and saw that a man named Fat Mao had already stormed in, with 5 to 6 underlings following him. Xiao Yu also turned to look, and she seemed to notice something. She spoke up, Brother. They reek of human flesh. Qin Yu nodded in response. Mm-hmm. Zirui became furious. Damn it! He stepped in front of Fat Mao and said, You must be with that other group. Hey, Fatty, why are you here again? He answered with a mocking laugh. To collect the protection fee. Of course. Fat Mao's words made the leader even more furious. We just gave you supplies 4 days ago. It hasn't even been a week. The man kept smiling, raising his hands in a show of feigned ignorance as he replied, Times are getting tougher. Food is scarce, so the boss said the protection fee is now twice a week. Zirui's anger was nearing its breaking point, and upon hearing those grating words, he retorted, How could we possibly gather that much? Fat Mao kept the detestable smile look at the other people working hard. Your camp is feeding so many people, and you say you don't have enough food. Zirui could only reply in a yielding tone, We don't have any food, and don't try to threaten me with your boss. We don't have it, and that's final. You could kill us and you still wouldn't get any. The man's face suddenly darkened, as if he was plotting something, and then he said, We're not unreasonable. If you don't have food, he shouted, then hand over people instead. 5 will do. Upon seeing that man, Ziji trembled in fear, clinging tightly to Qin Yu's clothes. He didn't understand and asked her, Ziji, what's wrong? The little girl said, It's them. She stared straight at Fat Mao. They're the ones who killed my parents. The man stood with his arms crossed, seemingly losing his patience. What are you all dawdling for? Xiao Yu turned to ask for his opinion. Brother, should we? Qin Yu immediately stopped her. Not yet. If we act now, innocent people will get hurt. Fat Mao became more aggressive. We're not negotiating with you, he stated firmly. This is an order. Hearing that, everyone stopped their work. They abandoned a cart full of rocks, causing it to tip over and spill everything. Everyone was terrified and ran for their lives, not wanting to be taken by Fat Mao. Zirui tried to shout an explanation. Everyone, calm down. Don't panic. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Qin Yu, with a cold expression, patted Zirui's shoulder and said, Looks like you all have some trouble here. The orange-haired underling suddenly stepped forward and hurriedly asked, Boss, look, aren't they the 2 people our leader is looking for? Fat Mao immediately turned around and took out a scroll. On the scroll was a portrait of Qin Yu and Xiao Yu. He held it up to examine it. It was a perfect match. He was stunned, his voice faltering. You. Fat Mao clutched the scroll tightly and said gleefully, I can't believe I was the one to find you. He let out a hearty laugh. Today, I'm going to make a name for myself. Qin Yu frowned and asked, Who is your boss, and why are you looking for me? He walked towards our protagonist step by step. Our boss is, of course, the leader of the evil wolf base. Fat Mao pointed a thumb at himself and answered loudly, We don't know the reason he's looking for you, but you'll find out when you come with me. The protagonist's eyes blazed, his pupils constricting. Qin Yu agreed in a low voice. Fine, I'll go. But the fatty yelled, But what? Qin Yu's hand quickly shot out and grabbed Fat Mao by the neck. The fatty was lifted into the air, his neck squeezed tight. He roared furiously, But not with you! Tears streamed down his face as he struggled and screamed, Ah! Just as he was about to suffocate, Qin Yu let him go, throwing him to the ground. He sat up, clutching his neck, coughing as he said, You rebel! Zijai cursed angrily, This bastard! The little girl gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes filled with determination. I'll cut you into 100 pieces! He looked at her and remembered, It's you. Xiao Yu drew her sword, stood before him, and swung it powerfully, slashing right through his body. He immediately collapsed to the ground. Fat Mao cried out in pain. Ah! He was about to say something else. Here. Xiao Yu handed the sword to the little girl and encouraged her. Zijie, he's all yours. Zijai reached out and took the hilt of the sword. The orange-haired guy hurriedly shouted to stop her. Stop! You dare attack a member of our evil wolf gang, he ordered the others. Kill them. Qin Yu said nothing, only smirking slightly. He raised his hands and unleashed his fire ability, and purple flames immediately erupted. They swept through all of Fat Mao's underlings. He cheerfully encouraged the young girl who was trembling as she held the sword. Now no one will stop you. Ziji slowly approached Fat Mao, who fearfully backed away, his voice stuttering and trembling. Don't come over here. He begged the girl to spare his life. Ziji gripped the sword with both hands, raising it high to strike as he screamed for his life. The next moment, a spray of fresh blood splattered everywhere, and Zijai's hands trembled. The young girl looked completely stunned by what she had just done. Xiao Yu approached to comfort her. Is this your first time? Don't be afraid. They were bad people. They deserve to die. Xie Rei sat solemnly and spoke timidly. You 3, do you have any requests? Qin Yu replied warmly. Mr. Zirui, you gave us food and saved my sister. I am extremely grateful. We won't make any requests of you. Then he suddenly asked a question. But we are very curious about the evil wolf base. Do you have any information about it? Zirui replied. I don't know the specifics either. He slowly explained that he only knew that Evil Wolf was the strongest base nearby. They have over 200 evolved individuals, and they kill and plunder, stopping at no evil. Qin Yu smiled and said, Is that so? Then I'll have to go check them out. The scene shifts to a luxurious and magnificent room, where He Lang is standing in front of a large mirror. He was carefully examining his reflection. He opened his mouth to reveal sharp, iron-like teeth, unlike those of a normal person, and touched them back and forth, wondering to himself, Why is this happening? Have I been eating too much human flesh lately? He glanced over at a golden picture frame on the table, then frowned, telling himself that he couldn't resist the urge to bite something. He Lang looked at the family photo and couldn't help but reach out to stroke the image of his wife and child, muttering reproachfully, If those bastards hadn't eaten the 2 of you. He looked at the photo of his devoured loved ones, his expression filled with despair. I wouldn't be like this now. As he held the frame, lost in the past, a voice interrupted him. Boss! A man ran in frantically. It's bad. It's really bad. Hei Lang placed the picture frame back in its spot and asked grimly, What is it, are zombies attacking or mutated beasts? The man dropped to his knees, replying in terror. Neither. We've found the person you wanted us to find. He broke out in a cold sweat and added, He also took out 80% of our brothers by himself. Hei Lang was astonished. That kid is that strong. He then immediately started to leave, full of presents. I'll go meet him myself. The subordinate hesitated. Boss. But the door suddenly flashed with a blinding golden light and was instantly blown apart in a fairly large explosion. Dust and smoke from the explosion filled the air. Hei Lang closed his eyes, shielding them with his hand. A voice spoke up. No need for you to come out and greet us. Xiao Yu and Ziji appeared, walking in behind Qin Yu, who had one hand in his pocket, looking incredibly cool. We've come looking for you, the man asked curiously. You're Qin Yu, he replied. That's right. How do you know my name? The trembling underling hid behind Hei Lang's legs, while the boss confronted the boy. Lord Xiongxing wants to see you, so of course he'd tell me your name, Qin Yu asked helplessly. And who is Xiongxing? Suddenly, Hei Lang began to transform into a beast, his face sprouting fur as he smirked. You don't need to know who he is. His body also grew visibly larger, his bulging muscles tearing his clothes apart. He said, Besides, I don't plan on handing you over. A skilled, evolved person like you is a rare delicacy. His body deformed, revealing his true form as a massive wolf. Hei Lang roared. How could I possibly just hand you over? Qin Yu thought. A transformation-type evolver. He frowned wearily. This guy's ability wasn't weak. The underling tried to crawl away to escape, but was grabbed by the beast and could only scream. Ah! He cried out. Boss! Hei Lang held him tight and opened his maw full of sharp teeth, then bit directly into the man's neck. The man screamed in agony. Ah! Blood splattered everywhere! Qin Yu spoke up. Is it a trend for you guys to sacrifice a teammate before a fight? After finishing his meal, Hei Lang turned and replied, My apologies. He casually tossed the now useless underling to the ground and said, Once I transform, I tend to lose a bit of control. Hei Lang then opened his mouth and lunged at Qin Yu, swinging his sharp claws at the boy, but they were blocked by the iron bar in his hand. The beast snapped its jaws open, a long tongue lolling out, making Qin Yu's eyes widen in surprise. How is this possible? He struggled to dodge Hei Lang's attacks, thinking to himself that this guy's physical enhancement was even greater than his own. Zijai raised her hand to create a dark energy orb, saying, Brother Qin Yu, let me help you. He shouted back in disagreement. No need, you two. Back off for now. Qin Yu imbued the iron bar with his fire ability. He retaliated against Hei Lang's previous attack. The beast quickly retreated, its long claws digging into the ground. Hiding behind a wall, Xiao Yu asked, Brother, why is he acting like a madman? Qin Yu answered her based on his own judgment. It's probably from eating too much human flesh, she asked in surprise. Eating a lot of human flesh makes you go crazy. He replied, Yeah. Then he began to explain to Xiao Yu. After the apocalypse, everyone's body contains a virus, but the amount in a normal person is very small and has no effect. He must have eaten a large amount of human flesh. As the beast thrashed about wildly, he continued to explain, which is how he ended up in this grotesque half-man, half-wolf form. Immediately after, the beast charged at him again. Qin Yu was caught by Hei Lang, pinned, and slammed hard into the wall. Qin Yu cried out in agony. A golden light suddenly flashed as Xiao Yu rushed forward to save him. Brother, let me help you, he shouted to stop her. Stay back! The black wolf's tail immediately whipped around. It knocked her away with its tail, and the man screamed anxiously. Xiao Yu! Zhujai! Standing nearby, called out in panic. Brother Qin Yu! The little girl used her ability, causing the black wolf to temporarily lose consciousness as its eyes turned completely black. Zijai urged him to quickly break free, telling him that the creature could not see anymore. He immediately got into a stance, raised his leg, and landed a swift kick to the black wolf's face. It staggered, digging its claws and talons into the ground. A tense atmosphere exploded between the black wolf and Qin Yu. Ziji quickly helped Xiao Yu up, who had fainted from its surprise attack. The little girl warned him. Brother Qin Yu, be careful. He's too powerful. I can only temporarily seal his vision, but he can still use his sense of smell to pinpoint your location. He stood up, grabbed his spear, and replied, Sealing his vision is enough. He prepared to charge into battle with the black wolf. The creature grabbed the spear with its bare hand, and blood immediately gushed out. Qin Yu used that moment to run forward, build momentum, and leap right in front of it, Wolf's back, then wrapped his arms tightly around it from behind, while simultaneously engulfing it in flames. How do you like this move? The creature writhed in agony, and he smirked, knowing that whether it is zombies or wild beasts, they all fear fire. It let out a deafening roar, and Qin Yu quickly covered his ears with both hands, although its power was immense, as long as he used his flames. The creature thrashed about, causing him to suddenly lose his balance and fall off. Qin Yu was annoyed that it could still fight back. The black wolf inhaled all of his flames into its mouth. He crouched down, tightly gripping his spear. Suddenly, the creature spat the very same fire he had used to attack it right back at him. The flames shot through the entire building, leaving a massive hole. He was lucky to have dodged the attack just in time. Qin Yu panted heavily, covered in sweat. This is bad. Its destructive power had turned a section of the building into a pile of scrap metal. He looked at the aftermath and thought, the fire fanned by the wind had actually helped his opponent. Oleg's voice chimed in. You're not looking so good. He got to his feet as Oleg's voice spoke again. A mere werewolf can push you into such a pathetic state. Perhaps this great one should lend you a hand. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Qin Yu's entire body. It explained, I was originally created by the Star Clan to enhance the power of bloodlines. He looked at his hands excitedly. Did you activate my golden bloodline? Oleg replied. I've enhanced your golden bloodline. Just then, the black wolf opened its mouth to attack again. He extended his hand towards the creature. Let's finish this werewolf. It unleashed a wide area attack from its mouth. Qin Yu took the full brunt of the attack but was completely unharmed. On the contrary, he even cheerfully called it interesting. This time, Qin Yu became incredibly serious, his eyes glowing red. Was this the power of an enhanced bloodline? Then he proceeded to engulf the creature's body in flames once more. Qin Yu praised Oleg. Little Red, I never expected you to have such a grand origin. It replied smugly before warning. You had best be careful. It then explained that the information it shared could be related to the Star Clan, and it would not be able to protect him every time. As Qin Yu walked out of the room, he said, Let's go. We're going to find that malevolent star, Xiao Yu asked softly. Brother, do you know where the malevolent star is? He analyzed the situation. A monster that could subjugate even man-eating demonic beasts could not be simple. Soon after, Qin Yu came to a conclusion. They would surely find clues in the largest city of the snowscape. Elsewhere, a foot stepped onto the street. A bald, bearded man named Ying Yuan was leading a group forward. Today, it's our turn to enter the ruins. The pink-haired girl named Chao Xiang, walking right behind, turned to advise Zhao Nan. You have very little combat experience, so do not touch anything recklessly once we're inside the ruins. The young man who was advised immediately replied, You and Brother Yuan are both my seniors. I will definitely stick close to the two of you. But before they could even enter the ruins, the gate opened on its own. A light flashed from within the entrance, as mystical as a galaxy in the cosmos. Someone shouted a loud command. Wait! Ying Yuan halted his group, his guard raised high. It seems like there is someone inside the gate. As soon as the words left his mouth, a black wind shot out from within. It formed into a tornado that swept through the group. The black wind passed through Ying Yuan, instantly taking his life. Cao Xiang and Xiao Nan, along with the other members of the team, were also hit by the strong black wind, unable to keep their footing. Thudding sounds echoed as people could no longer stand and fell to their knees. After the black tornado passed, it left a trail of bodies scattered across the ground. Cao Xiang was now lying in a pool of blood, all signs of life gone, and Ying Yuan had already fallen earlier. Amidst the scattered corpses, one person was still barely breathing, their hand reaching forward. It was Xiao Nan! He heavily dragged his body forward, his entire frame trembling from exhaustion, as he tried to finish his sentence. I have to tell Commander Li. The black tornado flew straight out of the ruins, only showing signs of stopping when it reached a place with clear skies and lush greenery. When the black wind completely subsided, a foot wearing a silver shoe appeared. Augustus materialized with a majestic air and began to complain. That old high priest was no pushover. To escape, I had to use up nearly all of my power. Augustus retracted the deadly black wind. He then brushed off his hands and departed, setting a new goal for himself after leaving the ruins. As long as I can find Oleg, none of this will be a problem. Back in the snowy region, a group of people was slowly making their way into a city. Among them were the siblings, Qin Yu and Zijie. Looking at the massive city gate, Qin Yu asked, Is this Snowfall City? Zijie replied, Yes. The group moved slowly into the city, unable to speed up as everyone had to pass an inspection to enter. While they waited, Zijie continued her introduction. This is the largest city in the snowscape, and many people, desperate to survive, have tried every means possible to seek refuge here. Inside the city, The snow was falling quite heavily, and the tall buildings were still intact. They still had not entered the city, Xiao Yu wondered. Brother, how are we supposed to find the malevolent star? Qin Yu replied. In a city this large, there are bound to be some shady, chaotic places. The group started walking forward, and he finished his sentence. If no one really knows, we'll just go find the city lord directly. Outside the city gate, a soldier stopped Qin Yu, instructing them to wait their turn to register their names and basic information. The roar of engines echoed from within the city as Mr. Shen Zhengcheng got into a military vehicle, part of a convoy preparing to leave. Everyone hurriedly moved aside to make way for the military. As the vehicle carrying Shen Zhengcheng was leaving the city, it passed by Xiao Yu. He suddenly paused for about 2 seconds, then ordered the car to stop. The vehicle, having just passed Qin Yu's group, immediately stopped on Zhengcheng's command. When the man stepped out of the car, the officer guarding the gate immediately saluted and greeted his superior. Seeing the man approach them, Xiao Yu whispered an accusation. Another lecher. Zhengcheng held out a drawing. Standing before Xiao Yu with a provocative look on his face, he asked with a smile, Young lady, is the person in this drawing you? Qin Yu glared at him unhappily. So what if it is? Zhengcheng waved the drawing in his hand and recounted an incident from 2 days ago. We eliminated a cannibal stronghold and took this picture from their leader. Qin Yu stepped forward to protect his sister, crossing his arms and nodding. We also picked up a few of those along the way. Zhengcheng yelled, Cut the crap! His shout made the others turn to look. Why is the ferocious star looking for you? Qin Yu disliked the man's interrogating tone and replied coldly, We also don't know why he's looking for us. Zhengcheng took a step forward, closing in on the siblings. You don't know anyone associated with the ferocious star is bad news. Men, he ordered, arrest these 3 for me. The officers rushed forward. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu drew their weapons to defend themselves, but before they could act, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. Brother, I feel something drawing me in, and it's getting closer. A pair of white boots stepped onto the snow, and their owner said in a stern voice, That's enough. It was a girl with a cold aura and ice blue hair. She was Mo Shui, the acting city lord of Flying Snow City. She frowned and scolded. What are you all doing? Haven't you caused enough of a scene? Zhengcheng was surprised. Zhao Yan, why are you here? Mo Shui walked past him, warning with annoyance. The people of Flying Snow City are on edge right now. I hope you can keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Zhengcheng bit his lip and replied unwillingly. I understand. Then he got into his car. I'll be leaving first. Then, there's a large monster in Eastland City that needs to be dealt with. With that, the car sped off down the snowy road. Inside, Zhengcheng gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. He looked furious and resentful. He seethed with resentment, scowling at the group in his rearview mirror. Mo Shui watched indifferently as Zhengcheng's car drove away, her thoughts unreadable. Qin Yu's group spoke up and asked the girl, Who are you? Mo Shui turned around, brushing her snow-blown hair back, and introduced herself. My name is Mo Shui, and I'm the lord of this city. The ferocious star is an enemy of Flying Snow City. Her expression was much softer than when she spoke to Shen Zhengcheng. You 2 are wanted by him, aren't you? Then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. May I invite the 3 of you for a meal? Qin Yu didn't answer, remaining indifferent. Xiao Yu whispered to him, Brother, I can feel it. The thing that's attracting me is definitely on her. Hearing this, he agreed. All right, then it would be rude to refuse. At the city lord's mansion, in a luxurious dining room, Mo Shui hosted them. Everyone will be here soon. She tossed her hair back, accidentally revealing a necklace. It had an unremarkable-looking black stone. She told the servant, You may serve the food. Xiao Yu was now completely captivated by the necklace. Qin Yu also saw the necklace and thought to himself, The gem on that necklace. Looking closer, he realized the black stone was identical to the one that had saved Xiao Yu's life before. Xiao Yu asked hesitantly, Miss Yan, may I see your necklace? Mo Shui looked down at the necklace on her chest, recalling some fond memory, and her cold expression softened slightly. I'm sorry. This was a gift from my older siblings when I was young. It's very important to me, so I can't just let anyone look at it. Xiao Yu knew she couldn't insist, so she just let out a small "oh" in disappointment. As the food was being served, Mo Shui suddenly asked, Do you all really not know why the ferocious star is looking for you? Qin Yu answered honestly. We truly don't know who the ferocious star is. I want to find him too, to ask him why he's after us. Hearing that, Mo Shui's voice grew heavy with doubt. Find him. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the siblings' faces, she advised, In that case, I suggest you leave quickly. The terror of the ferocious star is beyond anything you can imagine. On the top floor of the city lord's mansion, a pair of slender legs in white shoes walked up to a closed door The person inserted a key into the lock and turned it. Inside the pitch-black room, the silhouette at the door was obscured by darkness, its identity unclear. The figure spoke. "Brother, are you okay?" From within the room, a man's voice uttered softly. "Ferocious star, will flying snow scenery really be destroyed?" Mo Bing was dejected. So far, every prophecy in that book had come true, and he didn't want to believe it. But Mo Shui was worried, so she voiced her doubts. If the monsters are really as the book describes, if they're that powerful, why haven't they killed everyone in flying snow scenery immediately? Mo Bing had no answer. He didn't know. As he spoke, he sensed the situation within the city, and he could feel a powerful monster approaching flying snow scenery. To this day, the true identity of the Calamity Star remained a mystery. Mo Bing couldn't help but worriedly remind his sister. "The Calamity Star is plotting against me, even trying to get me infected. With a great enemy before us, we need to unite everyone in flying snow scenery." He suddenly asked, "How is the war effort in East Earth City?" Mo Shui replied, "Not optimistic." Recalling the intelligence reports about a giant octopus monster attacking the city, she mentioned that a larger one had recently appeared. "It's unknown why those monsters specifically target East Earth City, as if someone is commanding them." She stood up and twisted the cap of the water bottle in her hand, her face filled with anxiety. "Shen Zhengcheng, the last of the 4 great generals, is currently heading to East Earth City to provide reinforcements. If we can't hold it, we'll have no choice but to abandon East Earth City." At that moment, below the city walls, a convoy of military vehicles was leaving. Someone considered whether they should hire some warriors. On one vehicle were a few mercenaries and the 3 siblings, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and Zijie. Xiao Yu was still thinking about the stone on Mo Shui's necklace. She asked, "Brother, how can we get Sister Shui to give us the stone?" Zijie hesitated. "How about—" Qin Yu and Xiao Yu listened intently, eager to hear if the little girl had a bright idea. Zijie did not disappoint them. The little girl suggested they just steal it. The moment the words left her mouth, she received a big knock on the head from Qin Yu. He took the opportunity to lecture her, saying that she's still young and shouldn't always resort to violence to solve problems. After lecturing Zijie, Qin Yu finally noticed the people sitting across from them, feeling a bit suspicious. Beside him, Xiao Yu was also busy scolding Zijie along with her brother. "Besides, Sister Shui looks so pitiful. It would be too cruel for us to do that to her." Zijie obediently just nodded and mumbled a few "ohs." These warriors, the ones sitting opposite them, were staring at the ground, looking utterly dejected. Qin Yu wondered to himself, why are they so tense, looking as if they're facing a great enemy? He didn't dwell on it, patting Xiao Yu's head. "It's all right," Qin Yu smiled reassuringly. "In a few days, we'll find a chance to talk to her. Isn't flying snow scenery short on combat power right now?" As he spoke, he took out a rolled-up map. "As long as we become soldiers and achieve great things, she'll consider agreeing to our request. Instead of worrying about that, we should first learn about our destination." Qin Yu unrolled the map and looked at it, taking the chance to share what he knew with his 2 younger sisters. "I heard the monsters attacking East Earth City are very strong," Zijie wondered. "Very strong?" Her innocent voice echoed on the snowy road. "Doesn't that mean it's very dangerous?" At that same moment, the silhouette of a tiger appeared high above. It was a white-furred, striped tiger, its deadly blue eyes flashing in the pure white snow. It wasn't an ordinary tiger. It also had a pair of white wings on its back, making them masters of both the land and the sky. They let out a roar and then leapt down in unison to attack the military vehicles on the road. A deafening crash echoed as the people in the back of the truck were thrown about. The vehicle was rammed hard from the side, flipping wheels up, skidding for a distance before coming to a stop. Unable to move, a young man with blonde hair crawled out from the vehicle, yelling, "There's a beast!" When they saw the tiger, everyone screamed, "It's a flying snow-white tiger! Prepare to defend yourselves!" The giant beast was twice the size of the truck. No wonder the vehicle flipped so easily. Seeing someone trying to flee, the tiger raised its sharp claws and slammed them down. Just then, soldiers armed with guns began to attack the white tiger. The sound of gunfire crackled through the quiet, snowy landscape. But before they could even empty a clip, they were sent flying by a swipe of the white tiger's tail, their fate unknown. Inside the overturned truck bed, Qin Yu steadied himself. He asked with concern, "Xiao Yu, Zijie, are you two okay?" Xiao Yu was shielding Zijie. She hadn't grasped the situation yet. "We're fine. What happened?" The white tigers didn't wait for them to figure things out. A massive paw stomped down hard. Immediately after, a tiger's roar echoed right behind Xiao Yu and Zijie. Xiao Yu whipped her head around in panic, but before she could do anything, a spear pierced the white tiger's body. Qin Yu shouted, "Watch out, like a superhero!" He flew forward and violently flung the white tiger back. It let out a pained roar before crashing to the ground, dead on the spot. Qin Yu pulled out his spear and warned, These beasts have 40 to 50 times the strength of a normal person. Don't be careless. On the sidelines. Long Bao, a subordinate of Shen Zhengcheng, reported. General Shen, look. It's the man wanted by the Calamity Star. Should we... Before he could finish the question, Zheng Cheng broke into a wicked smile. A perfect opportunity like this was rare. He said of course they had to eliminate him here. Suddenly, a snow lotus drifted through the air. Long Bao and Zheng Cheng were hiding behind a tree, observing the epic battle with the white tigers. The snow lotus flew behind the general. He looked up to follow it and then suddenly said, "Wait." Zheng Cheng reached out and caught the snow lotus. Long Bao tried to confirm the order he just heard. "General Shen, you're telling us to wait," he replied. "Yes." He then stood up and added, "You all wait here for my command. Do not leave without my order." This strange command startled Long Bao. He didn't understand what the general intended to do. He began to question the situation. "General Shen, what about those innocent soldiers over there?" Zheng Cheng walked deeper into the woods without looking back. "Don't mind them. They're not from Snowdrift City." After going far enough, he stopped and began to speak. "Hung Tin," Zheng Cheng said, holding up the snow lotus. "You can speak now." The snow lotus lit up, and a deep voice echoed out. "Cut the nonsense. How do you want me to help you?" Zheng Cheng flashed a wicked, cunning smile and began to outline his plan. A short while later, as the snow fell thicker, Hung Tin's deep voice spoke. It rang out. "I can agree to your proposal, but I want to ask you a question." Zheng Cheng replied nonchalantly. "What is it?" Hung Tin sounded perplexed. "Aren't they your comrades? How can you treat them this way?" Zheng Cheng scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. "Comrades in my eyes. There are only those who submit to me and those who oppose me." Then his expression shifted. Radiating a murderous aura, Hung Tin instructed. "All right, don't forget. After this succeeds, you are to feed me 100 evolved humans each week." Hung Tin could freely control this snow lotus to communicate. The lotus flew high, about to depart, but not before adding a final reminder. "And that person named Mo Bing. You must capture him for me." Zheng Cheng watched the snow lotus depart and promised, "Rest assured, it's a trivial matter." A moment later, he returned to where Long Bao was. The man was overjoyed. "General Shen, you've returned." Seeing his subordinate's expression, the general knew something was up and probed. "What's the situation?" Long Bao promptly reported the outcome. "Reporting? General. That guy named Qin Yu is incredibly strong. He killed all the white tigers." Zheng Cheng was taken aback. "What did you just say? Over on the battlefield, under the bright moonlight." Qin Yu extended his hand toward the corpse of a snowdrift white tiger. Purple flames erupted, incinerating its body to dust. He also retrieved the magic core from within the white tiger's body. As expected from the leader of the mutant beasts, he held the magic core in his hand and examined it for a moment. Then he remarked, "This has far more energy than a normal magic core." After he finished, someone suddenly approached. "Brother?" The newcomer was Da Lan, one of the mercenaries who was traveling with him. He started to express his gratitude. "We really owe you for this one. If it weren't for you, all of us would have died here." At this point, Da Lan scratched his head, finding it a bit difficult to ask. "Well, you see..." He glanced over at the vehicles. "All the drivers in our convoy are dead, and so is our guide. Brother, could you possibly lead us out of here?" Qin Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Based on his time calculations, they weren't far from East Soil City. With his hands on his hips, he casually announced, "I'm heading to East Soil City anyway. You can follow me if you like, but I won't be protecting you." Qin Yu then opened his map to check the direction and prepared to set off. Long Bao promptly reported that those soldiers had left with Qin Yu's group of 3. He then asked for instructions. "General Shen, should we make contact with them?" Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth, completely unwilling to let it go. Finally, he stepped forward and instructed his subordinates. "You all return to East Soil City first. Don't make any contact with them along the way." Long Bao's group replied. "Yes, sir." Zheng Cheng walked over to inspect the smoldering corpse of the white tiger, musing to himself. The leader of these tigers was brutally defeated. He then called for Hung Tin. While waiting for a reply, he examined the mangled corpse. Besides half of its head being completely incinerated, its winged body was also twisted beyond recognition. The snow lotus appeared in Zheng Cheng's hand again, and he said in a grim voice, "I've found the 2 people you're looking for." Meanwhile, Qin Yu's group moved quickly and soon arrived at East Soil City. Everyone said their goodbyes. Qin Yu cupped his fists and said, "We've arrived. This is East Soil City. You're on your own from here." Dalan stepped forward on behalf of the mercenaries to express their gratitude. "Don't worry, brother. And thank you." After parting ways with the mercenaries, Qin Yu silently began to assess the situation within the city. Security in East Soil City was strict. Everyone seemed busy and hurried, and soldiers patrolled the streets. He paused in the falling snow, observing the stern guards. Qin Yu remarked, "Calling this a city is an understatement. It's more like a fortress." Suddenly, the entire city began to tremble, knocking people off their feet. Zijai saw something terrifying. The little girl quickly shouted, "Brother Qin Yu! Sister Xiao Yu! Everyone, look quickly!" The source of the tremors was a colossal mammoth, looking like it had walked straight out of the Ice Age. The city erupted into chaos. "This is bad. It's a monster." The giant mammoth was so huge that it crushed a tank underfoot with a single step, as easily as squashing an ant. Wherever it walked, the streets trembled, and wrecked tanks littered the military encampment. Commander Wang Zhan, the leader of East Soil City, grabbed his radio and ordered, "Quick! Have the jets open fire on that monster's head!" The fighter jet circling above the mammoth received the order and replied, "Roger that." Immediately, the jets aimed at the mammoth's location and dropped their bombs in unison. Thunderous explosions echoed through the air. The explosions erupted in smoke and flames, but the mammoth was completely unscathed. It even put out the fire with a simple gust of wind from its trunk. It let out an enraged roar, sending out a powerful sonic wave attack. A fighter jet was caught in the sonic wave, and its engine exploded. The aircraft then plummeted straight down, smashing into a building. The impact caused the jet to explode, severely damaging the building as well. Wang Zhan and his comrades watched in horror. As the dust cleared, the building and the plane's wreckage were nothing but a pile of ruins, and the pilot inside was undoubtedly dead. Wang Zhan quickly ordered, "Contact Snowdrift City immediately. East Soil City is..." Before he could finish, the wreckage of the jet fell from the building, crashing to the ground and exploding again in a ball of fire. Wang Zhan despaired. "We're finished." In Fake Shui City, Mo Shu answered a call with a grim expression. "All right, I understand," she said, not noticing a figure standing behind her. Just as she hung up, the person behind her spoke. "So, Dongtu City is being attacked by a giant monster." Mo Shu jumped and spun around. "Brother, why are you out here?" The person who had arrived was Mo Bing. His face was pale, and his eyes, one red and one blue, looked eerily demonic. He coughed a few times and analyzed the situation. "Right now, in all of Fate Shui City, I'm the only one who can defeat that monster." Mo Shui was worried. She refused to let him risk his life, knowing that if he fought now, he would certainly die. But Mo Bing just smiled gently, saying he didn't have many good days left anyway. He was a man of conviction, and doing something for everyone before he died felt right. Hearing this, Mo Shui was heartbroken and burst into tears. She hugged her brother in anguish, truly unable to bear letting him go. Her tears soaked Mo Bing's shirt as she sobbed, but even so, she couldn't stop him. Back in Dongtu City, the mammoth was still rampaging through the streets. It left a trail of destruction wherever it went. Wang Zhan had lost all hope. He wondered if this was really how Dongtu City would end. As he saw the mammoth approaching, the girl beside him fled. But Wang Zhan remained standing in despair, as if ready for death to claim him. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and waited for the mammoth's foot to crush him, his heart filled with resentment, feeling like a wooden toy that couldn't withstand a single push. Just as he had this thought, a figure shot through the white snow. As the mammoth's foot came down, a heavy thud echoed. After a moment, realizing death hadn't come, Wang Zhan opened his eyes in surprise. I'm still alive," a voice next to him asked. "Are you the leader here?" Qin Yu had arrived just in time, catching the mammoth's impossibly heavy foot, and he still had the energy to give advice. "I suggest you get out of here quickly, unless you want to die." Wang Zhan was dumbfounded. "You? Who are you?" Qin Yu smiled. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can help you all solve this problem." As he spoke, he strained to lift the mammoth's foot. The massive creature's physical body had been enhanced 100 times over. The ground beneath Qin Yu's feet cracked, but he managed to hold his ground and lift the beast's foot. "If you don't go now, I can't guarantee your safety during the fight." Wang Zhan realized staying would only make him a burden. Since this man had saved his life, he knew he had to cherish the opportunity. He scrambled to his feet. "My friend, thank you for everything." As he fled, he looked back one last time and shouted, "You have to survive!" Qin Yu flashed a confident smile and scoffed at the mammoth. "As if I'd die at the hands of this overgrown elephant." Realizing its foot was being held up, the beast flew into a rage and let out a furious roar. In a flash, it whipped its trunk straight into Qin Yu's stomach. The attack was so fast he couldn't react, his only thought being, "Too fast!" With a sickening thud, Qin Yu was sent flying into a pile of snow, sending frigid snowflakes flying. He struggled back to his feet, cursing. "Mindless beast! but it sure packs a punch. The mammoth stomped its foot, cracking the earth, and its voice rumbled, haltingly, like someone just learning to speak. Mindless! It roared. You're the mindless one! Qin Yu was shocked by this evolution. You can talk! He gripped his spear, his tiny figure a stark contrast to the colossal mammoth. He lamented inwardly that the monsters had already evolved the ability to speak. If this continued, the entire Fei Shui realm would soon be annihilated by them. Qin Yu readied himself for battle, still blaming himself for never having heard of Fei Shui City. The mammoth wasn't about to wait, however. It attacked first, lashing out with its trunk, forcing Qin Yu to leap into the air to dodge. Swinging his spear as he did, he landed smoothly back on the ground, leaving a bloody gash on the mammoth's trunk. The beast growled, You little brat! As it closed in, Qin Yu quickly calculated his next move. That last strike took 80% of my strength. The mammoth's voice rasped, Don't think you can escape. Qin Yu's confidence wavered as he thought, This thing's hide is way too thick. He gritted his teeth as his hand ignited with a purple flame. No other choice. I'll have to use fire. Xiao Hong. The mammoth began to raise its trunk, seemingly preparing a sonic attack. Olek. The being within Qin Yu was surprised. Boss Qin Yu, you're calling me... Just as expected. The mammoth let out a long, piercing cry, sending sonic waves blasting outward. Qin Yu struggled to withstand the assault, his body swaying violently. Olek asked, Why are you shaking so much? Qin Yu yelled back. No time to explain, just enhance me. Now, Olek vehemently protested. No way! Boss, you just used the enhancement a few days ago. If you do it again, you'll die. But Qin Yu was resolute. 1 second is all I need, hurry. Olek reluctantly complied, sighing. You leave me no choice. With those words, it enhanced him. Qin Yu's body began to glow with a golden light, and he immediately channeled the purple flame into his spear. Olek added one last warning. Whatever happens next, it's on you. Qin Yu launched himself from the ground into the air. His explosive speed and power astonished the mammoth, which lost sight of him in the blink of an eye. The beast looked around frantically. Where did he go? Qin Yu reappeared directly above its back, plunging his spear deep into its neck with all his might. The excruciating pain sent the mammoth into a roaring, rampaging frenzy, hanging onto the spear embedded in the mammoth's flesh. Qin Yu taunted it. You're still just an animal. After all. The beast, despite its newfound intelligence, began to slow down, thinking it was about to collapse. He added, and not even a tough one at that. Seeing the mammoth was subdued, Xiao Yu rushed forward, shouting, Brother, we're here to help. But just then, the beast stomped its foot, shattering the ground beneath it. As its body lurched, it seized the opportunity to fling Qin Yu off its back. He lost his grip, thinking, This is bad. With a heavy thud, the mammoth succeeded in throwing him off. He crashed hard onto the ground as Xiao Yu and Ziji ran towards him in a panic, crying out, Brother. The beast turned its head back, uttering a threat. You just wait! I will definitely kill you! Xiao Yu fearfully hugged Qin Yu, letting him lean against her. Brother, are you okay? Qin Yu was too exhausted at that moment. He replied weakly, I'm fine. Watching the beast run away, he whispered that he had injured its spine, so it wouldn't be a threat for a while. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Yu realized her brother's condition was not good, and asked in horror, Brother, what's wrong with you? Ziji immediately intervened. Brother Qin Yu, hang in there. I'll seal off your sense of touch right away. Just then, Alex appeared and stopped her. Stop. Seeing it, Xiao Yu was like a drowning person grasping at a straw. She immediately asked, Little Red, do you know what's happening to him? Seeing Qin Yu in so much pain that he was sweating in the cold snow, Alex explained. Boss Qin Yu just forcibly used his bloodline and was also severely injured. It's a double injury. He's hanging by a thread right now. Qin Yu was in unbearable pain, clenching his fists, unable to stop his body from trembling as he groaned softly. Xiao Yu was extremely anxious, panicked. She asked, Little Red, what can we do to save him? Olex let out a sigh. It had warned him and tried to stop him, but Qin Yu didn't listen, so it was helpless too. We can't help. He has to save himself, Alex explained more clearly for Xiao Yu. Because he forcibly used his bloodline power. His blood has mutated. If he gets through this, his power will increase dramatically. If not, Qin Yu lay exhausted on Xiao Yu's lap, watching Olex jump around saying something, but he couldn't hear it, wondering what they were talking about. Whatever. I'm too tired. Everything went dark before his eyes, and he officially passed out. Sometime later, in a bedroom, Qin Yu opened his eyes and woke up. By the bed was Xiao Yu with tears streaming down her face. She was overjoyed. Brother, Mo Shui and Ziji were also there. Xiao Yu threw herself into his arms. You're finally awake. As she helped him sit up, he asked with difficulty. How long was I unconscious? Mo Shui replied. Mr. Qin, you were unconscious for 3 days. After speaking, she stood up. Thankfully, you helped us. Otherwise, Dongtu City would have been in peril. If Dongtu City fell, Chengfei City, having lost its foothold, would also be destroyed soon. She bowed respectfully. She bowed 90 degrees to express her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Thank you so much for your help. Qin Yu was a bit flustered by this gesture and scratched his head. Actually, I didn't really do much at the time. Mo Shui reached up and took off the necklace from her neck. Miss Qin seemed to be very interested in this stone before. She took out the necklace to express her gratitude. She handed it to Xiao Yu. I'll give it to you all. Seeing the stone that had fascinated her for so long, Xiao Yu was delighted. Really? Thank you. Sister Mo. Qin Yu felt a bit concerned. He double-checked since it was something she was unwilling to give up at first. Is this really okay? It's very important to you. Mo Shui smiled gently. It's all right. She placed the necklace in Xiao Yu's hand. To me, it's just a memento. My older brother gave it to me on my 10th birthday. Xiao Yu took the necklace, cherishing the mysterious black stone with great joy. She held the stone in her hand, feeling the affinity it radiated. Mo Shui's voice continued. I believe in Miss Qin's hands. It will be put to better use. By the way, my brother also wants to meet you, but his health isn't good. She made an inviting gesture. Could the 3 of you follow me? Qin Yu was puzzled. His health isn't good. He got out of bed. All right, then. A moment later, the bone-chilling cold made Xiao Yu shiver. Miss Mo. She looked at the frost seeping out from the room, her teeth chattering. Is your brother inside? Mo Shui also seemed embarrassed. Yes, I'm sorry. I can't quite control my ability. She opened the door and stepped inside, calling out. Brother? I've brought Mr. Qin. She led Qin Yu's group in the icy room. Mo Bing turned his head, his first words an apology. Mr. Qin, my apologies. My condition has worsened recently. I really can't control this ice. When Qin Yu and Xiao Yu saw Mo Bing's state, they were both startled. You're infected. Why have you become like this? Mo Bing's condition today was much worse than before. Half of his body was covered in ice scales. The blood vein patterns had now spread down his arm and reached near his eye. He chuckled softly. It's a long story. Let's not talk about it. He suddenly asked, Mr. Qin, my sister told me you're wanted by Hung Tin. Qin Yu didn't deny it, answering frankly, That's right. Who exactly is Hung Tin? Mo Bing stated his purpose. I called the 3 of you here to tell you about this person. His expression grew more serious and cold as he mentioned this. Hung Tin is a man-eating demon. Qin Yu wasn't surprised by this statement. He said, I know his subordinates are cannibals. However, Mo Bing's meaning was not that simple. No, that's not what I mean. I mean that before the apocalypse, Hung Tin had already started eating people. This shocking news stunned Qin Yu for a couple of seconds. He never expected Hung Tin to be so depraved and vicious. City Lord Mo frowned deeply, revealing gravely. Before the apocalypse, Hung Tin was a madman. He once killed and ate a family of 3, and was sentenced to death. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly, rubbing his chin as he continued. After the apocalypse, eating people can make you stronger, but you gradually lose your sanity. For a cannibalistic maniac like him, the apocalypse is truly a paradise. The man agreed softly with him, adding, Yes, my current appearance was also his doing. Seeing this, the young man was a bit stunned and asked what his purpose was, but the city lord only lowered his head and replied regretfully, I don't know. We only know he's sparing no effort to destroy the flying snow realm. Qin Yu seemed to see through his attempt to hide something, but he didn't say anything, letting it pass in silence. A moment later, the scene shifts to a snow-covered road where a gentle voice breaks the silence. Brother, what do you think of City Lord Mo and Sister Mo? Qin Yu answered without hesitation. They're good people, but they're still hiding something. City Lord Mo clearly knows something. Perhaps something even more terrifying than Xiongxing, but they haven't mentioned anything to us. As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped and held up a hand to halt the other 2. Xiao Yu, Ziye, wait. In front of them was a group of people with strange expressions. One of the girls saw them and quickly asked, Brother Qin Yu, are they zombies? He quickly refuted, No. Based on their expressions, he carefully concluded, but they aren't living people either. With that, he summoned a purple flame in his hand, saying, putting on a mysterious act. Without mercy, Qin Yu threw the flame at the eerie crowd, ordering them to be dealt with. The flame gradually engulfed the group, fiercely incinerating them. Watching the brilliant flames, Ziye praised him. Brother Qin Yu, you've gotten much stronger. Hearing this, he mumbled with a hint of pride. Is this the power granted by the golden bloodline? Suddenly, a sharp piece of bone shot out from nowhere, hurtling forward. Qin Yu seemed to sense it and immediately used his power to block it. And then, he looked up at a dark figure on a nearby rooftop and shouted, "Who's there?" The shadow gradually revealed itself to be a figure in a black cloak and a strange mask. Chuckling with amusement, he arrogantly told them, "You should recognize me." Finding his words absurd, Xiao Yu angrily yelled, "You cowardly rat! Who knows you?" Hearing her insult, the man reached up and removed his mask. "Little girl, this lord has been looking for you for so long, and you still don't recognize me." Seeing his face, Qin Yu was a bit shocked and stammered, "This grotesque appearance." He looked at the man and questioned him clearly. "You're Xiangxing." As soon as he heard his identity revealed, the man conjured countless sharp bones. "A good guess. Consider this your reward." He directed the pile of bones to fly towards them with a sinister smile. "I'll give you a comfortable death." Seeing the bones rushing at them, Qin Yu quickly stepped back and yelled, "Go!" Immediately after, he quickly grabbed Ziye, who was next to him. With one arm carrying Xiao Yu and the other tucking Ziye under his arm, he frantically dodged each attack. He gritted his teeth and looked back to assess the situation. Instantly, the flames from his golden bloodline appeared once more. Qin Yu placed his sister and Ziye on the ground under the protection of those flames. Right after, he carefully let go of the two of them. Just as he turned to stand in front of them, the sound of boots crunching on snow was heard. In an instant, Xiangxing had caught up to them, protecting your little sister. What a good brother. As he realized the situation, a sharp bone was already pressed right against Qin Yu's chest. But from who knows when, the man had gotten close to him, confidently declaring, "Kid, the game is over." But suddenly, Qin Yu's image began to blur and fade. Seeing this, Xiangxing exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He stared at the empty space before him, regained his composure, and cried out, "It's an illusion!" At that moment, the owner of a small, glowing hand called out, "Brother Qin Yu, Xiangxing is too powerful," and Ziye was the one who had created the illusion to trick him. "I can't mess with his senses anymore." At this point, Qin Yu immediately questioned the villain. "Xiangxing, why are you so determined to find the three of us?" He grinned from ear to ear and replied, "Do you even need to ask? It's to eat your sister? Of course." Xiao Yu was horrified and exclaimed, "You want to eat me?" He answered her matter-of-factly, "Of course I have to eat you. This is the trial given to me by a god. As long as I eat you, I can become a god myself." Hearing these words, Qin Yu grew even more furious, got into a fighting stance, and cursed. "This guy's insane, Xiao Yu. Ziye, let's take this lunatic down together." She didn't hesitate and replied, "Okay." Xiangxing also stepped forward, ready to fight. "Say what you will. You're all just food to me." At that moment, someone was watching from a distance, gritting their teeth and cursing, "Xiangxing, that useless trash, still hasn't dealt with those three." The person lamented internally. "I originally planned to let him deal with Mo Bing, but it seems I'll have to take action myself." Returning to Qin Yu's battle, when Xiangxing launched a dangerous strike, he blocked it with his spear and did a flip in the air. Immediately after, he landed smoothly on the ground, sliding back a bit to maintain distance from his opponent. Xiao Yu looked at him worriedly and quickly asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Qin Yu calmly replied, "I'm fine." But his expression grew more tense as he warned, "But this guy's physical strength is 100 times greater. You two need to be careful. His ability is likely related to controlling bones and blood, a necromancy-type power. We have to find a way to counter him." Suddenly, Xiangxing seemed to come up with a plan as his body began to emit a strange smoke. It seemed that in no time, he had appeared behind Qin Yu, much to his surprise. Normal attacks won't work on them. Without any mercy, he used the sharp bone to pierce through his body. Qin Yu couldn't believe it. Glancing back. Spatial movement. "You're a dual ability user?" Hung Tin laughed wickedly and praised him. "Correct. I'll give you that. You know your stuff." He tried to push the bone deeper, continuing, "Even though continuous spatial movement will cause a delay, all I need to do is stab you with this bone. The blood loss from the wound alone will be enough to take you down." "Right." But just as he finished speaking, the protagonist suddenly grabbed the sharp tip of the bone piercing through him. Seeing his action, Hung Tin was a bit surprised. "You can stop my spatial movement. How did you do that?" You think, as he spoke, a slender hand radiating power appeared. The one responsible, as he indicated, was the lovely and beautiful Xiao Yu. That you're the only one who knows about spatial abilities. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu summoned his flames back, then said, "You're not getting away." He spun around forcefully, striking forward with the flames in his hand. Instantly, the flames erupted violently, engulfing Hung Tin's entire body and causing his bone weapon to disintegrate. As he was slowly burned by the flames, he panicked and screamed, "Let go of me!" But the protagonist's next words made him freeze. Boom. As the flames weakened slightly, Qin Yu had somehow grabbed the man's collar with one hand, while holding a spear with the other, challenging him. "Are you sure?" Immediately after, he thrust the spear into Hung Tin, struck. The villain lost his confidence, initially growling in anger, "I'm going to kill you!" But the protagonist retorted without fear as the flames flared up again. "You don't have another chance." The flames erupted fiercely, shooting into the sky like a pillar of light. Inside the inferno, Hung Tin screamed in agony. A moment later, the flames gradually dissipated, leaving only a pile of ashes in Qin Yu's hand, which drifted away on the wind. He lowered his head slightly, watching the charred fragments float away. Just then, Xiao Yu and Ziye ran over from a distance, calling out, "Brother, is Hung Tin dead?" Hearing their voices, he crushed the remaining dark fragment in his hand without hesitation and replied, "He's dead, completely gone." After getting his answer, Xiao Yu quickly reminded him, "Hurry and bandage your wound." While she was tending to his injury, Qin Yu spoke with a hint of regret. "It's a pity. It's rare to find a dual ability user, yet he didn't walk the righteous path." She immediately countered his words. "What's there to pity? It's a good thing we stopped him before he could cause a major disaster." Just as she finished speaking, a strange black mass suddenly appeared before them. Instantly, the black mass shattered, and a vengeful soul flew out from within. Not good. Seeing the soul grow larger, Qin Yu quickly jumped up with his spear. He furrowed his brow, bit his lip, and prepared to raise his spear, muttering, "It's a substitute doll." The moment the words left his mouth, he hurled the spear through the giant soul, but in the end, he could only watch helplessly as the soul vanished into thin air. Qin Yu, unwilling to accept it, cursed in frustration. "Damn it, he got away." At that moment, Xiao Yu asked curiously, "Brother, what's a substitute doll?" Hearing her question, he quickly explained, "It's a very rare type of relic treasure. You feed the doll with blood, and it can die in its master's place one time." Hearing this, she panicked and cried out, "Will Hung Tin come back for revenge later?" In contrast to her, he calmly reassured her. "Perhaps, but he'll have to wait for some time. The side effects of the substitute doll are extremely severe. Hung Tin won't be able to recover his vital energy anytime soon." Meanwhile, in another location, a pair of familiar leather shoes appeared, and a resentful voice was heard. Hung Tin clutched his missing arm and lamented, "A substitute doll, and it cost me an arm. Should I find a god to heal my arm for me?" But he immediately changed his mind, his face contorted with anger. "No, forget it. I can't let my god be disappointed in me." He continued walking forward, wondering to himself, "But how am I going to get my revenge?" Suddenly, a wicked smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "I've got it in the flying snow realm. Humans aren't the strongest." And so, Hung Tin traveled across the snow-covered mountains. With every step he took, several dangerous-looking snakes emerged from the ground. Arriving before a towering mountain, he shouted loudly, "Great Ice Serpent King, Lord of the Flying Snow Realm, please heed my call, I am Hung Tin." As if hearing his words, one of the small snakes, with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, began to transform. A moment later, that small snake had grown into a colossal serpent, bursting out of the mountain. The tiny Hung Tin stood beside the massive serpent and said, "Great Serpent King, I've come this time to offer you a gift." Hearing this, the Serpent King's eyes widened, filled with anticipation and interest as it listened to him. At the same time, in Flying Snow City, a squad of soldiers was on patrol. Suddenly, a soldier in a pith helmet sensed something strange and exclaimed, "Hey, do you smell that?" The red-haired soldier next to him asked, confused, "Smell what?" The soldier in the helmet immediately replied, "The stench of blood. It's the smell of human blood." After saying that, he headed towards an alleyway. Hearing this, the red-haired soldier asked doubtfully, "Are you sure someone isn't just cooking and you mistook the smell?" The helmeted soldier snapped back, "No way I have an enhanced sense of smell." Right after, he decided to check it out. "Let's go take a look." The two young soldiers approached the door of a house, just as they called out, "Is anyone home?" A wolf with a piece of food in its mouth immediately turned its head. The young helmeted soldier threw the door open, stepped inside, and announced, "We're on patrol!" He hadn't even finished his sentence. The monster in front of him made him scream in terror. "It's a mutated beast!" He aimed his gun and signaled to the red-haired soldier next to him. "Run! Instantly!" The mutated wolf charged toward them. It powerfully stomped the ground, using it as a springboard. Without hesitation, it opened its massive jaws and lunged at the two men. Not far away, a familiar figure in a black cloak was watching. He was standing on this roof of a broadcast tower-like building, observing. Hung Tin clutched a piece of paper, grinning with delight. "The first wave was a success. The rest is up to it now." With that, he tossed the paper into the air, and it emitted a strange light. From within the light, a giant eye appeared and angrily scolded him. "You brat! The spatial rift you created is too small. I and my children cannot pass through it." Hung Tin bowed respectfully, reassuring it. "Great Ice Serpent King, please be patient. The portal needs a bit more time to fully form. Soon, you will be able to lead your children into Flying Snow City to enjoy this grand feast." As he spoke, he took out several more pieces of paper. He said, "Moreover, I've taken the liberty of inviting some friends to join you for the meal." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the papers down below. Hung Tin's smile became even more wicked as he thought to himself, "Qin Yu, wasn't it? Let's see how you handle all the royal-class variant beasts of the Flying Snow Realm." From the spatial portals, hordes of variant beasts stepped out one after another. Among them was one with a bladed beak that landed right in a crowd of civilians. Simultaneously, a giant, powerful hand appeared and slammed into the ground. The hand belonged to a massive ape reminiscent of King Kong. The variant beasts appeared everywhere, their roars shaking the heavens. Hung Tin watched from the sidelines with a thrilled smile. "It was worth wasting all that human flesh. If I can get rid of that brat and complete the mission given to me by the god, then it's all worth it." He then noticed a long, sleek form beside him and exclaimed, "Is this the strongest fierce beast in the Flying Snow Realm? Not only is it immensely powerful, but it can also speak the human tongue. Truly terrifying." The figure revealed itself to be the Serpent King. It turned its head to look at him and issued a threat. "If you were lying to me about that girl, then you know what the consequences will be." Hung Tin quickly replied with an assurance. "Rest assured, Serpent King, I wouldn't dare deceive you even if I had 10 times the nerve." That's what he said, but his inner thoughts were completely different. But a beast is still a beast. So easy to fool, a girl possesses. How could I ever let a beast like you have it? He then gracefully leaped across the rooftops, heading forward. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's office, Qin Yu and Ziye were reading, while Xiao Yu watched them attentively before being distracted by a noise outside. She immediately stood up and went to the window. "It's so noisy outside. Is something happening?" he commented while still reading. "Xiao Yu, don't be so hasty. It's not very poised. After all, you're now one of the fastest evolvers around." But she ignored his words. Upon seeing what was outside, her eyes widened in terror. When she didn't answer, he stood up and called out, "Xiao Yu!" Qin Yu approached her side, asking, "What's going on outside? Why aren't you saying anything?" When he reached the window, he saw a dinosaur-like variant beast right before him. He quickly threw the window open and vaulted outside. "This is bad." Xiao Yu leaped out right after him. The variant beasts have breached the city. Qin Yu raised his spear high, aiming for the dinosaur-like beast as he descended upon it. He drove his spear straight into its head from above, while Xiao Yu delivered a powerful slash with her sword from below. With their combined strength, the two siblings easily dispatched the variant beast. But it wasn't over. There were many more. She turned to him with a slight frown. "Do you see this? There are so many variant beasts in the city?" Qin Yu nodded slightly. "I see them." Looking at the chaos unfolding, he felt a bit worried and wondered, where did all these variant beasts come from? Just then, Ziye called down to them from the room above. "Qin Yu? Xiao Yu? City Lord Mo is calling for you." The scene shifts. A pair of sneakers cautiously enters a room. Hearing the sound, Mo Shui turns around, seeing him. She looked as if she had found her last hope. Rushing over to say, "Mr. Qin, you've come." He immediately asked, "Why are there so many variant beasts in the city?" Mo Shui sighed helplessly. "We don't know either. It's as if the variant beasts coordinated to invade Flying Snow City all at the same time." Ziye quickly shared her suspicion. Could this monster attack be related to Hung Tin? Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell upon the young girl. Xiao Yu was the first to ask, "Why would you say that?" Just as the girl hesitated. "Because..." The ceiling above them suddenly rumbled and collapsed. The group was sent coughing into a cloud of dust, failing to notice the new gaping hole above them, and when Mo Shui looked up, her eyes widened in shock. Look! Looming above them was the giant Serpent King. It was a massive snake. The Serpent King lunged straight for Xiao Yu. Its mouth gaped open, revealing its sharp fangs. Quick as lightning, Qin Yu dashed forward, using his spear to block the attack. Watch out! Xiao Yu cried out in worry. Brother, the serpent was agile. It cleverly used its tail to whip Qin Yu aside. He was slammed to the ground, unable to resist. Xiao Yu screamed in terror. Brother Qin Yu! Powerless! He watched tensely as the Serpent King slowly closed in on him. Zaya! Help me deal with this long creature! Ziyi quickly drew near, using all her strength to suppress the huge snake. All right, I'll try to immobilize it. However, her action startled the serpent. Its eyes turned blood red, brimming with murderous intent. The furious Snake King violently thrashed, breaking free from Ziye's control. While it was distracted, Qin Yu swiftly escaped the perilous situation. Seeing that Ziye was struggling, Qin Yu approached her. Ziye, are you all right? Although in pain, she gritted her teeth and reassured him. I'm fine. She glanced at the massive snake that was staring them down and said anxiously, This monster is too strong. My powers aren't working. The Snake King regarded them as nothing more than struggling ants and spoke with utter disdain. Mere humans dare to think they can control this king. What a foolish dream. Qin Yu hastily turned to Mo Shui and asked, Mo Shui, do you have any realgar? Mo Shui broke out in a cold sweat at his surprising request. Mr. Qin, this is no time for jokes. Not every white snake is the legendary Bai Sujian. The Snake King gave them no time to come up with a plan. It swiftly gathered its energy, creating a powerful sphere of light. The sphere shot directly at Qin Yu's group, forcing them to scatter in a hurry. As fast as lightning, Qin Yu had already appeared above the serpent. He raised his spear high, preparing to plunge it down, but the keen Snake King swiftly dodged aside, nullifying his attack. Faced with such a formidable foe, Qin Yu couldn't help but tense up, thinking, it's agile, it can use magic, and its hide is definitely thick. He gazed at the ferocious serpent and thought with a sigh, this thing is incredibly hard to handle. At least there's only one of them. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off nearby, startling everyone. Through the white smoke, a paw armed with razor-sharp claws slowly emerged. It was the Ice Wolf King, a ferocious and cold-hearted wolf. Approaching them, it clutched a sharp blade in its jaws. You dare try to eat all by yourself, the Snake King, angered by the accusation, snapped its head toward the wolf. This morsel was originally my prey. The Snake King launched a deadly strike toward the wolf, but it dodged with agility. Your prey, the wolf retorted ambitiously. It's the prey of the Fei Shui Jing. It then charged at the Snake King, vying for the juicy prize. It roared. It's all mine. Suddenly, another monster shattered massive boulders to make its entrance, cutting their duel short. A huge bear slowly approached to stop their meaningless squabble. You two start fighting the moment you see each other. Aren't you worried the prey might get away? Let's kill our prize first, the bear advised rationally. We'll decide how to split it afterward. The Snake King found this reasonable and agreed. The old bear has a point. Let's do that. The wolf also agreed. I have no objection. The arrival of two new enemies prompted Mo Shui to turn to Qin Yu and ask, Mr. Qin, can you win against these three beasts? Qin Yu answered candidly. I might stand a chance in a one-on-one fight, but if all three attack at once, not even a god could stop them. Hearing this, Mo Shui wasn't discouraged. She gripped her weapon, ready for a decisive battle with the savage beasts, saying, It seems we won't be escaping death today. Suddenly, someone approached and called Qin Yu's name. Mr. Qin! In a flash, the newcomer had frozen the three mighty beasts. Qin Yu turned to see the newcomer and was taken aback. Mo Bing was exerting himself to control the beasts. My sister is counting on you. Qin Yu uttered his name in disbelief. Mo Bing. Mo Shui grew worried seeing her brother step forward. Brother, get back here. But Mo Bing resolutely advanced on the ferocious beasts, ignoring his sister's warning. You'll die if you attack. He raised his hand, unleashing his magic, ready to strike the beasts down. But right now, in the Fei Shui Jing, I am the only one who can help everyone defeat these mutated beasts. He launched a massive ice shard, which shot straight toward the Snake King's head. The shard embedded itself in its head, creating deep fissures. But the Snake King rapidly healed the wound as if it were never there. The bindings on the other beasts were also quickly dispelled. The Snake King stared intently at Mo Bing, sizing him up. This brat is already half zombie, yet he can still keep his mind clear. His potential is excellent, the wolf added with disdain. Too bad zombie meat tastes awful. Hearing their exchange, Mo Bing scoffed. You want to eat me? You'll just get me stuck between your teeth. His magic began to surround the group of beasts. The Snake King leisurely fixed its menacing gaze on him. Kid, is your power temperature control? That trick is useless against us. Suddenly, a strange, cryptic smile spread across Mo Bing's face. A powerful aura flared up around him. I suddenly feel like asking you a question. Do you mutated beasts believe in science? The aura momentarily concealed Mo Bing's form, leaving the Snake King stunned. Science! The startled wolf frantically searched for Mo Bing. What the hell is this brat up to? Is he trying to escape? The Snake King was more composed, slowly scanning its surroundings. He's still close. Besides, the presences of the other four are still here. But then it suddenly felt something and froze, letting out a pained shriek. The wolf felt it too, and began to howl piercingly. The Snake King cried out in agony. It's hot, so hot. Even the wolf couldn't stand it, crying out in bewilderment. It feels like a bomb went off inside my body. What's going on? Mo Bing leisurely watched the beasts thrash about. Is it really so strange, he said, scorning their intelligence? You are just mutated beasts. So it's normal that you don't understand. I simply made use of water and temperature. Qin Yu couldn't help but be impressed by Mo Bing's cleverness. It's a good thing you came up with this method. He smiled, realizing the plan. You're raising the temperature of the water inside the beasts' bodies to make it evaporate. Mo Bing quickly responded to his question. Because I had great confidence in you. Mr. Qin, I knew you could do it. Qin Yu broke out in a sweat and complained. How was that simple? You were really asking for the impossible. Mo Bing turned to praise him. But it was a huge success, he continued, explaining what had just happened. The water droplets were heated and instantly vaporized, their volume suddenly expanding and the temperature skyrocketing, just like an explosion. Qin Yu looked at the tiny water droplets around him and replied, I just got lucky this time. He then walked straight toward the struggling beasts. Who could have guessed that his dense fog was like a rainstorm, filled with so many water molecules? But what happened next left him stunned. The wolf was still fine and was hastily fleeing the scene. The large bear split itself into multiple pieces and remarked, The move you two pulled off was quite impressive. Its fragments quickly vanished. We'll meet again. Their strange behavior made Mo Bing suddenly realize something, and his face filled with horror. Qin Yu turned to him in confusion. Mo, what's wrong? Mo Bing urgently warned. Run, he growled. His words sent a jolt of panic through Qin Yu. Hey, you're not serious, are you? Mo Bing reached his limit, struggling to stay up as his hands clawed painful gashes into the ground. Mo Shui rushed to her brother's side. She turned to Qin Yu and pleaded, Mr. Qin, please save my brother. You're so powerful. There must be a way. Qin Yu hesitated. I could kill him. He had ways to handle the situation, but saving him... Suddenly, someone stepped forward and offered, I can give it a try. Qin Yu looked over, slightly surprised. It was Ziye. She once again used her ability on Mo Bing. Even if she couldn't save him, she could at least temporarily restrain his actions. Qin Yu, concerned for her, asked, But you were just injured. Are you sure you're okay? Ziye stated firmly. I'm fine! Her magic quickly enveloped Mo Bing. If she could save someone, a little exhaustion was nothing, under Ziye's power. Mo Bing's rampage quickly subsided. Seeing this, Mo Shui was overjoyed and moved closer to her brother to check on him. High above and not far away, a figure was silently watching the situation unfold. Why has the Ice Serpent King's aura weakened? Xiangxing couldn't believe what was happening. Could he have been defeated? Impossible! From behind him, massive tentacles shot out. They coiled around Xiangxing, catching him completely off guard. He struggled to escape, but it was useless. He thought that his god was summoning him, but his mission wasn't complete. He was dragged through a large vortex. Snowfall City isn't. Soon after, the vortex slowly vanished from the sky. On the other side of the vortex, Xiangxing was thrown violently to the floor. The goddess he served was coldly scolding him. Xiangxing, you've messed everything up. She was enraged, slamming her fist down and clenching her hand tightly. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Xiangxing fell to his knees, hastily making excuses. My goddess, 2 new people suddenly appeared in Snowfall City. Is that so? Suddenly, a bizarre red aura filled the hall. A loud boom echoed, startling everyone. Lord Mo Sheng! The goddess stared in shock at a large, glowing stone slab. Lord Mo Sheng, you're still alive. On the slab, a line of strange characters appeared as Mo Sheng's demonic voice echoed. I am not dead. Are you all that surprised? The goddess immediately bowed her head in submission. Wei Yun, who was beside her, quickly began to grovel. We wouldn't dare. We are overjoyed. Lord Mo Sheng, you have suddenly awakened. Do you have any instructions for us? The entity known as Mo Sheng continued. The twins of the prophecy have appeared. Bring the girl to me, the goddess exclaimed in shock. Lord Mo Sheng, we've already observed her. She couldn't help but feel confused as she recalled the girl in question. Although that girl's talent is outstanding for a human, she's nothing special. Why do you want us to bring her here? Mo Sheng once again flared with anger and scolded them. You fool, that girl carries my sacred artifact! Then, its attention turned to Xiangxing as it spoke with frustration. It's just that we are sealed in this wretched place, and Xiangxing is a good-for-nothing. Understanding their predicament, Mo Sheng released a stream of magic that enveloped them. Although I cannot break my own seal, a brilliant red light teleported the goddess and Wei Yuan out of the hall. Sending two weaklings like you out is as easy as turning over my hand. Mo Sheng re-emphasized their mission. Capture that girl for me at once. A pillar of crimson light shot into the sky, carrying Mo Sheng's cunning voice. The future of the Dark Aberration clan rests on your shoulders. The two deities received their orders and declared in unison, We will do our utmost. Xiangxing looked at their sinister figures in terror, thinking, They're really out. He scrambled to his knees to suck up to them. Congratulations. Congratulations on your successful escape, my lords. One of the deities excitedly reached a hand towards Xiangxing. Little Xiangxing, as polite as ever. He was then brutally devoured by the two deities. Elsewhere, Qin Yu and his group were gathered after the intense battle. Mo Bing expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for that young lady, I would be dead. He then turned to Qin Yu to ask about his plans. Mr. Qin, what do you plan to do next if you have nowhere else to go? Why don't you stay here in Snowfall City? Mo Bing showed his great respect for their skills. All of you are benefactors of Snowfall City. I will treat you as my own kin. But Qin Yu straightforwardly declined his kind offer. City Lord Mo, our business in Snowfall City is concluded. We will be leaving tomorrow. Mo Bing seemed a bit disappointed and tried to convince them. So soon? Can't you stay for a few more days? Qin Yu once again refused his invitation. We appreciate the City Lord's kind intentions, but we have other matters to attend to. Mo Bing had no choice but to agree. All right then. He couldn't insist on them staying, so he could only arrange to meet them next time. Then I'll have someone prepare some food for you shortly. You must come back when you have time. Snowfall City will always welcome you. Qin Yu turned his gaze to Ziye and advised her. Little Ye, we have to leave Snowfall City. The outside world is more dangerous than this place, so maybe you should stay here. Qin Yu then turned to Mo Bing to ask a favor. City Lord Mo, this girl is from the Snowfall realm. She's with us because her parents were harmed. Could you help me take care of her? Mo Bing readily agreed. No problem. Miss Feng is my benefactor. I won't treat the girl poorly. Ziye looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't interrupt them. The little girl sadly lowered her head, causing Xiao Yu to ask with concern. Ziye, what's wrong? Ziye trembled slightly as she spoke. Sister Xiao Yu. Suddenly, she frowned and said with great seriousness, I want to go with you two. I'll follow wherever you go. Xiao Yu's heart softened, and she looked at Qin Yu persuasively. Let's let Ziye come with us. Qin Yu couldn't bear to see the little girl so sad and agreed. All right then. Elsewhere, a wolf's paw padded silently along as it lamented. Damn it! Just wait until I complete my next evolution, the large wolf exclaimed angrily. I will definitely find them and get my revenge. It keenly noticed a figure slowly approaching from ahead. Someone's coming, it said with suspicion. Could it be a dangerous person? The person looked at the wolf with disdain. Just a wolf. Augustus looked at the creature with interest and remarked, Excellent. I just so happen to be in need of a weapon. The wolf angrily demanded. Who are you? Augustus slowly introduced himself. My name is Augustus. The wolf cautiously sized up the man before it. Augustus, you're not a human from the Snowfall realm. Augustus gave a mysterious smile and corrected it. I'm not from this era. His words stunned the wolf. You're not from this era. It angrily lunged forward to attack Augustus, thinking he was just putting on a mysterious act. Its sharp claws were about to reach his face, but he remained perfectly calm and remarked, A mutant beast with intelligence rivaling that of humans. Quite rare in this day and age. With a single, effortless move, Augustus knocked the large wolf backward. He looked with great satisfaction at the wolf's paw, which was being corroded by his dark energy. Perfect. I can use this to replenish my energy. Augustus calmly turned his gaze to the spot behind him, where the wolf was hastily fleeing from him. How can a monster like this exist? It thought as it ran for its life. He's too strong. Is he even human? Why is he so powerful? Augustus reached out to use his power, but not without a word of praise. Still quite clever. However, he also belittled the beast that dared to attack him. A pity. You're too weak. Just as he was about to unleash his magic, something suddenly happened. He clutched his chest and wondered in confusion. What's going on? This pain made him realize something. Whenever he got even a little bit serious about fighting, this sensation would suppress him. Could this be a restriction of this era? But he couldn't find an answer, so he didn't dwell on it. Forget it, Augustus muttered with determination as he trudged through the snow. As long as I get the treasure from that girl, none of this will be a problem. A short while later, he arrived at the city gate, where 2 soldiers were conducting checks before letting people in. This is Snowfall City. Are you here to join us? As long as you pass the check, you can enter the city. However, he didn't quite understand this procedure. A check. His bewilderment prompted a soldier to mock him. Are you an evolved? Where are you from? He probably didn't understand the hidden meaning behind the soldier's nod and just focused on answering. An evolved, you could say that. I come from a very distant place, one I probably can't return to. Suddenly, a soldier asked him, Have you ever eaten human flesh? He thought for a moment, then answered honestly, Human flesh I've eaten quite a bit. Probably 8,000 or 9,000 people, but I later found it didn't increase my strength by much and made me prone to going berserk. So I stopped. After Augustus's reply, the 2 soldiers' faces darkened. One of them exclaimed in alarm, My ability confirms it. He's telling the truth. Realizing the danger he posed, that soldier immediately pointed his gun at him and demanded, Please leave Snowfall City immediately. We do not accept those who eat their own kind. Of course, he wasn't going to leave that easily. His voice was grim as he said, Leave, I'm afraid not. I have important business here. Moreover, he even took the time to warn the 2 soldiers. I advise you not to stand in my way. They paid no mind to his words and just shouted loudly, Cut the crap! Just as they were about to shoot him and dispose of this scum. Before the soldier could finish his sentence, he collapsed, his last 2 words being, Warning. Inside the meeting room, Moshue's brother spoke up. How does everyone plan to leave? He explained the current difficult situation. As far as I know, the Snowfall realm is sealed off by snowy mountains. There's absolutely no way out. Hearing this, Qin Yu said, I can fly out directly. His words made the man wonder. Fly out. Instead of answering directly, the young man just slowly stood up. Then, something suddenly appeared from behind his back. It was his pair of wings. This sight made Moshue's brother exclaim in astonishment. Brother Qin, how can you control your ability so well? Qin Yu answered hesitantly. He recalled a time when he was with Xiao Yu and Ruhua, when something happened that left the group bewildered, wondering. What is this? Suddenly, Xiao Yu showed signs of pain, startling him into shouting her name. Xiao Yu. At that moment, he also realized what the problem was. Even though it's closed, the pressure from this spatial passage is immense. Could someone be secretly plotting something? Suddenly, he saw a building within the rift, and he seemed to sense that something was amiss. Inside that rift, Qin Yu accidentally saw a figure sitting on a throne, tightly bound. This being suddenly woke up, its eyes opening to meet the rift that Qin Yu was looking through. He paid little attention to the boy, instead staring intently at Xiao Yu because he knew who she was. A fragment of the dark alien race's holy artifact. Greed flared within him. If I have that, even if I risk severe injury to break the seal right now, I can quickly recover to my strongest state. He struggled with all his might to break free. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Qin Yu quickly ordered, Flower Beast, get us out of here. As soon as the beast took them away, he couldn't help but exclaim, That monster is too dangerous. Back in the present, he recounted this story to Moshue's brother. A powerful enemy was hunting my sister and me. To survive the pursuit, I desperately practiced controlling my flames, and now I can shape them into many simple structures. This story explained how he could control his abilities so well. Although he couldn't maintain it for long, it was enough for me to get the 2 of them out of Snowfall City. Hearing this, Moshue's brother had to exclaim, Brother Qin, you are truly a gifted prodigy. You will surely go far. I wish you swift success, and Snowfall City will always welcome you. Seeing his good intentions, Qin Yu, along with Xiao Yu and Moshue, raised their glasses for a toast. At the same time, outside, a pair of feet stood firmly on the snow. At Augustus's feet lay a group of soldiers he had annihilated. He walked step by step towards the villa in front of him, and looking through the window, he saw Qin Yu's group. He joyfully muttered, Found you! His shadow loomed over the window. Suddenly, he leaped inside through the window, landing casually in the room. His appearance put Qin Yu on high alert, who shouted, Who's there? Just then, Ol suddenly screamed, Augustus is here! The name it called out made Qin Yu wonder. Augustus. Seeing his confusion, it quickly explained. He is my original master, one of the strongest of the star race. Moreover, it revealed that the ruins where you two found me were built to seal him. Suddenly, Augustus lunged forward and muttered, "There's no mistake!" He approached Xiao Yu and shouted with glee, "It's the fragment of the dark alien race's holy artifact!" The moment he tried to grab Xiao Yu, Qin Yu stepped in to stop him and shouted a warning. Be careful. However, as soon as he touched the man, he felt a strange change in his own hand. What's happening? My hand is slowly blackening and rotting, Ol quickly explained. Augustus's ability is destruction. Don't make any physical contact with him. Hearing this, the young man quickly asked, "Is there any way to deal with him?" It replied helplessly. "There isn't." It then urged him. "He's much stronger than you all. Run." After coming into contact with Qin Yu, Augustus himself realized how the golden bloodline power was cultivated through Ole. He rushed towards Qin Yu and didn't forget to offer a compliment. Not bad, evolving to this level in such a short time. However, as usual, he followed it with a criticism. But you're still too weak. Just then, something suddenly surrounded him. The one who acted was Mo Shui's brother. He shouted in alarm, "Get out of here now!" He was trying to freeze Augustus for a short time to give everyone a chance to escape. I can't hold on for much longer. However, Qin Yu himself realized something. We can't outrun him. We might as well risk it all. Just as he finished speaking, Augustus broke free. The pressure from the man slammed Qin Yu straight into the wall. Seeing this, Xiao Yu worriedly cried out, "Brother!" Even while frozen, he had heard the young man's words, so he praised him. A wise judgment. But despite the praise, he still looked down on his abilities. Too bad your skills don't match your intellect. Suddenly, where did that tongue come from? Two strangers appeared out of nowhere, using their tongues to wrap around Augustus's arms. One of them laughed smugly. "So strong. Eating him will definitely let us evolve again," his companion agreed. "Tear him in half." And so, the two of them used all their strength, trying to rip Augustus in two so they could each have a piece. But they couldn't budge him at all. This strange woman wondered blankly why his body was so tough. Her companion, called Yuan, shouted, "Use more strength." Augustus was now getting a little annoyed with these two flies. "Are you two done pulling, after asking?" He grabbed the tongues wrapped around him and forcefully threw the two creatures aside. "Die for me." He then took a closer look at them and recognized the dark alien race. Hearing this name, Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise. "This is the dark alien race." Xiao Yu, however, didn't care what race they were and just pouted, criticizing. "They're so ugly." The one named Yuan with the long tongue proudly introduced. "That's right. We are Yuan and Gu Hua of the dark alien race." He then turned to question Augustus. "You're not from this era either. Are you state your name?" Augustus coolly introduced himself. "I am Augustus, a warrior of the star race." As soon as his identity was revealed, the two members of the dark alien race were stunned, and the one named Yuan screamed in terror. "You are Augustus, the strongest warrior of the star race." Not bothering to argue with them further, Augustus advanced step by step while asking, "You dared to ambush me!" He radiated killing intent as he confronted the two members of the dark alien race. "Kneel right now, and I might spare your lives." However, the one named Yuan wasn't scared at all, and even mocked him in return. "Augustus, if you had even 1/10 of your power from your peak, we would kneel and beg for mercy without a second thought. It seems this guy wants to die early for provoking him. But looking at you now, you don't even have 1/1000th of your peak strength. Do you?" Feeling insulted, he intended to teach this guy a lesson. "Two mere nobodies dare to be so insolent to me." Just as he was about to act, someone called out to him, "Lord Augustus." It turned out Yuan maliciously wanted to deal with Qin Yu's group first. "Why don't we get rid of these people first, after all? We are races from the same era. If we really fight until both sides are heavily wounded, wouldn't that just benefit these worthless ants?" Seeing that things were about to get more dangerous, Qin Yu turned and said, "Xiao Yu, let me borrow your necklace for a moment." His words startled her, causing her to exclaim, "Huh," but she handed the necklace to him anyway. All right. With the necklace in hand, he thought that while this item was precious, they didn't know how to use it. So in the end, it only had so much value. As he threw the necklace towards them, he shouted, "You might as well have it." Seeing the precious item being thrown like that, Yuan hurriedly stuck out his tongue, wanting to snatch it, but his mouth still ran glibly, saying, "Don't think you can use a sacred object to appease Augustus and save your own lives." Seeing this guy dare to snatch something in front of him, Augustus lunged forward and growled, "You dare take what's mine!" And so, he and the two dark aliens started fighting over the sacred object. Seeing them busy trying to kill each other, Qin Yu quickly told everyone, Quick! While they're fighting, let's run! Suddenly, Augustus lunged forward with a spear in hand. He used it to pierce right through Yuan. At that exact moment, the female dark alien shot her tongue out for a sneak attack from behind him. She pressed her hand on his back, using it as leverage to try and kick him. But he was faster and dodged, so she quickly landed. In Augustus's hand now was the sacred object he had long desired. He said smugly, "You two think you're worthy of competing with me." While Yuan was recovering, the female dark alien pleaded with him, "Lord Augustus, this gem is the sacred object of my tribe. I hope you will return it to us. My dark alien race would be eternally grateful." In response to this plea, Augustus just smirked disdainfully and muttered, "Return it to you?" Without another word, he swallowed the sacred object, causing the two dark aliens to cry out in shock. "What?" After swallowing it, Augustus looked at the two of them and issued a smug challenge. "You want it? Come and take it. Cut open my stomach, and it will be yours." His action infuriated the female dark alien. "Fine, very fine. You will pay the price for your arrogance." He paid the other girl no mind, instead staring in the direction Xiao Yu had run, wondering to himself, "The dark sacred relic is already inside me, so why does that girl still carry its aura?" Just then, Yuan lunged forward with a loud shout. "Where are you looking?" He rushed at Augustus and demanded, "Spit out the sacred object for us." While fighting the two dark aliens, Augustus was busy thinking, could it be that the girl has already fused with the sacred object? However, this thought was a bit unbelievable to him. How could that be? Meanwhile, Qin Yu's group had already run outside, reaching the gate of the city lord's mansion. Mo Shu's brother then shouted, "Brother Qin, Miss Xiao Yu, their target is you two. You two should run now." He figured it would take some time for the three monsters to determine a winner. Ziye agreed. "Brother Mo is right. We'll go first." Qin Yu carried Xiao Yu in his arms, looked at Mo Shui's brother, and said, "Goodbye." Seeing this, Ziye proposed, "Brother Qin, Sister Xiao Yu, I'll go with you two." But Qin Yu didn't let the little girl come along. "Those three will definitely chase after us. It's very dangerous to come with us. You stay here in Flying Snow City. After we escape the danger, we'll come back for you." Hearing this, the little girl called out pitifully, "Brother Qin." He didn't soften up, but just replied gently, "Be good." Then Qin Yu prepared to fly away with Xiao Yu. But before leaving, Xiao Yu didn't forget to comfort Ziye. "Ziye, we will be back." Ziye no longer insisted on following them and just said, "Brother Qin, Sister Xiao Yu, you two must come back." Hearing this, Qin Yu exclaimed, "Mm-hmm." Even Xiao Yu promised loudly, "We will definitely come back." Back to Augustus's fight. He was angry at being pestered by these two flies. "Get lost!" Just then, the female dark alien happened to see Qin Yu leaving with Xiao Yu. She quickly informed her teammate, "Yuan, that little brat is running away. She still has the residual power of the dark sacred object on her. Go after her." Hearing this, Yuan hurriedly gave chase but didn't forget to remind her, "Then you be careful. If you can't win, then run," he emphasized. "Staying alive is what's important." Just as Yuan was about to chase Qin Yu, his feet were suddenly frozen. He looked down and saw that the one who had acted was Mo Shui's brother. His action made Yuan exclaim, "Oh!" Then he furiously charged towards him and yelled, "Are you looking to die?" Yuan kicked straight at Mo Shui's brother, but he suddenly shattered. This made him realize with a start. An ice crystal clone. In the distance, someone was using their ability. Yuan looked over and saw another person with the same form as the ice statue he had just destroyed. This made him wonder, is this an illusion? Before he could figure it out, a blast of power struck him directly. The one who attacked this time was the real Mo Shui's brother. After unleashing this move, he panted heavily and wondered to himself, this should probably buy them some time, right? However, it wasn't long before Yuan's tongue shattered the thick layer of ice. The pressure from his technique affected Mo Shui's brother, causing him to cry out in pain and cough up blood. As he fell, an anxious voice called out. City Lord Yuan saw that he had collapsed and didn't bother to finish him off, simply saying, "Consider yourselves lucky." Then he flew away, muttering under his breath, "Once we capture that girl, we'll come back to deal with you." Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already taken Xiao Yu far away. She called out to him. "Hey," she asked worriedly. "Will they be okay?" He replied confidently, "They'll be fine." Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from behind him. Yuan appeared out of nowhere behind him and gloated. "You should be more worried about yourselves." After saying that, he struck the back of Qin Yu's neck without hesitation. The blow from Yuan sent him plummeting from the sky. Seeing the danger, the young man shouted, "Flower beast!" Immediately, the creature appeared and caught both him and Xiao Yu. It used its body to cushion them from a hard impact with the ground. After landing safely, Qin Yu said. Let's go. Quickly. He knew Yuan's abilities well. This guy wasn't easy to deal with. However, before he could escape, Yuan appeared and said, Too late. As soon as he finished speaking, he cunningly slashed down, but luckily, Qin Yu managed to block it in time. As he was slashed at repeatedly, the young man pleaded, Oleg, strengthen me. Ole immediately did as he asked, but didn't forget to warn. Be careful. It also let him know that the enemy's physique was nearly 1,000 times stronger, adding, I can't help you like this many times. A moment later, Yuan stopped his assault after a final slash. He saw Qin Yu's power surge and thought with interest. Excellent. At this early stage. Someone has already evolved to this level. He praised the young man's ability, then said, Brat, hand over the holy relic of our black anomaly tribe, and I'll grant you a comfortable death, he added condescendingly. Otherwise, the holy relic in your hands will only bring you destruction. Xiao Yu furrowed her brow and questioned, How do you know we can't use the holy relic? Zhongxing scoffed in reply. Can you even merge the holy relic? She began to frown and answered, I've already merged 2 fragments of the holy relic. Hearing this, he became indescribably excited. You've merged 2 fragments, excellent, Zhongxing urged her. Quickly, tell me how to merge the holy relic fragments. Meanwhile, Qin Yu blocked him with his spear, and Xiao Yu quickly spoke up. All right. She took the initiative and proposed a condition. Let him go. Once he's far away, I'll tell you. Seeing this, Qin Yu shouted, Xiao Yu, you! The man laughed gleefully and quickly accepted her request. Deal, Zhongxing said dismissively. This brat is just an ant. Then he attacked the young man, saying smugly, Letting him go is no big deal anyway. Qin Yu immediately took a defensive stance against his attack. The impact of the fist directly created a violent shockwave. Xiao Yu quickly placed her hand on his back to channel her magic, and her power formed a protective barrier around Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiangxing poured more strength into his attack, sending the 2 of them flying into the distance. He gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. The young man quick-wittedly slammed his hand into the ground to keep from falling. Xiao Yu shouted in frustration. What are you doing? Meanwhile, Ole's voice echoed in his mind. This is bad. Kid Qin, I'm about to crack. The girl hurriedly tried to persuade their attacker. Don't you want to know how to merge the holy relic? Xiangxing replied casually. Of course I do. He then closed the distance, raising a large mace high with a sinister expression, saying, However, Qin Yu, carrying her in his arms, didn't hesitate and dashed away from Xiangxing's earth-shattering blow. The villain retorted, I hate letting a threat escape even more. A flash of lightning erupted from the swift attack, heading straight for the young man. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu couldn't dodge in time and had to endure the painful electric shock. The flower beast suddenly grew larger to block the attack, hastily wrapping a branch around the girl. Xiao Yu cried out emotionally. Flower beast! Zhongxing sneered, grabbing his mace to attack again. Still trying to run! He struck the flower beast with a devastating blow, sending it flying backward. Xiao Yu also fell onto the cold snow. Before she could even feel the pain, she immediately stood up and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Xiao Yu leaped up to attack him, angrily accusing, How dare you harm my summoned beast? Zhongxing showed no mercy, brutally striking her back and warning, You'd better behave for me. He then crossed his arms and spoke with utter contempt. It's not time to interrogate you yet. Xiao Yu was struck and collapsed to the ground. Qin Yu shouted, Xiao Yu! He gritted his teeth, his eyes turning ice cold as he cursed. You bastard! Qin Yu swiftly grabbed his spear to close the distance between them. The fiend parried the blow and threatened. Little demon, you should just obediently accept your death. He casually looked down on him as if he were a worthless ant. Zhongxing thrust a hand straight through Qin Yu's chest. The young man instantly spat out a mouthful of blood from the grievous wound. Without a moment's hesitation, the villain pulled out Qin Yu's heart. Once he held the heart in his hand, Qin Yu's life force quickly drained away, causing him to immediately collapse to the ground. With his last breath, he weakly called out Xiao Yu's name. Xiangxing laughed loudly, openly mocking. An ant! Suddenly, another voice interrupted his celebration. Indeed, Augustus mocked in return. An ant! He swiftly unleashed a killing blow from behind, aiming straight for the fiend. Xiangxing was sliced across by Augustus, screaming in agony. In an instant, Xiangxing lay motionless on the ground. Augustus forcefully stepped on his head and replied contemptuously, Relying on 2 pieces of trash. You thought you were worthy of competing with me. The baleful star grumbled and shouted, You harbinger of disaster! Augustus smirked, calmly replying, She has already been destroyed. My true essence turned to ash a step before you did. He continued to mock it as a mere ant. The baleful star roared in anger. You bastard! Augustus instantly finished it off with a single stomp, then nonchalantly walked away as if nothing happened. Augustus turned his back, paying no mind to the chaos he had created. Suddenly, the shadow of a dark alien rose from the ground, crying out mournfully. Augustus! It brandished its sharp claws and roared in frustration. Do you really think our dark alien race is defenseless? Augustus whipped his head around, replying in surprise. What? The dark alien instantly pierced his heart, giving him no time to react. He touched the throbbing wound, struggling to speak. But how? The massive dark alien kept muttering his name. Augustus. Hearing this, the man replied in disbelief. There's another dark alien. The dark alien quickly spoke up. I know of you. I never expected we would meet in a situation like this. Augustus took the initiative to question him. Many people know me. Who are you? The dark alien promptly introduced himself. My name is Mo Sheng. I trust you've heard of me. Hearing that, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, You're the 9th son of the dark alien god king. Mo Sheng, Qin Yu, lying nearby, couldn't help but look up in complete astonishment and thought to himself, the son of the strongest expert of the 4th era. The boy tried to move his scratched-up hand, thinking with defiance. I can't let this happen. Qin Yu struggled to drag his wounded body, silently vowing, Even if I die, I must stay by Xiao Yu's side. Mo Sheng then confirmed. The one and only. Augustus quickly questioned. You were sealed as well, as the son of the God King. Why were you locked away? The man immediately explained. It's quite simple. I once took part in a plot to assassinate my own father. Augustus quickly absorbed this new information. I see. Mo Sheng initiated a deal. Augustus, you've already taken the fragment, so can you hand that girl over to me? Hearing this, the man suddenly let out a quiet laugh and said brazenly, This shadow isn't your real body, is it? The other man asked again. Augustus, what are you implying? Augustus's attention then shifted to Qin Yu, and he remarked scornfully, Your heart has been ripped out, yet you still have the energy for such feeble movements. The boy was struggling immensely, trembling as he crawled toward the girl. Seeing this, the man had to offer a compliment. Your life force is quite tenacious. Boy. Qin Yu mustered all his strength to take hold of Xiao Yu's hand. A murderous intent flared within Augustus, and he immediately delivered his verdict. Your will to live is strong, so let me see just how strong it truly is. He channeled magical power into his palm and launched a direct attack on Qin Yu. Xiao Yu cried out worriedly. Big bro. He was now battered and broken, struggling to speak. I'm sorry. Xiao Yu. I couldn't protect you. She replied sadly. It's all my fault. Mo Sheng laughed heartily, remarking, Augustus, you seem to be in a playful mood. The man humbly replied, Not at all. It was just a casual move. Nothing more. Augustus, looking amused and full of glee, said, Though I prefer my prey to be annihilated in an instant, a change of pace isn't so bad now and then. Mo Sheng continued to bargain. Can you really not spare a fragment of the holy artifact for me? Your harvest today has been plentiful enough. The man began to taunt him. Give you a fragment? With a cruel and challenging expression. Augustus replied, Do you really think that's possible? Provoked, Mo Sheng's anger flared in an instant as he growled. Augustus! He struck in an instant, retorting coldly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Augustus? Ready for a fight? Issued a challenge, brimming with excitement for the battle ahead. Come then, let me see what the son of a god king is really made of. Mo Sheng easily evaded his blow and reappeared behind him. He once again plunged his sharp claws through Augustus's heart. All of a sudden, Mo Sheng sensed something was amiss. An illusion. In that same moment, Augustus aimed his spear directly at him. Mo Sheng nimbly dodged the fatal strike. He grabbed hold of Augustus's weapon, saying aggressively, Nice one! 2 immense waves of power clashed, making the very ground tremble. Even Xiao Yu and Qin Yu were sent flying. The 2 of them were immediately thrown far from the intense battle. The boy coughed up blood once more from the violent shockwave. Seeing this, the girl cried out anxiously, Big bro! Xiao Yu's expression immediately darkened as an unquenchable rage began to build within her. Why? Why are we being treated this way? What did we ever do wrong? Xiao Yu had now lost control, stating with conviction, He and I have never once thought of actively harming anyone.